Chapter 694. The eyes of Anil and others suddenly lit up. Finally, Lu Shu contacted everyone again. For some reason, everyone seemed to have hope immediately after hearing Lu Shu take action. Yi smiled and said, "It seems that our president must have a way to reply so quickly." Yu Xuanji smiled slightly and said, "After all, this is the president of the Shao organization." Li's face showed a smile. Stocks were excited. "I don't know what strategy the president will give, or what kind of strategy the president will give." Looking at the faces of everyone in the Shao organization, they were filled with joy. Previously, the tension oppressed by the Dharma god's resentment seemed to disappear in the blink of an eye. Everyone felt a little unbelievable. Who is this mysterious president? Why is it that just because he is about to take action, the guild members here are so excited? Is there really such an incredible existence in the world of the sacred tree? If that's the case, then why does it seem that there are no legends about them left in the world of the divine tree? Even the top guilds seem to have never obtained information about this group of people. It's really very curious. After a while, Xiao Chang'an closed the system interface. He has obtained more than a dozen infinite deduction fruits presented by Lu Shu through the transaction panel. Anyone who is a member of the Akatsuki organization has one in their hand. Go through the transaction panel again. Xiao Chang'an distributed these fruits to the members of the Shao organization. Everyone here has one. Anil asked doubtfully, "What kind of fruit did the president give us this time? Did he say anything?" Xiao Chang'an shook his head and said, "The president didn't say anything. He just gave it to us through the transaction interface. We have these fruits, and then we just say that we can directly solve the magic circle." Everyone felt a sense of mystery when they heard it. Can a magic circle at the level of a magic god be eliminated by just eating a fruit? No, this is not a simple Dharma god level magic circle, but a magic circle in the Dharma god ruins. Even the Dharma gods in the ruins must be in awe of it. Even the resentment of those magic gods can be successfully restrained and purified. It is definitely not an ordinary magic circle. Just eating a fruit can actually solve the problem here. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization felt a little incredible. When these words fell on the ears of everyone in Xingqian Pavilion and Dark Knight Alliance, they felt extremely shocked and unbelievable. They even doubted in their hearts whether this mysterious president was too trusting. You know, the ruins of the Dharma god that everyone has entered should be the deepest place in the Grey World currently. The secrets contained in this place are extraordinary. Although as the president of the association, his strength is unfathomable, but it is impossible for him to defeat an enemy at the level of a magic god so easily, right? At this time, Xiao Chang'an swallowed the infinite deduction fruit, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise, "This fruit actually has such terrifying abilities." The next second, Xiao Chang'an walked in front of the attic. He immediately communicated with the magic circle with his mind and began to decipher the mystery here. Etc. "What are you doing? If you can't break the formation, it will consume a lot of your magic and mental energy." Seeing Xiao Chang'an's reckless behavior, the blonde young lady couldn't help but screamed. But at this moment, a strange vision suddenly occurred. Chapter 695. The next second, endless dazzling golden light burst out from the attic. The aura of purifying brilliance intertwined with the mysteries of the law is constantly circulating here, sacred and inviolable. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but be shocked. The blonde young lady stared at the scene in front of her with disbelief, her eyes filled with disbelief. How can it be? These guys actually really cracked the code contained in the attic? Moreover, how long did it take them to be able to decipher such secrets? Wait, the fruit they just swallowed seems to be. The blonde young lady's eyes moved for a moment, as if she had recalled something, her face was dull, and her expression became extremely shocked. He seemed to have remembered something astonishing and fell into a huge shock, making it difficult to extricate himself from the emotional quagmire. However, no one noticed the strangeness of the blonde young lady. Their eyes were all focused on the attic. Yes, that's how it was deduced. Ha ha ha, I see, it's so simple. It's strange, how could I unravel the mystery of this just by looking at it? Wait, it's not over yet, there is still the next level to solve. Ah, it's so troublesome. But I feel that it is really simple to analyze it now. It seems that the brain can find the answer instantly just by thinking about it. Damn it, this feeling is like being helped by a god, cheating is not that exciting. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the Akatsuki organization were filled with excitement. After they swallowed the infinite deduction fruit, they directly cracked the code contained in the attic. The difficulty was easier than eating and drinking. This is completely unbelievable to everyone in the Akatsuki organization. It should be the fruit of the president. That's right, what kind of fruit is this? It can be analyzed so quickly even at the Dharma God level, no, to be precise, a level higher than the Dharma God level. Is it actually a fruit of this level? There must be no records in the world of the sacred tree. As expected of the president, the fruit given to us is so powerful. The members of the Akatsuki organization sighed with emotion. Among them, Enyi and Yuxuanji also swallowed this fruit. They looked at each other and read the unbelievable shock in each other's eyes. They smiled bitterly one after another. A sound. Unexpectedly. This time, the tree people defeated the Sacred Tree Island, signed the Devil's contract, and joined the Akatsuki organization. They thought it was the end of their glorious career, but they didn't expect that it was an opportunity for them. Without this opportunity, their eyes would still be stuck in the intrigues and fights in the world of the Divine Tree, never detaching themselves and overlooking everything in the gray world from a higher perspective. Only now do they understand why the president, I have no interest at all in the secular world of the Divine Tree. Knowing that there is a realm of gods in the grey world, a god of magic, so many extremely difficult ruins, and such a vast and explorable world, who would focusing on a group of sacred tree masters. At this moment, Enyi, Yuxuanji and others felt Lu Shu's pattern. Chapter 696. Click, click, click. As the door to the attic opened, the second magic circle barrier once again stood in front of everyone. The blonde young Shota was stunned and said, "Is there a second level?" As soon as he said this, everyone in the Akatsuki organization immediately turned around and stared at the blonde young Shota. I co-authored this guy, but he doesn't know how many levels there are in the attic. Feeling the eyes of everyone, the blonde young lady pouted and said, "What do you mean by looking at me like this? My permissions cannot open this attic at all. Isn't it normal to not know what's inside? Hey, don't look at me like that, it's very rude. Hey, you guys should say something. Just look at me and don't speak. What does it mean?" Everyone in the Shao organization was too lazy to pay attention to this yellow-haired brat. Anyway, they didn't expect this guy to be of any help. Their eyes refocused on the second level. Bai Yu's eyes moved slightly and said, "This second level compared with the first method, the combination and ordering of Tao magic arrays have the same goal, but in terms of sorting, they are much more complicated. Even if we could deduce a solution, it would probably take a long time. It won't take long for those Dharma gods and resentments to break through this defensive barrier and rush directly to our attic. Therefore, you must break through this second level and enter the interior of the attic within the limited time. It has a sacred and purifying atmosphere. As long as we can enter it, we can be safe for the time being. But you have to move quickly. Otherwise, we use the resonance power to focus everyone's thoughts in one place. In this way, we may be able to speed up the deduction." Bai Yu's words made the members of the Akatsuki organization's eyes light up. It seems to be the truth. Everyone has swallowed the infinite deduction fruit, and they all have extremely powerful calculation abilities. However, facing this magic circle, after all, they are beings at a much higher level than their own personalities. So, when deducing, it is difficult not to affect the speed. But what if the resonance ability is used to connect everyone's thoughts? In this way, deducing the speed may be superimposed. It is equivalent to several CPUs. The computing speed is constantly superimposed, and a more powerful CPU is obtained. Good. In this case, let's give it a try according to the method Bai Yu said. I feel that the feasibility of this method is still very high. Xiao Chang'an's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Everyone nodded. The resonance power is no longer a particularly rare power in the world of sacred trees. This kind of power is relatively low level, and many sacred trees have it. Production, in the world of the sacred tree, there is a lot of inventory, so you don't have to worry about not being able to get it. Basically, in order to have everyone's minds unified when playing in a group and there will be no disconnection, the top guilds will first use the resonance fruit to combine all the products. People's thoughts are concentrated in one place and they fight together. The resonance ability has a wide range of uses. Therefore, it can be said to be one of the necessary abilities for many guilds. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization is not an ordinary person. Naturally, they all have such elementary abilities. Superpower. Soon, everyone's minds connected together. The next second, their deduction abilities suddenly increased to an extremely terrifying level. Chapter 697. At that moment, all members of the Akatsuki organization felt this terrifying deduction ability. At this moment, the extremely complex mysterious array fell in their eyes, and it seemed that the complete structure could be analyzed in minutes. Obviously I didn't acquire any relevant knowledge, but just relying on the ability of deduction, you can calculate everything. This kind of ability is simply unheard of in the entire sacred tree world. There are still a few members of the Akatsuki organization who have not yet tried the ability of the infinite deduction fruit. But at this moment, they felt this terrifying deduction ability, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes, and exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, what kind of fruit is this fruit? To be able to possess such terrifying calculation ability, even the pavilion master of Miyu Pavilion is probably no more than this. Our president, if he takes out a random fruit, he actually has the same ability as the president who is ranked second in the world of the sacred tree, one of the top Gaozhou who stands at the pinnacle of the world of the sacred tree. This is too scary. President, it's getting more and more beyond my imagination. Everyone in the Shao organization looked excited. They were even more shocked by the power of this fruit. They couldn't imagine that one day they would be able to obtain such a powerful fruit. At the same time, for Shao the strength of the organization president feels even more unfathomable. I originally thought that the president did not come to explore the Dharma God ruins this time because he had other arrangements and plans. But now it seems that he may not need the opportunity here at all. That's right, just the fruit produced by the divine tree already possesses the ability of such a person. Even magic formations above the magic god level can be deduced at will without any known conditions. In the field of knowledge, this is comparable to the level of plugins. President, YYDS. I feel more and more that our president is an extremely terrifying and unimaginable character. No one knows what kind of role he is in the world of the sacred tree. No. To be precise, our president may not be interested in anything in the divine tree world at all, because his personality has surpassed all of this. The items produced by the divine tree world have no meaning for him. What? Not to mention the world of the sacred tree, any of the items produced by our copy, if placed in the world of the sacred tree, will definitely cause endless madness. But to the president, these items are simply insignificant and insignificant. Improve the effect. I really don't know what realm our president has explored. I'm afraid, the president may have come into contact with that mysterious divine realm. Damn it, if this is really the case, then our president is in the world of the sacred tree, and he is simply a god. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization was excited. Next to them, people from the Dark Knight Alliance and Shinshin Pavilion were even more shocked when they heard the discussion in the Akatsuki organization. They didn't expect that this mysterious president would give such a fruit as a gift. To casually solve the completely unsolvable crisis for these big guys. Is this too outrageous? What kind of fruit must it have to have such an effect? Everyone feels that their imagination has become so barren. Chapter 698. It feels like the president of the Akatsuki organization is really becoming more and more beyond our imagination. I thought these team members were just praising their president, but I didn't expect it to be true. The strength of this president is simply terrifying. With all due respect, I can no longer imagine how powerful a divine tree master who has reached this level is. Even the group of messengers from the god's domain can't compete with this mysterious president, right? Hiss, are you talking about the group of divine messengers that appeared in the Grey World recently? I heard that there are several top guilds who are usually arrogant and domineering. They thought they could walk sideways in the Grey World. Until they met those gods, the entire guild was beaten to the point where they didn't even pay back. There were one or two that were almost wiped out. The next few people heard about the terrifying strength of this group of divine envoys, and immediately gave in. They sent out various intelligence resources to please them, only then did the anger of the divine envoys calm down, and nothing happened. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I will be swept away by these divine messengers every minute. Damn it, what are the origins of this group of divine messengers? Are they so powerful that they can walk sideways in the divine tree world? It should be in existence above the Grey World, but who it is hard to say. You guys say, if this mysterious president meets that group of divine messengers, who will win? This, I don't know. After all, we have never seen what kind of strength this mysterious president is. There is no definite answer as to the origin of the messenger from the divine realm, let alone whether there are any true gods or false gods, settings such as high gods, god kings, god emperors, etc. Maybe there are many levels of gods in other people's world. This kind of thing has exceeded the scope of our understanding, and we don't understand it at all. What you said makes sense, I can't even refute it. Beside, members of the Dark Knight Alliance, Star Pavilion, Wizard Gang and other guilds began to discuss. They all couldn't help but feel extremely shocked by the strength possessed by the president of the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, they secretly speculated in their hearts what kind of strength the other party possessed. Just giving these few fruits to guild members can actually have the effect of changing their lives. Such a mysterious magic circle can be successfully analyzed. This concept is completely beyond the scope of what everyone can understand. Everyone was surprised by this, and at the same time extremely curious. What kind of strength does the president of the Akatsuki organization have? This kind of existence beyond the scope of everyone's understanding makes everyone here can't help but think of the group of divine messengers who appeared in the Grey World not long ago. That's right. It's the envoy from God's domain. Since the outbreak of the Grey World, messengers from the divine realm have come to the lower world to look for variables here. As a result, it was inevitable to come into contact with everyone in the divine tree world. At the beginning, the divine envoy was extremely surprised by the existence of the divine tree master. After arresting a few and interrogating them, they seemed to have gotten an explanation. But no one was very clear about what these divine envoys thought of the divine tree master. Only the Grey Realm Forum has countless gossips, which are constantly circulating, with different opinions, and no one knows what is going on. As a result, it naturally aroused everyone's speculation. Chapter 699. The strength displayed by the mysterious president is completely comparable to that of the messenger from the divine realm. In this way, the members present are also very curious. If the mysterious president confronts the messenger from the divine realm, what will be the result? Actually, the fact that they can think this way has already shown their status in their hearts, putting Lu Shu and the messenger from the divine realm on the same level. You know, in the current Grey World, there is no divine tree master who can confront these guys who claim to be the messengers of the divine realm head-on. Therefore, the messenger of the divine realm has become the new synonym for absolute power in the Grey World. The so-called top guilds were also ridiculed during this period. Many divine tree masters felt that these messengers from the divine realm had come down to suppress the arrogance of the top guilds and not let them be so arrogant. It is beneficial to the ecological health of the entire Grey World. No matter what, the appearance of the messenger from the divine realm has brought unprecedented turmoil to the Grey World. Now, his eyes returned to the magic library. Near the attic, a dazzling divine light, like a sharp sword, penetrated from the magic circle, as if the dawn illuminated the dark night. At this moment, the faces of the members of the Akatsuki organization showed expressions of great joy. The deduction is here. Haha, it turns out that the ordering is not that complicated once you unravel it. In fact, for ordinary sacred tree masters, the order is already complicated enough, and it is definitely not something that our level can solve. All I can say is, our president is so incredibly powerful that he can actually give away so many top-notch fruits at once. Yes, the status of the president in my mind has become more and more unfathomable and difficult to fathom. The members of the Akatsuki organization couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of their hearts. That's right, this infinite deduction fruit is definitely not the highest limit for the mysterious president. He can take out more than a dozen at once. Explanation: the president's inventory. There are probably a lot of fruits similar to this level. The eyes of the members of the Akatsuki organization are full of excitement. They have not yet cleared the Dharma God ruins, but only explored the ruins according to the requirements of the mission. Deep in the depths. And, gained some gains. At the same time, I also encountered trouble. But I didn't expect that the way to solve the problem was so simple. I just asked the president and gave him a fruit. After swallowing it, everyone was already gained the ability to pass this test. In the minds of everyone, the president of the Akatsuki organization has risen to the level of a god. Good. The door has been opened. We can enter the inside of the magic circle, which is the attic of this magic library. It contains an extremely powerful purifying and sheltering aura. As long as we get there, the resentment of the Dharma God should not dare to attack us. The blonde Shota said with excitement on his face. He never expected that these unreliable guys could actually solve such a mysterious magic circle. It simply exceeded the blonde Shota's expectations. At this moment. Rumble. Outside, the protective formation in the corridor has collapsed. The endless resentment of the Dharma God let out a low roar, began to gather in the corridor, and rushed towards the attic. Everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 700. At this moment, Xiao Chang'an shouted an order, which instantly made everyone's brains sober up. Everyone, retreat towards the attic immediately. His voice echoed in everyone's minds like a loud bell, deafening. With this reminder, others just reacted. The aura of Dharma God's resentment is too terrifying. Everyone was inevitably frightened by this aura. Even the ability to react and think normally was temporarily lost. Fortunately, members of the Akatsuki organization have received professional training, so they can naturally react in time to this kind of thing. He immediately took command. Everyone present retreated towards the attic in an orderly manner. The blonde young lady also hurriedly squeezed past, and while running away, she cursed. Madhu, these crazy Dharma gods, when they were still apprentices, they had to be so respectful when they entered this library. I didn't expect that after death, I would transform into an ugly monster and act so boldly in such a sacred place. Simply. But no one paid any attention to this guy's diatribes. As fast as possible, he flew towards the attic. Boom! As the golden door opens. In the attic, a sacred aura emerged. At this moment, behind. A large spiritual body composed of black shadows, with endless karma fire emerging from its body and exuding extremely terrifying power, has already set foot here. Next moment. They all made a deafening roar. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization immediately flew away in the direction of the attic. When everyone entered the attic, the resentful steps of the Dharma god suddenly stopped. They all stared in the direction of the attic with extremely vigilant eyes. It seems that there is something extremely terrifying there that makes the Dharma god stay away even if he is resentful. Lu said with lingering fear, "It's great that we have the fruit of the president. Otherwise, we may not be able to reach here easily and avoid the attacks of these Dharma gods' resentment." Baiyu showed a thoughtful expression and said, "I wonder what is in this attic that can make these Dharma gods with such powerful aura and personality feel extremely fearful." Xiao Chang'an sighed and said, "Next, we can only do it first deducing the content of the subsequent magic circle and completely unlocking the secrets of this attic. Only in this way can we know how to deal with the resentment of these magic gods." Everyone nodded. Now, the current crisis has not been completely resolved. First of all, there are several magic circles existing in the attic. Secondly, the resentment of the Dharma god behind him just does not dare to step here, but who I don't know if time has dragged on, unknown changes have occurred in the magic library, or if these beings are going crazy and desperately trying to break into this place. Various unknown factors are pushing Xiao. Everyone in the organization must unlock the magic circle as soon as possible and obtain the items hidden in the attic. Only in this way, can they truly have the qualifications to clear this magic circle. But at this moment, Baiyu's expression turned slightly after a change. He said, "The next magic circle has a core. The core needs to be activated to enable the unlocking mode of the magic circle. However, to activate the core, you need at least Dharma god level magic power." As soon as these words came out, everyone's mood fell into an ice cave. Chapter 701. This core actually requires magical power at the level of a Dharma god to open it. Then can we use the Dharma god's magic circle to directly increase the magic power to the Dharma god level? It seems that it won't work. Without Senior Dengbu, it would be difficult to bring this magic circle into full play with just our magic power. What about the magical crystal of Dharma god level? This is a way, but the problem is that because we trusted Dumble in the past, we also put this magical crystal of the Dharma god level into his hands. It is equivalent to saying that if Dengbu is not here now, then we will not be able to exert the power of the Dharma god level anyway, right? It seems to be like this. Everyone fell into silence again. Boom. At this moment, there was a violent banging sound outside the door. The Dharma god is resentful and trying to find a way to break through the door of this attic. However, this area has a sacred and purifying atmosphere, which protects the surroundings. For a moment, the resentment of these Dharma gods could not break in for the time being. The people inside wanted to get out, but couldn't. People outside want to come in, but can't. The scene just froze here. But, the Dharma god resentment is a group of monsters without intelligence. They only act based on instinct. If you say it's blocked here, it's really blocked here. But everyone in the Akatsuki organization is different. They are big living people, and when they are spending time here, they have a very bad attitude first of all. Although it is not impossible to use teleportation to return directly to the Sacred Tree Island. This kind of forced teleportation, the rules in the Grey World are very powerful, and it seems that there is nothing that can block the teleportation of the Sacred Tree. Oh, if there really is one, it would only be interrupted by a violent attack or death damage before the teleportation. That can block teleportation. But for now, there is no power in the Grey World that can forcibly interrupt the teleportation of the Divine Tree Master. In other words, when a Divine Tree Master is faced with an unknown situation, as long as he can ensure his immortality and has the teleportation skill in his hand, he has considerable room for maneuver. But the problem is that the next time they enter the fog of the Grey World, they will continue to return to their original position. This is very embarrassing. By then, this group of madmen with resentment from the god of magic may completely destroy the magic library. If this place becomes a turbulent void, or a very dangerous forbidden area, then wouldn't everyone in the Akatsuki organization step into the grey mist and be declared dead? Do you want to explore the Grey World in the future? So, this situation is still not optimistic for everyone in the Akatsuki organization. At this moment, a teleporting light curtain suddenly appeared around everyone. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization was completely stunned. Who used teleportation here? Moreover, this teleportation is not directly returning to the Sacred Tree Island, but something is coming over soon. Some members of the Dark Knight Alliance and the Wizard Gang were startled by the movements around them. When they were about to use magic to deal with the intruder, Xiao Chanan shouted loudly, "Wait, you all stop, in this light curtain the figure seems to be one of ours." Everyone was stunned. Moment. From the light curtain, Dengbu's figure actually walked out. Denbu, who had disappeared for a long time, has he reconnected? Chapter 702. The moment Dengbu walked out of the light curtain, everyone in the Shao organization stared at the scene in front of them with incredible eyes. Dengbu is back. Wasn't there any news just now? Why did it appear out of nowhere now? Ahem. Dengbu coughed slightly and blushed. Everyone, we apologize for the inconvenience caused by not being able to reply to the message just now. When I just solved this matter, I sent it as soon as possible. I'll tell you about what happened before. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Akatsuki organization was shocked. You must know that the panel of the Divine Tree Master can be controlled with thoughts as the driving force. No matter how critical the situation is, even if it is about to face even after death, the Divine Tree Master can also use his own thoughts to spend the last second to transmit the message he wants to transmit. The whole process may not even take a second. It depends on the mental strength of the Divine Tree Master. Similar to top magicians like Dumble, the value of mental power is extremely exaggerated. To send a message, it can be achieved almost in an instant. But since Dumble is facing the situation, he cannot do it in that situation. It can be imagined that it should be a very important thing to reply to the message at this time. Everyone in the Shao organization was also very curious. What happened to Dengbu? Even a strong man of his level could not even send a message. Can you do it? At this moment, Denbu glanced at the magic circle in the attic. The next second, he raised his wand slightly. The terrifying magic power instantly gathered on Denbu's wand. That for a moment, the expressions of everyone present completely changed. Damn it, what a terrifying magic power. What level of magician can release this magic power? Senior Dengbu's magic power seems to have grown by leaps and bounds compared to before. That's right, Senior Dengbu's magic power was as vast as a river before, but it didn't give me such a transcendent and completely irresistible feeling. Could it be that Senior Dengbu encountered some shocking opportunity when he was in the magic library, so he went to check it out and got a breakthrough? It's very possible. Then what do you think, has Senior Dengbu reached the level of a Dharma god now? This. Just when everyone was extremely surprised and talking a lot. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling light flows from the magic circle, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. The lines of the magic circle suddenly overflowed with light, as if they came to life in an instant. The mysterious textures were endlessly intertwined, exuding the infinite luster of mysteries. At this moment, the transcendent Dharma God aura suddenly surged. In the attic, with a rumbling sound, the magic circle started to rotate. After injecting magic power, the magic circle here was completely activated. The third level waiting for everyone, now, has also been officially opened. The blonde young lady's eyes were filled with shock. He looked at the magic circle activated in the attic, and then looked at Dengbu. His eyes suddenly showed extremely complicated emotions. It was like seeing some incredible miracle happening in front of me. Actually, did the Chosen One really appear? The blonde young shot murmured to himself. Chapter 703. However, the surprised look on the blonde young lady did not attract the attention of everyone present. Everyone's eyes were focused on the magic circle in the attic. Buzz. Along with the sound of the avenue, it flowed out from the door. The intertwined patterns of the endless laws and mysteries are revealed. At this moment, everyone feels an incredible aura circulating here. God, this smell is so transcendent. Is it really magic? I feel that if any magician in the grey world could feel this ultimate aura, he would be completely crazy about it. It's as if the existence here has opened the door to truth, leading to the most extreme road. Just by sensing these breaths, I feel like my magical attainments have been greatly improved. It's hard to imagine what kind of state you will reach if you really understand all the mysteries of it. That would probably create a path that is unprecedented and unprecedented. At this moment, everyone was looking at everything in front of them with pious eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the magic power automatically spurted out from the bodies of many people present, turning into a long ink-colored river, with a shocking momentum. There was a breakthrough. It's really a breakthrough. My realm is half a step from the original Dharma Saint, and now I have reached the peak level of Dharma Saint. This is so cool. It feels like I'm about to break through too. Could this aura of profound truth be of such great benefit to all of us? Everyone felt the change in their own magic power, and they couldn't help showing expressions of surprise. Most of the people present sensed this transcendent magical aura, and their own realm automatically broke through a major stage. Everyone in the Shao organization was even more surprised. I feel extremely happy. Because, compared to others, they have swallowed Lu Shu's infinite deduction fruit and are the most sensitive to the breath of this avenue. The progress of breakthrough is naturally much faster than others. At this time, Lan Zijian sat down directly cross-legged, closed his eyes, completely immersed himself in it, and had a moment of enlightenment. Others almost made similar movements. After a moment, Xiao Chang'an opened his eyes, and his eyes revealed a divine look. Meng smiled and said, I feel that I am getting closer and closer to the realm of the Dharma God. Bye. You also nodded. Now, the difference between us and the God of Dharma may only be magic power, but in terms of attainment level, there is no big difference from the God of Dharma. The prodigal sword chuckled and said, now let alone the resentment of those Dharma gods, even if the Dharma God comes in person, I am confident that I can fight these guys. Enlo rolled his eyes at the prodigal sword and said, stop pretending to be cool here. Although our strength has improved, which is true, there are too many resentful Dharma gods outside, not one or two, not dozens. But thousands of them. Why don't you go out and have a grudge against those Dharma gods? Ahem, let's forget it. Liang Zijian glanced at the Dharma god outside the door with resentment. His heart froze, and he felt that life is more important. Are you pretending? Just give him a blow and it's over. No one would really do this, which is no different from seeking death. Something happened, right? Then, everyone's eyes focused on the direction of the attic again. Chapter 704. Xiao Chang'an said, everyone, what do you think of the contents of this array? Bai Yu opened her eyes and looked at it carefully. Subsequently, he slowly made a judgment and said, after the magic circle is fully opened, I feel that the characters inside are more transcendent. Even we can't deduce what is behind it. The prodigal sword's mind suddenly moved. Wait, then we won't be stuck at this level, right, at this time. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization also discovered that even if they swallowed the infinite deduction fruit, the mystery behind the magic circle was difficult to deduce at their current level. Both the personality and the corresponding level have exceeded their current maximum limit and the scope of exploration. Now everyone started to worry again. It seemed that they had encountered a barrier again. Enlo said with a sad look on his face, it feels like the levels this time are really getting harder every time. When will they end? Su Qing nodded and agreed, I also find it very difficult. Our magic power has obviously been improved, the level of magic attainments has also been improved, but it still feels like this attic contains endless levels, as if there is no chance to solve them. Xiao Chang'an said, everyone, why don't we give it a try and use this fruits? What do you think of combining the deduction capabilities and then transmitting them to Senior Dengbu? Is it possible to find an opportunity? As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone in the Shao organization immediately lit up. Yes. Of course there is no problem with their deduction ability. But the key point is that the magic mysteries in the magic circle are so high that even magic gods are intimidated, let alone a group of magicians like them who are not even half a step away from the magic god level. Still in the ordinary world, trying to deduce such a supreme level is tantamount to wishful thinking. But everyone is not qualified enough, maybe Dengbu will have a chance. After their strength was improved, everyone in the Shao organization discovered that the magical personality in Dengbu had undergone unimaginable changes. It is like being separated by a layer of extremely deep fog. If you explore deeply, you will only see an endless abyss, and you will not be able to explore the true depth at all. This feeling made everyone in the Shao organization feel unprecedented surprise. Even though there was a gap between them and Dengbu, they had never felt such an unimaginable gap in realm before. What's more, when the magic circle was opened, everyone here broke through. But only Dengbu maintained his original state without any changes. Therefore, in the period from before the magic circle was opened to after it was opened, the magical attainments of everyone in the Akatsuki organization have been further enhanced. But even so, it's still impossible to see Dumble's height. As a result, everyone in the Akatsuki organization was even more surprised. What happened during the time when Dumble disappeared that caused this magician to undergo such unimaginable changes? Good. Without further ado, let's try this method immediately. Senior Dengbu, please connect with us through your thoughts, and we will deduce the next content with you. Xiao Chang'an slapped the case. Dengbu nodded. Although his magic level had improved, he knew that the Shao organization had extraordinary methods. Naturally, he followed what they said. Chapter 705. At the same time, the ability to infinitely deduce fruits has also begun to operate. When everyone's thoughts are connected together. Dumble was suddenly shocked. He felt that his deduction ability had increased by thousands of times. No. To be precise, the endless secrets reflected in Deng Bu's eyes became extremely clear. It's as if the legendary divine revelation has begun. Can hear the will of God. If you have any doubts in your mind, you only need to think about it for a while and you will get the perfect answer immediately. Deng Bu took a deep breath and thought to himself, is this their deduction ability? By the way, the attic has been opened. From my observation, their status is actually not enough to solve the previous levels. But when I came here, the level in the attic had been cracked to this level. No wonder, it turns out that these big guys have such powerful abilities and can deduce all things. Could it be an extremely powerful fruit of the divine tree? After thinking about it again, Denbu also had the answer in his mind. Obviously, many members of the Shao organization have the same ability. Of course it will not be their exclusive divine tree ability. In this way, this ability is the ability of the guild. So, who gave these abilities? Of course it was the mysterious president. Deng Bu was surprised. Although he had never met the mysterious president, through the knowledge of the Akatsuki organization, everyone he already has a deep respect for such existences due to the abilities he has shown. No matter from what aspects, the abilities shown make people feel that this mysterious president is simply terrifyingly powerful. A fruit that can calculate everything, just given to the members of the guild so casually. It can only mean that this fruit is definitely not the god-level ability possessed by the mysterious president. He also has many fruits of this level. Any sacred tree master, as long as he can possess the top fruits, can stand at the pinnacle of the sacred tree world and gain a place. However, such a mysterious figure can produce so many powerful fruits at will, which is simply overwhelming. It's unimaginable. Deng Bu took a breath and felt more and more that this mysterious president was elusive and could not clearly see his reality. He could only lament that his own realm was compared with such strong men. There is still a huge gap. No matter how hard you practice in the future, you still don't know if you can compare with it. The gap can only make people lament that it is like competing with the sun and the moon for the glory. It makes people unable to rise and compete with it. The idea of comparison. Let the deduction begin. Deng Bu's heart moved slightly. Then, without hesitation, he directly used his ability to deduce the secrets of heaven, and began to organize everyone's thoughts with Shao to connect them together. The next second, the brilliance of the endless secret law surged around Deng Bu. At this time, everyone in the Shao organization couldn't help but be shocked. They realized that Deng Bu's personality was simply beyond their imagination. It was similar to the god of Dharma, but it seemed to be different from the god of Dharma. What was the difference between them? Since everyone in the Akatsuki organization has not yet reached the realm of Dharma god, they cannot explain clearly. But they instinctively sense that Deng Bu's personality is obviously different from that of ordinary Dharma god. What is going on? Chapter 706. Boom. At this moment, there was a violent turbulence outside the attic, and the whole earth trembled. Everyone turned their heads. I saw the resentment of the Dharma god outside the attic, as if he had been greatly stimulated by something, and started to hit the attic crazily like crazy. It seems that he wants to open this door and prevent all this from happening at any cost. Judging from their abnormal behavior, it seems that there is something more terrifying than breaking into the attic. The prodigal sword was slightly stunned and said, "Are these guys crazy? They exist as resentful spirits. If they encounter the sacred aura here, they will disappear instantly. Are you tired of living in such a hurry to break in?" The blonde young lady's expression turned ugly and she said, "If they were ordinary spirits, then they would have rashly broke into this place and would have been instantly wiped out. But the resentment of the Dharma god is different. During his lifetime, he had extremely strong magical attainments. Moreover, with such a huge number of people pouring in at the same time, maybe some of them will be able to stand in front of us alive." Bai Yu's expression also became serious. I saw outside the attic, there were at least tens of thousands of Dharma and God resentments gathered outside the door. The number was almost 100 times more than when we started. Hiss. When this data was announced, everyone here couldn't help but take a breath. At the beginning, although there were a lot of resentments among the Dharma gods, they had not yet reached such a terrifying amount. There are still quite a few Dharma gods' resentments that have not been fully formed, or maybe they haven't escaped from the books yet. Therefore, the situation is not as bad as it is now. But, tens of thousands of Dharma god resentments. This number is a bit outrageous. Everyone here, except for Deng Bu's mysterious realm, the others they have not yet reached the realm of Dharma god. But they have to face tens of thousands of Dharma god-level enemies. Thinking about this is an extremely nerve-wracking thing. If any of the divine tree masters in the Grey World, even if it is the top sacred tree guild, If it encounters an enemy of this level, I am afraid that all of them will be declared dead. At this moment, everyone in the Shao organization is also facing an unprecedented crisis. If all the resentment of these magic gods is allowed to pour in, come in and find a suitable host, then I'm afraid you will encounter unimaginable enemies. The blonde young lady solemnly said, you must smash all the magic circles as soon as possible and obtain the purification sacred tools inside. Only in this way can we have the same power as these, the capital, to fight against the Dharma god's resentment. Everyone nodded. Although this sentence is completely nonsense. But at this moment, we still have to deduce the method as quickly as possible. At this moment, Denbu's eyes reflected endless secrets. He had the status seems to have suddenly risen. This breath. The blonde young lady showed a look of great surprise. It was unimaginable to him that Denbu could burst out with such terrifying magical power in an instant, as if he was transcendent of everything. Just then, Denbu raised his wand, moved towards the magic circle and tapped lightly. Buzz. The sound of the avenue continues to echo in this small attic. A golden light pierced through like a sharp sword, making it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. Amidst a violent roar, the magic circle was falling apart rapidly. This scene, everyone was stunned. Chapter 707. The surface of the magic circle that shrouded the attic instantly showed signs of cracks. Like broken glass, reflecting the colorful light, golden mantras condensed into talismans, flying all over the sky, like dancing elves. The picture was so beautiful that it made people crazy for a moment. Xiao Chang'an said in disbelief, how could such a mysterious magic circle be solved so easily? Bai Yu said with emotion, as expected of Senior Dengbu, he just used a magic wand so lightly, as if he had divine power. Turned decay into magic. Anlu said with a smile, fortunately, in our dungeon this time, Senior Dengbu opened the way for us, it seems that knowledge is power. This sentence is absolutely correct. Lan Zijian nodded in agreement. One sentence, well, kendo knowledge seems to be very important, but I don't know where I can get such level of kendo knowledge. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but give Liang Zijian a blank look. This guy really doesn't seem to care about anything except his sword. Even magic knowledge can involve knowledge of swordsmanship. Besides, what kind of knowledge is needed for swordsmanship? Isn't it the kind of knowledge that can be achieved through countless fights to become a true skill, or the kind of skill that can be drawn and slashed with a sword when the attributes are full? If we have to talk about knowledge, even if we only have the enlightenment of the Great Road, we can have some connections. Just when everyone in the Akatsuki organization was sighing with emotion, the eyes of the blonde young Shota also showed shock. No one understands better than him, how much magical attainments are required to open the magic circle in this attic. That must be a magical attainment recognized by God. You know, this guy is still an outsider. For outsiders to obtain the heavenly chosen certification, it would be thousands of times more difficult. It's not on the same level at all. He himself has not seen any magician in nearly tens of thousands of years who can open the path of heaven's choice and obtain such certification. From this point of view, I actually looked down on the other party as an old man before, but not even a day later, the other party has developed to a level that is beyond my reach. The blonde young lady only felt a toothache. She felt that she was really unlucky recently and everything was not going well. What went wrong, right now? In the attic, a strange buzzing sound came from the avenue. The endless mystical magic light came from inside, turned into a sacred aura, and enveloped everyone. Now. Bai Yu's eyes moved slightly and said, I saw a transcendent energy that seemed to be integrating with us. Yes. The blonde young lady shrugged and explained, it's normal. You have passed the certification of the magic circle and become part of it. In this case, it is certainly not uncommon to obtain the gift of power. Congratulations. In the future, your magic power will contain the breath of this sacred magic power, which will help you break through to the realm of the Dharma God, no, to be precise, hit the realm above the Dharma God. With the personality inside, it's completely enough. When the blonde young lady spoke, her tone was full of envy. How could he not wish to become such a great magician and receive such gifts? In this way, perhaps things could turn around for the better. Finally. The attic magic circle has been completely cracked. Chapter 708. Boom. A violent sound echoed in everyone's ears. It was like thunder exploding. After the magic circle shattered, what was displayed in front of everyone was an extremely mysterious light curtain. That light curtain contains the power of space laws, and seems to be connected to another strange space. This scene made everyone a little confused. Liang Zijian couldn't help but ask, shouldn't it be that yellow-haired boy in the attic talking about the sacred aura? Is this the thing? After saying that, he turned his eyes to the blonde young lady. However, the other party shrugged and said irresponsibly, "Don't look at me, I only know that there is such a place from relevant ancient records, but I have never been there. What's more, the records in the book are different from reality. Isn't this normal?" Everyone was speechless. Co-author, it turns out that this guy doesn't know what's in it. It seems, he is indeed an unreliable guy. Bayu's eyes moved slightly and said, "If I read it correctly, this light curtain should be the teleportation array." "Oh." Xiao Chang'an was slightly startled and said, "It's actually a teleportation array. Could it be that this attic will teleport us somewhere?" Bai Yu nodded and said, "Actually, I haven't encountered similar things at all when I was performing tasks in other guilds. Some trial places are only open for the brave. Therefore, a teleportation array will be specially set up. As long as you break through the previous levels, you can start the final trial. I guess that this teleportation array is set up here, and it should also be the place leading to the final assessment. Only by completing the final trial can we obtain this final reward." After Bai Yu's explanation, everyone suddenly realized. No wonder, a teleportation formation appeared in the attic. It turns out that there is such a profound meaning in it. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but take a high look at Bai Yu. The girl looks very young and has a beautiful face, but she didn't expect to have so much experience. She is truly a hero among women. Everyone came to the front of the teleportation light screen, and stopped for a moment, thinking for a long time. Xiao Chang'an said loudly, "Since there is no other way for us to stay here, then naturally we should teleport directly there. Even though there are unimaginable dangers ahead, we have overcome all kinds of difficulties and finally set foot here. The moment when the magic circle is opened. I also feel that the magical aura of all the fellow Taoists has been greatly improved, and their strength should be stronger. Although we don't know what dangers lie ahead during this experience, if we can survive this disaster, then what awaits us will definitely be an extremely bright future. Therefore, we have nothing to hesitate now, we can just come with troops to cover up the water and the earth." Xiao Chang'an's words instantly boosted the morale of the whole team. Everyone nodded, and suddenly felt that the road ahead was not so scary. After all, the background of this magic circle was too big, and it caused countless spells. God's resentment has come. Originally, these disasters have been beyond the control of everyone, and now there is a final trial. It makes people feel guilty. They doubt whether they can pass. But, everyone has no other choice now. There is only one way, rush. Chapter 709. That's right, we don't have many other options now. We have reached this stage, there is nothing to hesitate. As long as we can pass this altar, our strength will definitely achieve a great breakthrough. Without further ado. Let's go now. Everyone is cheering for themselves, with excitement written on their faces. The morale is high. Originally, the guild members who were still a little hesitant and scared were emboldened by the members of the Akatsuki organization. It seemed that there was nothing to be afraid of. Although the test of the road ahead has become more difficult than before, the current level of everyone's realm has not improved. Compared with when they first entered the dungeon, obviously. Their realm strength is now much stronger than before. But because everyone in the Akatsuki organization stood in the front and solved many difficulties, their enhanced strength was not used. The understanding of their own realm was still at the time when they first entered the dungeon. Even if they get back 10,000 bused. Behind the members of the Akatsuki organization, there is also the mysterious president. If it doesn't work, this mysterious president might take action at a critical moment. Let everyone understand what true divine power is. Think about it this way. It seems that encountering danger is nothing to be afraid of. Everyone gathered. Xiao Chang'an walked around, counted the number of people present, and after confirming that no one was missing, he said loudly. "Everyone, let's go through the light gate at the same time. When you go through it, you don't know what else will happen, so you need to prevent it from being teleported to a different location. So, in this process, try to keep the resonance vision constant. At the same time, if any unexpected situation occurs, we must promptly notify and communicate with each other through the information system in the panel. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. In addition to the power of resonance, the panel that comes with the Divine Tree Master system can be used in any situation in the Grey World. Oh, except for death. But with this guarantee, at least if something unexpected happens, communication can still be obtained in time. The risk factor is greatly reduced. Then, everyone in the Akatsuki organization led the other members and took the lead in crossing the light door. Buzz buzz. A strange sound echoed all around. The teleportation array suddenly erupted with a burst of terrifying energy, and began to shake violently. Bai Yu comforted, "Don't panic, this is when the teleportation array is activated, triggering a lot of energy, that's why there is such a big movement. However, there was no problem with the internal structure, and the transmission was carried out safely. The blonde young lady muttered, "I don't know who you guys are. You have never been here, but when it comes to talking about some things, you actually know better than me." Everyone was speechless when they heard the words of the blonde young lady. "It's because you are such a waste and you have no ability in the first place, right? You are not reliable at all. But, apart from this, the Sacred Tree Masters, I also realized that although magic can reach a very high level, it still has limitations in some levels and aspects. However, the world of the Sacred Tree can trade powers with each other and has different abilities and characteristics. Perhaps, in the future, we will have the most favorable conditions to fight against these high-level copies of the Grey World. However, the current world of the Sacred Tree is full of overt and secret fights between guilds. Basically no one is willing to develop properly and become bigger and stronger together, let alone it is to sacrifice one's own interests to make the overall strength of the Divine Tree world stronger, so that in future battles, one can have the capital to deal with other enemies. It feels like the rules specified at the beginning of the Divine Tree game, only the last living god, only the Tree Master can win the final victory in this game. It seems to be a trap. After everyone discussed the matter, then they started to walk towards the light door. "Wait for me!" the blonde young lady shouted from behind the crowd. Etc. "Are you not the administrator of the library here? How can you still leave here?" Liang Zijian couldn't help but complain. "But I am a spirit." The blonde Shota said, "Besides, I also have magical attainments, okay? I can separate a small spirit body to follow you. Maybe I can give you guidance during the battle." Having said that, a Q-version mini-spirit body separated from his body in an instant and jumped onto Baiyu's shoulders. Everyone was completely shocked. Unexpectedly, this guy can actually cast magic. They almost thought that this child was useless and had no use except for showing off. "I didn't expect that I could still give everyone a whole job." "What?" The blonde young lady noticed the strange looks from everyone, her heart skipped a beat, and she said with an unconvinced look on her face. "It's nothing, I just feel like you've done something amazing, it's like a miracle." Liang Zijian shook his head and said. The blonde young shot was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a moment, he seemed to realize that this guy was mocking him. Chapter 710. The moment they stepped into the teleportation array, everyone in the Akatsuki organization was instantly enveloped in a star-like brilliance. They suddenly felt the void around them, as if it was instantly distorted and then reorganized, and their bodies were being pulled by a strong force. It feels like, it's flying away to a very far away place. Xiao Chang'an sent a message, "Everyone, the distance of this teleportation is very long, and it consumes a lot of energy. It may be difficult for the body to resist, but the way of using magic seems to be able to offset the negative effects of teleportation." Other guild members heard that. They all tried it one after another. Not everyone is as strong as the members of the Akatsuki organization. They can directly resist the teleportation effect with their physical fitness. Some Sacred Tree Masters can't bear this energy. Fortunately, according to Xiao Chang'an's method, it seems possible to use magic to offset the negative effects of teleportation. Especially the magical aura that comes with divine purification. After passing the tests at the front of the attic, everyone present received the gift of divine magic. Although this magic power is quite rare, but just adding this little bit will have an impact on the magician's magic power that can be compared to a qualitative change. Completely different. No matter what magic is cast, there is a sacred aura attached to it. It's equivalent to having an extra heaven-defying effect. SSS-level sacred tree fruits are inferior to them. As the light of the stars descended, everyone in the Akatsuki organization felt their bodies tremble. Feet on the earth. The surrounding blurry images like water waves gradually showed a clear appearance from the torn and distorted state. Under the inky sky, an ancient altar spanned in front of everyone. It exudes the simplicity of timelessness. Around the altar, there are mottled cracks covering it, showing traces of erosion over time. It is quiet and simple, which makes people feel shocked. An ancient chime is placed on the right side of the altar. It's like preparing for a ceremony. Baiyu's eyes fell on the chime bell, and she said with surprise, "With my white eyes, I can't see through the origin of the chime bell. It should be the ruins of an ancient artifact. Even ordinary gods of law may not be able to see through it." At this time, the blonde young lady explained, "This bell is a sacred instrument from the Holy Land before. It is specially used to carry out the ceremony of heaven selection, and it has the power of the gods. According to legend, the chosen one will be selected in the heavenly selection ceremony to ascend to the god realm and become the new god of magic. But, this holy weapon has lost the power of the gods. Although the material is extraordinary, difficult to break with ordinary iron, and indestructible, it has finally lost its most powerful ability and is of no use. Having said that, the blonde young lady also used a tone of emotion. It was as if she was a living fossil that had been around for a long time. But everyone in the Akatsuki organization didn't seem to accept this at all. Even after hearing these words, their faces changed. He didn't show any surprise. Now, the blonde young lady couldn't stand it anymore. No, let me give you some reactions together. I explained a lot here, but I didn't even get any feedback. Hey! You won't treat me like air and ignore me, will you? Unexpectedly, the first person to reply was actually the prodigal sword. However, his tone was still sarcastic, saying, "What you said, yes, since this holy weapon is indestructible and has extremely strong defensive power, wouldn't it be beautiful to just take it and dismantle it and make it into armor for self-defense?" After that, I stretched out my hand to touch this set of chimes. Hello. The blonde young lady quickly stopped him and said, "Are you crazy? Although the power of a god is gone, a sacred weapon is a sacred weapon after all. Why is it used to make armor? The sacred weapon was once empowered by the gods and bound to the gods' thoughts. If you completely destroy the sacred artifact, aren't you afraid of offending the gods behind it and causing disaster to yourself?" Liang Zijian sneered and said, "You are talking like a magic stick. If there is really any god, then your country has been almost destroyed. Why haven't you seen your god to help you?" This. The blonde young lady looked aggrieved and wanted to find some words to refute, but unfortunately, it seemed that she couldn't find any. Xiao Chang'an smoothed things over at this time and said, "Okay, this sacred artifact cannot be tampered with. We haven't inquired about the situation here yet. If we rashly touch the things here, it will cause variables. We should be cautious in everything, host." "Okay, I was just kidding." Liang Zijian shrugged and smiled. At this time, Bai Yu walked to the front of the altar and said with surprise, "You see, this altar has 3 prismatic grooves, which seem to be inlaid for something." Everyone came forward to take a look. A stone tablet stood at the door of the altar. When the members of the Akatsuki organization approached the door of the altar, buzzing, the surrounding magic circle suddenly began to move on its own. A huge protective formation suddenly opened like an umbrella, blocking the entrance. Chapter 711. What happened? There is actually a magic circle protecting this altar. We just broke through a magic circle, and now there is another magic circle. It will never end. Or he changed the place and created another huge magic circle. I sense that the magic contained in this magic circle is greater than before, and I feel that even the god of magic may not be able to pass through here. Many of the sacred tree masters here felt a little depressed when they saw the magic circle appear. Before that, they had gained a lot of magical attainments in the dungeon and obtained the sacred magical aura. Magical attainments can be said to be able to follow the magic circle. The god of magic compared it. But, when facing this magic circle, the divine tree master present felt that the magic circle contained huge magic power. Even the god of magic may not be able to open this magic circle. They have only become stronger and gained the aura of divine magic, but they still do not have the status of a Dharma god. Facing Dharma god level in the formation, everyone just felt it was hard to breathe. The blonde young lady said, "The ceremony of the chosen one is extremely sacred. Only those with sufficient qualifications can enter the ceremony. This magic circle will be opened automatically because it is to protect the chosen ceremony from being used by other people affected by." However, it is really strange to say that this ancient magic circle must have been sealed in dust for thousands of years, and no one has been able to unlock the power contained in the magic circle. But you just teleported here, and the magic circle started to operate on its own. This is really a strange thing. Speaking of this, the blonde young lady paused, her eyes fell on Dengbu, and he stopped talking. It seemed as if there was something unspeakable. None of the people in the Grey World are ordinary people, and their vision is extraordinary. Anyone here can a sacred tree master, he could see at a glance what the blonde young lady meant. His eyes couldn't help but fall on Dengbu. In fact, this result is not difficult to infer. From the resentment of the Dharma god in the library, the collective riots and the subsequent opening of the magic circle basically unfolded during the period when Dumbo disappeared. It can be said that everything seemed to be because Dumbo was in the library and did not know how to obtain it. What an opportunity, so it was opened for him. But this may not be a good thing for everyone in the Akatsuki organization, as well as Star Pavilion, Dark Knight Alliance and others. First of all, Dengbu's character can be completely guaranteed. He has become stronger, there is a big C in the team, and they will have more confidence to explore the Grey World. In the past, everyone in the Akatsuki organization simply did not dare to imagine that they could sweep the entire Dharma god ruins. As long as they could search every corner, it would be enough. The strength of everyone has been greatly improved. But with the existence of Dangbu, everything seems to be possible. Even the blonde young lady can't help feeling that Dangbu's existence is like an incredible miracle. God's status seems to be dispensable to Dangbu now. He opened the door of the magic circle with his own hands, and with just a tap of his wand, he could release such a terrifying torrent of magic power. It is unimaginable that Dangbu today what kind of realm Bu has reached is probably beyond everyone's imagination. After all, the strongest combat power they know is just the Dharma God. Xiao Chang'an said, since we want to obtain the qualifications of the Chosen One, then if you can get in, how can you obtain this qualification? The blonde young lady pondered for a moment and said, according to ancient records, to participate in the heavenly selection ceremony, you must at least be a divine purifier. If you want to become a holy purifier, you must use the magic power of the holy breath absorbed in your body to purify evil spirits so that this holy breath can grow. In this way, when you purify enough evil spirits, the sacred breath will naturally be upgraded to a certain level. When the time comes, when you touch this magic circle, you will be certified. As long as the certification is successful, you will be able to successfully participate in the heavenly selection ceremony and have a chance to obtain the opportunities inside. This tone sounds extremely simple. But everyone in the Akatsuki organization is a little worried. They say they want to purify evil spirits. However, the surrounding areas are in the wilderness, and there is only a lonely altar, like a magnificent ruins, standing in this empty land. Evil spirits. Where to find them? The blonde young lady seemed to see everyone's doubts and said, 100 miles to the west, there is an abyss called Silent Hill. Silent Hill was once the burial place of evil magicians. Because their souls and magic powers were infected, they were too evil and needed to be buried outside the ancient city to prevent the evil spirits born after death from infecting the world. Therefore, Silent Hill is also a training ground for the holy purifier. If you want to get a stronger sacred aura, you can go to Silent Hill, purify a few evil spirits first, and slowly upgrade, you will be qualified to enter the chosen ceremony. Chapter 712. After the blonde young lady finished speaking, of course the others understood what was going on. Simply put, this is what it means to upgrade monsters. You should have told me earlier. Everyone in the Shao organization is worried about where to find evil spirits to purify themselves in this wilderness. It turns out there is a Silent Hill. For players of the Divine Tree Master, this kind of thing is simply too familiar. Isn't it just to open a copy to spawn monsters? Seeing everyone showing a relaxed expression, the blonde young lady raised her eyebrows slightly and said angrily. You'd better take it easy. Silent Hill, as the burial place of magicians, has endless evil spirits. Some evil spirits have condensed magic power and resentment at the level of Dharma gods, and they linger all day long, inhabiting the evil-filled Silent Hill. Over time, they will gather a massive amount of evil energy, and have characteristics that even Dharma gods find difficult to deal with. Moreover, due to the death energy surrounding Silent Hill, the field of vision is extremely compressed and can only perceive distances within 100 meters, but the perception of evil spirits will not be suppressed. In other words, it is very possible that you have been noticed by evil spirits, but you don't know where the enemy is yet. Who knows, evil spirits will emerge from the aura of death at some point and give you a fatal blow. Every year, there are arrogant junior purifiers who think they have absorbed a bit of sacred magic power and float to the sky, thinking that the evil spirits are nothing more than this. As a result, after going to Silent Hill, within a few days, people were already cold and turned into a part of Silent Hill. So, when you go to Silent Hill, you'd better take it easy. If you don't meet the qualifications for the chosen ceremony, you'll be dead first. The words of the blonde young lady were partly sarcastic and partly a reminder. However, there is a key information point in this sentence. Silent Hill seems to be a bit similar to the Grey World. The range of perception is extremely compressed. In other words, when going to Silent Hill, in addition to facing the risk of evil spirits, there is also a rule that the field of vision is compressed. But for everyone in the Akatsuki organization, this is not too easy. This is different from the Grey World. Aren't the rules all a routine? They, the Divine Tree Masters, have been doing this since the beginning. Not to mention the people in the Akatsuki organization, the people in the Dark Knight Alliance and the Star Pavilion have a mature plan. Alright. You don't need to worry so much about our affairs, little brat like you. Tell us where Silent Hill is. The prodigal sword said lazily. Good intentions are regarded as the liver and lungs of a donkey. The blonde young lady saw her kind reminder, but not only did this guy not appreciate it, he actually looked indifferent and said angrily. It's right over there, just follow me. By the time. If anything happens to you and you die in Silent Hill and turn into evil spirits, don't blame me for not warning you. Snort. After saying that, the blonde young Shota turned into a stream of light and flew to the distant mountains at extremely fast speed. He wanted to leave everyone in the Akatsuki organization behind. But it was a pity. The sword formation of the rogue sword ran directly to it. The front of the blonde young lady. Continue to ride on the face and output. About an hour later. Everyone came to Silent Hill. Looking down, the dark mountains and ridges are filled with countless sinister auras. Vaguely, the shadows of evil spirits are like ghosts, haunting the mountains, sometimes projecting huge black screens, splaying their teeth and claws in the shadows, like demons in the abyss. As soon as they arrived here, everyone suddenly felt the sacred magic in their bodies and seemed to be excited. Like a hunter aware of the presence of prey. The primitive hunting instinct is completely activated, the blood begins to flow faster, the energy is concentrated rapidly, and it enters the mode of concentration. At this time, Xiao Chang'an said, directly launch the exploration mode formation, and then enter Silent Hill. The sacred tree masters nodded immediately. The exploration formation is the basic formation they formed when exploring the Grey World. Each person occupies the largest explorable area and is connected through vision resonance. In this way, as long as there are more people and the fields of view are connected, the range of perception will be larger. What moved everyone extremely was that the members of the Akatsuki organization actually walked at the front of the team to help clear the way. Similar to ordinary guilds, they all dispatch cannon fodder-level guild members to open the way ahead and draw a big pie or something. It is said that there is a good chance of promotion. Many sacred tree masters foolishly went to do it. As a result, before the copy was over, people were already cold. Even if some sacred tree masters were lucky enough to survive, the rewards they received were just ordinary fruits. With this dangerous job, the effort and reward are completely out of proportion. But the members of the Akatsuki organization were different. They actually took the initiative to come to the front of the team, which really moved everyone. The blonde young lady looked curious and muttered. Exploration mode? What the hell is this? Can it be eaten? Chapter 713. This child is most likely hopeless, so he should be buried as soon as possible. Liang Zijian couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. He couldn't even see such a simple tactic. I can only say that this kid is probably useless. You. The blonde boy snorted coldly, but he was used to being scolded like this and he didn't bother to say anything more to this guy. Cross your arms and stand aside. Just wait and see what this group of people should do next. Bai Yu stood in front of the team, opened her eyes, and said. Although the death energy here can isolate our perception ability, the effect is not as powerful as in the Grey World. With my Byakugan, I can see about 1,000 meters further. However, I can only pay attention to one direction. You still have to be more careful in other locations. Good. Everyone nodded, maintained the exploration formation, and continued to move forward with a high degree of concentration. At this moment, a wailing sound came from a distance. Xiao Chang'an's face changed and he said, Be careful, there is something wrong. Evil spirits are out. As soon as he finished speaking, an evil spirit exuding an evil aura and wrapped in netherworld fire, 5 feet high, came trampling over him. The evil spirit's aura was extremely terrifying, and pale flames emitted from its whole body, sweeping towards the crowd. Come. Careful. Immediately raise a line of defense to purify magic power. This evil spirit has reached the level of a magic god. We must pull it first to avoid being hit by it. Immediately launch a defensive encirclement and suppression formation. The next second, all the personnel seemed to have discussed it together. They dispersed in an instant and retreated from the attack range of the evil spirit. Boom! Several huge balls of pale flames fell down, and the earth's several deep pits appeared in an instant, which was shocking. But the combat personnel of the Akatsuki organization seemed to have predicted that such a situation would happen. With their flexible movement, they directly avoided the first round of attacks. The evil spirits saw the attack didn't hit anyone. He seemed to be ashamed and angry, and let out a sharp howl. It turned into a black mist again and rushed towards one of the members. The evil spirit also knows how to choose its opponents, specifically looking for a soft persimmon. The magician who was suddenly attacked had only reached the level of half-step Dharma Saint. In today's large army, this level is almost at the bottom. His face suddenly turned pale with fright, and his brain lost his ability to think. Ability, knowing that he must do something, but his hands and feet seemed to be paralyzed, unable to move. At this moment, the members of the Akatsuki organization mobilized the sacred magic power in their bodies. A white wall turned into an indestructible. The defense line was directly blocking the front of the man. The evil spirit hit the shield composed of sacred magic power, and his whole body instantly emitted a dark aura, making a hissing sound, and he couldn't help but let out a burst of wailing, feeling extremely painful. Ouch! The evil spirit roared angrily, and his body was greatly damaged, which completely aroused his ferocity. At this time, the aura on his body suddenly became more powerful, and the rich black air continued to flow from it like a spray of black mist. He emerged from his body and turned into a long ink-colored river, flowing in the void. The long ink-colored river seemed to be trying to cover the sky, covering the sky, like a giant hand, pouring directly towards everyone in the Akatsuki organization, crushing all living beings. The magic power of the White City Wall, with its sacred and purifying transcendent aura, collided with the ink-colored river, making a deafening sound. "Pull him," Xiao Chang'an said. The other members also possess the aura of sacred magic power. Through resonance and infinite deduction fruits, after these rounds of confrontation, they have calculated how much magic power is needed to block the attacks of evil spirits. Xiao organized everyone to take action. It was probably enough. The remaining members dispersed directly around the evil spirits, or released confinement spells to involve them, or they released various offensive magics with sacred magic power to restrain the evil spirits. On the field, all kinds of dazzling magics were flying in the sky. A long battle line was opened, and the evil spirits' attacks were blocked by various means, and they were still unable to move. They could only watch the nearby shrimp soldiers and crab generals, launched a celestial attack at him like a tide, absorbing all the damage without any resistance. The evil spirit became angry, and he let out a deafening roar again, seeming to have entered a violent mode. Entanglement. The sealing chain on his body was pulled open by him forcefully, resisting the control. The evil spirit's body instantly grew several times larger, like a hill, casting magic on the sky and earth, like a giant spirit god descending into the world, which made people unable to help but be afraid. Don't be afraid. Although this guy's body has become extremely large, his basic attributes have only doubled, which is similar to the enhanced mode of ordinary boss. We just need to strengthen the magic power of defense, and then continue to attack evil spirits. Su Qing, wearing a monocular eye, analyzed calmly. Chapter 714. Yes, although this evil spirit is very powerful, our sacred aura has a strong restraint effect on it. Don't panic, everyone, we can provide you with enough control and defense, you just need to output. The breath of holy magic is really very effective against evil spirits. Even just a little bit can have a very good effect. Everyone, let's attack together. This evil spirit can't hold on for long. He has entered violent mode, which shows that our previous attacks are very useful. The Xiao organization led other members and launched an attack together. An Yi and Yu Xuanji also joined the battle, using their methods to open up the defensive front of the sacred magic aura. Do not give the evil spirits a chance to harm anyone. Xiao Chang'an, Lang Zijian and others calculated the evil spirit's next move based on a prepared battle strategy and the ability to infinitely deduce the fruit, and controlled it. The evil spirit only felt extremely frustrated, and every move he made was being controlled. Interrupted by the spellcasting of everyone in the Xiao organization. He clearly felt that his own attributes were completely enough to crush this group of ants that did not even have the level of a magic god. But he was restrained everywhere, and all offensive methods were difficult to use. This feeling, for evil for the spirit, it was the most uncomfortable. After attacking for a while, the evil spirit couldn't help but howl. The aura on his body became weaker and weaker. But, the evil spirit suddenly roared. In the valley, black mist suddenly spread from the sacred mountains and entered the body of the evil spirit. After absorbing these breaths, the evil spirit's breath suddenly surged, and the feeling of weakness was swept away, exuding powerful and terrifying energy. Fluctuation. Be careful. This evil spirit also has the means to explode spirits. Different evil spirits can be devoured if they kill other evil spirits. But the evil spirits here are too powerful. Even evil spirits of the same level cannot be swallowed up in a short time. Therefore, some evil spirits will keep part of the breath and use it as a backup energy engine. When they encounter danger, they will use these spare auras to instantly strengthen themselves. It explodes with energy that far exceeds that of the same level. These troublesome guys are not so easy to deal with. The blonde young lady was suddenly startled, and in a hurry, she threw out all the information at once. Liang Zijian and others were almost speechless, and couldn't help but cursed, "You little fool, why did you do it in the first place? Why didn't you tell all this information earlier and wait until now? Are you waiting for the new year?" The blonde boy blushed and said, "I've never seen anything like this before. All knowledge comes from books. I can't remember it for a while. Isn't that normal? Everyone is too lazy to pay attention to such an unreliable guy. If you want to solve the dungeon this time, you still have to rely on yourself. At this moment, Denbo suddenly stood up. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Webnovel network, raised the wand in his hand, facing the evil spirit. Suddenly, the holy magic burst out. It was as powerful as a volcanic eruption. The evil spirit's entire body was bathed in the divine light, constantly purified. Ha! Under such a strong attack, the evil spirit couldn't help but let out an extremely miserable wail. That violent state was instantly interrupted by the vast sea-like sacred light curtain. This scene, everyone in the organization could see. They were all shocked and couldn't help but sigh. Has Senior Dengbu's magical attainments actually reached such a powerful level? The application of this divine magic is simply miraculous. His sacred magic power is not much higher than ours, it is about the same amount, but he has figured out a special way to use it and explodes with such powerful power. As expected of Dumble, he is indeed much more powerful than we imagined. Everyone in the Shao organization sighed with emotion. The magicians of the wizard gang couldn't help but sigh after seeing the secret inside. No wonder Dengbu has such a high level of magical attainments. This spirit of studying magic is not all of them can compare. Even if they are in a higher realm and face greater challenges, they can still completely solve the problem through the knowledge of magic. De Qian Zhao, this is an example worth learning for any magician here. The eyes of the blonde young lady were also filled with shock. He never expected that someone would be able to use this kind of magic to such a level after just acquiring the aura of divine magic. That was an S-class evil spirit that gave many senior sacred purifiers a headache when they saw it. Even with magic power at the level of a magic god, it is extremely dangerous to deal with evil spirits of this level. The blonde young lady was shocked in her heart. He could not imagine what kind of qualified magician Dengbu was. He was just an outsider and could achieve so many incredible things in such a short period of contact. No wonder, he became the chosen one. Chapter 715. Boom. Endless terrifying energy roared here, turning into a world-destroying fireball, smashing countless deep pits into the nearby mountains. All magicians have the power of the Dharma Saint level, and the effects they can bring with a single strike are unimaginable. The evil god's body continuously transforms into black magic armor, turning into a solid barrier, trying to resist these attacks. Although the sacred tree masters here have gone through previous experiences, they are still quite far away from the magic god. But the restraining effect of the sacred magical energy on evil spirits is far beyond everyone's imagination. A random attack landed on the evil spirit, and a large black mist evaporated instantly. The evil spirit let out a terrible wailing sound. After being hit by this attack, its momentum suddenly weakened a lot. The attack that had been preparing for a long time was easily interrupted. This scene, all the sacred tree masters present felt extremely excited when they saw it. Haha, is the sacred magic aura so powerful? It just has a little more magic space. It doesn't even reach 1,000th or 1/10,000th of the overall magic power, but it has such a significant effect against evil spirits. If it were our original magic power, dealing with evil spirits would be like shaking a tree with a worm, and we would not be able to cause any harm to this big guy. But with the blessing of the sacred magic aura, just a random attack can have such power, which is simply shocking. If we had this kind of sacred magic aura from the beginning, then in the Grey World, these undead and ghost monsters would not pose any threat to us at all. Just absorbing a small amount can produce a qualitative change. So if we kill this evil spirit, strengthen our own sacred aura, and accumulate it to a certain level, wouldn't we be able to break through the realm of the Dharma God? Yes, Senior Dengbu also said so. Everyone, work hard to kill evil spirits and increase your strength rapidly. The members here are all excited. When they first entered the Grey World, all of them were troubled by the undead and ghost monsters. These monsters are immune to physical damage and use normal attacks, etc. The power of the sacred tree cannot even cause any harm to these monsters. At that time, many sacred tree masters encountered these monsters and died collectively, and the entire Grey World was filled with fear. Looking back now, everyone is in their respective fields, possessing with extraordinary means, they naturally do not pose any threat. But at this moment, they have obtained the breath of sacred magic power. Seeing that this magic power has such a terrifying restraint effect on evil spirits at the level of magic gods, it is almost like they hate each other. Ah! If they had been able to get this aura when they first entered the world of the divine tree, wouldn't all the dungeons be walking sideways? Phi. Of course, the current state is naturally different from the past, but every time they think back to the past experience, and then look at the strength they have now, most of the sacred tree masters have come all the way from a weak state, and I can't help but feel a lot of emotions. Boom! 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 Several thunderous sounds echoed in the valley again. Finally, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Webnovel network. After all kinds of attacks, the aura of the evil spirit has gradually become extremely weak. The last violent method was beaten by Dengbu after the break, the last resistance was lost. No matter how hard they struggled, facing everyone in the Akatsuki organization who possessed the aura of divine magic power and also had super high tactics, the resistance of the evil spirits was just a matter of waiting for death. That's it. Finally, the aura of the evil spirit became weaker and weaker, and the shadow on his body gradually became transparent, letting out a final wail, and then, like a water curtain, the light and shadow disappeared in front of everyone. The blonde young Shota stared at the scene. After seeing the scene above, he stood still for a long time, feeling a sense of respect in his heart, and said in disbelief, "These guys, actually, completely eliminated an S-class evil spirit so easily." From the first time they entered Silent Hill to the time they solved the evil spirit, all the battles were so pure. It was like a holy purifier who had been fighting for many years. Every step was almost the right thing to do. And, they were entering silence for the first time. When climbing the ridge, precisely because of this strange formation, we quickly discovered the evil spirit and were able to pull it away. From the beginning to the end, the evil spirit was like a large toy, with no power but no way to use it. And out, he was directly pulled for a burst of output, and was beaten wildly, without any ability to fight back. Throughout the whole process, the super high discipline shown by everyone in the Akatsuki organization was like having experienced hundreds of battles, having rich experience, and being able to see through every move of the enemy. Have they been here before? Otherwise, why would they be so skilled in every strategy and action? The blonde young lady was a little depressed. Even as tough as he was, it was hard not to admit that the scene shown by everyone in the Akatsuki organization far exceeded his initial expectations. Chapter 716. Although these guys have quite weird origins and don't look serious at all, they have no respect for me as a knowledge holder. But I didn't expect that they really had two brushes. This strange formation arrangement was really effective in dealing with evil monsters. It's really surprising. The blonde young lady sighed and sighed. As the figure of the evil spirit gradually disappeared into the center of everyone's field of vision like a wave of light. Soon, Xiao Chang'an and other members of the Xiao organization immediately sensed the breath of sacred magic power that entered the body suddenly began to grow. The magic space, the vast ocean of magic power, that breath of sacred magic power was located in the very center of the ocean. It exuded a charming and bright holy light, as if it had driven away all the filth in the world. At this moment, the holy light suddenly began to surge, and in an instant it turned into a majestic rain curtain, and the sea water rose crazily. A burst of strange light turned into holy light and surrounded everyone. The light was strong, and a powerful aura bloomed. Everyone in the Xiao organization immediately sensed that their sacred magic aura had increased greatly, with expressions of surprise on their faces. Xiao Chang'an sensed the increase in magic power, and suddenly, a magical wind roared out from around him, and the realm also crossed to the next realm, the realm of the Dharma God. At this moment, all the members of the Xiao organization stood in awe, witnessing the miraculous scene. Xiao Chang'an even had a satisfied smile on his face and said, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after absorbing the evil spirit's sacred magical energy, my realm would go smoothly and I would break through the Dharma God realm. I'm really gratified." Bai Yu closed her eyes and began to guide the evil spirit's breath, turning it into a sacred magic breath. Not long after, the same breakthrough light as Xiao Chang'an appeared on her body. Her beautiful eyes showed a slightly surprised look, and she said in surprise, "This sacred magic aura has endless magical effects. It actually improved the level of magic in me so quickly. I couldn't be happier." As soon as he finished speaking, Anil, Su Qing and other members of the Akatsuki organization also had breakthrough lights one after another. Not to mention the members of the Akatsuki organization, even the people in the Dark Knight Alliance and Shinshin Pavilion also had increased magic power and the breath of breakthrough. Of course, after their magic power broke through, they did not reach the realm of Dharma God, and they still stayed at Dharma Saint. But the growth of the divine magic power breath was very significant. Although they did not reach the realm of Dharma God, next during the exploration, the role they could play in dealing with evil spirits was even more powerful. Everyone was extremely surprised by the effect of killing evil spirits. Anil said, "Yes, this sacred magic breath is very important for breaking through the power of the Dharma God. Realm is indeed of great help. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network." The prodigal sword chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that the breakthrough in magic would be so easy. I love it." Su Qing clicked her tongue and said, "Don't you just love swordsmanship? Why are you starting to play magic again? Do you want kendo anymore?" Liang Zijian shook his head and said, "The way of swordsmanship is the ultimate avenue, and it will lead to 10,000 ways. Magic and swordsmanship are not completely different from each other. When the two reach the ultimate state, they will naturally merge. I've never heard of it. Isn't a magician who can't fight in close combat a good magician? Everyone was speechless for a while, as if what you said really makes sense. At this time, Xiao Chang'an's eyes fell on Dengbu, and he felt slightly surprised. Although he had broken through to the realm of the Dharma God, he still seemed unable to sense it. To Dengbu's realm, what level has it reached now? It seems that the opponent's realm is unfathomable, shrouded in a layer of fog, elusive and difficult to perceive. Even the god of Dharma cannot sense Dengbu's realm. It has reached what level? You must know that Xiao Chang'an has absorbed the divine magic aura and reached the Dharma god realm. Compared with ordinary Dharma gods, his status is actually higher, and he is even more powerful than ordinary Dharma gods. But even so, it is still impossible to perceive Denbu's magic level. It means that the opportunity that Denbu got in the library is probably unimaginable by everyone. He suddenly recalled that when Denbu appeared in the attic, he was teleported directly. But you must know that the restriction of the attic cannot be broken through with the resentment of tens of thousands of Dharma gods. However, Denbu teleported directly. This scene, now that I think about it, is actually a bit unreasonable. He vaguely felt that Denbu was the current status has become difficult to figure out, and it is very different from ordinary members of the Akatsuki organization. Other members of the Akatsuki organization actually had the same feeling when they were promoted to the realm of the Dharma God. They all know that Dengbu the current realm is very high, but what I didn't expect is that after breaking through to the Dharma God realm, everyone can't even perceive what level Dengbu is in now. So, what is Dengbu's situation now? At this moment, Dengbu sensed everyone's doubts and slowly explained the factory. Chapter 717. I believe that you have risen to the level of the Dharma God, and you have already sensed the difference in the magic power in your lower body. Dengbu sighed slowly, and then said. As soon as he said this, the attention of everyone in the Shao organization was instantly attracted. Not only that, members of the Dark Knight Alliance, Star Pavilion, and the Wizard Gang also paid attention to Dengbu, who cast a curious look. They knew that Dengbu got a very amazing opportunity in the attic of the Magic Library. But no one knew what this opportunity was like, and how 047 could be used in it. What kind of power will be displayed in future explorations? These doubts linger in everyone's minds and turn into countless question marks, making them feel itchy in their hearts and they can't wait to know the answer. But, this answer must involve Dengbu's secret. It even has a lot to do with the background of the entire dungeon. Everyone in the Shao organization can see at a glance. This dungeon is definitely not that simple. Not to mention the mysterious meeting chief, a copy personally handpicked. Various details showed that this copy was probably inseparable from the legends and mythical ruins of the Grey World. They recalled that in the Grey World before, there were actually legends of gods. Yes. Those gods who claim to be messengers from heaven, do they have anything to do with the mythical relics? There are relics of the god of magic everywhere in this magic holy land. How do they relate to those messengers of gods from heaven? The Akatsuki organization. Everyone here has seen a lot and can naturally guess that there are many hidden secrets. But they actually understand Dumble's current situation. This is the first time for everyone to come to this magic library. No one knows what is in this place. When Denbu got this opportunity, he may not have actively wanted it. He was probably involved in some incident. Therefore, if the other party is unwilling to reveal everything, then everyone in the Shao organization may not ask. At this moment, Dengbu slowly began to explain. Actually, the content inside is not as complicated as you think. When I went to the magic library, I heard a voice that sounded like an apocalypse, guiding me to a certain place. So, I bypassed the long stairs of the corridor and followed the guidance of the voice. Suddenly came to a secret stone room. I sensed that the stone room had an extremely transcendent magical power, as if it contained all the knowledge in the world. However, when I came to the door of the room, I did not step directly in. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Because the greater the profit, the greater the risk. If it really contains endless magical knowledge and the highest palace of the magical world, then the price required to bear this fate is absolutely unimaginable. But at this moment, the door suddenly opened and turned into a whirlpool, swallowing me up. Almost full knowledge of magic, a whole new palace seems to have opened the door to me. At this moment, all the magic knowledge seems to be integrated into one and broken into pieces. There is no more magic knowledge in my mind, I only see the secret that leads to the highest. Infinite mysteries. When I woke up again, I found that the magic personality in me had become what it is now. It seems that he has become a magic god, and he seems to be just an ordinary magic apprentice. As for what kind of magical realm I belong to now, actually, I don't know very well in my heart. But the total amount of magic in my body has not changed, so I can still use magic. As for how powerful magic can be cast, I actually don't know very well. Denbu's words were full of humility. Through this explanation, everyone suddenly realized that Denbu had obtained an amazing opportunity in the magic library. However, according to Denbu's meaning, he didn't seem to know either. What level of strength has his own reached? However, judging from the previous scene where Denbu used the sacred magic aura to directly deal a huge blow to the evil spirits, his magic level has only increased compared to the original one. Even more than several times stronger. So too, 0. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization did not despise Dumble because of this. Instead, they felt that the other party's strength had become more unfathomable. However, since they accepted the opportunity of this magic library, so, what is this opportunity? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the blonde young lady. Facing everyone's eyes, the yellow-haired boy's heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to understand what he had to say to explain. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will be despised by this group of people again. In fact, it is useless to say anything. After all, the character has been set. If it collapses at the beginning, how can it collapse? Chapter 718. Senior Dengbu's ability to obtain such an opportunity is naturally inextricably linked to your own superhuman abilities. Yes, these words of Senior are completely modest since you can be selected by the magic library. It means that your strength is absolutely extraordinary, and your talent is not comparable to that of ordinary magicians. Hahaha, Senior Dengbu has now reached this level, which is a good thing for our team. Unexpectedly, not long after we came in, our team not only had so many Dharma God level combat capabilities, but also obtained resources that even Dharma gods coveted. This shows that Senior Dengbu's potential in the future is definitely not just as simple as a Dharma god, he is very likely to become a Dharma god of 25 or above. The layout is smaller. Not only above the Dharma god, that is the rhythm of becoming the God King. When we arrive at the legendary God's realm in the future, we may all become extremely powerful, standing at the pinnacle of the God's realm and overlooking all living beings. Everyone started to brag one by one. Dengbu himself couldn't stand listening anymore. He shook his head helplessly and said, okay, I've blown it too much. I don't believe that such a thing can happen. As for the peak of the divine realm and so on, I am just an ordinary magician now. If there is a magic god, there is number 100 chance of winning. As for the divine realm, this kind of thing is too far away. Just fantasize about it in your dreams. The atmosphere on the field returned to joy. At this moment, Xiao Chang'an said, everyone, since our strength has increased, it is better to slow down first, put aside the matter of dungeon strategy, and focus on strength first, consolidate your realm and then move on. Good. Others also nodded in response, agreeing with this opinion. After all, the dungeon ahead is full of endless dangers. This S-level evil spirit alone is not particularly easy to deal with. You know, all the talents we have just arrived at the outskirts of Silent Hill. There is still a long way to explore from the inner areas. And Silent Hill is so huge. If you want to raise the sacred magic breath in your body to the level of the Chosen One, such evil spirits, tens of thousands of them need to be killed to ensure that all members are qualified. It is very difficult to increase the sacred magic aura. If you do not reach a certain level, you will not be selected. This means that there will be a long test ahead. Therefore, in the face of such a severe test, relying on the current strength of the Akatsuki organization, although it has been able to stand alone, it still needs to face considerable risks. By stabilizing the realm of strength, it can hold a bigger and more conservative trump card for itself. At this moment, the members of the Akatsuki organization stopped one after another to absorb the magic power contained in the evil spirits. After being successfully purified, the traces of evil spirit breath turned into pure and incomparable sacred magic breath. Any magician, as long as he absorbs with just a little bit of the divine magic breath, the magic power in the body can be transformed. At this moment, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Everyone has absorbed the divine magic breath. An extremely surprising scene, everyone present it happened. A sea of magical light curtains burst out from everyone's bodies one after another. Bathed in the light curtain, the members of the Akatsuki organization only felt that their own magical space seemed to have been baptized. The fine dust faded away, becoming brand new. It's like being reborn. Xiao Chang'an smiled and said, ha, now our members have also reached the Dharma God level, and they are completely stable. They are not ordinary Dharma gods. Bai Yu said in surprise, I can deeply feel that my strength is stronger now than before. Liang Zijian said with excitement on his face, if I were to go back to the original place in the Grey World to pull monsters, then I can guarantee that these monsters will never come back. I have already made reservations for the top 10 in the Sacred Tree rankings. Su Qing rolled her eyes at the prodigal sword and said, you guys, you have been thinking about the rankings all your life. You know, we have more than a dozen guild members here. When will it be your turn? Liang Zijian rubbed his nose and thought about it. It seems to be the truth. Everyone acts together, even if they pull monsters, they will be scored. TSK, what are you afraid of? The worst we can do is tie the rankings together. The prodigal's sword was also used to Su Qing criticizing him so often, so he shrugged with a nonchalant look on his face. After all, his character is that of a loudmouth, while Su Qing is the calm analysis room in the team. There are contradictions and conflicts in the personalities of these two people. Once the prodigal's sword opened his mouth, Su Qing couldn't stand the loophole-filled logic, so she naturally started to get angry out of habit. But, he was cursing, but he also showed some emotion. There is a saying that goes well, no fight, no acquaintance. Sometimes, even if you don't scold, you won't be familiar with it. Chapter 719. After everyone in the Akatsuki organization absorbed magic power, their overall strength increased dramatically. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. After improving their strength, they have more confidence in exploring subsequent copies. At least, the evil spirit mentioned by the blonde young lady is no longer so scary in the eyes of everyone. Fear always comes from the unknown. Especially, when no one knows what the danger is, this feeling of fear is the strongest. But the situation now is completely different. Led by everyone in the Akatsuki organization, this elite team has eliminated an S-class evil spirit. According to the information given by the blonde young lady, S-class evil spirits are also very powerful existences in Silent Hill. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization has successfully defeated evil spirits of this level, and they have already won a very valuable victory at the beginning. In the subsequent exploration mission, everyone absorbed the sacred magic aura gifted by the evil spirit. Their own strength became stronger than before, and it was easier to deal with evil spirits of the same level. The increase in self-confidence was naturally extremely rich. Now, we only need to wait for an opportunity. When a certain number of evil spirits are swept away again, everyone's strength can continue to rise to a higher level. By that time, with the strength of the entire team, they may be able to sweep Silent Hill. That's right, we're almost ready now. It's time to head into the depths of Silent Hill and explore. Lan Zijian's face showed an excited look. Although the realm of magic does not represent the way of swordsmanship, the enhancement of strength is what almost all divine tree masters are pursuing. Now, after killing an S-level evil spirit, for his own realm to have such a significant improvement. Of course, the prodigal's sword was very excited. Then, as the captain, Xiao Chang'an focused on each member, showing a look of satisfaction. At this moment, all the members of the Xiao organization looked at each other with satisfaction. The level of strength has already reached the realm of the Dharma God. There is also another one whose strength is unknown, even much stronger than the ordinary Dharma God, and the upper limit is difficult to figure out. Before the magicians who have reached the realm of the Dharma Saint, now they all have the peak strength of the Dharma Saint. With the addition of the divine magic aura, they have become stronger than before, and their strength has naturally increased a lot. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. You can use it to your advantage. The effect is simply no less than that of this ruins. The once all-powerful group of sacred purifiers with extremely high strength. The remaining group of sacred tree masters who are relatively weak and have not yet entered the realm of Dharma Saints are all now breaking through this watershed and successfully advancing to the realm of Dharma Saint. After they return to the Grey World, with this powerful Dharma Saint level cultivation, they can also have a place in the world of the sacred tree. At least, compared to the previous state, of course, they must become more powerful. Some divine tree masters ranked beyond the thousands or 10,000 now also have the opportunity to hit a higher ranking, reaching the strength level of the top 1,000, or even the top 500. For everyone said, this improvement is quite a surprise. After all, before they entered this dungeon, even if they were the elites in the guild, in the vast world of sacred trees, if they want to hit the rankings, there is still an impossible tower in front of them. A big mountain to cross. This big mountain is almost nailed here due to the level of the divine tree and their current position in the world of the divine tree. There is not much room for improvement. In fact, this group of divine tree masters, I felt resigned to my fate. At the beginning, they had superior resources than other sacred tree masters. They could join a top guild and receive better resource support. Naturally, they felt arrogant in their hearts, thinking that they were so uniquely blessed. The unique protagonist, all feel that they can carve out their own sky in the Grey World and the world of the sacred tree. But as they grow older and gain more experience, they find that there are people outside the world and there is a sky outside the world. This world has never lacked strong people, not to mention genius. Although his own efforts can make him stronger than ordinary people, compared with these top experts, he seems to be far, far behind. Even no matter how he catches up, it seems that he cannot see their strength. Where is the back? But this opportunity, Nords, has given these sacred tree masters the magic power of the Dharma Saint level. They can break their own upper limit, break through to a higher level, and thus hit the rankings. This discovery made the sacred tree masters present here feel excited and excited. At the same time, they secretly thanked their president for making such a correct and decisive decision. Nor did they expect, that in their lifetime, to be able to cooperate with a legendary guild like Akatsuki. Even if they get a small share of the dungeon output of the big guys, it is a huge opportunity for them. Afterwards, everyone was full of confidence and headed deeper into Silent Hill to explore. Chapter 720. Expand the exploration formation again. According to Huang Mao, in addition to evil spirits in the depths of Silent Hill, there are also many magic crystals, magic materials and other items that can be collected. In legends, there are also powerful magicians who, in order to discover the powerful divine purifiers. Especially in the depths of Silent Hill, there are opportunities at the level of Dharma gods. The opportunity for a magician of this level to stay would be of great benefit even to a magician with fairly average strength. Therefore, in our next actions, in addition to being more careful about powerful evil spirits, we should also look for similar opportunities. Xiao Chang'an used his resonance and said to all the members. Good. The other members present here have excited expressions on their faces, and they are all full of longing for the next action. Unexpectedly, in addition to killing evil spirits, 933 can also increase the sacred magic aura. There is also a Dharma god left here. Opportunity to come down. After all, the gift of the sacred magic aura from killing the evil spirit has the greatest effect for the first time. But the further you go, and you receive the same gift, the speed of evolution will of course slow down. However, according to the blonde young Shota, in addition to killing evil spirits, there are other abundant opportunities. Suddenly, the extremely dangerous Silent Hill in front of everyone in the Akatsuki organization seemed to turn into a huge treasure house. The formation of exploration is launched again. With enough strength as support, everyone's movement speed has become faster than before. Of course. Although the movement has become faster, because everyone's magic realm has been improved, the sacred purifying magic aura has also been enhanced. The senses blocked by the death aura have also become less strong. Everyone discovered that, as long as the sacred magic aura in the body is mobilized, one can completely explore the death aura. A longer distance. When I first came in, the perception range was only about 100 meters. But now, with the improvement of realm and the strengthening of the sacred magic aura, the perception range of magicians at the level of Dharma Saint has reached 250 meters. Walking in the outermost members of the Akatsuki organization, as well as powerful magicians such as Denbu, can also have a perception range of 500 meters to 1000 meters. The perception range has been greatly improved. At this moment, everyone has more confidence to explore. The increased perception range means that if they encounter a sudden danger in the next action, they can detect the source of the danger more quickly and make a response strategy. This greatly improves the survival rate and the ability to deal with risks. In dangerous areas of the Grey World such as Silent Hill, abilities such as this are extremely important. Because as long as you have the ability to deal with risks, you can pursue greater rewards, read the cool novels and go up to Fly Lu Novel Network. The snowball will roll faster than other sacred tree masters. Everyone explored for some distance. En route, I encountered several small evil spirits around C and B levels. This evil spirit, whether in terms of strength, size, or evil spirit's aura, is much weaker than the S-level evil spirit we encountered at the beginning. Compared with the enhanced army, standing in front is like using a mantis as a chariot. The members of the Akatsuki organization didn't even need to take action. Ordinary members of several other guilds could be killed easily by using sacred magic at will. The magic power obtained also belongs to the Slayer. After all, for evil spirits that have not reached A, the magic gained from killing them will not be of much help, but will lead to premature saturation. It affects the potential and upper limit. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization pursues a higher realm, and basically have no interest in evil spirits below B level. But ordinary members of other guilds don't think so. For them, being able to get even a hint of divine magic power is tantamount to a huge gift. Seeing how generous the big guys of the Akatsuki organization were, they immediately expressed their gratitude, and their favorability towards the organization increased a lot. One after another, after killing an evil spirit, everyone came to Silent Hill, 100 miles deep. The period of death here has become more intense than before. The sensory range has returned from 500 meters to its original distance of 100 meters. A sinister aura turned into a cold wind and came over the face, as if a cold knife had been cut on the face. The cut wound deeply felt the biting chill. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization suddenly stopped and looked ahead warily. Every member can sense the aura of this place with their own magic power, which is quite sinister. It is estimated that we have entered the core hinterland of Silent Hill. When we get here, both the difficulty and the risk factor will increase significantly. You have to be more careful. Suddenly, Baiyu's eyes wrinkled slightly and said, I sense the auras of several A-level evil spirits in front of me, and there was also an S-level evil spirit mixed in. As soon as he said this, everyone showed surprise. Look. Chapter 721. You must know that among everyone here, Baiyu has the legendary white eyes. Moreover, since her realm reached the stage of Dharma God, the role of Byakugan in this Silent Hill seems to be more powerful than before. It can be seen that Baiyu's ability at this stage can play an extremely powerful intelligence role. Other sacred tree masters may not be able to sense what is in this death aura. But Baiyu's white eyes can indeed penetrate all nothingness and see through the things hidden in the deepest darkness. Therefore, her words actually hold considerable weight in this team. After everyone heard what Baiyu said, they couldn't help showing deep expressions. After all, according to Baiyu, if there is not just one evil spirit in this death aura, but several evil spirits, then it is very likely that after walking in, he stabbed an evil spirit. Nest. Everyone, since there are evil spirits ahead, there are not only opportunities but also great risks. What do you think our next actions should be? Xiao Chang'an's eyes circled around the people present, and then, after pondering for a moment, he asked for opinions in a solemn tone. The prodigal sword had an indifferent expression on his face and said, Isn't it just a nest of evil spirits? Our overall strength compared with just now, it is already so much stronger, and it doesn't seem to take much effort to kill an S-level evil spirit. Although there are a few more A-level evil spirits, with our current strength, there shouldn't be any problem if we push them through, right? Bye. You shook her head and said, Combat strength is not evaluated like this. When we killed the S-class evil spirits before, it actually took a long time. The reason why it was so easy was because of the evil spirits present. Just always. We rely on constant pulling to prevent any attack from this evil spirit from being successfully output. Moreover, we have sufficient firepower to continuously attack the evil spirit. Only then can we kill the evil spirit seemingly so easily. But even if this is the case, S-class evil spirits will store other evil spirits and then devour them to strengthen their own strength. If there is not just one evil spirit ahead, but a nest, then the trump card contained in this S-class evil spirit is likely to be beyond our imagination. In addition, we have to face other small evil spirits, and we must be strict calculate whether our current strength is enough. When everyone heard Baiyu's explanation, they also showed expressions of sudden realization. If it were just an ordinary enemy, then Xiao Chang'an might not need to ask for everyone's opinions and just go straight to A. After killing all the monsters, what should be discussed next is how the spoils should be distributed. However, since Xiao Chang'an came out to ask for everyone's opinions, that means, the degree of danger ahead is not that simple. Think of this. Naturally, other ordinary members of the Dark Knight Alliance, Star Pavilion, and the Wizard Gang did not dare to express their opinions. After all, their strength is all brought up by the big boss. They only need to stand aside, wait for other people's orders, and then execute them according to what is said, and then it's all done. The only ones left to participate in the discussion are Yi Xuanji, and the director of the Wizarding Academy, Deng Bu. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Deng Bu. Although Xiao organized everyone's assessment of this copy to be very accurate, it still had to be based on Deng Bu. After all, at this stage, Deng Bu is the only trump card among everyone here. He possesses extremely powerful magical attainments, and can even unleash unimaginable magic god-level power. At critical moments, he has the effect of turning things around. But everyone in the Xiao organization now only has a vague concept of Deng Bu's strength and is not clear enough. Of course, it also depends on what Deng Bu means. Dumble paused, knowing that everyone would regard him as the leader. His character is naturally one of stability. However, in the face of this extraordinary opportunity, if you don't take a brave step, it will be difficult to gain something bigger. What's more, since I teleported to this ancient battlefield, I won't stay in Silent Hill forever and just continue to grind like this without listening. Everyone still has to go to the heavenly selection ceremony to see what kind of opportunities there are. So, Deng Bu thought for a while and said, I think we can give it a try. According to the information given by Miss Baiyu, since there are only a few evil spirits, I think we can still handle it with our current strength. As soon as it came out, it seemed to have the final word. Lu smiled and said, since Senior Dengbu said that, it shouldn't be a problem for us to go directly to this dungeon. The prodigal's sword was full of excitement, carrying the big sword on his back, and said, hurry, I can't help but kill a few more evil spirits. Then everyone expressed their agreement. Chapter 722. Deep in the death aura, there seemed to be an extremely sinister wave coming from the depths. If any sacred tree master senses this aura, he will probably only use his best efforts to run as far as he can. Even the holy purifier of those days would probably not go deep into it rashly if he sensed this aura. According to the blonde Shota, being able to kill S-class evil spirits would have been an extremely powerful divine purifier in ancient times. Throughout the ages, there have not been many holy purifiers who can face S-class evil spirits alone. Although the evil spirit, 797, that everyone in the Akatsuki organization killed was only solved by their concerted efforts and joint operations, it is enough to show that their strength is extremely powerful in Silent Hill. The blonde young lady was a little puzzled. Obviously, this group of outsiders did not appear to be particularly powerful before entering this library. But now, how come everyone has become so fierce? In ancient times, in this country where the Dharma god ruins existed, being a holy purifier was a very respected and respectable profession. Even if the blonde Shota is a librarian, for a person of this level, he must give him ample VIP treatment. It's just that, the blonde Shota wasn't particularly interested in everyone in the Akatsuki organization at the beginning. The first image was naturally not much better. Now, seeing that this group of people have become so powerful, they are comparable to the sacred purifiers with a transcendent status. That attitude couldn't be changed for a while. Looking at all this, I felt indescribably awkward and weird. First of all, it should be a matter of course to respect the holy purifier. After all, they are dedicated to helping the masses kill evil spirits and maintain world peace. They also have the breath of divine magic in their bodies. This kind of transcendent magic makes the level of a magician can also be greatly improved, so he should be respected. Secondly, although I knew in my heart that everyone in the Akatsuki organization was extremely powerful and possessed incredible abilities, their abilities had been greatly improved in a short period of time, far beyond the expectations and understanding of the blonde young Shota. In the team, a character like Dengbu appeared, and he qualified as the chosen one. For a moment, his status seemed to have changed 360 degrees. This change made it difficult for him to adapt. As the team continued to advance towards the depths of death. At this time, Baiyu paused, her eyes became sharp, she pointed at the thick fog of death in front of her, and said in a deep voice, I sense that there are several evil spirits hiding in the depths of that death. Everyone, if you continue walking for a while, you should have direct contact with evil spirits. According to the last battle experience, the perception range of evil spirits is about 2,000 meters, which is more than the normal perception range of our sacred tree masters, which is more than 1,500 meters. These evil spirits are still 3,000 meters away from us. To read exciting novels, go to Lu Novel Network. That is to say, as long as we walk another 1,000 meters, we will enter the perception range of the evil spirit and trigger this guy's intention to attack us. Baiyu's Byakugan has been able to see evil spirits 5 kilometers outside since it was strengthened. Before, everyone in the Akatsuki organization was able to deal with evil spirits so well and perfectly. With Baiyu's Byakugan, they could see the enemy's intentions in advance. Sensing the approaching danger is inextricably linked. Therefore, her words carry considerable weight among the entire team. Everyone nodded and continued to move forward along the route guided by Baiyu. Xiao Chang'an said, Miss Baiyu, when we step into the range of perception, we will ask you to give us instructions on how the evil spirits will attack us later. Baiyu said, okay, I can use resonance to transmit all the pictures I see to your minds. After the communication, everyone in the Xiao organization has been extremely prepared. The defensive formation has been completely stretched out. The blonde young lady looked at the scene in front of her, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. At the beginning, he was still questioning this lineup. What did it mean? I have never seen such a strange formation. I thought there might be some problem with the intelligence of this group of people. However, as Akatsuki organized everyone 5-2, he led this group of outsiders to kill an S-class evil spirit in Silent Hill. The power of this lineup was fully demonstrated. The blonde young lady's mouth twitched when he saw it. He had never thought that there was a formation that could exert such a powerful force in Silent Hill. It simply refreshed my outlook on life. It turns out, he was the one who couldn't see the power of this lineup. Doesn't this make him look very uneducated and incompetent? Although he is very reluctant to admit this fact. However, the blonde young lady seems to feel that she is a fool and doesn't understand anything. Chapter 723. Going deep into the sinister hinterland of evil spirits. Xiao organized everyone and immediately launched an astonishing offensive. Suddenly, Xiao Chanan's eyes lit up and he said, "Brothers, I find that my attack methods, and their intentions against these evil spirits have become extremely clear." At this moment, through the power of resonance, the other members also discovered this. They all showed expressions of great surprise. Before, although everyone in the Akatsuki organization can also deduce the enemy's actions, but not as sharp as now. Now, when evil spirits fall into their eyes, their movements seem to be slowed down 10,000 times. Even, the evil spirit's next move can be deduced with incomparable accuracy. This kind of ability was something that no one in the Akatsuki organization had in the past. Everyone was shocked. Do I actually have such a special ability? At this time, Bai Yu seemed to have thought of something, suddenly smiled and said, "I guess that this infinite deduction fruit must have been given to us by the president, and its potential is far more than that. Because the breath of Dharma God in our body has been strengthened, our status has been improved. Therefore, the power of this fruit can naturally be further released." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Xiao organization seemed to have remembered something. Yes, my previous deduction ability was not as strong as it is now. I clearly feel that the moment our deduction ability becomes stronger is when our magic power rises to the realm of Dharma God. In this way, the deduction ability of this fruit given by the president will still grow as our status improves. Damn it, then, the fruit given to us by the president is at least a god-level fruit. Only those who have reached a god-level status can exert the full power of the fruit. No, to be precise, not necessarily all, there may still be some potential that needs to be developed. Oh my god, what level of divine tree master is the president? This fruit given to us, even the Dharma God can't activate its full potential. The president is so kind and has given us such great benefits. The faces of everyone in the Akatsuki organization showed extremely excited application. They suddenly thought, this must be because of the ability of infinite deduction fruit. Not only that, it can still grow. With the current average of the members of the Akatsuki organization even in the horizontal realm, they can't fully exert their unlimited ability to deduce fruits. It's really shocking. You know, the members of the Akatsuki organization, the magic power in their bodies now is completely inferior to that of the Dharma God. Not inferior. It is even possible to surpass the average Dharma God. But even so, the true potential of infinite deduction fruit cannot be unleashed. Before they entered this dungeon, they still had high hopes for god-level powerhouses. A great sense of awe. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. I once doubted whether there were any divine tree masters in the Grey World who could fight against the envoys from the divine world. Entering this ruins, with even more uneasiness, I felt that I was challenging the divine tree world, the most dangerous area so far. I was also breaking the exploration scope of the divine tree world. Even the mysterious president, no one thought that, the opponent has the ability to kill gods. We should be able to fight. However, the status of this fruit completely overturned everyone's ideas. Even magicians at the level of the god of law cannot use this fruit. Full potential. What level of realm did the mysterious president of the Akatsuki organization reach to produce such a fruit? And not 1 or 2, not 4 or 5, but a dozen. He took it out casually. There may even be more such fruits in his inventory. For any sacred tree master, if they could produce such fruits, they would be enough to last for a year. But for Lu 873 tree, it seems that these fruits are for wholesale without any production threshold. All the sacred tree masters were extremely shocked by this. At the same time, other core members of the Dark Knight Alliance, Star Pavilion, etc., after hearing the news, also showed a look of shock. In their impression, although they were in awe of this mysterious president, they did not expect that the other party had reached such a terrifying state. Even the fruit of a god-level person, they can be mass-produced and given to guild members casually. How powerful a divine tree master must be to have such a pattern. Damn it, I thought our guild was strong enough, but I didn't expect that other people's guilds were so terrifying. No wonder even the leader of the Dark Knight Alliance and Yuxuanji are in awe of this mysterious organization, with them as the main. Such a powerful and terrifying divine tree master, if you look at the Grey World, you may not be able to find another one. This is what everyone here thinks. Chapter 724. Realizing that Lu Shu's ability was so powerful, all the sacred tree masters felt refreshed, as if they were extremely confident for this action. This mysterious guild actually has the support of such a big boss. In their eyes, the mysterious president of the Akatsuki organization might be comparable to those people from the celestial realm who claim to be messengers from the divine domain. What do a few evil spirits mean? They are just a bunch of filthy things that should be purified. Subsequently, the members of the Akatsuki organization began to enter the hinterland of the evil spirit. The magical brilliance of the sacred aura emitted a burst of light, expelling all the death energy from this place. The evil spirit suffered harm that it had never suffered before in its life, and it made wailing sounds one after another. A evil spirit, all of them have been killed. Bai Yu's eyes were filled with joy and she announced a piece of news that was pleasing to hear. Everyone in the Shao organization was immediately excited. When killing the evil spirits, there were 7 evil spirits here. 6 of them were A-level evil spirits. The other one is an S-level evil spirit. In just a moment, all the A evil spirits have been killed. Thanks to everyone's deduction method, they have reached a more advanced level. They can use less the number of people can directly hold back the S-level evil spirit. Then, the remaining members only need to kill the easier A evil spirit, and they can easily solve the battle. Capture the thief first. After all the A evil spirits are killed, everyone suddenly felt their own divine magic aura, and received a surge of infusion again. It became more solid. Everyone's faces were filled with extremely excited expressions. Ha ha ha, I feel that my divine magic aura has been strengthened again. Although the realm of magic has not improved much, you can feel that my damage is more powerful in restraining evil spirits. If a critical hit could only do 2,000 points of damage before, now my critical hit can do 5,000 points of damage. It's more than doubled. So cool. So cool. Everyone's face was full of joy. At this moment, after killing the A evil spirit, the remaining combat power also joined the battle to encircle and suppress the S-class evil spirit. Their strength became it was stronger than before, causing tons of damage, directly causing wave after wave of fatal damage to the evil spirit. After the evil spirit kept wailing, it directly activated the stored evil energy, and the aura became huge again. But Dengbu once again used a special secret technique to reduce the dimensionality of the evil spirit. The arrogance that had just become arrogant suddenly dropped to freezing point like a bucket of cold water was poured on it. The evil spirit's aura became weaker, it realized that the group of people in front of it seemed to be more than it could handle. It hurriedly retreated, trying to escape. But how could the members of the Akatsuki organization let go of the evil spirits? To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novels Net, followed up with good training. Directly bombarded again. Under a series of attacks, the evil spirit's breath has become extremely weak. It wailed in pain several times before dying, but still failed blocking the flood of attacks. He fell to the ground. After the evil aura was purified, it was transformed into a sacred magical aura, and was injected into everyone in the Akatsuki organization again. Wow! After killing the S-class evil spirit, I felt completely comfortable. Now, my sacred purification magic power is as big as a goose egg. I wonder if it will bring any qualitative changes if it evolves to the size of a basketball. Just such a trace of sacred magic power is like a treasure to us at this stage, and will bring about substantial transformation and evolution. Thank you Silent Hill, thank you evil spirit. Yes, the world is more beautiful because of you. After killing the evil spirit, I felt that the sacred magic aura in the body was strengthened again. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. It was like celebrating the new year. This scene fell in the eyes of the blonde young lady, which made the corner of his mouth twitch. What the hell is it that there are evil spirits in the world? Working with this group of people must be too special. However, what the blonde young Shota didn't expect was, members of the Akatsuki organization they actually regard evil spirits as experience for killing monsters and leveling up. If you kill one round, you can gain a lot of experience points. It's really hard to know what to say, Li Hao. Let's continue moving towards the depths of Silent Hill. That's right, I can't wait to kill the next evil spirit. It feels like every time I kill an evil spirit, my strength will increase greatly. Kill evil spirits. Kill evil spirits. Everyone seems to be fighting in high spirits. After their strength has been improved, let alone S-class evil spirits, they have the ability to compete even if they stab a nest. With their current sacred magic aura, killing the A evil spirits is like mowing grass. Even if it is encountering an S-class evil spirit, the battle can be ended in a short period of time. Everyone continued to move towards the depths of the death energy. Not long after, they encountered an evil spirit nest again. Chapter 725. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's eyes opened slightly. His eyes seemed to see through everything, and they contained endless secrets. Moment. Lu Shu smiled softly and said in his heart, I didn't expect that the speed of these guys' movements is pretty good. Tianxian, it seems to have something to do with a certain ceremony. Those guys from the God realm left a lot of things in the Grey realm, and these ruins contain quite a lot of treasures. But for me now, it doesn't have much value, so it's just right for the members of the Akatsuki organization to explore. At this moment, Lu Shu seems to have seen the outcome of the exploration of the members of the Shao organization. His deduction ability is many times stronger than that of everyone in the Shao organization. You know, Lu Shu's personality he has almost reached the realm of true immortals, and has slaughtered several gods. He has even gone deep into the underworld, and had a conversation with Guan Yu, who was suspected to be the same player 380 as the Divine Tree Master 1,000 years ago. Personality has a huge impact on the deduction. What Lu Shu has experienced, beheaded, and practiced in, it can only be said that the blessing for infinite deduction is simply too great. It's time to go to the Grey Realm to see what's there. After Lu Shu got up, he went deep into the Grey Mist after being in seclusion for such a long time. A lot of things happened in the Grey World. Especially the messengers from the Divine Domain came to the Grey World. Recently, there are endless posts about the arrival of the Divine Messengers in the Grey World. It has caused widespread discussion. The whole Grey World has become very lively. Some people say that there are already Divine Tree Masters who have cooperated with the Divine Messengers, and even revealed part of the information. This statement, when the news came out, there was an uproar all over the city. Everyone was extremely afraid of this. If a Divine Tree Master cooperated with the messenger from the Divine Domain, then, if his information was revealed, how would the messenger from the Divine Domain feel? Besides, for Grey, in terms of the world, all the Sacred Tree Masters are considered outsiders, and I don't know what kind of attitude this group of Divine Domain envoys have towards them as outsiders. Will they kill them one by one? All kinds of questions make the Sacred Tree Masters wonder. Feeling extremely frightened. Currently, even the top guilds of the Divine Tree Masters are met with the fate of being killed instantly when faced with the messenger of the Divine Realm. No one dares to have a head-on confrontation with the messenger of the Divine Realm. For a time, the Divine Realm messenger has become the top force in the Grey World. Absolutely synonymous with the boss of the Abyss, it was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than the previous Abyss boss. It was as if he was a celestial dragon who could not be offended at all. Even some of the Divine Tree Masters began to kneel down and beg the envoys of the Divine Realm, wishing to become the opponent's lackey. In order to get some of the benefits. Change your destiny. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Therefore, the structure of the Divine Tree world has also undergone tremendous changes. Top guilds such as Jianzong and Fengyun Guild have become secretive and no longer appear. To avoid being noticed by those Divine Messengers, CFCB. And the strange thing is, third-rate guilds like Xinjian Pavilion are jumping up and down again. It was as if someone was supporting him behind his back. Many Divine Tree Masters speculated that the Divine Sword Pavilion cooperated with the Divine Envoys and sold a lot of Divine Tree Masters information. They have done a lot of deceptive business in the past. Although the previous generation of Pavilion Masters have been killed, the virtues of this guild seem to have continued without any change. As a relatively free organization, the Divine Sword Pavilion has a huge flow of people, and it also has information about many Divine Tree Masters. Now, many Divine Tree Masters who had joined the Divine Sword Pavilion felt regretful. When they join the guild, they must fill out a form and record their information. If the Divine Sword Pavilion really cooperates with the messengers of the Divine Realm, then their personal information was definitely leaked. At that time, if any of these Divine Envoys is in a bad mood, they may kill themselves at any time. Like a sword of Damocles, suspended above the head of every Sacred Tree Master, no one will feel very comfortable. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. A certain avatar of his was browsing the major posts in the world of the Sacred Tree. A new post immediately became a hot topic. Attracted everyone's attention. Brothers, recently there was a god of wind who said he was going to hold a gathering to recruit disciples. What? The messenger from the Divine Realm plans to recruit disciples in the Grey World. It is said that they learned about the origin of the Divine Tree Master and found it interesting, so they prepared to accept disciples to see if they had the qualifications to enter the Divine Realm. Wait, the envoy from the Divine Realm doesn't want to take this opportunity to kill us. You are overthinking. Based on the intelligence gathered over the past few days, it is estimated that the messenger from the Divine Realm knows that our number is in the hundreds of millions. Do you think he is interested in killing so many Divine Tree Masters one by one? Moreover, if the envoys of the Divine Realm really want to hunt us down, there is no need to wait until now and arrange a special gathering to recruit disciples. But I feel like this matter should be treated with caution. After this post was posted, it immediately aroused countless discussions. Chapter 726. Lu Shu read all the intelligence information of the readers with great interest. This matter, some people find it strange. Some people feel excited. Others have a completely indifferent attitude and are not interested at all in this apprenticeship conference. But no matter what, the actions of the messenger from the divine realm have completely shocked the entire grey world. By then, judging from Lu Shu's guess, there will definitely be many sacred tree masters willing to participate in this disciple recruitment conference. The power of the divine messenger is so attractive. You know, how many divine tree masters there are in the divine tree world, all yearning for power beyond ordinary people. But those who can get the gift of a super powerful divine tree are only a handful after all. Many people know that if you want to obtain powerful abilities, it is completely impossible to rely solely on the sacred tree. We also need to rely on the resources of the grey world to continuously increase the level of the sacred tree, and other power systems. In this way, compared with other sacred tree masters, we have an advantage. Coincidentally, this time the divine envoys descended to earth and crushed all the top divine tree masters. Even the major divine tree guilds were defeated. Just for the top guilds to recruit people, there are countless sacred tree masters fighting for a spot. Not to mention being an envoy from the divine realm recruiting disciples. Although they knew that the messengers from the divine realm might not have good intentions, many divine tree masters would still choose to give it a try in order to get the power they longed for. At least, even if they can gain power far beyond ordinary people for a short time, it is worth it to them. Interesting. From this point of view, it seems that there are many sacred tree masters in the apprenticeship conference, and they may participate. There are already many sacred tree masters who have released information on the forum to obtain information about recruiting disciples at high prices. Lu Shu looked at the forum with a thoughtful expression. At the beginning, there were also intelligence dealers who wanted to price the location of the apprenticeship meeting at a high price and then sell it. But obviously, there are not a few divine tree masters who know this information. As time goes by, everyone knows the location of the disciple recruitment meeting of the messengers of the divine domain, which is held at the coordinates of the grey world, 222, 111. This coordinate. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. If I remember correctly, there seemed to be a mythical ruins that I had explored. However, after reaching deeper into the grey world, these holy realms are presented in the form of mythical ruins. For example, the ruins of the Dharma god are no longer ruins, but have become a copy-like form. He has accumulated a lot of critical luck, but he has no chance to use it and has been hoarding it. However, critical luck can play a big role on many levels. As long as Lu Shu is lucky with a critical hit, even if he encounters a huge crisis, he can turn it around. This is the luck value brought by critical luck. Several times, when he faced the messengers from the divine realm, he always relied on his luck in critical strikes to defeat them. There are also elements influenced by great luck in it. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. At this moment, Lu Shu was lucky enough to find a post. The rules of the apprenticeship conference are explained in detail there. In this disciple recruitment meeting, the envoys from the divine realm will be arranged in the secret realm of the cave in the grey world, 222, 111. Divine tree masters who want to become apprentices should go to this secret realm and wait. The envoy of the divine realm will place his divine consciousness on each person and check their qualifications. Only the suitable people can be selected as the disciples of the envoy of the divine realm. TSK, I have been practicing on the sacred tree island for such a long time, why not join in the fun this time? Lu Shu smiled. Then, it turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the grey world. A teleportation light curtain fell on him. Lu Shu had previously left teleportation messages in many places in the grey world. Mark. So. You only need to move your mind slightly and consume part of your mental power to teleport immediately. The next second. The moment the teleportation light curtain descends, the scene in front of Lu Shu suddenly changes drastically. Then. A panel popped up in front of him. South City. Coordinates sad phase 222, 110. Risk factor, none. What you see is the ruins of a city. Lu Shu came here once and went back to explore some materials and use them to build the island's walls. But this ruins has been completely built up by the sacred tree masters who came from behind. Because this ruins originally had the prototype of a city-state, so. With just a little construction, it can become a concentration camp for divine tree masters. As the progress of the grey world continues to progress, the overall strength of the sacred tree masters is getting stronger and stronger. It is no longer difficult for them to build a city-state concentration. As for the coordinates of about 200 in the grey world, as a transition point between a safe place and a more dangerous area, the flow rate is relatively high. Therefore, there is also the value of building a commercial country. The city of the south has been given a new life. Chapter 727. Southern City. Lu Shu's figure suddenly appeared here. Trading cities were built nearby. Some time ago, I even heard that there was an envoy from the God realm who was going here to recruit disciples. The southern city suddenly became the most prosperous place in the entire Grey world. Have you heard about it? The southern city is the closest, and there will be messengers from the divine realm coming to recruit disciples. Damn it, I don't know what the origin of this divine messenger is, and he can actually put up such a huge formation. I just heard that there was a top guild that was destroyed by the messenger from the divine realm. I don't know how powerful the messenger from the divine realm is really. 290 The sacred tree masters passing by were all discussing this issue. Lu Shu's ears twitched slightly. His eyes scanned the surroundings. He suddenly discovered that many famous guilds of the sacred tree masters had arrived in the southern city. It seemed that planning to go to the disciple recruitment conference. Or maybe just coming to join in the fun. At this moment, a ray of holy light descended from the horizon, causing everyone to exclaim. Damn it, look, it seems like an envoy from the divine realm is coming. Oh my god. The messenger from God's realm actually arrived here to recruit disciples. Do I have to succeed in my apprenticeship? Didn't you say some time ago that this messenger from the God's realm came to recruit disciples, and he was probably here to trick people? Why are you now turning around and saying that you want to become a disciple? This aura and this personality are simply too transcendent. I originally thought that the messenger from the divine realm was fake, but now I found out that it is real. This is called a hero who knows the current affairs. Do you understand? You tough-talking red-skinned duck, you just covet the ability of the messenger from the God realm, right? Do you want to be accepted as a disciple by the messenger from the God realm? It's just wishful thinking. All the divine tree masters passing by saw a divine light descending from the horizon. In divine light, bathed in stars, holding a star staff and an extremely powerful aura, the divine messenger slowly walked out of the light curtain. She was seen wearing a golden cassock, with a thin veil covering her face, hiding the lineup. However, from that half of the face, it is not difficult to see that this face is extremely delicate. If the veil is lifted, she will definitely be the most beautiful woman in the world. Even the top 3 in the beauty list of divine tree masters are extremely inferior compared to the messengers from the divine realm. Landing down with endless halo. The divine envoy immediately caused countless divine tree masters to exclaim for a while, all feeling the aura of this character, which was extremely transcendent. Now, some of the divine tree masters who did not believe that there were divine messengers in the world completely surrendered when they saw the divine messengers coming. The oppression from the superiors seems to have touched the soul, and no one can have the slightest thought of resistance. Lu Shu raised his head and looked at the divine envoy. The first time he saw the other person, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. He couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this the Luo Shui that he has fought against before? She suddenly transformed and became a goddess among everyone. This is interesting. Original. Lu Shu also doubted whether the 9 Heavens goddess would come in person. But now it seemed that if such a powerful person really wanted to come to the mortal world, the price he would pay would be unimaginable. So, it is still Luo Shui who comes here. It's just that. Lu Shu used his mind to feel it a little, and narrowed his eyes slightly. He clearly noticed that the aura on Luo Shui's body had become stronger than before. It is definitely not the strength that a first-order true god can possess. Have you reached the second level of true god? It seems. Luo Shui returned to God's realm this time. He probably got important information from the Grey realm and knew that the mirage fell into my hands. Therefore, the goddess of the 9 Heavens also gave Luo Shui a part of her fortune. Although it seemed like a reward, in fact, she just treated the opponent as a chess piece and wanted to deal with me. Lu Shu immediately judged the cause and effect in his heart. For the goddess of the 9 Heavens, a god who stands at the top of the divine realm, the price that needs to be paid to promote a first-level god to a second-level god is far too high. Far less than coming to the mortal world. Since Luo Shui has already gained a lot in the Grey world, then the 9 Heavens goddess will naturally make good use of this chess piece. The second-level true god is not only a reward, but also has to bear a greater causal cost. This silly girl probably thought that the goddess of the 9 Heavens valued that guy very much, so she was so anxious to complete the task. Lu Shu secretly laughed in his heart and couldn't help but shook his head. At this time, he had reached the state of being almost a true immortal and could cover up his own aura at any time. The image that appeared here was wearing black clothes and his face was hidden under the hood, looking like an assassin. Even if Luo Shui stood in front of him, he couldn't see through his true identity. since he came to practice on the sacred tree island. Lu Shu has greatly improved both in strength and realm. Naturally, he will not be afraid of a character like Luo Shui. On the contrary, Guan Yu, who is stationed in the underworld, can attract his attention. A god of Luo Shui's level is at most a little more troublesome, not necessarily difficult to deal with. Just at this moment, Luo Shui's figure has descended on everyone's heads. Chapter 728. At this moment, Luo Shui's whole body was glowing. Her facial features are almost flawless, cold and unearthly, and her eyes are indifferent. It seemed as if at that moment, she was the unparalleled supreme being in the world, her robes were unparalleled in the world. When everyone saw this figure, they couldn't help but be completely immersed in it, showing disbelief in their eyes. It's as if this person should not appear in the world. He is beyond everyone's imagination and perfect to the extreme. At this time, Luo Shui slowly said, "Everyone, please follow me." Then, it turned into a stream of light and escaped into a crack. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but move. But he saw that Luo Shui turned into a stream of light, disappeared into the waves of space, and submerged directly in front of him. Many people gave strange looks. 25-inch, where did the goddess go? Yes, didn't she want us to follow her? Why did she suddenly disappear? You agreed to accept a disciple, but you just said a few words and you're already gone. At this time, someone followed Luo Shui's figure, flew forward, and suddenly entered the crack. All the sacred tree masters were suddenly enlightened. It turned out that there was a Sumeru space in front of them. Everyone just needed to move towards it. If you follow the direction of Luo Shui, you can enter the Sumeru space. Idiot, the goddess asked you to follow her. That means she wants you to follow her. She also asked you where she went. With such an IQ, he still has the nerve to worship a goddess as his disciple. He can't even understand her intentions, but is he worthy of being her disciple? Hurry up and follow. Those divine tree masters who raised questions couldn't help but blush. They thought that the attitude of the goddess was too aloof and just left the others alone, which was baffling. But they didn't expect. It turned out that it was just Luo Shui who escaped into the outer space. He opened the crack and asked everyone to follow him in. It was too unseemly to raise questions like this in front of the goddess. Basically, the sacred tree masters who came here wanted to become their disciples. They fell into such an embarrassing situation at the beginning. It seems that this trip was a bit in vain. However, these sacred tree masters are usually too shameless to care so much and just followed. The flow of people in the large army immediately headed towards a small space crack, kept squeezing in. Lu Shu turned into a shadow in the night, followed the back of the crowd, and walked slowly forward. He was interested. What did Luo Shui mean by holding a disciple recruitment meeting? From his point of view, it is naturally impossible to really accept a disciple. The other party's descent to Earth has something to do with him. This time's plan. I am afraid that he also wants to take this opportunity to find a way to deal with himself. But Luo Shui probably didn't expect that Lu Shu his progress is so fast, but after such a short period of time, his status has surpassed that of Luo Shui. Although he has not yet completely become a true immortal. However, the status he possesses is much more powerful than the average first-order true god. Even when facing a second-level god, Lu Shu felt that his personality could vaguely overwhelm the opponent. As long as he kept his true aura secret, Luo Shui was not qualified to detect his true situation. So, follow him and pretend to be Fan. Of course there is no problem. As for the method of disguise, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. There are many transformation fruits in the world of the sacred tree. As the name suggests, after swallowing this fruit, you only need to by consuming your own mental power, you can change your appearance to what you want. Commonly known as the free dress-up method. Lu Shu doesn't have too many resources now. He also got all kinds of weird fruits from the world of the sacred tree. After playing for a while, there are much more superpowers than before. The large army of followers. After passing through the crack, a fairyland-like scene appeared in front of everyone. Many sacred tree masters saw it. This scene made me crazy instantly. Oh my god, could this be the mansion of an immortal? It is so majestic, far beyond my imagination. Such beautiful scenery is simply unimaginable in the grey world. I never thought there was such a place in this world. Wonderland. This is the legendary Wonderland. That goddess must be a 147 fairy from heaven descending to earth. I must join the immortal sect. Living in such a fairyland-like place is much more comfortable than working my butt off in the grey world. The sacred tree masters all showed extremely excited expressions, looking around like 3-year-old children. They all thought this was the cave of an immortal. However, Lu Shu couldn't help laughing. Only he knew what kind of immortal was here. The cave? It's just a remnant of the Holy Land from the past. He has been here before, took away the lucky critical strike reward here, and got some mythical relics. Luo Shui probably knew that there was something here, so he came here specially, and found that everything had been taken away by him. So, he simply made this place a teleportation point. But the sacred tree masters who came here mistakenly thought that this holy land was Luo Shui's cave. It was true. I'm overthinking it. At this moment, Lu Shu passed through the gap and came to this holy place again. Chapter 729. Waves of divine light fell down. Luo Shui's indifferent eyes scanned the entire audience and he gently raised his hand. The huge altar was built instantly like a holy city. Such an astonishing method made the sacred tree masters present feel extremely incredible. Oh my god, a holy city was built in an instant. I sense that this holy city possesses the power to reach the sky and be unpredictable. Is this the power of the divine messenger? It's simply beyond my imagination. I can build such a city easily. If I encounter these damn grey monsters and want to capture them, then even if the biggest boss comes to my island, I am afraid that it will not be able to cause damage to the edge of this city. No harm at all. The sacred tree masters present here all looked like country people when they saw that Luo Shui could easily build such a holy city. They looked at the figure suspended in the sky with admiration. There are only a few sacred trees. Master, he felt that when Luo Shui raised his hand, there was actually a trace of space fluctuation. It proved that this holy city was actually summoned using some kind of space prop. It was not as miraculous as imagined. Create a holy city at will. The ability of the secrets of space law is not completely impossible for the sacred tree masters here. After all, there are already many sacred tree masters who have reached the level of the field, and it can be regarded as a country of its own. It can achieve a level close to Luo Shui. They originally thought that the legendary messenger from the divine realm would have other means to summon such a city. But now it seems, the so-called goddess has achieved. The methods of all this do not seem to be much different from those of high-end sacred tree masters. This is a bit disappointing. Of course, the sacred tree masters who see all this will not directly expose it. Instead, quietly watch from the sidelines. Wait and see what happens. Only by understanding the development trend of the matter and then making a judgment is the most correct approach. The sacred tree masters here, as long as they have reached a higher realm, can see both Luo Shui and Luo Shui have good IQs. Of course they would not say such things. Their status, in the world of the sacred tree, can be regarded as a prominent figure. They are either the top brass of the guild or the core members, or he is the president of a guild. In short, Luo Shui's divine power does not seem to be as strong as everyone imagined. But in this disciple recruitment meeting, everyone still had the mentality of giving it a try, and some wanted to let's see what changes this incident will bring to the structure of the divine tree world. Now, a huge city was suspended in front of everyone. Luo Shui stood on the throne at the top of this holy city, looking down at the people with a condescending gaze. It seems that every sacred tree master here is a willing and submissive citizen of this land. At this time, Luo Shui slowly said, "Everyone, after passing the test of this holy city, you have the preliminary qualifications to become my disciple, Luo Shui." Luo belongs to the 9 heavens goddess in the divine realm. Her status is not at the top, but at least she is at the top. In this city, there are countless machine beasts, dilemmas, and enlightenment cliffs. Kill the machine beasts and crack the secrets, and you will get corresponding rewards. Regardless of whether you successfully recruit a disciple or not, you may all have a chance in this city. As soon as these words came out, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. The sacred tree masters here collectively exploded. They looked at this city with greedy eyes. It was like looking at a treasure. Machine beast. The secret technique of the immortal. No matter which reward is available, it seems to be extremely tempting. Moreover, as long as you participate, you will have a chance to get these treasures. Maybe you will get a chance and get the immortal fate. From then on, you can reach the sky in one step. Overlord above all the divine tree masters. When the time comes, to directly create a huge guild, wouldn't it take off directly? Suddenly, everyone's eyes looking at this machine city were full of greed. All kinds of news were also it was recorded as a memory video, or posted to a special communication forum for sacred tree masters. The whole world knew about it. Divine Tree Master Forum. Countless people are paying attention to the situation of the Divine Realm Messengers Disciple Recruitment Conference. Wang Wang Zhao, at this moment. Several posts popped up like mushrooms after rain, and Lightspeed occupied the top of the list, attracting everyone's attention. Oh my god, the holy city of infinite opportunities unexpectedly appeared in the gathering of disciples of the messengers of the gods. As long as you enter the holy city and crack the secret realms such as the machine beasts, you can obtain endless treasures. Moreover, there seems to be an immortal secret method within the holy city. After practicing it, it may be directly comparable to the fruit of an SSS-level sacred tree. Oh my god. I must enter this secret realm this time. Even if you can't be successfully accepted as a disciple, there are still many treasures that can be obtained. Oh my god. It turns out that this disciple recruitment meeting was an event dungeon. Chapter 730. When the news spread throughout the entire sacred tree world, countless people felt like they were going crazy. The opening of this city means that there are many resources that are almost at the level of the gods, waiting for everyone to get them. After all, that was the opportunity given by the messenger from the divine domain in heaven. Destined to possess treasures that are unimaginable to ordinary people. The improvement in strength brought about is naturally beyond everyone's understanding. Many people who had previously expressed disapproval of this, and who had all kinds of weird and shady hints about participating in this apprenticeship conference, suddenly turned into clowns. They are the ones who missed an extremely precious opportunity. Most of the divine tree masters who did not participate could. Chapter 731. Entering the holy city, many sacred tree masters began to conduct a carpet search nearby. In addition to the masters from the top guilds, there are also a lot of pre-war reporters, who plan to make some valuable stunts in this copy and post them on the forum. Maybe it can become a hit or something. Moreover, even if we can get some trivial information, due to the current divine tree world, all the focus is on the goddess's disciple recruitment conference. All the information in this holy city may be directly auctioned off as extremely valuable information. The fruits of the sacred tree obtained are at least A and S grade. In the current sacred tree world, nearly 1/10 of the sacred tree masters can obtain A to S level fruits through production. Not like it was at the beginning. A to S level sacred tree fruit seems so unattainable. Over time, the overall upper limit of the divine tree world is also growing. At this time, a memory video was posted to the forum. It immediately hit the home page. The reason is simple. This video was recorded by a frontline reporter. However, when everyone opened this video, they discovered that this was the last video recorded by the frontline reporter before his death. I saw a giant beast that exuded a terrifying aura, was covered in scales like a steel forest, and had a body as huge as a hill, coming out from behind. The sacred tree master who went to explore didn't even react and was directly crushed into a pulp. The visual impact brought by this terrifying monster and its huge body made the entire sacred tree world dumbfounded. In the Grey World, the monsters they encountered the most were actually dark evil spirits or a race of demons. I have never encountered such a huge monster before. The moment this video was exposed, the entire sacred tree world was shocked. Oh my god, what kind of terrifying monster this is, it is simply unimaginable. Who said there are endless opportunities? I'm afraid if I hadn't entered, my life would have been lost. Turtle, what did this monster eat to grow up, and why did it grow so huge? Is this a monster that humans can deal with? Nonsense. This is the goddess's apprenticeship conference. If you don't have enough qualifications, how can others accept you as a disciple? Fortunately, I did not enter this dungeon. If I had entered, I would not have come out alive at all. Suddenly, the attitude of the divine tree world towards the disciple recruitment conference was once again reversed 360 degrees. The sacred tree master who had complained that he didn't go in before saw the content in the video, and suddenly felt a lingering fear in his heart, and was secretly grateful. Fortunately, I didn't get into the tiger's mouth. Otherwise, no matter how many opportunities there are, you won't be able to enjoy them. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. An expert Shinshushi roughly judged by memorizing the content in the video. This kind of monster probably has SSS-level attributes. Even so. However, it would be difficult for an ordinary SSS-level tree master to deal with such a huge monster. The attributes alone are so oppressive, it's hard to imagine whether this guy has other skills, or is in a state similar to Berserk. It takes at least one core member of a top guild to deal with it in a team battle to ensure that this monster is taken down. Divine tree masters below S level are advised to run as far as they can when encountering such a monster. It is not something that divine tree masters of your level can handle. After hearing the big boss's analysis, the frontline reporters who stayed in the holy city and had already entered the dungeon suddenly turned pale. Not to mention S-class, they came in just to get information. Then, following the big boss behind the guys, see if you can get some oil and water mixed in. But I didn't expect that this kind of monster is so terrifying. If you look at it more, you will die. If I had known better, I wouldn't have come in. Oh my god, we feel like using teleportation and leaving here immediately, otherwise we're afraid we're going to die. Yes, it seems that you can use the island teleport directly to force you to leave this place. Damn it, why are we holding a disciple recruitment meeting? Let's save our lives first. The faces of the sacred tree masters were extremely pale, and they communicated with their spiritual power and carved the formation on the spot to be transmitted to the island. At this stage, most of the sacred tree masters who survived were because they had the ability to forcibly teleport to the island. That's why I'm able to live until now. This skill is extremely useful in the Grey world. In most cases, as long as the release of the skill is not interrupted, there is a chance to be teleported back to the island. But at that time, I am afraid that I will not be able to leave the island again for a long time and embark on the journey to conquer the Grey world again. However, when the Divine Tree Master here released the teleportation, suddenly, a restraining force enveloped all directions. All transmissions have failed. How could this happen again? Chapter 732. The moment when the power of confinement enveloped all directions and blocked the normal transmission of all the sacred tree masters, everyone present showed a look of deathly ashen. This scene feels like the end is coming. No. To be precise, their end has indeed come. But no one expected that it would happen to them in this way. When the sacred tree masters saw this scene through the memory video released, they were collectively silent. Just imagine, you can't even teleport. This is simply like a nightmare game, minus the exit, which makes people feel 65 and terrified. Ahead is endless danger. At this time, one memory video after another was uploaded to the communication panel of the sacred tree masters. Monsters from mythology, dolls made from divine craftsmanship, extremely dangerous secret realm tests. Although they are completely different creatures from the evil spirits in the Grey world. But the personalities of these beings from the divine realm are even more transcendent. The lethality is comparable to the nightmare of the sacred tree masters. At their current level, facing these monsters is a dead end. What to do? We can no longer teleport back to the sacred tree island. So we can only fight to the death here. The sacred tree masters who entered the dungeon ruins showed extremely regretful expressions. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? I shouldn't have committed suicide today. Now, there is no turning back. I haven't stepped into the ruins yet. The sacred tree masters who were wandering around the edge of the teleportation array all expressed their gratitude. They got together and said with a smile. Huh, what a surprise. We hesitated and waited for a moment, and found that the problem was so serious that we didn't go in immediately. Otherwise, we will probably end up like these idiots, being sent directly into the tiger's mouth, and everyone will be dead. But what should we do now? Although we have not teleported to the ruins, someone tried it before and found that we are in this secret realm and the teleportation array cannot be used normally. It's okay. As long as we don't step into the teleportation array, this should still be a safe area. We wait here until the event copy is over and we should be able to leave safely. However, before the sentence could be finished, a teleportation curtain of clear blue sky suddenly dropped from the sky and landed on everyone present. The smiles of this group of people suddenly froze on their faces. Still, before they could react, the teleportation light curtain had already sent them to the ruins of the ruins. To read exciting novels, go to Lu Novel Network. Ruins and ruins. Under the dim sky, the earth showed a red color like scorched earth. There was an unsettling smell in the air. Now, thousands of figures came to this place along with the teleportation light curtain. Their faces all had various expressions of uneasiness and fear, and they looked around blankly. For a long time. Someone exclaimed, "Are we now in the same place as in the memory video?" Next to him, a dark-faced blonde shot mocked, "This is the situation. Don't you have eyes, can't you see it?" Many of the sacred tree masters present could not help but show desperate and empty eyes, and several of them could not help but murmur to themselves in a low voice. It's over, it's really over now. This ruined ruin cannot be teleported out, and the guarantee is only for SSS-level monsters. How the hell is it going to play? There must be something wrong with this goddess head. We don't want to participate. Why not quit? Co-authoring has trapped us here. Brother, you are really brave. When you attended the meeting of the goddess to recruit disciples, you actually turned around and scolded the goddess. Shouldn't I be scolded? I know what kind of waste I am. I will never be accepted as a disciple by the goddess in this life. He won't even let me teleport. What's the difference between this and killing me? Some humble divine tree masters began to completely break their defenses and couldn't help but curse. Of course, this pure expression of emotional anger did not resonate with others, but instead received all kinds of looks. It can only be said that everyone present here has a tacit understanding of what their attitude is when they come to this disciple recruitment conference. Since you dare to come to someone else's disciple recruitment meeting, then if you are not allowed to leave, what's there to say? Co-author, could it be that at God's disciple-making conference, you can come and leave whenever you want? What kind of 2-6 thing are you? Unless it can be compared with the gods, otherwise, this is other people's territory, so naturally they have the final say. If these sacred tree masters had not completely lost their mentality so early, maybe other sacred tree masters around them would still be interested in cooperating with them. Figure out how to get out of this place. Or, try your best to survive. But seeing that these people's intelligence was like that of giant babies, and their mentality was completely broken. Most of the sacred tree masters present had stopped cooperating with them, and were thinking about their next plan. Lu Shu's figure also appeared in the crowd. He also came to this ruins. Chapter 733. With a slight movement of thought, Lu Shu's figure appeared here. His eyes looked over the ruins. Using infinite deduction, Lu Shu instantly saw that this vast area contained countless SSS-level enemies. This is definitely not a test that ordinary sacred tree masters can pass. There are semi-saint, saint-level and above enemies appearing during the period. Certainly. With Lu Shu's current strength, let alone killing these monsters, he would not be afraid even if he faced Luo Shui himself. But he is a little interested to see how the sacred tree masters here will react when faced with this group of unstoppable monsters. With Lu Shu's current height, he would naturally not pay attention to these things. It was more like he was paying attention to everything with the eyes of a god. Although he is a participant, he will not immediately break the 25 rules. Instead, he plans to wait and see what changes the world of the sacred tree will bring because the messenger from the divine domain joins this battle. At this time, a monk wearing cassocks, surrounded by Buddhist scriptures, with a simple and calm face, stood up and said, Amitabha, Pindao is a sacred tree master from the ancient Buddhist guild, with the name Xian Monk. This time I came to the disciple recruitment conference because I had promised the guild's mission and came to inquire about information. But I didn't expect that this dungeon mission would be so difficult, so I specially invite all donors to join forces and get through this dungeon. Although Xian Monk has no abilities, he still managed to kill the semi-saint level dungeon boss alone. He thinks he can still fight against these monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky around Xian Monk was filled with Buddha light, and it suddenly turned into a field, covering all directions. All the sacred tree masters could feel this majestic Buddhist text, which contained unimaginable power and could easily tear apart. It breaks the hearts of everyone here. Suddenly, all the sacred tree masters joined Xian Monk's team as if they were drunk. After all, Xian Monk is one of the few strong men with semi-saint level strength among everyone here. Although the world of sacred trees has developed for such a long time. However, semi-saint level powerhouses are still very few sacred tree masters. They belong to the top level. It is not difficult for the sacred tree masters here to speculate. Xian Monk is very likely in the ancient Buddha guild, they are all the best core members. Although the ancient Buddha guild experienced the last disaster and many of its members died, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. After Fa Hai and many other top bald men, with the joint efforts of the donkeys, this guild was still able to occupy most of the resources in the sacred tree world after a period of Go Dao Lu. Xian Monk is so powerful that he must have a very high status in the ancient Buddha guild. This in the world, dog lickers still account for the majority. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Especially in this crisis situation, many people will choose to seek refuge with Xian Monk to win part of their turn. Even some sacred tree masters still have illusions about Xian Monk. They feel that they are close to the core members of the ancient Buddha guild. If they can make friends with each other and meet noble people, they may have the opportunity to rise to prominence. The sacred trees here there are about 100 people in the master. Among them, dozens of people rushed forward, vying to join Xian Monk's team. Some of the sacred tree masters who stood aside and watched, hesitating, saw so many people swarming up, and they also unable to bear it any longer, he pushed forward. Only a few sacred tree masters did not choose to join. Xian Monk did not dislike it, and actually found the sacred tree masters who did not join one by one, and asked the reason calmly. Soon. His eyes fell on Lu Shu, who was dressed in black, and his heart suddenly moved slightly, feeling surprised. The fluctuations in this person's body seem to be so primitive, that I can't sense his true cultivation. At this stage, theoretically speaking, there should be no divine tree masters without any cultivation. Either it's because the other person's profession is special, or his strength far exceeds mine. 147 Thinking of this, Xian Monk walked forward slowly and asked kindly, "This donor, are you willing to join my team?" Lu Shu shook his head and said, "My strength is low. Joining the team will only hinder me. I am still used to acting alone." Xian Seng also heard the meaning of Lu Shu's words. Since the other party has strength, he is naturally unwilling to act as a group. The so-called low strength is a humble statement. Xian Seng smiled and said, "If the donor is willing, you can come to me at any time." In this critical moment, helping each other is the key to getting through the difficulties. Hearing Xian Monk's politeness, everyone else here couldn't help but praise him. "You are worthy of being a core member of the Great Guild. Whether it is quality or character, there is nothing to say." On the other hand, the look towards Lu Shu showed a hint of contempt. After all, in their eyes, Lu Shu is simply too disrespectful. "The core members of the big guild came to look for you. What do you have? Eligibility denied." Chapter 734. "Well, since the donor is not willing, then I can't force anything." Xian Monk had a look of pity on his face, and then left here with the other sacred tree masters. Lu Shu's figure moved and also left here. According to his prediction, this stage of the test will last 30 days. Time. As long as they can survive this stage, all the sacred tree masters will get a chance to breathe. This information is all deduced based on his infinite deduction. As a goddess, Luo Shui, although she has laid this disciple recruitment meeting is a trap, but the opportunity does exist. This holy city is actually a product of the divine realm. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly, and he used his mind to perceive the world. He realized that this holy city is not a domain, but is similar to a magical weapon. A magical weapon from the divine domain. It can turn a world into Sumeru. The medium is stored in a small space. When this world is fully revealed, it will come to the grey world in the form of a holy city. At this moment, all the sacred tree masters have entered this holy city. Every move, none of them can escape Luo Shui's perception. Including Lu Shu. Even if he uses shielding methods to prevent Luo Shui from seeing through his true cultivation level, because he is in the Sumeru cave, the magic weapon is connected to Luo Shui's destiny. Therefore, his every move will still be transmitted from the Dongtian magic weapon to Luo Shui. Unless he leaves here directly. But it is not easy to directly break through the prison of this world with arrogant methods. It seems that I just need to develop slowly in this area. The opportunities contained in this holy city's cave are extraordinary. Even for me, it is of great use. TSK, some of the best elixirs are even better than the sacred tree fruits I produced on the sacred tree island. Moreover, due to being directly contaminated with the aura of the divine realm, the divinity is even more powerful. At present, my sacred tree is still at the stage of the best sacred tree. Compared with the orthodox divine domain, there is still a gap in divine power. Therefore, I can gain a lot from exploring opportunities in this cave. Using the deduction method, he sensed it. Lu Shu quickly figured out the route to attack this holy city. And, the next plan. He was not in a hurry to directly open the cave, but join the game, together with other sacred tree masters, carry out actions similar to land reclamation. Gee, it feels like I haven't done this kind of activity for a long time. Lu Shu grinned. Anyway, it's just one of the clones that came here. Even if it's killed in battle, it won't have much impact. So, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Naturally, start the strategy. Outside the secret realm. Luo Shui sat on the divine throne. There was an elite clear crystal ball suspended in front of her. If you look carefully, the picture that emerges from the crystal ball is exactly the entire picture of the holy city. All the sacred tree masters, including every corner of the secret realm, are like compressed pictures, presented in the crystal ball in the form of shimi medium. By observing the pictures inside, one can see the details of every corner of the holy city. Luo Shui's green fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of the seat, making a dull sound that echoed in the empty space. For a long time, her eyes fell on Xian Monk, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. Western Buddhism, the inheritance of these bald donkeys, can actually be learned by ordinary people. According to these informants, it seems that their power comes from the sacred tree and is not the descendant of bald donkey. If it really has anything to do with those bald donkeys, then don't blame me for being rude. Luo Shui snorted coldly. From her words, it seemed that the Nine Heavens goddess faction still had a lot of enmity with Buddhism and Taoism. But Luo Shui was not an unreasonable person. When he came to the Grey World, he captured a few. The divine tree masters naturally gathered a lot of information. Luo Shui got an extremely surprising piece of information. In the Grey World, this group of divine tree masters, whom she regarded as mortals, were actually able to escape from the sacred tree island. The sacred trees gained extraordinary power. Many of the powers seemed to come from the orthodox gods. However, these sacred trees did not seem to have any relationship with the gods. Therefore, Lu Shu did not directly attack Xian Monk. Otherwise, with the Nine Heavens goddess, the relationship between Yi faction and Bald Donkey, Lu Shu might have directly killed Xian Monk. Got it good. Subsequently, her eyes fell on a young girl with an extraordinary temperament. The girl was wearing an ancient sword and had a veil on her face, revealing a hazy beauty. Standing on the top of the mountain, overlooking the entire secret realm, he has a profound temperament. Seeing this girl, Lu Shu's eyes softened a little, with a hint of admiration. Finally, I saw a person with good talent. Based on the skills he practiced, he seemed to be the same as a famous guild in the divine tree world. Tianzong, how many origin servants do you have? Lu Shu felt a familiar aura from this girl's body, and secretly remembered her in his heart. The screen changed again. This time, a picture of a man in black appeared in the crystal ball. Chapter 735. The moment Lu Shu's eyes fell on the man in black, her eyelids suddenly jumped. There seems to be some absurd feeling in my heart. It was as if this man in black gave him an unfathomable feeling. How can it be? Lu Shu was shocked. Although this feeling was just fleeting, as a divine messenger with divine status, Lu Shu believed in her own intuition even more. That was the ability she had in this position. She had control over everything. Perception is much stronger than that of ordinary people. It has a similar effect to the spiritual power of the divine tree master. However, Lu Shu's mental power is even more powerful. With his mental power alone, he can completely crush everyone here. Dear divine tree masters, the so-called intuitive perception is closely related to spiritual power. It is the subconscious perception of all things. Once you notice that there is something special about the other person, or some kind of fate and cause and effect, it affects you. This kind of spirit she can be alert in advance. Therefore, Lu Shu paid special attention to this man in black. Her thoughts moved slightly. Suddenly, the majestic spiritual power was poured into the holy city, turning into a sky-wide eye, and her gaze fell onto the man in black. In an instant, the other person's cultivation level was directly exposed to his eyes. Phew, so it is. Lu Shu breathed a sigh of relief and said in his heart, it's just a relatively mysterious method of entraining qi. It's a bit interesting. The skills practiced by this person are quite similar to those in the divine realm. Looking at the world of the eye tree, such a mortal seems still a minority. Could it be that this person's sacred tree is special and is close or similar to the orthodox inheritance of the divine realm? If one perceives the cultivation level, then this person's cultivation level is probably above that of a saint, almost reaching half-step of a divine envoy, but there is still a far cry from it. But this strength is already at the top level among the mortal world and the Grey World, and he should be a hidden master. Based on the information he got in the Grey World, Lu Shu probably knows that the top ability among the sacred tree masters is the saint. Of course, there are also some sacred tree masters standing on the top of the mountain who may have reached the realm of half-step gods. For example, the old heavenly master of the Tianzong, his current cultivation level is nearly half a step to the level of a god. Looking at the entire divine tree world, he is almost unbeatable. However, the divine tree masters who know the existence of the old heavenly master are very rare. The reason Yu Tianzong does not often cause trouble, does not participate in the interest disputes between the sacred tree worlds, and only forms sect gangs to practice and support each other, and rarely mess with the world, so it is not well known by the world. And Tianzong disciples due to their special practice sects is mostly practiced in island retreats, or at locations where sects are stationed. There is rarely any land reclamation activity, and monsters will not be brought to the island. Naturally, there will be no competition for the standings. Read Baoshuang novels, just go to Feilu Novel Network. In fact, for the current sacred tree masters, in addition to the god level, CFDG, reward for the first place, the rewards on that list are also attractive to everyone. The rewards are like worthless food, tasteless, and a pity to throw away. But the god level rewards are always in the hands of the tree lover, and other sacred tree masters have never had a hand from the beginning to the end. No one can shake the tree lover's supremacy. Gradually, in the land, most of the sacred tree masters have lost interest in the battle for the first place on the list and rarely participate. A considerable number of masters have not been exposed through the list. According to Lu Shu's information, the group of masters in Tianzong, worthy of attention. Because there is very little information about them in the world of divine tree masters, but they happen to have many masters. So, there are more points worth paying attention to. But Luo Shui has sensed the disciples of Tianzong, and he has noticed a little bit. Fan found that the fluctuations in Lu Shu's body were very different from Tianzong's skills. He frowned slightly and said in his heart, "The spiritual energy condensed in this person's body is more pure, and it actually gives me a heavy feeling. It is obviously very different from the Taiqing energy cultivated by Tianzong. It's interesting, a half-step divine envoy can actually have such aura, it's worth paying attention to. However, it seems that the half-step divine envoy is far from the goal I want to find." To this day, Luo Shui still remembers that Lu Shu once used the divine lock and the immortal killing sword to directly crush him, and he is still worried about this. As a divine envoy in the sky, he lost to a mortal and returned in embarrassment. For Luo Shui himself, it is a shame that will never be washed away in his life. Therefore, this time Luo Shui comes to the mortal world, in addition to completing the mission of Master Jiutian Goddess, he also wants to find the mortal who defeated him in order to retaliate for what happened back then. Qiu. After her strength was enhanced, Luo Shui felt that she was stronger now. When she met Lu Shu again, she had full confidence. But Lu Shu's strength was obviously more than half a god. Luo Shui felt it a little, although she vaguely recognized the strength of the man in black, but she did not doubt the identity of the man. He might be the Lu Shu that she had been looking for. Luo Shui snorted coldly and said, "When I am in the mortal world, I have formed the most powerful force. You will definitely not be able to escape from my grasp." Chapter 736. Lu Shu's figure suddenly flashed. The next second, he has arrived in this desert. Huge perception ability, covering all directions instantly. Suddenly, all the surrounding movements fall into the Jilu tree's perception. The thought moved slightly. Lu Shu noticed that there were many ruins guards stationed nearby in the desert, and couldn't help but smile. These ruins guards actually have the shadow of the Kingdom of God's technology in them. However, the core technologies of these ruin guards have become extremely failed. Among them, it can be clearly felt that the core structure inside the ruins guard has been extremely severely damaged in the past. Being able to support its operation again is obviously a matter of repair. After Lu Shu noticed this information, he couldn't help but show an interesting expression. According to the information he had learned in the divine realm before, these ruins guards are the technology of the divine kingdom. But Luo Shui's power in the divine realm, the rate belongs to Tiangong. Tiangong and the kingdom of God have always had a lot of grudges. Therefore, since these ruin guards are the technological weapons of the kingdom of God, they fell into the hands of Tiangong, there is only one possibility. Then in the past, there was a battle between the kingdom of God and Tiangong. The guardians of these ruins that were killed by Tiangong naturally fell into Tiangong's hands. After some repairs, they can still be used. Of course, their value is for as far as Tiangong is concerned, it is completely worthless rubbish. But as a gift for children, it can still be given to low-level gods for fun. Therefore, these ruin guards taken out by Luo Shui should be from Tiangong. Loot. Although its power is no different from a toy in the divine realm, if it falls in the mortal world of the Grey World, for all the divine tree masters, it is simply a dimensionality-reducing blow. From this information, Lu Shu can actually infer other things. The strength of Tiangong is not inferior to that of the Kingdom of God, and is even slightly higher than that of the Kingdom of God. Since these trophies can be used as toys by Tiangong, it means that when two different forces fought against each other, Tiangong must have the upper hand. Tiangong has many forces, the same is true in the divine realm. If a battle is triggered between the two, it will definitely not be a small fight. The fact that Tiangong can collect the technology of the divine kingdom as trophies proves that they definitely have a huge upper hand in the divine realm. Even, maybe at that stop, the heavenly palace declared the winner. So, most of the ruins left in the Grey World seem to be related to the messengers who came from the heavenly palace. More from the kingdom of God, it follows the path of technology. But the result is also obvious. In the Grey World, technology has left very few civilizational products. Although any divine creation from the ruins of the divine kingdom can bring a shocking feeling, it is not the same as Tiangong. The inheritance left behind is completely incomparable. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. After all, the piles of extremes left by the kingdom of God are now at the level of saints at most. But the Tiangong, the products left behind, can completely create batches of saints. The gap between the two in the Grey World relics is not small. Lu Shu smiled and said, "It's interesting, are the ruins guards? It just so happens that I still have some methods of mastering technology here, so I can try it out with these ruin guards." Since the last battle with the Trisolaris, Lu Shu has accumulated a large number of science fiction fruits in his hands. Every time one of these fruits is swallowed, science and technology can be unlocked immediately. Lu Shu planted the science fiction fruits on the sacred tree island, with a hundredfold increase in spring recovery, mass production. Science fiction fruits have a characteristic: the technology obtained will increase with the number of times taken. This means that the more science fiction fruits Lu Shu swallows, the more science fiction fruits he swallows, the more he can automatically the generated technology became more and more advanced. He stretched out his hand, and a burst of brilliance danced in Lu Shu's palm. Then, a dozen sci-fi fruits that emitted crystal clear light and were surrounded by azure brilliance appeared in his hand. Bah! Bah! Lu Shu swallowed the science fiction fruits in the warehouse one by one with 3 strokes. The taste of the science fiction fruits was not very good, it could almost be said that it had no taste. It was like the boredom of studying. But it took a long time to taste it. It seems that this tasteless taste is also a kind of taste. It will not make people feel unacceptable, but will give people a sense of wisdom. Then, several prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu. Ding! You swallowed the fruit of science fiction and obtained SS-level science fiction technology lithography machine. Ding! You swallowed the fruit of science fiction and obtained SS-level science fiction technology, planetary engine. Ding! You swallowed the fruit of science fiction and obtained SS-level science fiction technology, a black hole making machine. Ding! You swallowed the fruit of science fiction and obtained S-level science fiction technology, two-way foil. Lu Shu raised his eyelids slightly and smiled in his heart. I didn't expect that this science fiction fruit has something to it. President Luo's sacred tree fruit is quite good. It can actually give birth to SSS-level science fiction technology. Chapter 737. Speaking of the experience of obtaining the science fiction fruit, we also need to mention the time when Lu Shu had dealt with the Trisolaris Society. At that time, President Luo wanted to trick Lu Shuren and use him to trade to the core of God's domain to help the Trisolaris Society develop and grow. But I didn't expect that President Luo was very ambitious and wanted to swallow up the entire Grey World. As a result, the Trisolaris Society fell into dire straits and was unable to recover. Lu Shu also obtained the fruit of science fiction since then. After cultivating it on the island for a while, I found that this fruit is really quite practical. It plays a very good role in the construction of various scientific and technological products. In the past, most of the fruits Lu Shu obtained were related to cultivating immortals, or were other superpower fruits. There are all kinds of abilities. But it just lacks technological means. With a feeling of having never used it before, Lu Shu also swallowed a few sci-fi fruits, intending to use practice as the only criterion for testing truth, and experience it directly to know whether this fruit is useful or not. Don't tell me the result. If it were placed in a period when Lu Shu didn't have so many artifacts, it would be really useful. The lethality created by many weapons is no less than a strike from an artifact. But the shortcomings are also very obvious: too little material. If you want to mass-produce the most high-end technology, you will need to invest massive resources. Even as large as the Trisolaris Society, it is unable to use the most advanced scientific research technology and is limited by the material output of the Grey World. But Lu Shu was different. Since the sweep all the way, the materials in the warehouse have been piled up like a mountain. If they are put directly into the trading interface of the divine tree world, it will inevitably bring about a resource change. For Lu Shu himself, there is actually no benefit. This is a headache. Such a huge amount of resources cannot be used, or traded. You can't just leave it in a warehouse to gather dust and be used as a mascot, right? As for losing it, you would only do it if you were crazy. However, after receiving the science fiction fruit of Tricity, Lu Shu suddenly discovered that the pile of scrap metal in the warehouse seemed to have a second spring, and could turn decay into magic. I don't know what other sacred tree masters would think if they knew that Lu Shu regarded this treasure that everyone dreamed of as scrap metal. All in all, the materials Lu Shu scavenged along the way were already past this level and should be discarded. But because he got President Luo's science fiction fruit and continued to cultivate it using his own divine tree talent, he was able to exert even greater strength than the Trisolaris. Since then, Lu Shu's technological abilities have continued to rise. By swallowing a large number of science fiction fruits, he has reached an extremely terrifying state. Swallow a few more fruits again. Now, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Lu Shu has actually obtained the two-way foil technology. President Luo once felt crazy about the technology of two-way foil, and even wanted to obtain such high-end technology at all costs. But he almost died for it. Lu Shu directly relied on the talent of the sacred tree to copy science fiction fruits in batches and directly obtained this technology. If President Luo knew about it, he would probably jump out of the coffin and be furious. We have now reached the SSS level of technology. I don't know what kind of technology one can get if I continue to swallow a few more pills. Lu Shu smiled, and with a slight movement of thought again, the last few science fiction fruits left in the warehouse appeared in his hand. Swallow it, right now. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. Ding! You have obtained the improved technology of Ruin Guard in God's domain. The rating exceeds the system's judgment and cannot be evaluated for the time being. At that moment, Lu Shu's brain suddenly had endless knowledge. Incomparably complex principles, incomprehensible technologies of the gods, and endless doors of knowledge seemed to open the key, opening up this new world towards Lu Shu. Such a huge amount of knowledge came out at the same time. Even though Lu Shu was mentally strong, it still took him a lot of time to fully absorb, integrate and apply what he learned. Lu Shu couldn't help but take a deep breath and said to himself, it is indeed the technology of the gods. It is indeed superb and beyond the scope of ordinary people. Even if there is even a trace of principal technology inside, if it spreads to the world of the sacred tree, it can easily create another Trisolaris 5-8, no, to be precise, I am afraid it will be several times more powerful than the Trisolaris. Alas, it is indeed a product of the divine realm. It has indeed exceeded the scope of the grey realm. But the fruit of the sacred tree is really amazing. It actually has the ability to continuously acquire knowledge. If the Trisolaris Society is given sufficient resources and development time, it may not be unable to gain a place in the Grey World, and even become the #1 guild. It's a pity that President Luo himself committed suicide and ruined the future of the Trisolaris Society in advance. It can only be said to be a pity. Lu Shu sighed secretly, and at the same time, he was also absorbing new knowledge in his mind. Chapter 738. A moment. Lu Shu already had several kinds of related knowledge in his mind. If there is a ruin guard standing in front of him at this time, there is no need to rely on extra abilities, just relying on the knowledge in his mind, he can easily dismantle the ruin guard structure completely. Once you know the weaknesses, it will be natural and easy to solve them. It's time to have some fun hunting down some ruin guards. Lu Shu chuckled softly. Desert ruins. A group of sacred tree masters gathered into a team and marched against the wind and sand. Look, what is that? Someone exclaimed. As the voice fell, everyone immediately raised their heads and looked forward. A 25-year-old majestic figure stood in front like a giant, exuding an unimaginable terrifying aura. Whoosh! In the air, there was a piercing sound in the air. Missiles struck the crowd like meteors. Quickly open the protective shield and defend. Xian Monk shouted. Immediately, the sacred tree masters present did not hesitate and offered various magic weapons one after another, turning them into barriers to protect the left and right. Boom! The missile landed on the shield. In an instant, the fire that burst out was as bright as day, as if dawn broke through the night. It only lasted less than a second, and the shield was instantly penetrated like tissue paper and shattered to the ground. Many sacred tree masters were hit head-on. Terrible damage. Use teleport. Xian Monk shouted immediately. Everyone here woke up. A dazzling teleportation light fell down instantly. Soon, the group of sacred tree masters returned to the safety camp. Phew, it's so dangerous. Fortunately, we discovered the teleportation ability. Although we cannot teleport outside the ruins, we can still teleport within the ruins. There shouldn't be any problems in this safe camp for a short period of time. There are usually no monsters nearby. As long as we can react in time and teleport away quickly, it shouldn't be a big deal. The sacred tree masters here all feel a little bit distraught. That's right. The team composed of this group of sacred tree masters is exactly the team led by Xian Monk not long ago. At first, there were only a few dozen people. However, later on, they continued to during his journey, he attracted other sacred tree masters to join the team. In just a few days, Xian Monk's team already had hundreds of sacred tree masters. If placed in the sacred tree world, it would be a small guild. The power is not small. With so many divine tree masters combined, although it cannot be said that they have gained a huge improvement in abilities at once, with more people, they can still come up with ideas. For example, teleportation can be used within the ruins, which will naturally be used by other gods. The tree master accidentally discovered it. Xian Monk immediately found a safe camp, stationed a line of defense, and first established a place where he could settle down. Then, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Using the camp as a center, explore around. Although this ruin seems safe, no one knows whether there will be any changes in the future. Instead of sitting there and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. Of course, you cannot just stay in the camp. So, Xian Monk call on the sacred tree masters to go out together to find opportunities. Whatever opportunities they can find, it belongs to them. Since the sacred tree masters who come here come from all over the world and join the same team, naturally there are not many levels. Like the guild, they will scheming with each other and have a clear distribution of interests and identities. Whoever gets something belongs to whoever it is. If you try to seize the treasure casually, other companions may not be able to stand it, and Xian Monk will also stop it. After all, if some sacred tree masters are allowed to break the rules at will, the people will be scattered and the team will be unable to lead. After everyone considered it, they felt that although Xian Monk's team could not be said to have a high upper limit, everyone was now an ant on the same rope. Grasshoppers. Bundled together, the chance of survival may be a little higher. At this moment, the teleportation array instantly carried so many sacred tree masters, and the light dimmed. Someone sighed, the ruins are really dangerous this time, that the big guy appeared out of nowhere, and suddenly 550 missiles came down, and the damage was terrible. There were sighs coming from the side one after another, and they responded, yes, the defensive shield we built can withstand several SSS-level attacks, at least even the Saint may not be able to break the shield instantly. But just these few missiles broke our shield instantly. It was so terrifying. I am afraid that the power within it has exceeded the level of a saint. If it is not at the level of a demigod, then there is no way it can withstand any round of damage. The enemy is too powerful. If we fight head-on, we will suffer heavy losses even if we win. Alas, it seems that we have to think about it in the long term. How about, let's stay in this camp for a few days. Everyone's eyes turned to Xian Seng. The operation failed, and everyone suddenly had no idea what to do next. Xian Seng actually didn't want to sit still and wait for death, but he looked at the teleportation array as the light screen dimmed, and he had no choice but to choose stop at the camp first and wait for the energy of the teleportation array to recover before making any plans. Chapter 739. Okay, since there is nothing we can do with this copy, and such a large-scale transfer requires time to cool down. During this time, we will stay in the camp. Don't go anywhere else. However, even in the camp, we must be more prepared, because we are not familiar with this place, and no one knows whether other things will happen. Xian Seng said solemnly. Others nodded. Everyone took care of the camp. A little girl quietly found Xian Seng and said a little embarrassedly, well, I want to tell you something about what happened recently. Experience, select part of it, and upload it to the Shinshu forum, okay? Xian Monk turned around. He recognized the girl as a reporter. She came to the copy this time to record information. After uploading it to the forum, there should be many people buying the information. But, now, at this stage, nothing is more important than surviving. Xian Monk sighed, nodded and agreed, you can upload it as you watch, and try not to reveal other people's information. The little girl quickly thanked her. In fact, directly publishing the information here will actually help everyone's chance of survival. In the forum, there are also divine tree masters with great vision, who can use the details in the video to judging the surrounding situation. There might as well be some sacred tree master Shui Dongping who would put forward various hypotheses, share information, and find solutions to the situation. Therefore, Xian Monk acquiesced that the girl revealed the information, which was a helpless move. Anyway, the situation can't get any worse. The current opponents are not other sacred tree masters, but the enemies of this copy. As for the transaction information, even if the girl didn't publish the information from the forum, naturally some people would secretly selling information below. The trading panel of the Divine Tree Master makes all this very convenient. Therefore, it is better to let these people go to the water forum by default. As long as enough information is released, the value will decrease. Soon, the situation here, the memory video was immediately released. The world of sacred trees. Now, everyone is paying attention to the news about this apprenticeship conference. At this moment, a post appeared, which immediately shocked the entire sacred tree world, and rose to the top of the hot search list in a short period of time. The title is not very deceiving. It's just a record in the copy. However, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The content inside shocked the entire sacred tree world. Oh my god, you actually have such a terrifying ruin guard and such a powerful shield, can you not even hold it for a second? Terrifying, judging from the picture, this is the damage that just one ruin guard can cause. Some time ago, wasn't there someone watching from a distance and using the exploration ability to find many traces of ruin guard activities? Fortunately, those people were only checking the situation from a distance and did not choose to get closer. Otherwise, they would have been hit head-on by these artillery pieces, and probably not even the scum would be left. Damn it, I feel like this secret realm of the Disciple Recruitment Conference is really scary. Why do so many monsters that exceed the maximum limit of the current sacred tree world appear together? It's really scary. Have you noticed that no one from the Dark Knight Alliance or Star Pavilion seems to be here? Could it be that you have noticed something is wrong with this copy? Not only that, no one came to Muyu Pavilion. The Pavilion Master might have calculated what might happen in the future, so he avoided his influence. We should have followed the footsteps of the Pavilion Master a long time ago. Is the military reputation of the Sacred Tree world in vain? I feel that all the Sacred Tree Masters who entered the dungeon this time will be sent. Such high-level monsters cannot be defeated at all. If you hit someone, that's gua sha. When someone hits you, it's only seconds, it's not the same level at all. If you can survive the end of this ruins, you will be considered a success. Across the screen, the Sacred Tree Masters saw the tragic scenes at the ruins and the desperate monsters. They couldn't help but feel extremely pessimistic. In their eyes, the Tree Master who entered the ruins this time had a very small chance of surviving, let alone getting a chance. There is even an analysis by a Sacred Tree Master, just to get rid of a ruins guard, at least 3 Sacred Tree Masters of more than saints must be ensured to ensure that it can be defeated. This is not as simple as winning the battle. Good luck to King Noah. You must know that the ruins guards are products created by technology. If one is attacked, it is likely that other ruins guards will follow. At that time, it will not be a situation that the Divine Tree Master can solve. Therefore, not only must we be able to win the battle, but we must also end the battle as quickly as possible and in a short period of time. Otherwise, once you are surrounded by the ruins guards, it will be over. Everyone expressed their opinions to some of the Sacred Tree Masters to see if they could come up with a solution to the ruins. However, all the loud-mouthed kings who were active in the forum have become mute, and their collective diving has disappeared. No one comes out to give advice again. Chapter 740. Seeing the current situation in front of them, all the members of the Divine Tree world couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and they all came to a common understanding. It's over. The difficulty of this secret realm seems to be really too high. Even the talkative kings of the forum don't come out to brag now. It seems that this copy is not that difficult, but it makes people despair just looking at it. Although the difficulty is very high, everyone is more sure of their respect for the goddess. If the goddess's disciple recruitment meeting can be easily passed successfully, that would be weird. Seeing that there are so many tests that are difficult to overcome, Peng standing in the ruins has exceeded the limit that the Sacred Tree Master can achieve. The other members who did not participate in the dungeon felt a little more balanced. They even felt a little gloating. Before, some people felt that not participating in the ruins would be a waste for their sacred trees. For Master 377, it was a regrettable thing in life. But now it seems that entering inside is the most regrettable thing. Now. Xian Monk was leading the team and was resting nearby. At this time. Suddenly there was a roaring sound from ahead. Fire shot into the sky. This change made the Sacred Tree Masters present immediately become extremely vigilant and walked out of the camp one after another. The intelligence officer responsible for the observation said in a solemn tone. There seem to be traces of fighting ahead. Judging from the direction and location of the sound, it should be the location where the ruins guards were stationed that we explored not long ago. Xian Monk frowned and said, could it be that the Sacred Tree Master in our team went to check the situation? Besides, a purple-haired girl shook her head and said, I have counted the number of people in the camp. Everyone is here, and no one has left the Phi team. They should not be ours. After all. Not long ago, all the members of Xian Monk's team had seen how powerful the ruin guards were. Who would risk their lives to face the ruin guards alone? Isn't this asking for death? Xian Monk frowned and said, since they are not our people, that should be the other Sacred Tree teams. Someone sneered, I wonder who is looking for death. The information about the ruins guards has been published everywhere on the forum, and they still dare to provoke them? Not necessarily. Xian Monk said, you also said that the recent forum has announced all the terrible things about the ruins guards. Everyone should know how terrifying the ruin guards are. If this group of people is not looking to die, but to challenge the ruins guards, then maybe they have mastered some method, or in other words, they have something. As soon as these words came out, everyone here looked at each other in shock, and they all couldn't believe Xian Monk's judgment. In their eyes. Now, the team formed by Xian Monk should be one of the best in the entire ruins. Even when they faced the ruins guards, they had to flee. How could there be anyone who could fight the ruins guards head-on? Xian Monk's eyes were deep and he said, there is an abnormal situation ahead, and we need a few people to investigate the information. Who is willing? Heading to. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with white hair immediately stood up and said, my crane eyes can detect everything that happens in the distance, so let me carry out this mission. There are also a few burly men who offer to be responsible for protection. In fact, if you participate in investigation activities, the senses between teammates are usually connected by resonance. These people are not as simple as pure protection, but to obtain first-hand intelligence information. Of course, their willingness to complete these tasks is also related to intelligence. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. If there are really gods in the ruins, if the Tree Master can fight the ruins guard, then this is definitely extremely exciting news. If you take it to any forum, it can cause countless controversies. Naturally, there will be sacred tree masters from the guild who want to buy the information. Xian Monk naturally knows this. He's scanning his eyes, he selected a few more powerful tree masters and followed the white-haired boy. The remaining few tree masters who were not strong enough but wanted to use the mission to get some information left a little dejectedly, was not selected by Xian Monk. Soon, this team immediately formed an investigation team and set off again in the direction of the ruins in an instant. Remains. A dazzling fire burned all around. Lu Shu stood in front of the ruins guard and showed a calm smile. For other sacred tree masters, the ruins guards are huge, and any attack is extremely terrifying and absolutely destructive. However, Lu Shu, who had unlocked the blueprint, could see the structure of the ruins guard at a glance. Even their attack methods are indistinguishable and can be seen through. Now that we know how the ruins guards operate. Next. All you need is simple positioning and level A to defeat the ruins guard. He is like a seasoned stitch removal expert. Wandering in the blazing flames, dodging countless missile attacks, he calmly came to one of the ruins guards, casually. Immediately afterwards, the entire body of the ruins guard suddenly fell into pieces. Instant kill. Chapter 741. How relaxing. Lu Shu sighed with a smile. He did not use brute force to kill the ruins guards, nor did he use artifacts such as the immortal killing sword and the divine lock, he just used the simplest way to find the parts of the mechanism. Touching it like this. It seems easy and unpretentious, but it actually touches the core of the ruins guard. Only by truly knowing the structure of the ruins guard and knowing how to control the core hub can it be so easy. Boom. Accompanied there was a violent collapse sound. The huge ruins guard turned into powder in the blink of an eye and shattered into pieces. The picture looked like an epic and shocking beauty. At the same time, a prompt also popped up in front of the tree. You killed the ruins guard and obtained Chaos Nexus X1. Do you want to assemble it? Yes. The next second. Following Lu Shu's thoughts, he moved slightly. In front of him, the ruins guard scattered into countless parts began to assemble together in an instant. It turned into a huge machine. On the outside, they look even more vigorous than the previous ruins guards. The scales covering the whole body emit a terrifying light. From a distance, it looks like the king among giants. Born with a proud look, he is the best in the audience. At this time, Lu Shu sensed a gaze nearby, looking at him. With his mental strength, as long as the divine tree master is paying attention to him, he can be found immediately. The thought moved slightly. Lu Shu's soul perception ability can span thousands of miles in an instant. Above the sky, an invisible illusory eye appeared, standing on the clouds, opening its cold eyes, looking down on the earth like the eyes of a god. The figures of several sacred tree masters immediately fell into Lu Shu's field of vision. Lu Shu recognized these sacred tree masters as they had joined the Xian Monk team not long ago and had come to explore the area not long ago. However, Lu Shu naturally didn't bother to care about other sacred tree masters. As for the movement here, it is estimated that it will spread to the world of the sacred tree soon. But Lu Shu had nothing to worry about. First of all, his strength is basically invincible in the world of the sacred tree, and there is no need to worry about his identity being exposed. Secondly, in taking down the ruins guards this time, I didn't use any of my trump cards. I just used the science fiction fruit. Even if this information is spread, it will not have a great impact on Lu Shu himself. Let's go. Lu Shu smiled, controlled the machine panel, and became familiar with the control method of the ruins guard. As long as the engine is turned on, the terminal can connect to the control system. It seems to be called Norma. This system, placed in the previous ruins, has a glorious history. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. But now it has been reduced to an automatic program. No one is in charge of this system to handle the automatic operation state. Gee, this Norma system is really advanced enough. It actually has such huge functions and analysis capabilities, which are simply not weaker than infinite deduction. A long time ago, it seemed that this Norma system was controlled by humans, but for some unknown reason, it has now been abandoned. If the core of the terminal can be obtained, then all permissions can be completely opened. It's hard to imagine how powerful such a system would be if it could be controlled. It is not a problem at all to control all the ruin guards here in 1 second. This realm has reached the realm of gods. Is this the technology above the realm of gods? Not inferior to any power system at all. Ultimate knowledge brings absolute control of physical laws. This is the realm of the god of technology. The moment he took control of the ruins guard, Lu Shu opened the control panel, connected his consciousness to the control platform, and immediately obtained a huge amount of information. The vast database was like an inexhaustible treasure. Exploration can lead to unexpected surprises. Lu Shu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although the status of the Kingdom of God in the Divine Realm may be inferior to that of the Tiangong, the technological power they control cannot be underestimated at all. The world of the Divine Tree will definitely bring the power of dimensionality reduction in strike. If you can study it carefully, you will gain a lot in improving your strength. For example, it can attack the underworld. The technology of the Divine Realm is driven by the Divine Realm, and it is also capable of dealing with the underworld. It has good lethality. The last time I went to the underworld, because the realm's strength was not very high. In the end, Lu Shu and Guan Yu tied, announcing the outcome of the battle. But what if you drive a Gundam into the underworld? Then the picture is very touching just thinking about it. Engage in technology. Lu Shu laughed in his heart. His realm has been raised to the peak of Hadao. Now he needs an opportunity to step into the realm of true immortals. An opportunity to open the path to the divine realm. In the Grey Realm, the divine laws are not enough. If he breaks through here, in the realm of true immortality, I am afraid that perfection cannot be achieved. Therefore, Lu Shu still needs to develop in other aspects, in Chapter 742. With a slight movement of thought, Lu Shu immediately controlled the ruins guards and moved deeper. He needs to collect more ruins guards. In Chaos Core is a god-level material. As long as you get this kind of material, it will definitely not be a loss. Pippy Shrimp. Ah no, Ruins Guard. Let's go. Lu Shu drove the Ruins Guard and advanced all the way, heading deeper into the ruins. However, his leading figure also fell into the eyes of some divine tree masters. The collapse of 270 behind the ruins, the white-haired boy followed several burly men, lying on the ground and witnessing everything that happened in the distance. He Tong could see far away, and was not affected by obstacles. He could see everything. The white-haired boy, the young man, couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Damn it, why did a sacred tree master run into the ruins guard?" Besides, someone murmured, if I read it correctly, it seems that he just touched the ruins guard and this guy turned into a scumbag. When he said this, his tone was obviously trembling, and he was a little unbelievable. Even if he saw this with his own eyes, it would be unbelievable. Not long ago, the ruins guard who directly defeated the entire team, after being touched by someone, it turned into parts one after another. Moreover, these parts were automatically assembled after being touched. It seemed that he took the sacred tree master, and ran away. This scene fell on everyone in their eyes, it seemed extremely weird. They couldn't imagine how on earth this was done and what was going on. The white-haired boy took a deep breath and said, "Our trip is not in vain." After getting such important information, quickly returned to the camp and reported to others. Several other people here nodded. Boom. At this time, there was a violent noise from the depths of the ruins. There seemed to be a lot of ruins guards moving towards the vicinity. The white-haired boy's face changed. He changed and said, "Wait, something seems to have happened nearby, let's get out of here quickly." The expressions of the others also turned pale instantly, as if they had seen a ghost, and they ran away desperately. The terrifying nature of the ruins guards has left an indelible impact on their weak hearts. As long as they hear any trouble, dong. I can't wait to run away immediately. Without stopping for a second. Camp. Xian Monk felt a little uneasy. If you want to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. His eyes would look outside the gate from time to time, as if he was waiting for someone. Finally, the figure of the white-haired boy and others appeared at the gate, running extremely fast as if being chased by a dog. In a flash, he arrived in front of Xian Seng. How is the situation? Xian Seng looked at the anxious expressions on the faces of the white-haired boy and the others. He knew that something important had happened without thinking, and asked quickly. The white-haired boy was panting from running. Standing in front of Xian Seng, he felt deeply. He took a breath, took a long time to calm down, and said, "We made a very important discovery outside the camp, present." He touched Lu Shu and touched the ruins guard. The ruins guards instantly turned into parts, their bodies shattered into pieces. Within a few seconds, the parts were assembled automatically, and everything about taking the Divine Tree Master away was told in detail. Is there such a thing? Xian Monk couldn't help but have an expression of disbelief on his face after hearing this. If it weren't for his standard bald donkey face, which looked blessed by merit and virtue, he might have been modeled after other passers-by. But no matter what, Xian Monk's experience is still rich. As the president of the ancient Buddha Guild, what kind of wind and waves have he not seen? Well, I really haven't seen this kind of wind and waves, but in order to maintain his strong character, he must not appear too vulgar. The expression on the face. Xian Monk restored Gujing Wubua's face and said calmly, "You have made very big discoveries in this operation. This is very good. Let's share the information first. Let's study it and see what's going on." Good. The white-haired boy quickly compiled the scenes he saw into a memory video and sent it directly to Xian Monk. Ding. Successfully accepted. Xian Monk made a thought and quickly used the panel system of the Divine Tree Master to watch the entire video sent by the white-haired boy. Well, the look of shock on his face now, even the merit-blessed face of 2-7 can't hold it back. His eyes were full of disbelief. Read again and again, taste it again and again. Immediately afterwards, Xian Monk took a breath and held his forehead, feeling that he couldn't understand what the content was. You can study it yourself. I feel a little sleepy today. I need to rest first and regain my energy to study these contents in a better state. After that, he turned into a golden light and disappeared. The white-haired boy and others were speechless. Even this bald donkey couldn't figure out what was going on. He couldn't analyze the reason, so he just ran away. Chapter 743. Extra. Extra. The old bald donkey ran away. Use the tiger talisman's golden light to run away. Next, we can only use our own strength to analyze what the problem is. A loud shouting sound came from the camp. The white-haired boy gave Xiao Doubting a white look and said helplessly, "Okay, you little dwarf, stop making noise, isn't it because Xian Monk can't analyze it? Now, according to Xian Seng's meaning, let's think about what is going on. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are the equal of Zhuge Liang. With so many of us gathered together, we can't even analyze a single scene, right?" As soon as the words fell, everyone present was silent for a while. 25. No one came out to speak. The white-haired boy froze in place, and no one answered his words. He felt very embarrassed and couldn't help but said angrily, "You guys are talking. Everyone is dead, right? I worked so hard to go to the front line, risking being crushed to death by the ruins guards, and I brought you information, but in the end I couldn't even analyze it. You trash, what use do you have?" At this time, in the stagnant atmosphere, someone finally said something. The war reporter said, "How about we upload this video directly to the public screen of the Divine Tree World? There are many big names there, so someone must be able to analyze it. Maybe we don't need to use our brains and just copy other people's answers. Do you think I'm smart?" The white-haired boy rolled his eyes again. "Ah, yes, you are really smart. If you just leave the problem in other people's hands, it won't be a problem. It's so smart. The information you worked so hard to get is said to be sent to you. Give it away. Although I have to post on the forum morning and night, at least it has to be first-hand information, right? Now, I haven't even warmed the cup, so I just handed it over to the forum. It feels very uncomfortable. Although I know that this method is very stupid, but I can't seem to find any reason to refute it. Apart from posting on the forum, there seems to be no better solution. At least we have to figure out what the situation is. So many sacred tree masters here are. I have never seen this kind of scene. There must be some signs of gathering the power of the entire sacred tree world, right?" Sartang immediately stood up and introduced himself. I will help you post forums, write bluffing titles, etc. I the best." Everyone's eyes turned to Sugar, and they recognized her as the war reporter for this ruins. She was doing whatever she wanted, just grabbing the first place. Forget it. Anyway, although this reporter has no skills, she still makes headlines that are bluffing. There is indeed something about this set. No matter what the matter is, you can post a random post and use that speechless and bluffing title to defraud a lot of traffic. You can still escape unscathed after it is over. This kind of ability really makes all the tough guys here are extremely impressed. It can only be said that the pen of a scholar really has a magical power, and not everyone can play with it. Okay, let's post it on the forum. Everyone here discussed it and reached a unanimous opinion. They all chose this mindless solution: to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. Since you can't think of the problem, then give the power of your brain to others and let others have the headache. Well, this is really clever. Forum. Sugar's attention has reached 150,000. Ever since many fans knew that she had entered the ruins, she had gloriously become a war reporter, the kind that cost her life. The number of vermicelli is as long as leaks. From 10,000 to 150,000, it only took a few days to complete. After all, when I first started, although Satong's posts had high traffic, they were all full of deceptive and broken titles. People who clicked on it said they had been deceived and wished they could click on it and leave immediately. Only the Divine Tree Master with unknown ingredients and unknown purpose paid attention to this guy for no apparent reason. Sure enough, there is nothing in this world that cannot be handled by traffic. No matter how stupid the thing is, as long as it has some traffic, at least it will get some attention. Sugar is active on the forum and is known as one of the 3 most popular fantasy gods. The posts you send out are always 863 popular. No. Another post is out. It immediately caused a burst of laughter from passersby. Look, isn't that granulated sugar? This guy posted it again. It's so funny. I don't know which little cutie with an IQ of no more than 50 clicked into a meaningless sugar post and was deceived. Warn. Grantong posted, the demons ahead have dispersed. Don't go in. This is the only advice I can give you. If you don't listen to this, you will waste 5 precious seconds of your life. Well, it seems that the reputation of sugar in the forum is no longer generally bad. Mine-clearing bosses have already arrived in advance to protect everyone from mines. But even if this is the case, there will still be some people with trembling hands who will be caught off guard and jump in. I didn't see the advice from my seniors. However, the moment they clicked in, the cover of the memory video, a huge ruins guard, appeared on the screen, as shocking as a living epic. Chapter 744. When this picture was presented in front of all the sacred tree masters, almost everyone was completely shocked. The public screen of the world seemed to have stopped. Originally, there could be hundreds of barrages scrolling on it every second. However, when everyone saw this scene, they were completely shocked and stood there dumbly, unable to move. The world's public screen seems to be frozen. No one was talking up there, it seemed like a ghost suddenly appeared. After a while, all kinds of words were flying and scrolling all over the sky. Oh my god, what the hell is this? I even touched the ruins guard and it fell apart. Damn it, what kind of god is this? Is he really our divine tree master? Is he a guard near the goddess or a messenger from the divine realm? Probably not. When we were just teleported, there was a memory video recording that this man in black robe seemed to be outside the ruins and teleported with him. Is it true? Do you remember this? I scrolled through it and found it, this video. When everyone first entered the ruins, many people recorded a large number of memory videos and had a very sufficient resource library. At a casual glance, you can see someone on the field. In addition, at this stage of the development of the Divine Tree Master, the average mental power has reached above level B, there are many A-level people, and there are already S-level people crawling all over the ground. Abilities such as photographic memory, etc., are placed in the Divine Tree. Among Tree Masters, everyone already has this ability. Therefore, with this ability, many sacred Tree Masters can instantly determine the location of Lu Shu through memory videos. After the memory video was found, everyone took a look and immediately realized that this man in black robe really came with everyone. With the first piece of information, some people continued to track the man in black based on their image, and found that he followed the flow of people into the cracked secret realm. With such sufficient evidence, it is enough to prove that Lu Shu's identity is absolutely impossible to be the servant of the goddess. He came in with the Divine Tree Master from the beginning. If it is said to be a messenger sent by the goddess to the secret realm, it is completely unreasonable and the possibility is too small. Besides, the goddess arranged for these ruins guards to be stationed nearby. Wasn't that just to test everyone? With the help of the divine messenger around him, he also directly dismantled the test, to read cool novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Isn't this here to cause trouble? It doesn't make sense logically. From this point of view, the man in black robe should be our sacred tree master, but why did he touch the ruins guard and the opponent completely fell apart? Could it be that he has awakened some one-click crushing skill? I don't know. According to my observation of this memory video, I didn't see any energy fluctuations from the other party, this is the scariest part. In other words, this man in black robe did not release any abilities. He just touched the ruins guard and had the effect of shattering the opponent to pieces. This is too unbelievable, it is simply a fantasy. How could there be such a powerful person? But the question is, did he really cause this scene? You also said that the man in black robe does not have any energy fluctuations. Could it be that this matter was not led by the other party? It's very possible. If you look at the picture behind it, the machine seems to be automatically assembled again, and the black-robed man was directly framed in it in a short time. After saying this, everyone also reacted and pushed the progress bar of the video to the back. In the picture. After the ruins guard was shattered, it automatically reassembled itself again within a few seconds. At this time, pieces of broken parts floated around Lu Shu, directly wrapping his whole body inside. At this moment, in the crowd, a wise man seemed to have discovered the truth, and immediately explained on the public screen. I understand, is there such a possibility? In fact, the shattering of the ruins guard was just his skill. The purpose was to trap the enemy inside. This guess made everyone else stunned for a moment. Oh my god. With that said, it seems possible. Putting aside the fact that the parts were broken into pieces, why did they come back together in a damn second? Normally speaking, if the man in black really has the ability to instantly kill the ruins guards, why would the parts automatically reassemble in an instant? Why didn't he come out from behind? The situation seems obvious. In fact, the ruins guards will turn into pieces, which is not the work of the men in black robes at all. It's just a skill. Is it similar to the sealing technique, or is it the all-encompassing heavenly guidance? All in all, it is a skill that traps the enemy inside, making it unable to move and sealing it. Everyone couldn't help but cast a look of silence at the man in black robes. How pitiful that he was trapped in the body of the ruins guard at such a young age and could never come out again. Chapter 745. At this moment, Lu Shu had entered the depths of the ruins. At this moment, he opened the world public screen and couldn't help laughing when he saw the discussion on it. These genius netizens are as clever as ever. It's quite interesting to think of the possibility that I was kidnapped by the ruins guards. However, since they do not think that the Divine Tree Master has such abilities, it also shows that my strength has indeed exceeded the current Divine Tree world by a lot. Is that why there is such a misunderstanding? Thinking like this, Lu Shu still felt a sense of pride in his heart. He was proud of himself for having such abilities. After all, from the beginning of the Divine Tree game to the present, he has experienced many things during this period. A lot of wind and rain. Now, standing in this position, I can't help but feel a little emotional. Lu Shu's eyes are on this desolate Gobi Desert. Here. It has reached 550 depths of the ruins. Guards at each ruin, stopping it here. My eyes are fixed on Lu Shu. This is an area that all sacred tree masters cannot reach. I passed through the vast ruins guard troops before I came here. However, when Lu Shu met other ruins guards along the way, he was attacked. Instead, he came here without any danger. Interesting. Lu Shu smiled. He knew that the ruins guards had the ability to automatically detect enemies. As long as they recognized the opponent as an enemy, they would immediately adopt the annihilation mode, and would also call other ruins guards to come together and kill the enemy. People. However, these ruins guards now do not move at all. Because Lu Shu is sitting inside the ruins guards. So, the automatic enemy search will only judge Lu Shu as a friendly force, not an enemy. However, this doesn't mean that there is no possibility of the ruins guards taking action against Lu Shu. After all, this is the ruins of Luo Shui. As long as the goddess makes a thought, the surrounding ruins guards will be controlled by her and attack Lu Shu. But since he did not choose to attack, but chose to abide by the original rules of the ruins guard, it means that Luo Shui has acquiesced that Lu Shu is qualified to come here and explore the nearby treasures. It also means that Luo Shui is not hostile to the sacred tree master yet. In this way first, Lu Shu can also confirm some information. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Fei Lu Novel Network. 1. There is a high possibility that Luo Shui recruits disciples, and it is indeed to train some sacred tree masters. 2. This disciple recruitment meeting may also be Luo Shui's purpose to establish the image of a god in front of the sacred tree master. After all, if you want to establish an image and make the sacred tree master respect her, of course it is more important to establish faith than to directly destroy the threat. It's easier. The former makes people surrender sincerely, while the latter makes people feel betrayal in the future and think of ways to deal with it. From this point of view, I can get more opportunities in this copy, and I don't have to worry about Luo Shui stopping me. It seems that this little girl did not recognize my identity. It seems that this, CFDG, landing from the heavenly palace and being promoted to the second level true god did not make much progress. Instead, she was pulled away by me. There is a gap. In this case, I would be disrespectful to reject the chance treasures left in your ruins. Lu Shu smiled, then went deep into the ruins and began to dig for the treasures here. Not long after, he controlled the ruins guard and came to the center of the desert. Then, the ruins guard's drill began to dig towards there was a wave of deep excavations under the ground. Pieces of gold ore gradually emerged from the ground, releasing a burst of powerful energy fluctuations. You got God's Domain or X1. God's Domain ore. The ore produced in God's domain has extremely powerful energy and can be used to make many different types of materials, and it can even create extraordinary magic weapons. The moment he saw the prompt, Lu Shu couldn't help but smile. As expected of the opportunity given by the immortal family, it is indeed completely different from the harvest in the grey world. The divine ore is at least God level, and has many uses. It can be used to make divine weapons. Even if there is no craftsmanship, it can be injected into the artifact in the simplest and crudest way to strengthen its properties. Lu Shu holds an artifact in his hand. Therefore, the divine ore has a direct strengthening effect for him. Now, with Lu Shu's strength, he can fully unleash the power of these divine artifacts. Strengthening the artifact is for him, it can most directly enhance his combat power. Since reaching a certain level, Lu Shu has rarely had room for improvement. The improvement of his skills also requires time to accumulate to break through the realm of true immortals. But the improvement of weapons it is the most direct, and even after reaching the level of true immortal, it can have a very good increase. There are a lot of divine ores here. Lu Shu controlled the ruins guards and directly found the ore information stored in the ruins through the Norma system here. Chapter 746. A large amount of divine ore appeared in Lu Shu's eyes. Like a golden treasure, spans in front of you. Lu Shu felt happy and immediately collected all these treasures. Countless prompts popped up in front of me, followed by one after another. There is already 100 more divine ores in Lu Shu's warehouse. He couldn't help but smile with great joy. Ha, I didn't expect that during this mining operation, would suddenly obtain 100 ores from the God's Domain. Although 100 God's Domain ores may not seem like a lot, you must know that this is an ore produced by God's Domain, and its level has reached the God level, which can completely increase the level of the artifact's enhancement by 1. This is just one of the collection sites for divine ore. There are more divine ores scattered in every corner of this ruins, waiting for me to dig them. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh. Although this guy Luo Shui seems to have a problem with his brain. He was so unable to deal with the test. There are so many ruins guards, just take out one of them, and he can. The sacred tree masters present here feel extremely headaches. They are no longer enemies that the sacred tree masters can deal with. However, Luo Shui still brought existences of the level of ruin guards to this stage, chasing the sacred tree masters everywhere, without any emotion. I didn't even give him any points. I thought there was something seriously wrong with this woman's brain. But obviously, Luo Shui also gave a lot of benefits. Within the ruins, there are countless divine domain ores. Such a huge amount is enough to create a divine weapon. Luo Shui owns only a handful of divine weapons, but for this disciple recruitment conference, he dared to use such a huge amount of divine ore as a hidden reward, mostly because of the divine tree master here. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to pass the test of the ruins guards. Gee, I kind of know what this guy is planning. Lu Shu smiled softly. He already knew why Luo Shui did this. First of all, holding this disciple recruitment meeting was indeed a real recruitment of disciples, but in fact there was another hidden purpose. What was the purpose? Of course it has something to do with Lu Shu. Since last time, Luo Shui was defeated at the hands of Lu Shu. With her character, how can she not be resentful? That is absolutely impossible. Therefore, Luo Shui set up this. The purpose of holding such a difficult dungeon in the disciple recruitment conference was actually to find Lu Shu. She had collected enough information in the world of the sacred tree to know that almost every sacred tree master would go for the powerful ruins dungeon. Come. But since Luo Shui's identity has been exposed, he directly set up a secret realm, expecting that Lu Shu might not come. Therefore, the disciple recruitment meeting was held, without any mention that it would trap everyone in the form of a secret realm. Here, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. When everyone enters the secret realm, there will be another wave of closing the door and beating the dog. At this time, if Lu Shu is in the secret realm, he only needs to pass through the ruins here. The guards tried and found Lu Shu easily. After all, in the entire grey world, the number of strong men who can reach Lu Shu's level is still extremely rare. Most of the sacred tree masters, like there is a world of difference between Lu Shu and Luo Shui. This is what Luo Shui noticed about the difference between Lu Shu and other divine tree masters. But what if Lu Shu is not found in this disciple recruitment meeting? Then naturally, this is the time to recruit disciples. The conference was successfully held. If you can receive apprentices and train them to be strong, you can further control the resources of the sacred tree world. This is Lu Shu's plan. As for why this level of training is established, the threshold is a test for accepting disciples. This is because Lu Shu originally did not intend to accept so many disciples, but only wanted the best one. Moreover, in the ruins, there are so many divine ores set up, which can be said to be after spending a lot of money. Of course, it is impossible for someone to obtain it casually. This time, for a sacred tree master with sufficient strength, there is a high chance of getting a very high harvest. However, if the strength is only average, the divine tree master who is located in this ruins may find it difficult to survive. However, the death of the divine tree master in the secret realm cannot mean anything, it can only mean that he is not strong enough. The opportunity given by the goddess cannot be obtained by himself. Then you can't blame anyone, right? In this way, the majesty of the goddess in the world of the sacred tree will naturally not be reduced. On the contrary, she can use this disciple recruitment conference to expand her influence. Lu Shu now knows that Lu Shu, when I came to the lower realm, in addition to looking for myself, I also wanted to develop my power here. It would be convenient for other divine envoys from the upper realm to come. At the same time, I also wanted to control everything of the divine tree master. This is Lu Shu's plan. And Lu Shu naturally cannot let the other party succeed casually. After all, one of the links in the plan is precisely to deal with himself. Of course there is no need to be polite. I will accept your divine ore. Lu Shu chuckled and said. Chapter 747. At this moment, Lu Shu suddenly let out a surprised sound and opened the telescope. Her mind was directly immersed in it. Suddenly she found that something very strange was happening in her secret realm. It seems that a lot of divine ores are being captured by divine tree masters. How can it be? According to my judgment, there should be no one in this grey world who is qualified to seize my ore. Could it be, that person is coming? Lu Shu's eyes suddenly showed a terrifying chill. The reason why she set up this disciple recruitment meeting was largely because of the 820 reason, just to find Lu Shu. As long as Lu Shu, if the tree appears here, then Lu Shu must have sensed it. The existence of this person is a great threat to the entire heavenly palace, and must be found and eradicated as soon as possible. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly. Suddenly, that person placed in the crystal ball on the table began to show scenes after scenes. Lu Shu controlled the ruins guards and was frantically digging for divine ores. The other ruins guards did not stop him. Why can this guy control the ruins guard? You know, no one in the entire heavenly palace can understand the technology of the kingdom of God. Placing these ruins guards here only allows them to act instinctively. However, this guy can actually control the ruins guard. And this ruins guard has obviously been modified and become more powerful. Could it be that this person is also a messenger from the kingdom of God and comes from the kingdom of God? The person who appeared in front of him made Lu Shu confused, feeling that he had entered an unknown realm. Let alone the lower realm. Even if we look at the entire Tiangong, there are very few divine envoys who can understand the technology of the kingdom of God. Because, kingdom of God, the core of it is to rely on these technologies. If it is leaked, the competitive advantage of the kingdom of God will disappear. After so many years, no one can understand the technology of the kingdom of God. Lu Shu can transform the ruins guard. It falls to her in his eyes, it was no different than a miracle. What is the situation? Endless doubts arose in Lu Shu's heart. Then, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. Her mind moved slightly, and she immediately communicated with the crystal ball with her mental power, and began to trace back to this secret realm, in this time and space. The remaining information fragments. Soon, the scene that happened in the secret realm not long ago suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. Then, Lu Shu touched the core of the ruins guard, and suddenly the large machine fell apart in an instant. It fell into her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Shu was slightly shocked and said, I didn't expect that there are people in the lower realm, and they can directly find the core of the ruins guard, which is beyond my expectation. Although these divine tree masters have rarely produced strong men who can directly compete with the gods, they all have unlimited potential. We were able to find the core of the ruins guard, but what happened to the subsequent modifications? It's not that Lu Shu doesn't know that the ruins guards have a core that can be broken at the touch of a touch. As the divine envoys of the Tiangong, they have been in conflict with the kingdom of God all year round. After so many battles, they also have enough experience and common sense. Among them, these attempts are natural includes the weaknesses of the relic guards. As long as you fight against the ruined guards and attack their core, you can often win at the easiest cost. But what about the subsequent assembly? As the scene continued to play, Lu Shu's thoughts moved slightly, and these ruined guards immediately assembled to form a more powerful individual. When this scene fell into Luo Xue's eyes, she could no longer maintain the indifferent expression on her face. She immediately stood up and looked into Lu Shu's pupils, as if they were reflecting hot and burning flames. This person is so proficient in the technology of the Kingdom of God that he can instantly modify the ruins guard. Is he really from the Kingdom of God? But, the fluctuations on his body are obviously not very powerful, and there is no aura of the divine realm. He should be the divine tree master of the Grey World. Could it be an ability related to the sci-fi sacred tree? Luo Xue has been in the lower world for such a long time, so she has done enough intelligence work on the sacred tree masters. She knows that every sacred tree master can plant sacred trees to improve their abilities. Among them, the sacred tree masters the cultivated sacred trees, due to the differences in talent, spiritual power attributes, and training direction 5-3, can produce all kinds of strange abilities. For example, Buddhism, swordsmanship, and all kinds of blooming superpowers can all be produced through the sacred trees. Fruit can be obtained as a gift. The ability of the fruit includes technology. In the world of the sacred tree, there is a large guild, the Tribody Society, which uses science fiction fruits to continuously obtain information on high-end technology. In this regard, Luo Xue's intelligence acquisition in the lower realm also know these contents. Could it be said that this divine tree master can understand the technology of the Kingdom of God through science fiction fruits? Luo Xue had this idea in his mind. Chapter 748. To be honest. For a moment, Luo Xue thought of confronting Lu Shu directly. I want to know how the other party controls the ruins guard. But if you think about it carefully, as a goddess, the most important goal in this lower realm is to establish your own majesty, thereby directly gaining control over the world of the divine tree. So, if you directly ask about this kind of thing, it seems to have a bad impact on your own image. Therefore, Luo Xue thought about it and decided not to do it, but decided to wait and see. Don't casually disturb the divine tree master's senses, after all. It is so convenient for divine tree masters to be able to communicate directly with other people through the system. Everything you do, even if you are monitoring the other party, will be leaked at any time. This guy is actually able to control the ruins guards. His method is extraordinary and somewhat valuable. The way he defeated the ruin guards was to use technology to see through the core of the ruin guards, so he was able to deal with such a difficult enemy. In other words, the way this sacred tree master dealt with the ruins guards was very different from the guy I knew. Well, it shouldn't be him, right? Luo Xue was thinking about the possibility that this man in black was the same person as Lu Shu and I. But after thinking about it carefully, Luo Xue rejected this possibility himself. He couldn't help but shook his head. In my heart, I feel that these two people do not seem to have any direct relationship. The means of action are also very different. First of all, when Luo Xue and Lu Shu fought, they did not find that the other party had any abilities related to science fiction. Secondly, the divine tree master, they all have specific areas of talent. Generally speaking, sacred trees can only give birth to relevant abilities. Lu Shu is already so good in other aspects, so if he can possess the abilities of other sacred trees, it should be through other sacred trees. It's only right to get the master's sacred tree fruit. But in this case, looking at the entire sacred tree world, it seems that not many people have such technological means. I'm afraid only this man in black is so special. Thinking about it this way, Lu Shu, and the possibility that the man in black is the same person is even lower. What's more, Lu Shu's coming here doesn't seem to have much significance. After all, this guy is already so powerful, there is no need at all relying on the guardian of the ruins, his own realm is completely comparable to Luo Xue. Although he doesn't want to admit it, what Luo Xue must know is that Lu Shu has defeated her before, no matter what method he used. Because of this, with judging from Luo Xue's worldview and values, I feel that there is no need for Lu Shu to participate in this dungeon, and there is no need to risk being killed by himself by running into her ruins just to become Luo Xue. Disciple. Think about it, the possibility of this thing is simply too low. Interesting. Able to control ruin guards and master core technology, to read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Unexpectedly, among the sacred tree masters in the lower world, there are so many strange people and strange things. Although his ability is not very related to the inheritance of my Jyotian sect, it is because of his unique ability to understand the technology of the Kingdom of God. If he is kept in our Tiangong, he will definitely be used to study the technology of the Kingdom of God, and in this way, we can win greater chips for the victory of Tiangong. Luo Xue secretly moved in her heart and had the idea of accepting the man in black as a disciple. It was not because she valued Lu Shu's qualifications, but because this ability would be of great help to the entire Jyotien sect. Just imagine, if Lu Shu went to the upper realm, allowing the Jyotien faction to obtain the corresponding technology, then if one day, the kingdom of God couldn't think about it and fought with the Tiangong, Lu Shu's role would come into play. Ever since, the Jyotien faction was completely able to display their power in that battle, directly conquering various 730 techniques of the kingdom of God, and becoming the strongest. From then on, their status in the heavenly palace will naturally be completely different. And as the master who introduced Lu Shu to Tiangong and accepted him as his disciple, Luo Shui would certainly be able to gain a lot of benefits. He would become a famous figure throughout the ages. At the same time, whether it was his status in Tiangong or the Jyotien sect, he would have promoted. No matter how you look at it, introducing Lu Shu seems to be a worthy choice. The premise is that Luo Shui doesn't know that the man in black is actually Lu Shu. At this moment, she has given up looking for Lu Shu thoughts, although this is also one of the tasks, it does not bring much benefit to oneself. It is just to complete the master's order. More or less, Luo Shui and Lu Shu also have a personal grudge. But this is not the same as is there any comparison between the future status of Tiangong? Not at all. The immediate benefits are better. Luo Shui's eyes immediately turned to the man in black. Pay special attention to this person. Chapter 749. Gee, has this guy started paying attention to me? Lu Shu smiled in his heart. After reaching a higher realm, his mental power also rose to a very high realm. He instantly sensed that Luo Shui was paying attention to him. As long as someone is sensing him, with Lu Shu's current ability, he can find the other party accurately. Of course, since this place is located in the secret realm of Luo Shui, and Lu Shu himself has other plans. Even if he could directly sense the position of Luo Shui with this method, Lu Shu did not do so. His other thoughts came to mind. Since Luo Shui didn't sense my aura, it means that she doesn't know that I am actually the person that the entire Tiangong is looking for. Gee, I have to say that Tiangong is really rich in resources. Even such a small god can come up with such a huge amount of resources. I can definitely use this opportunity to gain more benefits from Tiangong without rushing to fight them. Since Luo Shui's perception was invested in him, but he did not do anything to stop it. From this point of view, it means that Luo Shui is not hostile to Lu Shu. He also did not realize that he actually defeated Luo Shui, an immortal who is looking for something. Therefore, Lu Shu realized that this was a very good opportunity for him. In this case, I won't be polite if you have so many massive resources in your secret realm. After learning that Luo Shui did not stop his actions and instead allowed him to mine, now Lu Shu was completely too lazy to curb his desire to mine. Looking around, there are priceless divine ores everywhere. Now, what Lu Shu has in his hands is the collected divine ore is enough to directly upgrade God's lock and other items to a higher level. But he will not be satisfied with this. Instead, he chooses to continue exploring. Soon, under the control of Lu Shu, the ruins guard, he moved his huge body and started collecting. Wherever he went, the ores from the god's domain that passed by were collected by Lu Shu like wind and clouds. The speed was extremely fast. This move immediately alarmed Luo Shui. My divine ore. Luo Shui didn't expect Lu Shu's mining operation to be so fast. I saw that all the divine ores left behind buried in the ruins were completely mined so quickly. Luo Shui's heart was bleeding. That is the divine ore, which is probably equivalent to his salary in the heavenly palace for 10 years. Originally, it was expected that in this divine domain assessment, few divine tree masters would be able to successfully mine it. But even if you can get the divine ore, the proficiency you can get should be very limited. However, who would have known that he would encounter an animal like Lu Shu? To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. I directly learned to control the ruins guards, and used the system exploration function to link up with other ruins guards, and automatically found out the locations of all the ores in the god's domain. Other divine tree masters, given their strength and chance, can only dig out a few divine ores at most. This is already the limit that the divine tree master can achieve. However, Lu Shu is even more exaggerated. He actually used the ruins guard to directly mark the locations of all the ores. It is equivalent to other sacred tree masters who are opening up wasteland in the secret realm, but Lu Shu has turned on the full picture perspective plugin and directly obtained the location of the treasure. With the ruin guard, you can also be immune to the attacks of other ruin guards, making you almost invincible. As a result, the mining operation seemed to be extremely smooth. Except for Luo Shui himself, almost no one could interfere with Lu Shu. But Luo Shui held the disciple recruitment conference this time because he wanted to give all the sacred tree masters a test at the same time. He also wanted to really accept Lu Shu as a disciple. If you regret it at this time and use small tricks to directly snatch back the treasure that should have been obtained by Lu Shu, this would be too shameless. The Jiutian goddess faction still needs to be strong. The factions and forces in this heavenly palace are all very face-saving. Including Luo Shui, to make her do such a despicable thing, and to use such methods against mortals in the grey world, let alone save face, the test in her heart is completely unbearable. He struggled with his thoughts for a moment. Luo Shui sighed softly and said secretly, "Forget it, since I am determined to accept this person as a disciple, then as a master, giving some benefits is not a big deal." What? What's more, among the ruins this time, the divine ore is only a part of it, not the biggest part. If he could kill the spirit beast in the secret realm and obtain the core of the spirit beast, that would be something incredible. However, the power of the spirit beast far exceeds that of the ruins guard. With his ability, if he rashly provokes the spirit beast, he may be seeking death. Luo Shui's eyes moved slightly, and she gradually became calmer. But she suddenly remembered that she also had spirit beasts in her secret realm. This is another form of test. Spirit beasts have the blood of the sacred beasts of the divine domain, extremely powerful. His whole body is basically filled with treasures. Chapter 750. As long as you kill the spirit beast and get any item from it, it will be priceless, and it will not be lower than the divine ore. However, due to their extraordinary bloodline, spirit beasts possess extremely terrifying lethality in the divine realm. There are only 5 spiritual beasts in the entire secret realm. Any spiritual beast has the ability to fight 10 ruins guards at the same time. It is definitely not an opponent that can be easily dealt with. Although this kid, relying on the power of science fiction, can indeed control the ruins guards. However, if you encounter a spiritual beast, then relying solely on the power of the ruins guard is definitely no match for the spiritual beast. As long as the spiritual beasts are not killed casually by him, the losses will be within my tolerance. Luo Shui thought secretly in her heart. In her eyes. Although Lu Shu has extraordinary abilities, at most he can only control the ruins guards. If he encounters a spiritual beast, he will be in trouble. But among the 763 ruins guards, there is information about the spiritual beasts. No matter what, that guy wouldn't be so desperate and just use the ruins guards to challenge the unbeatable spiritual beasts, right? Now. Lu Shu's eyes fell on the outer layer of the ruins. I have almost mined the divine ore here. Open the warehouse. There are already more golden stones inside. It is the divine ore that was mined not long ago. The number reached as many as 10,000. Such a huge amount of divine ore is enough to create a peerless artifact. Of course, it requires special skills. Lu Shu has not yet obtained such a good forging skill book, so he can only put this matter aside for now. As for upgrading the artifact, let's talk about this later. He glanced at the outer area. Fad, at this moment. Lu Shu discovered the aura of a spiritual beast through his powerful perception system. Hey, the aura of this spiritual beast is somewhat similar to the divine beast on my island. But the purity of the bloodline is vastly different. If the blood of these spiritual beasts could be collected, it might also be of great help to those little guys. TSK, it seems like I should kill some spiritual beasts on this trip, but I don't know if it will anger that guy in Luo Shui. Lu Shu secretly thought in his heart. After all, the spirit beast looks very precious, maybe it is a treasure specially left by Luo Shui. For her, the value is also extremely precious. Of course Lu Shu is thinking. What if? If he kills the spirit beast, will he completely anger Luo Shui and come to restrict him? But if it does go to that point, Lu Shu doesn't mind fighting Luo Shui directly in this cave. After all, his strength is no worse than Luo Shui. You walk sideways here. Let's go and kill the spirit beast. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Lu Shu chuckled lightly, controlled the ruins guard, and immediately chased the spirit beast in a direction. The direction this guy is moving. Something seems wrong. At this moment, Luo Shui sensed Lu Shu's route of action, and her expression changed slightly. The crystal ball in front of her divided into 2 modules. One of the modules was checking the actions of other sacred tree masters. Look at their current situation. What is his situation and what abilities he has as intelligence? The other module is specially left to Lu Shu to see what kind of surprises he can bring to him. But what Luo Shui never expected was, Lu Shu actually ran directly in the direction of the spirit beast. She had a vague guess in her heart that this guy was definitely going for the spirit beast. Based on the character of the other party who swept away the ores in the divine domain and left no trace behind, he was definitely the type with glowing eyes when he saw the treasure. Therefore, Luo Shui's heart skipped a beat, knowing that Lu Shu was definitely going after the spirit beast. A bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Whether the spirit beast killed him or he killed him, losing a spirit beast is something that is difficult for Luo Shui to accept. After all, spirit beasts have an unusual status in the heavenly palace. They are the gatekeepers of the immortal cave in the upper realm. They have the blood of divine beasts. Although there is a big gap between spiritual beasts and divine beasts, after all, they contain the corresponding bloodline and still have some status. For Luo Shui, it is also a valuable treasure. This time, it was not for the purpose of getting into the secret realm. Setting rewards for the tree masters is just to facilitate their activities. By the way, if they are bored, they can hunt down the tree masters and use them as toys for entertainment. It is also good to relax. But unexpectedly, Lu Shu directly killed the spirit beast past. Luo Shui already wants to accept him as his disciple. He is naturally different from other sacred tree masters. Spirit beasts can die, but Lu Shu cannot die. That is his hope for improving his status in the Tiangong in the future. No, we must stop this guy and go there. What should I do? It's not suitable for me to show up in person. If so, then I will directly summon the illusion of a spiritual beast to stop his progress. Luo Shui's eyes lit up and he came up with a good idea. Chapter 751. An illusory halo gradually condensed into the appearance of a spiritual beast on the field. Go, stop him. Luo Shui ordered in a cold voice. The next second, the teleported light curtain dropped down. The spirit beast's body immediately disappeared in front of Luo Shui. It reached the must-go place for Lu Shu's walking route. Block his actions. The ruins, wind and sand blocked the sight in front of them, and the hurricane roared all around, like a natural barrier, isolating foreign objects from the wind wall. Lu Shu controlled the ruins guards and spent more than a day arriving here. The aura of the spiritual beast should be nearby. Opening the system interface of the ruin guard, Lu Shu was able to see the information of the spirit beasts through the intelligence information recorded in it. His current location is the city of Shamo in the south. This is an endless Gobi desert. There is a giant desert beast stationed there. This spiritual beast has extremely terrifying rock attributes and domain abilities. The bloodline it possesses is inherited from the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros in the god's domain. According to legend, this spiritual beast possesses the abilities of the dragon clan. His bloodline, as long as the attributes contained in his bloodline are endowed with extremely terrifying destructive power. And the blood of this kind of spiritual beast can help other divine beasts to further awaken. Lu Shu thought of his divine tree island, that several divine beasts seem to have not yet fully awakened, possessing memories of the divine realm. If the blood of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros can be obtained and brewed into a superior precious blood medicine, it may be able to help them further restore their blood. Awakening. If you can recall the relevant content related to the god's domain, it will be even more profitable. At this moment, the surrounding wind and sand suddenly became violent. The world also became dark. An extremely terrifying aura filled the air. Being nearby seems to bring a palpitating feeling of destruction. Are you coming? Lu Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that this operation was definitely not that simple. Luo Shui was not a high-level god. Fighting with her, he also knew that this person was narrow-minded. He could gain so much. The ore from the god's domain has exceeded Lu Shu's expectations. Can he be allowed to come over and kill the spiritual beasts casually? Don't even think about it. This is naturally something that is not possible. I wonder what methods this girl will use to block my way. Just relying on the power of this storm is not enough. Lu Shu smiled and continued to control the ruins guard. After his improvements, the strength of the ruins guard has been greatly increased. It is almost able to confront a demigod-level powerhouse. With this little wind and sand, even those who are capable of traveling through it are completely inadequate to deal with Lu Shu's natural strength. Boom! 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 At this moment, a deafening sound suddenly came from the earth. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. I saw a monster with a huge body, a dragon horn on its head, and a rhinoceros body emerging from the soil. It was 100 feet tall, and from a distance, it looked like a hill. The scales covering its body were like armor made of divine stone, divine light. The moment it came out, there was a terrifying pressure immediately. It seemed that as long as you got close to this spiritual beast, no matter what kind of existence it would be crushed into powder in an instant. At the same time, a monster panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Ancient Rock Dragon Rhino. Category, Phantom. Beast Danger Factor, Demigod Level. Perception range, all ruins. Power, 157,300. Speed, 55,250. Defense, 254,420. Skills, Ancient Rock Dragon Roar, Solid as Rock, Golden Body Immortal, Meteor Fall. Description: the Ancient Rock Dragon Rhinoceros is one of the gatekeeper beasts of the god's domain, the descendant of the Ancient Rock Dragon. It has extremely strong defensive power and can destroy cities with every move. However, this Ancient Rock Dragon Rhinoceros is in the form of a fantasy beast, created by the gods, and has simulated combat capabilities. When this panel appeared, Lu Shu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Tsk, it turns out it was Luo Shui who used it to stop me. No wonder the radar displayed on my map clearly saw the Ancient Rock Rhinoceros thousands of miles away, but in the end we met here. It turns out that he summoned a fantasy beast to stop me." Luo Shui summoned the Phantom Beast, obviously wanting to control the development of the secret realm. As long as he can defeat Lu Shu with the Phantom Beast in advance and destroy his ruins guards, he can naturally block his actions. Moreover, no one will be killed. Risk, after all. Spiritual beasts are not controlled by Luo Shui's will. If something unexpected happens and Luo Shui wants to personally take action and fish out Lu Shu, his intention is too obvious and he will easily be attacked by others. Gossip is not conducive to Luo Shui establishing his image as a god in the Grey World. He simply summoned the Phantom Beast body of another Ancient Rock Dragon Rhinoceros to stop Lu Shu in the middle. Don't let him get close to the real spirit beast. This method is the safest. However, unfortunately, Luo Shui encountered Lu Shu. The Phantom Beast body is not a very strong enemy. The next second, the battle begins. Chapter 752. Ancient Rock Dragon Rhino straddled in front of Lu Shu and let out a deafening roar, which reverberated in the ears like thunder and had a shocking effect. If it were an ordinary Divine Tree Master standing in front of the Ancient Rock Dragon Rhinoceros, just this roar would be enough to frighten a Divine Tree Master whose mental strength cannot reach S-level or above to death. Not to mention S-level, even SSS-level Sacred Tree Masters would find it difficult to have any resistance in the face of the pressure of the Ancient Rock Dragon Rhinoceros. Standing in front of me, was a spiritual beast that was about to reach the level of a god. It is conceivable that the pressure it brings is beyond the ability of ordinary creatures to bear. 303 but Lu Shu didn't bother to pay attention at all, and directly controlled the Ruins Guard to launch an attack. Boom! Dozens of missiles, from the electromagnetic gun mounted behind the Ruins Guard, condensed energy and bombarded instantly. In an instant, the ground shattered into several ravines, terrifying energy turned into lasers and swept past, causing the ground to crack layer by layer. Ancient Rock Dragon Rhino obviously didn't expect Lu Shu to launch an attack directly without any intention of escaping, so he couldn't help but be stunned. Caught off guard, he was directly hit by the laser cannon. A violent burst of fire suddenly shot up into the sky. This artillery fire seemed to carry the power of the Law of the Void. Under the bombardment, the space was shattered. The Ancient Rock Dragon Rhino's body is already huge, and among all its attributes, its mobility is the lowest. There is no way to avoid the laser that strikes like lightning. Half of his body was cut off. The Ancient Rock Dragon Rhinoceros lost its ability to support itself and lay paralyzed on the ground, letting out a painful wail. This guy. Luo Shui's eyes flashed with astonishment. It can be seen that even she did not expect that Lu Shu would have such a powerful attack method. Before the Ancient Rock Dragon Rhino could launch a counterattack, it was completely destroyed. How can it be so strong? Luo Shui looked at the scene in front of him with some confusion. According to her judgment, the strength of the Ruins Guard should be far inferior to that of the Ancient Rock Dragon Rhinoceros, right? But why was the shot just now so powerful? After carefully sensing it, Luo Shui's expression changed and he judged, wait a minute, after this Ruin Guard has been improved, it can actually inject the power of the law into the laser run. It is equivalent to completely integrating the technologies of Heavenly Palace and Divine Kingdom. Hiss, what kind of genius is this? How can he be so proficient in using the technology of the Kingdom of God, and how can he be integrated with the laws and secrets of the Heavenly Palace? Such geniuses will definitely be accepted as disciples and used by my Heavenly Palace. They must not fall into the hands of the Kingdom of God. Luo Shui is familiar with history and knows that the reason why the technology of the Kingdom of God is difficult to deal with Tiangong is that there is a big drawback, the inability to integrate the power of law with technology. That's right. Tiangong and the Kingdom of God are completely different powers. System. If Tiangong relied on the power of understanding the laws and completely crushed its opponents with its great ways, then the Kingdom of God relied entirely on technology. It used the method of concentrated energy to launch powerful physical attacks, bombard opponents, and measure victory. But if we continue to fight like this for a long time, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Of course, the resources of the Kingdom of God have been exhausted, and they cannot fight a protracted war with Tiangong. The strong men of Tiangong also saw the existence of Kingdom of God. Weaknesses, until their battles, all cost money. If the resources are not enough, then GG will be completely defeated, just pull it and fight a war of attrition. As expected, the Kingdom of God is pulled in this way, and the resources are enough, and the more it seems more and more wrong. Later, I found that I really couldn't defeat Tiangong, so I admitted defeat. However, if this level of technology is allowed to fall into the hands of the Kingdom of God, it can completely make up for this weakness. This gives the Kingdom of God the ability to draw a tie with Tiangong, or even counterattack. Lu Shu narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, this kind of technology must not fall into the hands of the Kingdom of God. However, he was in a daze for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he didn't pay attention, and another laser shot the cannon hit the fatal weakness of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros. Following an illusory light and shadow, it gradually turned into particles of light that filled the sky and dissipated. The phantom beast of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros was wiped out just like that. Seeing this scene, Lu Shu couldn't help but fell into a brief silence. You know, as a messenger from the divine realm, in order to prevent Lu Shu from challenging the spiritual beast. Therefore, the summoned ancient rock dragon rhinoceros, although it is a fantasy beast body, 2-0, is actually more powerful than the real spiritual beast. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to stop Lu Shu, he was actually stopped by the opponent. What to do? Seeing Lu Shu, arrogantly heading towards the direction where the spirit beasts live from under his nose. Lu Shu stayed on the spot, unable to think of any good ideas for a while. She was not Summon Master. This time, he had to use his own mental power and combine it with divine power to summon the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros with the body of a fantasy beast. But after being eliminated, the mental power needs to be restored again. In other words, for a while, there is no way to summon the second ancient rock dragon rhinoceros. Chapter 753. Lu Shu ran directly in the direction of the spiritual beast. At this time, Lu Shu had no choice but to watch Lu Shu helplessly and go to where the spiritual beast was. He wouldn't take action directly to stop Lu Shu, would he? As an immortal, she obviously set up the disciple recruitment meeting and the rules of the ruins. She couldn't afford to lose that person by destroying it casually like this. Oh no, to be precise, I can't afford to lose that god. Ruin guards move very quickly. In less than half a day. Lu Shu looked at the radar map of the ruins guard control platform. Above, a conspicuous red dot was getting closer and closer to Lu Shu's position. Yes, this red dot is exactly where the ancient rock dragon rhino is. If you kill the phantom beast body, you cannot obtain the precious blood of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros. But the spirit beast is different, so. Those who deserve to be killed and those who deserve to be rewarded 25, Lu Shu will still try his best to get it in his hands. Ahead is the Gobi Desert. A magnificent altar was built not far away. It seems to be to worship the existence of some ancient god. Deep in the ruins, a terrifying aura was stationed inside. It exudes a strong sense of oppression from afar. When Lu Shu drove the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros and arrived near the altar. Roar! A roar that shocked the heavens and humans echoed in this endless wasteland. The huge body of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros was like a hill, pressing directly towards it. If it were any sacred tree master, seeing this scene, they would be afraid he almost collapsed on the spot. That was the pressure of blood from a higher-level creature. What's more, the body of ancient rock dragon rhinoceros was so huge that from a visual point of view, the pressure was almost full. However, unfortunately, ancient rock dragon rhinoceros the opponent Long she faced was Lu Shu. And with Lu Shu's phantom beast body, as a practical experience, the phantom beast body summoned by Lu Shu, both in terms of strength and combat experience, far exceeded the spirit beast itself. Therefore, Lu Shu just used the simplest method and fired directly with the laser cannon, which happened to hit the weakest point of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros. Boom boom. The sound of the mountain collapsing echoed in this area. Empty ruins. Before the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros could make any reaction, it was directly hit by the terrifying laser cannon and died on the spot. Before it died, this spiritual beast still had a look of extreme confusion in its eyes. The look on his face. A creature of its level has already produced wisdom that is no less than that of human beings. Of course, he knows the composition of the guards in this ruins. How powerful they are. However, before he could after reacting, he was instantly killed. Was this the ruined guard he knew? To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Moreover, he also engaged in a sneak attack. Unfair. Following the ancient rock dragon rhino's body, it suddenly collapsed. At the same time, several prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu. Ding! You killed the divine beast, the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros. Get ancient rock dragon rhinoceros armor, demigod level, X1. Obtain the precious blood of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros, demigod level, X10. Obtain the claws of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros, demigod level, X4. Obtain the crystal core of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros, demigod level, X1. TSK, it is indeed a spiritual beast, there are so many treasures on it. Lu Shu smiled. The armor of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros is a very good defensive embryo. With the divine ore in his hand, he can create an armor with extremely strong defense. Now, Lu Shu has a variety of offensive artifacts, and the only thing missing is a god-level defensive armor. Of course, the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros is only a spiritual beast, and has not yet reached the level of a divine beast. With this armor, as of the upper limit of the potential of the embryo will be a little lower. But considering that Lu Shu has not yet been promoted to a true immortal, let alone qualified to be put on the shelves, there are still a lot of divine ores in his hand. Therefore, he directly created a god level. In fact, the defensive protective equipment is still a big improvement for the current situation. In the future, we will get better artifact embryos, and then use the divine ore to cast 043 and that's it. There will always be things that should be there. You don't need to be too sparing in investing resources, just steadily improve your strength. There is no need to pursue perfection in one step. The claws and crystal cores of the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros are also extremely high-quality props. They are also very helpful for tempering artifacts. As for the precious blood, if Lu Shu practiced body refining techniques such as the golden body, he could use the precious blood to temper it, but he didn't have much pursuit of physical strength. It would be used directly to feed the animals on his own sacred tree island. That's it for the group of little guys. The blood of the spirit beasts can surely make the strength of our little guys improve to a higher level, right? Okay, today's harvest is really rich enough. Next. I only need to use the embryo to create a god-level defensive protective gear, and my strength will be greatly enhanced. Lu Shu walked out of the control room of the ruins guard. His mind moved slightly. Suddenly, the embryo and the divine ore were combined together, and a burst of divine light burst out. Chapter 754. The next second, a hammer appeared in Lu Shu's hand. The moment the embryo combined with the divine ore, Lu Shu tempered the artifact with a hammer and began to forge it continuously. Among the techniques he absorbed, there was also an understanding of blacksmithing. Especially the three purities technique. Among the three purities, there is an ancestor who has an extremely high understanding of the blacksmithing technique. He only left a few words in the technique, and he has already explained the inner skills of the blacksmithing technique. As Lu Shu's cultivation realm continues to improve and his understanding deepens, the level of blacksmithing is no worse than his own cultivation realm. His realm is no less than a first-order true god. Using the embryos of spiritual beasts to forge god-level protective gear is more than enough. Boom! A stream of majestic power was injected into the embryo with every blow of Lu Shu. The armor was gradually forged into shape. In the divine ore, the majestic energy is like a river of mountains and rivers, continuously converging towards the interior of the embryo. In an instant, the divine light shines. This is. Luo Shui stood up instantly, his eyes fixed on the crystal ball. After a moment, she showed a puzzled look. It turned out to be blacksmithing. The blacksmithing technique that can create artifacts. Wait, why would a mortal from the lower realm use such an exquisite forging technique? At the beginning, Luo Shui was still feeling heartbroken over the death of the spirit beast. At the same time, Lu Shu, who was not very clear about the download, took great pains and traveled thousands of miles to kill the spirit beast. What is it for? From her point of view, although the spiritual beast is of infinite value, it is not too useful to the divine tree master at the current stage. Especially for the divine tree master who is advanced in the field of science fiction. The divine realm, the ore, is quite understandable. After all, it contains majestic energy and is used to develop new props. The Kingdom of God also has a very high demand for the ore of the divine domain. However, the spiritual beast is for the traditional qi refiners of the Tiangong. Only then can it play a role in promoting cultivation. Of course, treasures are still treasures and have enough value. After all, you can also get the trading market and exchange for good things with other big guys. But this is a spiritual beast. Own it. The bloodline of a divine beast. In the current divine tree world, other divine tree masters may not be able to afford this price. Instead, they may be guilty of the crime, be targeted by others, and be hunted down. It is not very profitable no matter how you look at it. Looks like. But now, after witnessing Lu Shu's blacksmithing skills, Lu Shu gave up the idea. She never expected that the other party actually possessed such exquisite blacksmithing skills. Even among the Jyotian sect, few people could compete with him. This kind of forging book is comparable. Such a forging book actually came from the hands of a mortal, which made Lu Shu feel extremely horrified and unimaginable. Boom. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. Rumble. At this moment, a burst of thunder suddenly echoed in the sky. The terrifying breath of disaster appeared nearby. Not good. Lu Shu's face changed slightly. A divine light shot out from her eyes, directed at the armor made by Lu Shu. From this armor, she could clearly sense a divine power contained in it. That was an incredible thing. To be able to use the embryos of spiritual beasts and cast divine ores into artifacts of a high level. This kind of blacksmithing technique, even if placed in a heavenly palace, is absolutely top-notch. Looking at the entire Jyotian lineage, no one can use such exquisite forging techniques. Since he is a divine tree master and not a messenger from the heavenly palace, he should have obtained the relevant inheritance in the lower realm. It's really a blessing of great luck. But in addition to his great luck, his talent is so terrifying that it far exceeds my imagination. As a person from the lower world, he can use the embryos of spiritual beasts to forge artifacts. It is simply unbelievable. Lu Shu took a deep breath and looked at Lu Shu. His eyes suddenly became different. However, she sensed the aura of Lei Jie, her eyes sank slightly and said. This guy must be doing this level of forging for the first time, and he actually triggered a catastrophe. Humph, it's just a mere heavenly tribulation, but you still want to break into my secret realm. Roll. The next second. Lu Shu waved his palm, and the whole secret realm was suddenly surrounded by colorful streams of light, turning into a barrier to resist the thunder disaster. Zhao zhao's, boom. The terrifying breath of thunder and calamity bombarded the barrier composed of colorful streams of light, erupting with a terrifying sound. But that barrier is as solid as a rock and is unmovable. No matter how the lightning strikes, it will always stand between heaven and earth. The changes in Lu Shu's palm are endless. As a messenger from the divine realm, she is naturally not afraid of the thunder and disaster in the lower world. Thunder tribulation also has grades. The thunder disaster in the lower realm is naturally not a hindrance to the true God in the upper realm. As the two clashed, the lightning in the sky gradually faded away. Help Lu Shu successfully forge. A moment later, a dazzling golden light bloomed like a precious light and turned into a rainbow, triggering thousands of visions, bright and dazzling. Chapter 755. As the divine light fell down, the last hammer struck down with a bang. The thunderous sound echoed throughout the ruins. The shape of the armor has been completely formed. All the energy of the divine ore is injected into it, helping the armor to be cast and shaped, giving it divine power. Success. Lu Shu murmured. The next second, a prompt popped up in front of him. Ding! You have successfully forged God-level armor. Ancient Rock Dragon Kai. Type, Protective Armor. Grade, Myth. Attributes, Defense 10,000, Life 200000, Willfulness 1250, Injury Resistance 80, Divine Resistance 10, Anti-Injury 50. Skills, Ancient Rock Domain. Set Effect, None, 13. 947 Description, Armor made from the blood of ancient rock dragons and rhinoceros. It has the ancient rock domain of demigod beasts, turning one side into a rock domain, blocking everything like a city wall. Attack. What a good thing. Lu Shu smiled slightly. From now on, he has another piece of armor. Then, Lu Shu's eyes were placed on this new god-level armor, and his mind moved slightly. The basic defense and health values are quite explosive. Since the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros is originally a spiritual beast with extremely powerful defense and vitality, the artifacts created were strengthened by me using various forging methods and divine ores, and they were of a very good quality. In terms of basic values, I have basically reached my full potential, which is not bad at all. It is not even inferior to an embryo created from a mythical beast. The key is, there is even divine resistance. This is an attribute I didn't expect. When Lu Shu laid his eyes on the panel of this artifact, it can be said that he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The extra attribute of divine resistance is a treasure. Divine resistance, as the name suggests. Of course they are the same type of resistance as water attribute resistance, fire attribute resistance, etc. But the difference is that these inferior attributes are completely crushed compared to divinity. For example said that when Lu Shu first entered the Grey World, the types of monsters he encountered, ghost, has resistance to physical attacks. But if it is a physical attack attached to divinity, the ghost will be wiped out directly, and there will be no chance of reincarnation. Not to mention the slightly more powerful holy pattern attack of divinity, this kind of monster can be completely purified. Therefore, in the rules of the Divine Tree game, various characteristics and attributes are divided into levels. However, in the rules of the mortal world, divinity is almost always standing at the top of the attribute, no attribute can suppress this attribute. To see whether a Divine Tree Master can walk sideways in various coordinates in the Grey World, it basically depends on whether this person possesses, CFCJ, divinity attributes. But the armor created by Lu Shu not only has extremely powerful defense values, but also has divine resistance. This means that even the attack of Luo Shui's ruthless sword has, in theory, it has 100 piercing ability. Even if it touches the god-level armor on Lu Shu, it will be blocked and it will be difficult to cause a lot of damage. It is indeed a god-level protective gear, it is really powerful. Lu Shu couldn't help but laugh. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. This extra armor is actually of great significance to Lu Shu himself. It means that he can completely resist the attack of a god-level powerhouse. Even if he makes a mistake, the opponent uses his trump card to exploit the flaw, and suffers a fatal attack, this armor can still withstand it. Lu Shu can fight with more freedom. With enough blood volume, then you can exchange blood with the opponent. If the enemy you encounter is killed by you at once, but the opponent cannot kill you at once. At this time, the advantages of blood volume and defense are suddenly highlighted. The situation of exchanging blood with the opponent next, due to the advantages of these two numerical values, it is totally worthy of it. You can play out the opponent's trump card. Fighting is actually more of a game between the two sides. For the top experts, the battle is not necessarily decided in the blink of an eye. Winning or losing depends more on what trump card you have. Commonly known as, turn-based game. With this armor, there is no doubt. When facing a god-level powerhouse, Lu Shu has an extra powerful card. Now, no need to rely on the Heavenly Lock, no need to rely on the Zhuxian sword. With this armor, Lu Shu has the confidence to slowly play out all Luo Shui's trump cards, and then defeat the opponent. This is the benefit of having more cards. What's more? Ancient Rock Domain. God-level armor not only has super high base values and rare divine resistance, but also has exclusive skills. Skills in the domain. This kind of domain can turn the surrounding area into a world in the Ancient Rock Domain, use various rocks to block the opponent's attack. The solidity of each rock is no different from the armor on the Ancient Rock Dragon Rhinoceros. When enough rocks are combined, the defense will be comparable to that of a city. It can withstand most attack. Chapter 756. So cool. I now have so many artifacts, enough to have enough trump cards to face the more powerful messengers that may come from God's domain. Lu Shu couldn't help but laugh. After solving one of the spiritual beasts, his eyes immediately focused on the next coordinate point of the radar. On the east side of the ruins, there was a sea dragon with a purer bloodline. Also for spiritual beasts. The bloodline of the sea dragon is purer and the grade is higher. Wouldn't the forged artifact be stronger? Just kill the Ancient Rock Dragon Rhinoceros and you will have such a rich loot. Kill another one. Only sea dragon, that's the harvest of 2 artifacts. Anyway, seeing the divine ore in the warehouse and a lot of inventory, it's not a problem to create a few artifacts again. Lu Shu immediately set off and controlled the ruins again. Guards, drive towards the east. Luo Shui held the crystal ball and looked at the direction Lu Shu was leaving, and fell into a brief silence. She couldn't tell, the direction Lu Shu was heading was towards the East China Sea side of the ruins. As the best spiritual beast, Hailong is of extraordinary value. For a second-level god of Luo Shui's level, there is only one of them. Witnessing Lu Shu's strength, Luo Shui can be sure that this ruined guard has undergone amazing transformations and is fully capable of killing Hailong. Although Hailong is a spiritual beast, it is not a divine beast after all and only has the strength of a semi-god. The ruins guard transformed by Lu Shu gave her a feeling that she could pose a threat to the gods. Do you want to stop him? This thought flashed through Luo Shui's mind. However, after thinking about it carefully, he shook his head and let it go. Although a sea dragon is of extraordinary value, it is not on the same level as an artifact. What does Lu Shu possess? Ability. Able to convert the treasures on the spirit beasts into embryos that are made into artifacts. The value has more than doubled dozens of times. It is Lu Shu's ability that Lu Shu values. If Lu Shu really has such a powerful ability blacksmithing, then, in the future, he only needs to find the embryos of spiritual beasts, and then he can create artifacts. At that time, if Lu Shu is accepted as his disciple and given so many resources to support, help, it was his duty to create a few artifacts for his master, right? Therefore, Lu Shu felt that he did not need to be so petty. Maybe he would give Lu Shu more resources to support him at this time, and the benefits he would get in turn would be even greater. Big. Isn't this called taking a long shot to catch the big fish? Forget it, this ruins is just a secret cave. Although I have a lot of treasures stored in it, even if I give them all away, it's not something I can't defeat. So, let these guys do whatever they like here. Lu Shu muttered to himself indifferently, and then switched the crystal ball to other screens. Originally, he wanted to pay attention to Lu Shu's things. But when he saw this guy, he went directly to his own treasures, read the Baoshuang novel, just go to Feilu Novel Network. It's a lie to say that he doesn't feel physical pain. Lu Shu also turned off the monitoring of Lu Shu, so he can do whatever he likes, out of sight is out of mind. When the time comes, accepted as disciple, slowly reap the benefits. Ruins, another location on the east side. When Xian Monk and others appeared here, they immediately saw a bright divine light rising into the sky. Wait, look, there seems to be some kind of treasure there. Someone stood up immediately and shouted. Well, even if there is treasure, it is not something we can obtain. According to the investigation, the place where the light bloomed was a desert ruin. Many sacred tree masters had encountered accidents there. It was said to be the most dangerous area. If you want to die, then go ahead. Next to me, the white-haired boy didn't have a nice tone and just said something. The blue-haired woman who was criticized also showed a resentful expression. Knowing that there was a fatal threat ahead, she was immediately frightened. At this moment, an afterimage suddenly appeared past in front of everyone. It immediately attracted the attention of some members in the camp. Look, look, something seems to be passing by with a swish. Yes, that guy moves so fast. Wait, why does it look familiar? Isn't this the ruins guard who kidnapped the divine tree master? In the camp, the members who heard the unusual noise ran out one after another. The first time they came out, they immediately caught a familiar voice, running towards the east at an extremely fast speed. The white-haired boy immediately he recognized this ruin guard as the one he saw when he went out to patrol before. At that time, he thought it was touched by the sacred tree master, and then it broke into pieces. As a result, everything on the world's public screen people actually thought that the ruins guard had actually trapped the sacred tree master. There were many different theories, and everyone had different opinions. But what everyone here did not expect was that, they actually saw the other party begging again. Chapter 757. It seems like I saw something unusual. Thinking about it carefully, there does seem to be something weird in this matter. The white-haired boy's eyes were deep and he couldn't help but said, "Everyone, do you really think this ruins guard sealed the sacred tree master inside?" As soon as he said this, the others sitting next to him were stunned. The blue-haired woman curled her lips and said, "If not, can you find a more reasonable explanation than this?" 3, 4, 3. The white-haired boy knew that this girl had been criticized by him for a while, and he felt resentful in his heart. He was too lazy to get to know her, so he said directly. No explanation is needed. According to our previous records, the ruins guards have a fixed range of activities. Generally speaking, they will not leave a specific field. All activities appear to be extremely regular. Every 10 minutes, wander around a fixed point. After completing the circle, rest for 5 minutes, and then repeat the cycle. However, this ruin guard not only has no fixed range of activities, but also left the community. You know, most of the ruins guards usually act in groups. No matter what, it's not too far away from the other members of the team. Not only does this ruin guard have regular activities, it is completely different from other ruin guards, but it has also left the community. I don't need to say anything more about what happens next, right? Hearing what the white-haired boy said, everyone present also showed hesitant expressions. They already understood that the guess made by Shiji Gongping was obviously wrong. If the ruins guard simply wanted to imprison the sacred tree master get up, then why go to all the trouble to break it into pieces first and then reassemble it? Isn't this unnecessary? Moreover, the activity pattern of this ruin guard is obviously different from other ruin guards, so it is very likely that it is manipulated. Explanation. The former sacred tree master did touch the ruins guard, and the big guy was completely shattered. It was like a miraculous ability. Xian Monk pondered for a moment and said, "Your analysis it is very careful. From this point of view, the departure of the ruins guard may have been controlled by the sacred tree master. Then the other party does have the ability to directly kill the ruins guards instantly and even control them." Some people were surprised. Do you still have this ability? The ruins guards that so many of us are unable to deal with are actually directly controlled by the divine tree master. Xian Monk said calmly, "The world is so big and full of wonders. To be able to come here and participate in the goddess's disciple recruitment conference, there are already many masters gathered. Our vision is always limited by our own cognition, and we fail to see the full picture of the world." The white-haired boy's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. "Such an ability can definitely be harvested in the ruins. Wait, do you think we should follow?" The blue-haired woman gave a shout and said, "Isn't this dangerous? To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Isn't it dangerous for you to stand here?" The white-haired boy retorted back very rudely. At this time, a peacemaker came out to persuade, "Okay, you two should stop arguing. Let's see what Mr. Xian Monk decides." Everyone turned their heads and fell on Xian Monk. After all, in most cases, Xian Monk has the final say as to what actions the team will take. In this action, Xian Monk showed great strength and conquered everyone. If it were not for Xian Monk, many teammates would have died during this operation. But precisely because of his presence, many members of the team were able to save their lives. If we really want to keep up with this ruined guard, without the support of Xian Monk's combat power, it is not possible to rely on them alone. Xian Monk said, "If this ruins guard is really controlled by the divine tree master, then he should have no interest in fighting us, and may instead join forces. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the ruins guard is not controlled by the divine tree master, but sealed by the divine tree master. But since the other party passed directly by our camp without any intention of taking action, it proves that this ruin guard has no obvious intention to attack us. Therefore, if it is different from other ruin guard activity 4-7 rules, we cannot treat it with common sense. Tracking it, obtaining information, and reviewing the timing before taking action may be of greater help to us." As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded. Since Xian Monk said this, the meaning is obvious. Just follow him. Okay, without further ado, let's set out to trigger it immediately. The white-haired boy said excitedly. "Why do you look so happy?" The blue-haired girl curled her lips, feeling a little unhappy. "Do you want to take care of it?" The white-haired boy didn't bother to pay attention to the other party, and directly followed the large army, getting rid of the other party in one step. Chapter 758. Following the flow of the team, they continued to follow in the direction of the ruins guards. At this moment, a blue beach appeared in front of everyone. "Hey, we actually came to the beach." The white-haired boy stared at the sky of the ruins. Blue sky. White clouds. Golden beach. The tides were rising and falling, lapping from the East China Sea in the distance to the coast. The sound of the waves was so sweet. On the west side of the ruins, the violent wind and sand howled. The sound is completely different. The scenery here is pleasant and the sea breeze is refreshing. It doesn't look like a ruin at all, but more like a vacation place. I have been walking in the grey world all year round and experienced the storm of the desert ruins. When I saw this golden beach, I felt like I returned to my own island. The scenery was like a dream. At this moment, the guard of Ruin 25 appeared on the beach, as if staring at a certain place. This action immediately aroused the curiosity of everyone present. "What do you think that big guy is doing?" the blue-haired girl asked curiously. "Well, probably in my hometown." The white-haired boy said this without any end. Of course. The ruins guard is so extraordinary. Since he can find this place, it is a surprise. Compared with the areas around the desert, the area near this beach there doesn't seem to be any powerful enemies, and everything looks so harmonious. If we had known there was such a good place, we would have come and camped in the camp earlier, so as not to worry all day about whether the ruins guards would come and attack us at any time. Some people couldn't help but sigh. However, just as he finished speaking, suddenly, dozens of firelights suddenly appeared from behind the ruins guard in the distance. The dazzling laser turned into the sun. Changhong bombarded directly in a certain direction on the sea surface. Boom boom. As a violent explosion sounded. Huge waves 10,000 feet high suddenly rose into the sky. A sea dragon 10,000 feet long came from the bottom of the sea. Soaring into the sky from the depths, that huge body seemed to cover the entire sky. Suddenly, lightning thundered, and storms gathered. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly. They felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression around them. It came from the upper-level creatures. The pressure. The blue-haired girl glanced blankly at the person who spoke, and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "You crow-mouth, can you shut up?" Everyone here was also dumbfounded. Who would have thought that such a casual saying would lead to such a big turning point? But I didn't expect that an even bigger turning point was still to come. As the sea continued to have huge waves, roaring up, thousands of children of sea dragons rushed out of the water together, bursting into angry roars. They were obviously very dissatisfied with the intruders. Just now, that bombardment almost killed me. Hai Long's life. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, Hai Long might have died. At this moment, Hai Long and the entire sea area looked at the ruins guards with eyes filled with murderous intent. It seems that if the eyes can be lethal, then the body of the ruins guard has been torn into pieces. This scene fell in the eyes of other sacred tree masters, making them even more frightened. Where do these monsters come from? Now, Lu Shu used the control panel of the ruins guard to mark the positions of all sea dragons with 3D holographic projections. Next to it, the red dots on the map radar became densely packed. Anyone with trypophobia will get goosebumps when they see the information on this radar. However, Lu Shu smiled and said, "These guys have finally escaped from their lairs." That's right, there are not only sea dragons in this East China Sea, but also sea dragons' heirs. Of course, compared to Hai Long, whose bloodline is orthodox, most of Hai Long's descendants are the second generation mixed with other bloodlines. Regardless of strength, attack power, growth potential, or value, of course they are far inferior to Hai Long. For 20, but there are a lot of them after all. Such a large amount adds up to a considerable amount of wealth. Therefore, Lu Shu's shot didn't seem to hit the sea dragon completely, but it actually gave the opponent a way to survive and let it take out all the sea dragons. Then, catch them all again. The front of the crystal ball. Luo Shui's eyes moved slightly, and he noticed that there was quite a movement on the East China Sea. Open the screen immediately and look in that direction. Good guy. You won't know until you see it, but you will be shocked when you see it. It turns out that all the sea dragons in the East China Sea have been recovered. Luo Shui placed Hai Long in the East China Sea in the ruins, which was not completely without intention. Sea dragon has a strong reproductive ability. If it can breed the next generation, it will also be a considerable wealth. Therefore, this sea area has become a special breeding place for sea dragons, which can accumulate wealth. But what I didn't expect was, today, the calmness of this sea area was broken. Chapter 759. The Xian Monk Team. Many people were completely dumbfounded when they saw the sea dragons all over the sky. After a moment, the blue-haired girl exclaimed and said quickly, "Let's get out of here quickly. Something bad seems to be happening here. It's about to happen." When everyone heard this voice, they came out of their dazed expressions, gradually recovered and realized that the current situation was extremely dangerous. Like crazy, I want to run away directly. However, on the horizon, the sea dragon was completely enraged and let out a thunderous roar. He actually uttered a human word and shouted angrily. "Damn humans, they actually want to murder me. I am the overlord of this East China Sea. Human beings who don't know whether to live or die, I must let your name be revealed here today." The next second, a huge domain suddenly covered the sky and covered thousands of miles of land. The powerful runic confinement trapped everything in this formation. Xian Monk's team wanted to escape from here, but they couldn't. He bumped into the barrier of the formation and kowtowed, and was instantly blinded. Wait, what's going on with this barrier? Damn it, after Hai Long was shot by the laser of the ruin guard, he hated all humans, so he trapped us all here and wanted to catch them all. Damn it, we didn't do anything, why are we so unlucky? It's over. Now it's really over. Who said it was safe here? This crow's mouth, take him out and give him a good beating. It's best to sew his mouth shut in the future and stop talking. Everyone was speechless, and they just followed the ruins guards over, wanting to have a meal and watch the excitement. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? War reporters never miss any information, even when their own lives are at stake, they still insist on sending first-hand reports to the masses. Send a memory video. Soon, a picture of the east side of the ruins appeared in the Divine Tree Masters forum. It immediately attracted the attention of the entire Divine Tree world, ranking first in the forum, and dominating the entire audience. In the world of the Sacred Tree, many people are paying attention to the situation at the ruins. Especially, after knowing which war reporters have joined the ruins and are always sending information to everyone, their interfaces have gained a lot of attention. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Almost every minute, someone will enter their homepage to see if there are any new developments and update them in time. It's true that everyone is following the update. At this moment, the forum post, the #1 most searched post, suddenly appeared out of hundreds of millions of posts with an astonishing increase of 100,000 views per second. Shock! An astonishing sea dragon appeared on the east side of the ruins, like a divine beast. Everyone clicked on the post, which contained a memory video. They quickly clicked into this memory video, and were immediately stunned by the scene inside. Under the dark sky, sea dragons like gods straddled the sky with their proud posture, emitting a horrifying aura. In the center of the sky, the sea dragon spirit beast was surrounded by endless laws and secrets. Using the sky as a scroll, it unfolded a barrier and imprisoned all things here. Immediately afterwards, countless sea dragons emerged from the sky, surrounded the coast, and rushed directly towards it. It seemed that the entire dragon palace was offended. All the sacred tree masters were stunned by this amazing picture. It is completely different from the thousands of undead creatures encountered in the dungeon in the Grey World. This sea dragon seems to be a thing forged by the gods, controlling wind, rain, thunder and lightning. When a picture like a divine scroll is presented in front of everyone, they can only feel an epic shock. However, this shock contains desperate lethality. Having offended these sea dragons, they seem to have lost all their escape routes and could only wait to die here. The entire divine tree world is discussing this matter. Oh my god, what kind of creature is this? It's so big, it's so terrifying. Is this the secret realm of the gods? Sure enough, there are all kinds of incredible existences. This sea dragon should be a mythical beast, right? Skin. I don't feel like it. According to my judgment, the power that Hailong can unleash is probably around the demigod level, and it is not a true god. If it is a divine beast, then it should be said that the good one has god-level power, not demigod level. But how do you know if this dragon is not using all its strength? If someone explodes with all his strength and reaches the god level, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Your speculation is not unreasonable, but if you look carefully, you can find that this sea dragon is very angry and has been completely angered. When angry, this kind of beast will not retain its strength, but will use all means to kill the enemy. In other words, there are demigod-level monsters in the secret realm of the gods. Also, this rune has trapped everyone inside, which means that the war reporters inside can no longer escape. Chapter 760. When everyone saw this news, they realized it turned out. When seeing these sea dragons, the runes had already imprisoned the witnesses in this area. It is already impossible to escape. Tears. In order to help us better understand the horror of the ruins, war reporters even sacrificed their lives for information. Brothers, I cried, what about you? Is this a war reporter? Please accept my tribute. So touching. Everyone is paying high respect to the people on the public screen of the world. With a mentality of not being too busy for the fun, they weren't the ones who got hurt anyway. Just say a few touching words, and then look at it through the screen, like watching a fire from the other side, and that's it. However, Xian Sang and others were completely uninterested and were still chatting with others on the public screen of the world. A solution must be found as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will die here in minutes. They 203 ran for a long time, dodged the fighting of countless ruins guards, and finally reached this sea area. They wouldn't die here inexplicably, right? That's too frustrating. At this moment, the white-haired boy suddenly raised his head, and a dazzling laser was reflected in his pupils, shooting towards the surroundings. He couldn't help being shocked, pointing to the laser and saying, "Look, this seems to be that the ruins guard launched an attack." Everyone was slightly stunned. In their cognitive concepts, the combat capabilities of the ruins guards are completely incomparable with these sea dragons. Is it really useful to launch an attack like this? I'm afraid it's just a mantis trying to use his arms as a cart, right? However, with that laser, it exploded in the air. The power caused was far beyond everyone's imagination. He actually shot down several sea dragons, CFFG. This scene made Xian Sang and the others stare at the scene in front of them with their mouths wide open in disbelief. What kind of attack is this? Wait, do the ruins guards have such powerful killing capabilities? I seem to remember, it seems that it was this ruined guard who took the lead in attacking and angered these sea dragons, which caused us to fall into this state. At first, I thought that the ruins guard was crazy, wanted to die, and brought us into trouble. I didn't expect that he was really powerful. Xian Monk and others all showed extremely surprised expressions. Immediately afterwards, their faces couldn't help showing joy. Since this ruined guard can have such a powerful strength, it is completely enough to deal with the sea dragons in the sky. However, I wonder if we can join forces together. If we can join forces, the survival rate of Xian Monk and others will be greatly improved. But at this moment, a dazzling laser suddenly shot towards Xian Monk and others. Careful. To read exciting novels, go to Lu Novel Network. Pay attention to dodge. The power of this laser is terrifying. Immediately deploy the barrier shield for defense. Xian Monk shouted and immediately set up a defensive formation. Runes surged in the air, forming an indestructible shield to block this terrible attack. Boom! There was a terrifying roar, echoing in everyone's ears. Xian Monk's shield exploded instantly. But fortunately, the damage of this laser did not hit anyone present. Instead, it shot directly over and hit just in time, breaking the rune barrier next to it. Immediately, the barrier deployed by Hai Long cracked open under the bombardment of this terrifying laser. A passage was revealed. Mud is really a madman. I knew there was no way I could fight together with this ruin guard. How could there be such a crazy ruin guard? Is it crazy? Stop talking so much, look over there, a passage is coming out. Everyone was reminded like this, and they immediately looked towards the shield opening opened by the bombardment. Sure enough, there was a ferocious gap, located on the left side of the rune confinement formation, which could accommodate many people to pass through at the same time. Xian Monk's eyes couldn't help but be happy, and he said, now that a passage has been opened, we can get out of here immediately. As soon as the words fell, the others rushed over and flew towards the gap in an instant. Soon, they left the center of the formation's confinement. Without the confinement of the formation, Xian Monk and others can completely use the teleportation formation to directly back to their camp. The next second, a vast curtain of light fell down. The team immediately disappeared into the teleportation array and returned to their camp without looking back. Beside, Lu Shu sat in the center of the ruins guard, watching the scenes on the field. Seeing Xian Monk and others leaving, he smiled. That's right, this cannon was actually fired at them deliberately by Lu Shu. Although he had no intention of killing them, Lu Shu didn't want anyone else to stay here either. I saw too much information about myself. After all, Xian Sang and others followed here, and they must have bad intentions towards him. If one shot didn't kill them, they were already holding back. Chapter 761. This is also a very normal thing. After all, Lu Shu was not acquainted with them at all. He could tolerate them standing next to them for such a long time without directly killing them. That was the utmost kindness. With Lu Shu's strength, if he wants to deal with Dai Xian Sang and others, he doesn't even need to put in any effort at all. This shot was not an immediate fatal blow, it was just a warning. At this moment, the sea dragon once again let out a deafening roar. Human being, you will definitely die today. The next second, this sea dragon actually hit Lu Shu directly. Huh, my skills are nothing, but my tone is quite good, dash. Lu Shu shook his head and mocked. Then, a laser cannon suddenly floated behind the ruins guard. Hai Long's body suddenly paused in the air, feeling the fatal crisis, and wanted to escape instantly. But before Hai Long could react, a force that restricted the void suddenly rose from all around. Hai Long was shocked to find that he wanted to escape, but he seemed to have hit a wall and was trapped directly in the center of the laser cannon. As a spiritual beast, Hai Long has a lot of intelligence, and he has a strong intuition in his heart. If he is hit by this bombardment, he will definitely die, and there is no possibility of survival. A strong desire to survive suddenly emerged in Hai Long's heart. Only when facing death will any living being understand the value of life. Hai Long roared immediately. But this roar is a call. Summon all the descendants of Hai Long to launch a fatal attack on Lu Shu. The summons from the superior sea dragon, with the power of blood, has a powerful deterrent effect on any living being. It was as if they had been given a death order. All the descendants of Hai Long seemed to be completely crazy, and they launched a death-defying charge towards Lu Shu at all costs. Facing such a huge formation, Lu Shu's expression did not change at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he had anticipated all this. Catch the thief first. Of course, there are so many descendants of the sea dragon that they can't be killed in a short time. But as long as the largest sea dragon is taken care of, the other descendants will immediately turn into a ragtag group that can be easily defeated. The void blocked Hai Long's movements. Laser cannon, ready. The next second, the terrifying energy turned into a world-destroying laser and penetrated directly towards the sea dragon in the center. Boom! Dazzling firelight filled the sky. Half of Hai Long's body was immediately exploded. Its pupils shrank slightly, it had lost its breath, and it gradually fell from an altitude of thousands of miles. The descendant of Hai Long, who was extremely ferocious just now, suddenly stopped when he smelled the death breath of Hai Long. It's not that they don't know death. When they learned that the backbone of the sea dragons had been killed by the enemy, the remaining sea dragons couldn't help but start to feel fear. Their survival instinct made them want to flee around one after another, unable to form an effective counterattack at all. By this time, it's already time for Lu Shu to harvest. The void once again blocked the surrounding area. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Webnovel network. All the sea dragons are trapped in this sea area. No matter what, they cannot break through the void restriction of Lu Shu. Do you think you will trap people? Lu Shu chuckled. Just now, Hai Long wanted to use void to block his actions and prevent him from having a chance to escape. But now the situation is completely reversed. It is these Hai Long who are trapped, not Lu Tree. The prey has turned into a hunter, and will carry out a large-scale hunt for the remaining living sea dragon descendants. Boom! 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 The laser cannons continue to shoot around, and every time a bright meteor streaks across the horizon, there is always the corpses of so many children of the sea dragon fell down. All the remaining creatures seem to be engaged in a meaningless battle between trapped animals. All that was waiting for them was death. After half a day of hunting, finally. The children of the sea dragon they were almost killed. The entire sea area was baptized by the bright red ocean. It seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. Lu Shu's figure floated directly above the sea of blood, and his condescending gaze had already declared that he was the winner of this battle. The only thing left to do is to collect all the loot, pack it up and take it away. You got Sea Dragon's Heart X1. You got Sea Dragon's Claw X1. You got Hai Long's Crystal Core X1. You got Sea Dragon's Armor X1. You have obtained X10,000 of the Crystal Core of Hai Long's descendants. The figures of Xian Monk and others appeared in the camp again. Everyone's faces were still filled with panicked applications, as if they hadn't recovered from the catastrophe just now. After a while, the blue-haired girl couldn't help but said, "What do you think the situation is like on the seaside now?" "Who knows, the ruins guard might have been killed by Hai Long." The white-haired boy said nonchalantly. Chapter 762. Humph, what if the ruins guards were not killed, but those sea dragons were killed? The blue-haired girl was always criticized like this, and she felt a little unconvinced, so she retorted directly. The white-haired boy looked at the girl in blue as if she were a fool, and couldn't help but stepped forward and touched it with his hand. Touch each other's forehead. What are you doing? The blue-haired girl took a few steps back. Check if you have a fever. The white-haired boy sighed, his eyes seemed to be caring for a mentally retarded child. Roll. The blue-haired girl said angrily. At this moment of 237, there was a man in the team who was not afraid of death and said, "Tell me, should we go and see what happened there?" As soon as these words came out, everyone else in the team turned to look at the person who spoke with shocked eyes. That look was almost exactly the same as the white-haired boy looking at the blue-haired girl. "If you are not afraid of death, why don't you go?" "Never mind." The camp fell silent briefly. Taking advantage of this moment, someone posted a video of the East China Sea ruins. I have to say, these war reporters are really professional. It was obvious that he had just escaped from the brink of death. He didn't even eat a bite of food and turned around to report on the news. Of course, it is precisely because of their professionalism that the speed at which they are increasing their followers is truly eye-catching. There are already hundreds of thousands of Divine Tree Masters paying attention to this part of the War Correspondent interface. Soon, the things that happened in the East China Sea ruins were immediately known to the world through the scenes in the memory video. The interface of the Divine Tree Master. When everyone saw the IDs of those attributes and published the post again, their eyes instantly lit up. I'm coming. Long lost update. He's finally here. I never thought I would be able to see the day when reporters released information. It means that these people are not dead, they are really lucky. Don't say it too early, I might have gone in and taken a look, and found out that it was a video of someone's last memory before he died. Oh my God, upstairs, your mouth has accumulated the virtues of our ancestors for many generations. You are really a small mouth filled with honey, you are so good at talking. At this moment, the entire Divine Tree world focused its attention on the forum. The world's public screen is full of scrolling. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Webnovel network. They were all discussing the birth of hot posts. Soon, a new post instantly hit the #1 spot on the forum. That's right. It was the memory video played by the war reporters in Xian Monk's team. Looking at the increasing number of clicks, you can tell how many people are chasing after the sequel to the ruins. It's true that I'm chasing after it on the forum. When the scene in the ruins appeared in front of everyone, the powerful laser cannon fired by the ruins guards penetrated the sky and killed each sea dragon instantly. The picture is simply shocking. When everyone saw this scene, they were stunned and were speechless for a long time. Until a few seconds later, the world's public screen scrolled rapidly, and all the barrages began to flash on the screen crazily. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? It actually knocked down a bunch of sea dragons. Are the ruins guards so powerful? A few days ago, I saw a sacred tree master posting a video of killing these guards in the ruins. Wait, take a closer look, this ruins guard is different from the others. It seems to be true, it looks more domineering. Why do I feel a bit like the ruins guard who sealed the sacred tree master before? Yes, I also recognized it, it was the ruin guard. It seems that this ruin is the only one guarding the entire ruins, and it looks so special. Really? The sacred tree masters in the entire sacred tree world once again looked at the guard ruins on the screen with extremely shocked expressions. Many people have discovered a blind spot. This ruin guard, which aroused heated discussion not long ago, was the ruin guard who sealed an unlucky divine tree master. However, I remember that the ruins guard was in a very far place. The East China Sea ruins should be far away from that location, right? According to the analysis of the big guys, the ruins guards have a fixed range of activities, as well as fixed activities and behavioral habits. How could they suddenly come here? Do you think these two ruin guards in 4 are not the same ruin guards? It's just that they happen to be upgraded versions, and they are relatively rare in the ruins, so not so many people see them. It's also possible, it's probably not the same one. But the ruins guard was too fierce. He actually fought all the sea dragons at the same time, and even blasted open a hole in the formation. Xian Monk and others are also very lucky. They faced the blow of the ruins guard head-on and did not die. Instead, they were able to escape because of a hole in the side. This is so lucky. Everyone couldn't help but sigh with emotion from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 763. Originally, everyone here thought that Xian Sang and others were trapped in the formation by Hai Long, which was equivalent to beating a dog with a closed door or catching a turtle in an urn. It would be difficult to leave. Today, I'm afraid I'm going to die here. But what I didn't expect was that God closed a door and sent a warrior to smash the wall without any moral ethics. This is really a strange story in the world of sacred trees. But, regarding the combat effectiveness of the ruins guards and sea dragons, which one is stronger? This topic has also become popular in the entire forum. Caused many people to discuss. Do you think this ruins guard is so fierce, will he kill all the sea dragons? It's impossible. Look at the picture on the screen. There are so many sea dragons, but there is only one ruin guard. I feel that the combat ability of a descendant of a sea dragon can be compared to that of the ruins guard, or even worse. 25 This is just the descendant of the sea dragon. If it is the king of sea dragons should be much more powerful in combat than his descendants. We can set up a level list. If the strength of the descendants of the sea dragon is ordinary, then the strength of the sea dragon should be greater than or equal to the upgraded version of the ruins guard. Plus there are so many descendants of the sea dragon, the result must be greater than the upgraded version. Ruin guard. The logic above is sound and well-founded, and I have to say, it's very convincing. I can't seem to find a more suitable explanation. If the ruins guard brought his large army to fight with Hai Long, there should be a chance of winning, but just by himself, it is tantamount to a foolhardy man who wants to stab Hai Long's lair. A moth flies into the flame and perishes. I feel silent for the tragic ending of this warrior. After a while of discussion, everyone in the divine tree world felt that it was difficult to compete with such a large number of sea dragons just by relying on the power of guarding such a ruin. But although the accepted view is this, after all, I haven't witnessed it with my own eyes. As the saying goes, what you hear is false, what you see is true. They didn't even hear the result. They just relied on their own experience to make judgments on the matter, which of course didn't count. So, regarding this matter, some sacred tree masters also plan to become war reporters and go directly to the front line to bring results to everyone. Of course, what they really thought was that they saw other war reporters reporting on the ruins of the East China Sea, and they were completely outraged. Others can be popular, why can't I? So, follow along. I want to experience the feeling of being on fire. At this time. This video also spread to the eyes of other ruined sacred tree masters. Some of the sacred tree masters saw this scene in the memory video in the forum, recognized the approximate location of the East China Sea ruins, and followed it. Of course they wanted to see what was going on here. However, when they came to the ruins of the East China Sea, they looked towards the sky. Suddenly, I was stunned by the scene here. The ground is full of Hai Long's corpses. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Webnovel network. The endless ocean as far as the eye can see has been dyed with blood and turned into a sea of Wang Yang's blood. When the rolling bright red waves came, the air was still filled with a strong smell of blood. The blood belonging to the dragon clan has extraordinary power and can last for a long time, and the smell is extremely pungent. After smelling it for a long time, you will unconsciously feel dizzy. Oh my god, the scene here is like hell. Can anyone tell me what exactly is going on here? That ruin guard wouldn't really kill all the sea dragons. The sacred tree masters who came near the ruins looked at the devastated scene, dumbfounded, with a look of astonishment on their faces. It took them a moment to react, record the memory video immediately. If it is posted on the forum, is definitely a super big news. The level of shock is definitely no less than the previous #1 hot post. You know, the entire sacred tree world is now discussing what may happen to the East 993 sea ruins. Everyone wants to know here the answer. But at this moment, they were standing here, witnessing the nearby scenery, they could definitely answer this question for everyone. After they walked around and recorded all the nearby scenery, they immediately sorted it out in their minds. Package it into a memory video and upload it to the forum of Divine Tree World. I have already said it, Hai Long must have won. You see, everyone with brains thinks so, which proves that the eyes of the masses are sharp, except of course the fools. While browsing the information on the forum, the white-haired boy did not forget to mock the blue-haired girl next to him. Snort. The blue-haired girl was a little unhappy after being criticized so many times, and she was sullen on the sidelines. At this moment, a memory video appeared on the forum. Everyone clicked on it to take a look, and saw that the entire East China Sea ruins were all Hai Long's body. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 764. The Forum of the Divine Tree World. A new trending #1 hits the scene again at the speed of light. The title is related to this East China Sea ruins. However, this is a new memory video with a new version and new content. Everyone is following the update. When I saw someone uploading a related memory video, I couldn't wait to open it to see what was in Kong Kong. At this moment, everyone discovered that in the video, the place where the accident occurred was the ruins of the East China Sea. However, what is different from what everyone imagined is, the corpses of Hai Long are everywhere on the ground. The sky and ocean seem to be dyed red with blood. This shocking scene immediately stunned everyone. After a while, all public screens around the world were filled with scrolling barrages. So scary. Was Hai Long actually killed? What about the arrogant Hai Long? Why are they all dead? How did you die? Needless to say, of course he was beaten to death by the ruins guard from before. What kind of ruin guard is this? Why is it so fierce? Not only did it seal a sacred tree master, it also almost killed all the sea dragons. I would like to call it a god descending to earth. This ruins guard probably didn't have god-level strength. He killed so many sea dragons. It was so fierce. Whoever said it was impossible for the ruin guards to defeat Hai Long came out to apologize. Woohoo, it's my fault, ruins guard YYDS. Ruin guard YYDS. Seeing the barrage filling the screen, the white-haired boy couldn't help but froze on the spot, and was completely dumbfounded. What? So many sea dragons, all were killed by the ruins guards. This is too unscientific. Is it the ruin guard I know? Thinking about the time before, the white-haired boy had faced such a dangerous existence, and even peeked from the side. Looking back now, I couldn't help but feel sweaty and frightened. I was glad that I was really lucky at that time and was not found out by the other party, otherwise I might have eaten him. Several missiles, and now not even Jia Zhahui is left. The blue-haired girl was stunned for a moment, then seemed to react, pointing at the white-haired boy's pig nose and laughing wildly. Haha, you still said that Hai Long will win. What's the situation now? I was slapped in the face. You seem to be the only smart person in the world, right? But why couldn't I even predict this correctly? If you want to read exciting novels, go to Webnovel network. The previous gloominess was swept away in an instant. The blue-haired girl felt extremely comfortable physically and mentally at this moment. After being suppressed by the opponent for so long, she was able to fight back. She felt completely comfortable. Thanks to the ruins guards. Thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. The villain succeeds. The white-haired boy muttered, but knowing that he lost this round, he didn't bother to stay here. He let the blue-haired girl deal with her and quickly left the place. Xian Monk and others stood aside, all in their thoughts. Browsing the video of the sacred tree world, when they saw this picture, they couldn't help but take a breath. They all started discussing on the spot. Oh my god, I didn't expect the ruins guards to be so fierce. They are the big boss of this dungeon. But I can't understand why the ruins guards went to kill Hailong. What is the reason? Yes, logically speaking, the ruins guard and the sea dragon should both be dungeon monsters. Shouldn't they be in the same camp to deal with us? Why did such a ruin guard appear? Not only did he not deal with us, but he also wanted to kill the sea dragon in this copy. Xian Sang and others were very puzzled, and they were all speculating on what kind of explanation could be found for this unreasonable phenomenon. At the same time, many people in the world public screen of the Divine Tree Master were also aware of this problem. They raised the same question. Immediately afterwards, many Divine Tree Masters with great imagination began to speculate. Do you think this ruined guard was bullied by sea dragons since childhood and had a soul pact with one of the sea dragons, but the female dragon withdrew the engagement because she disliked the ruined guard's low status? From then on, the ruins guards couldn't bear to be insulted and worked hard to become the strongest ruins guard, kill the sea dragon, and wash away the shame of being annulled by King Zhao. Then, cheating all the way, meeting a mentor at the peak of his life, practicing to become the strongest ruined guard, and then, today he went to find Hailong for revenge. Tale. Upstairs, it would be a pity if you don't write online novels. This idea is so old, but classic. You really have enough. The ruins guard is a robot. Can he have a marriage contract with Hailong? This is too stupid. But it's hard to explain, why does this ruins guard do this? Could it be that the goddess is specially sent here to test our subject? This is very possible. Maybe this is the core point of passing the test of this apprenticeship conference. Chapter 765. All the sacred tree masters are beginning to doubt life. Could it be that, this relic is a special NPC sent by the goddess to all the sacred tree masters? It's like, if you discover the secret, you can clear the entire dungeon. Suddenly, on the world's public screen, various discussions about the guardianship of the ruins sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. I think this is very likely. Logically speaking, if everything in the ruins is to test whether our sacred tree master is qualified to be accepted as a disciple by the goddess, then the ruins guard should also have such power. What was said above does make a little more sense than others. Otherwise, it seems that there is no way to explain why the ruins guard appeared in this place and why he wanted to fight Hailong. Oh. Do you mean that you already know why the goddess wants the ruins guards to fight the sea dragon 957? Almost, although I'm not sure that this is what the goddess means, I can guarantee that my next guess should be very similar to the goddess's thoughts. No matter what, I can guess this more correctly than all the ruins guards. Why do we need a special ruin guard to appear in this place? As soon as these words came out, all the sacred tree masters in the entire sacred tree world couldn't help but look at the sacred tree master on the world's public screen, who was so confident in himself. Almost at the same time, all the divine tree masters turned their attention to the ID of this confident divine tree master to see who he was. Tianjizi. The moment some of the sacred tree masters saw this ID, there seemed to be some hidden information in their minds, and it suddenly jumped out. I seem to have such an impression of this sacred tree master. Hey, does anyone know about Tianjizi? It seems that this divine tree master should be a somewhat famous divine tree master. It's interesting. According to the common sense of all sacred tree masters, if you want to be famous, you need to be particularly powerful in at least some aspects. In the Grey World, you have had a big career, so you can be known by others. Otherwise, if they are a group of salted fish, they will most likely stay on the sacred tree island for the rest of their lives and be a guardian. Apart from appearing in the forum, there is basically no opportunity for other sacred tree masters to know about it. However, the sacred tree masters who are famous in the forum are usually war reporters on the front lines of the Grey World, and the sacred tree masters who guard the home. These second-rate people are basically just part of the traffic. Who is to say that they are the most idle all day long, and they only do business? If you don't do anything, there's nothing you can do other than keep talking about word count in the forum. Hey, then I wonder who Tianjizi, the sacred tree master, is, and why is he known to everyone? At this moment, many sacred tree masters showed curious expressions. Obviously, some of the sacred tree masters know who Tianjizi is, and they also know that what he says has some weight, CFFF. But obviously, some of the sacred tree masters showed puzzled expressions, saying that they had never heard of this name before, and they seemed extremely curious. This is interesting. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. From everyone's reaction, we can see that Tianjizi is indeed famous, but not that famous. After all, he is not known to everyone, only some people know it. Therefore, who exactly is this Tianjizi has aroused the curiosity of all the sacred tree masters. Okay, then tell me, who is this Tgthegood? Before talking about Tgthegood, did you know that a new guild recently appeared in the world of the Sacred Tree, Tgthegood Palace? Guild? New guild? It seems that there is some impression. Tgthegood Palace's recent performance is good and many dungeons have been found. But the key point is that there are very few dungeons left for others in the current Divine Tree world. However, Tgthegood Palace has found several hidden dungeons, which is a bit surprising. I heard that Tgthegood, the president of Tgthegood Palace, has the same ability as Mu Yu Tingfeng, that is, he can calculate all things. Therefore, Tgthegood Palace, as a rising star, has begun to make a name for itself in the entire Divine Tree world. Wow! Is it similar to Mu Yu's ability to listen to the wind? Then does this Tgthegood Palace have the strength of Mu Yu Pavilion? Of course there is no such thing. After all, Tgthegood's abilities have only been revealed initially. According to what he said, he has no interest in the disputes in the world of the Sacred Tree. The recent establishment of the guild was because he was forced by the situation and had no choice but to establish it. Guild. Then let's listen to what this Tgthegood wants to say and what he plans to say. As soon as these words came out, the Sacred Tree Masters present immediately knew that these people on the world public screen were actually just dragging them. Tgthegood Palace, as a late-stage talent, of course wants to take advantage of this opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop. Chapter 766. After all, at this juncture, the attention of all the Sacred Tree Masters is already full. Almost everyone is paying attention to this matter. At this time, Tgthegood Palace suddenly jumped out and said that he had similar strength to Mu Yu Pavilion. He also said that he had no choice but to establish the guild. Snort. It is really Sima Zhao's heart, and everyone on the road knows it. But all the Sacred Tree Masters are also masters who don't mind the excitement. Since this Tgthegood Palace dares to jump out, let's see how capable they are and how much trouble they can cause in the world of the Sacred Tree. Then, the Sacred Tree Masters in the world's public screen all invited Tgthegood to come out and say a few words. See what tricks the other party can do. There are even some Sacred Tree Masters who have begun to attack Mu Yu Tingfeng and the people of Mu Yu Pavilion. It's clear that I'm afraid the fire won't be big enough. Gonghua. Gonghua. After a while, this Tgthegood really spoke in the world of the Sacred Tree. According to my speculation, this Ruins Guard is actually a special boss. However, this boss is different from other boss. As long as you can defeat this boss, you will have the opportunity to control the Ruin Guard and conquer the entire dungeon. You must have seen the power of this big guy, it is enough to directly deal with such a terrifying sea dragon. If you can defeat him, then you will have the authority to control it, and the entire Sacred Tree world will be controlled by you. This piece of speculation from Tgthegood aroused the contemplation of the Sacred Tree Masters. To be honest, this possibility is not completely impossible. Otherwise, how to explain why the Ruins Guards attacked Hai Long? Maybe it's to tell others that this Ruin Guard is actually a hidden dungeon prop. Controlling this item will not only have a higher success rate in the dungeon, but also kill a lot of monsters. It's equivalent to getting a customs clearance artifact. But some Sacred Tree Masters are dismissive of this statement. Although what you said makes sense, it is too light. If we can really defeat the Ruins Guard, then defeating the Sea Dragon will not be a problem at all. Yes, if you can really take care of this machine, why bother killing him? Wouldn't it be better to kill Hai Long directly? Many Sacred Tree Masters also suddenly woke up. Even if it is a prop, it is definitely not as easy as Tgthegood said. It's impossible for the goddess to not think of this, right? I feel like this possibility is possible, but it doesn't seem to be very big. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Since the Divine Tree Master has the ability to kill stronger monsters, why should he deal with this Ruin Guard? Isn't that unnecessary? Everyone also responded to this problem. So, for a time, the world of the Divine Tree Master was revealed to the public, with both sides holding different views. At this moment, Tgthegood once again released an amazing message. Let me just say this, according to the information I have deduced, this Ruin Guard can be controlled. The words have been spoken here. As for whether you believe it or not, that is your business. As soon as these words came out, all the Sacred Tree Masters were extremely surprised. What? Is this Ruin Guard controllable? Real or fake? There is a high probability that this information is true. As a Sacred Tree Master of the science fiction series, I can tell you responsibly that the structure of this Ruin Guard is designed entirely for people to control it. Even the boss said this, so it must be true. But why is this Tgthegood so sure of this? Since he dares to speak out, he should have some ability. At least, he will not release false information casually, otherwise he will lose his face, right? The sacred tree masters present here also feel that this possibility is relatively high. If the ruins guard can indeed be controlled by the divine tree master, then at least it proves that Tgthegood's statement has some basis. Wait, if this ruin guard can be controlled, then if you defeat this boss, won't you get an extra trophy? That's right, the ruins guard is not only available in dungeons. Maybe after you get it, it will be yours. The goddess will not be so shameless as to take the ruins guard back from your hands. So what's the point? This ruins guard is equivalent to adding another divine weapon to deal with other sacred tree masters. Damn it, imagine if you drive such a ruin guard across the entire sacred tree world, you can only describe it as invincible. If I see such ruin guards in the grey world in the future, I will definitely stay away. I am different. If you can really take down this ruins guard, you might be accepted as a disciple by the goddess. He is a top boss. When he sees it, of course he will go up and lick it. Man. Chapter 767. When everyone saw this statement, they couldn't help but feel speechless, but they couldn't find any reason to refute it. What you said makes sense. Although everyone knows that Tgthegood came out to speak this time to win everyone's attention. But when I think about it carefully, what this guy said is indeed correct, not nonsense, and he also gave useful information. For a time, Tianji Palace also received a certain amount of attention. However, after experiencing the painful lessons of the contract in the Divine Tree world, all the Divine Tree Masters will not join other guilds casually. After all, maybe there is something deceptive in 093, it is 100 a contract of betrayal. The Divine Tree Master who is still able to stay and work freely is already a veteran. He is used to all kinds of storms in the Divine Tree world. Of course, he will not make such an easy and rash decision. Besides, things are not completely over yet. I don't know if the things Tgthegood said are true. After the discussion, all the sacred tree masters here reached a unanimous consensus. Wait and see what happens. No one should take action casually. Anyway, let time answer how things are, that is the eternal truth. The ruins, the camp of Xian Monk and others. At this time, night fell on the earth, and the entire ruins fell into darkness. Everyone gathered around the bonfire and were having a meeting. It could be seen that the faces of everyone present looked a little heavy, and they seemed to be thinking about something. As the captain and organizer, Xian Seng was the first to break the silence and slowly said. Everyone, you should have heard what Tgthegood said during the day. Since this ruins guard may be the boss and exclusive prop sent by the goddess, it is of vital significance to this dungeon operation. Do you think, should we make some fuss around this ruin guard? Xian Seng's idea is very bold. Everyone was slightly startled when they heard this statement. With Xian Seng's usual behavior, he has always been relatively steady. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to attack the ruins guards. Everyone present fell into silence for a short time. The atmosphere seemed to have become a little more solemn, for a long time. Someone finally broke the silence. The white-haired boy said, but everyone should have seen the strength of the ruins guards. The last time we faced the ruins guard, we were almost wiped out by a laser. Facing the ruins guards is not without danger. With our strength, can we really defeat the ruins guards? The white-haired boy's thoughts are actually everyone's thoughts. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. If he really had this strength, he would have done it long ago. Who would wait until now? So, faced with Xian Monk's idea, no one dared to look directly at the conclusion. Well, with our current strength, if we want to take down the ruins guard, there is indeed a huge risk. But you can actually think about it from another angle. Suppose, this ruins guard has the ability to sweep away the sea dragon, then when facing us, if we really want to kill us, do we really have a chance to escape using the teleportation array? I'm afraid he's been killed instantly, right? When Xian Monk said this, everyone present was stunned. They escaped that day, thinking that their reaction was fast enough. But if this was not the case, the ruins guards were completely capable enough if they wanted to kill them instantly. They were not killed just because the real target of the ruins guards was not Xian Monk and others. So, after the laser just broke through the barrier, it passed directly past them. This shows that the ruins guards have no murderous intentions towards Xian Monk and others. If they wanted to kill them, they would have died long ago. If Tgthegood's statement is true, then this ruins guard is indeed prepared for our sacred tree masters. Therefore, the goddess did not intend to kill us all, but successfully stopped the ruins guard. Then, we can completely use this hidden rule to track the ruins guard and see what abilities he has or what weaknesses he has. With enough information, we have found a way to deal with the ruin guard. Maybe we can really get the ruin guard 1-5 in our pocket. Xian Seng's statement made everyone's eyes light up slightly. It seems to be the truth. If the ruins guards really want to kill them all, then, is there really a chance to escape? Everyone faces this problem at that time. I actually already had the answer in my heart. Since the ruins guards can crush their solid formation shield in 1 second, there is enough space to spend another second to crush their bodies. Therefore, after So Xian and others can stand here and talk, and it has nothing to do with their strength. Chapter 768. It is purely because the ruins guards are kind-hearted and are not so harsh, so they let them live. Otherwise, Xian and others would feel unqualified to stand in this place and discuss and talk together. I'm afraid the game is already over. When everyone thought of this, they immediately realized something. Right. Since the ruins guards have no outright murderous intentions towards them, wouldn't it be possible to get a lot of information by following the ruins guards? Maybe, we can even open a way for them. Clear away some dungeon monsters and the like. Just keep a good distance, don't let the ruins guards discover their traces, and don't enter the coverage area of the laser cannon. It should be generally safe. After all, it's just a copy NPC. It is designed so that they can gain better results in the 25th copy. Is there any reason not to do it? The white-haired boy pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I think the captain is right. The ruins are full of dangers now, and there are already some ruins guards near this camp. Hiding around all the time is not an option. Besides, we came here, experienced so many dangers, and encountered dangers that other sacred tree masters would find difficult to face in their lives. Is it just to come back alive? Even if we have just entered the Grey World and explored the city of the living dead, we have obtained some primary props such as wood and fertilizer through exploration, and we have gained something, right? Now, we have come to this place that is tens of thousands of times more dangerous than when we first entered the Grey World, but we came back empty-handed. Isn't it too frustrating? After the white-haired boy finished speaking, the scene fell into silence for a short time. At this stage of the development of the sacred tree world, those who can survive have 2 brushes, let alone the courage to participate in the trial of the goddess. Everyone here, although none of them are as powerful as Xian Monk, in the world of sacred trees, they are still sacred tree masters who can stand alone. At least they can be regarded as a piece of iron, not that easy to kick. Masters often have a certain thought in their hearts. Such arrogance. How could they allow themselves to return without success in such an aggrieved manner? Now, an opportunity is placed in front of them. If they don't try, are greedy for life and fear death, and just waste the opportunity, it will be in vain. After so many tests. Then why did you come to this place? To be chased everywhere like a dog, and then fled back to your own sacred tree island in despair? I agree. After all, we are just following the big guy. As long as we don't push too far, don't act like we're in an uninhabited area, and act cautiously, there should be no problem. Yes, maybe there is another turning point. The sacred tree masters present all showed excited expressions. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. They were all touched by these words. When Xian Monk saw this, he felt that the momentum was suddenly right, nodded and said. In this case, everyone. Then let's take action immediately to look for traces of the ruins guards. This ruins guard just killed Hai Long. It should be near the East China Sea ruins, but it shouldn't be too far. According to my speculation, the East China Sea should be the easternmost part of the ruins. This is a secret realm of caves and heavens, and the world has boundaries. The East China Sea should correspond to the boundary on the east side of the ruins. This ocean is the endless sea of the boundary and cannot be crossed. Since the ruins guard has reached the easternmost place, the only way to choose the direction is to go to the west. But as to whether it is northwest or southwest, we cannot judge. I propose, next, our team will be divided into 10 groups, each sending out 10 teams to look for traces of the ruins guards. Once the trace is discovered, immediately inform everyone through the discussion panel of the Divine Tree Master, and then gather to discuss how to take down the ruins guard. Xian Monk's arrangement is extremely meticulous. After all, it is just to explore the path, and there is no direct battle. It is divided into 10 routes, which can ensure that the team's strength is sufficient to explore the location of the ruins to the maximum extent and find the direction of the ruins guards. But if only the entire team moves, it will be too bloated, and it may miss the ruins guards. As a result, after searching for a long time, they still can't find it. With the troops divided into 10 groups, the efficiency will naturally be improved a lot. Of course. More teams were not dispatched because of the spread of manpower and the lack of concentration of power. The ruins are full of dangers, and there still needs to be someone in the team who can look after each other, so more teams were not dispatched. Okay, that's what we've decided. Set off. Go find the traces of the ruins guards. Soon, following Xian Monk's arrangements, the team immediately divided into 10 teams to explore the northwest and southwest directions of the East China Sea ruins respectively. Their camp was stationed in the west, and they explored the east side in this way. There is a high probability of finding the ruins guard. Chapter 769. After the teams were ready to go, 10 teams headed towards the east to explore. The white-haired boy and the blue-haired girl were actually grouped together again. I have to say, these two teams of enemies are really destined. The two looked at each other, and both saw a hint of speechlessness in each other's eyes. Why you again? I want to ask this question, too. Please, go with a brat who talks nonsense and is arrogant. That is a very human thing. You are indeed a fool, your tone is so locomotive. I hope you can be more sensible during this journey and keep your mouth shut, otherwise I'm afraid your bad breath will be with you all the way. You. The blue-haired girl's eyes widened. After being scolded like this for a while, she was so angry that she couldn't speak. She knew that her eloquence was not as good as that of the boy, so she snorted coldly, turned around and went to another part of the team to cool off. The other teammates shook their heads and sighed when they saw this. People's hearts are broken and it's hard to lead the team. I always feel like this operation is about to overturn. Relics of the East China Sea. After Lu Shu killed Hai Long, he stayed near a cliff. This place is called Giga Cliff. The distribution among the mountains and ravines is crisscrossed. Outline a dangerous and strange landform. In this environment, not to mention the divine tree master, even other ruins guards rarely appear. There are no spiritual beasts moving around. A place of silence. Basically nothing. If other sacred tree masters can find this good place and use it as a camp, they will probably be able to get down safely by the time the ruins copy ends. Lu Shu chose this place for some reasons. It's not because it's quieter here. Instead, he used the ruins guard to explore through the map and sensed that this Ghost Valley cliff seemed to contain something different. It just so happens. I killed Hai Long and got a new embryo. After all, I have to create one more artifact, right? Then, choose Giguia, a relatively quiet place, where you will not be disturbed by other people. It will be more convenient for you to successfully forge artifacts. In addition, Lu Shu also plans to explore. Not even spiritual beasts have appeared in this Giga Cliff, and there are no other monsters. So what could be hidden? With Luo Shui's character, it should be impossible to set up an insignificant place. The time is almost up. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly. He immediately opened the warehouse and took out 1,000 divine ores again. At the same time, various treasures on Hai Long's body floated to the sky with the control of his thoughts. No wrong. Lu Shu is planning to forge an artifact again. The power contained in Hai Long's body is more powerful than the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros, so the artifact forged will naturally be stronger. To read the Baoshuang novel, go to Feilun Novel Network. Let's create an artifact again. At this moment, Lu Shu took a deep breath, and his eyes showed excitement. Although he already had many artifacts, it was precisely because of the artifacts that he knew that this kind of weapon would be useful to gods who have not yet reached the god level. Tree Master, how great the improvement is. Simply put, as long as you have an artifact, you are qualified to fight against the true god. Because it has the property of resisting divinity. Even a relatively similar artifact is similar to the ancient rock dragon rhinoceros artifacts such as armor, they also have resistance to gods. At least, they can be used when fighting gods, right? Artifacts such as the Zhuxian sword, Laojuan's alchemy furnace, and the god's lock, not to mention O. Even if it is placed in the Grey World, there are many relics left by the gods. For example, the ruins of the Dharma god that the Akatsuki organization is currently exploring. If there are really traces left by the gods, generally when a divine tree master encounters this divinity, it is no different from a curse. He may be instantly killed by the divine power. But if there is a divine weapon, the ending will be completely different. He may even be qualified to challenge. Obtain more props. Therefore, the divine weapon has the effect of transformation for the divine tree master. Lu Shu is a little lucky that he got the divine weapon of the Zhuxian sword very early. This divine weapon, even now that it has become very powerful, is still it can be used. And now, without knowing it, he already has the ability to forge artifacts. It's extremely exciting. In the Grey World, there is another one, Li's, that can walk sideways. Ability. Now, what Lu Shu wants to do is to make the items drop from Hai Long into new artifacts. To help further improve his strength. If there are more artifacts, then Lu Shu his background will also improve rapidly. Of course, there are never too many artifacts like this. The more, the better. The next second, a huge aura of thunder and calamity emerged in the sky again. After Lu Shu went through the first forging, the technique was even more sophisticated, and the energy of all the divine ores was quickly used to create an embryo. The moment the embryo took shape, the endless treasure light turned into a sharp sword, piercing the sky, bright and dazzling. Chapter 770. Luo Shui was taking out the crystal ball to watch what Lu Shu was doing. Her eyes moved slightly, and she was shocked and said, "Has this guy started forging artifacts again?" Although Luo Shui has not seen Lu Shu forging artifacts before, how long has it been since then? I'm afraid it's not even a day, right? Generally speaking, even the forging god of the upper world can't create artifacts. There is one from the CD era. How can one day be forged? Robots are not that strong. Forging an artifact requires not only physical strength, but more importantly, mind. Every artifact requires a lot of concentration. It takes a huge amount of effort to forge it. Even the top gods of Tai Ching will make preparations in advance when forging artifacts. How can there be a reason to just forge one a day? But, this mortal, after forging a handful after opening the artifact, he immediately opened the second one. Wasn't he afraid that he would die suddenly because of too much mental exertion and too serious loss? Luo Shui's eyes froze slightly, and he was about to pour his mind into it to stop it. Lu Shu made such a reckless move. At this moment, thunder surged in the sky. The powerful aura of heavenly calamity emerged again. Like a tide, it covered the entire secret realm. Is this, the thunder catastrophe caused when the artifact was forged? Luo Shui raised his head and stared at the calamity cloud on the horizon, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Only when the artifact is truly cast and formed, will the calamity cloud be born. Luo Shui was even more surprised by this. It's obvious. Lu Shu has just started forging, but it has already taken shape. If it is completely formed, there will be no other risks except fighting against the thunder tribulation. Because it is basically completed. Luo Shui felt even more excited about this shocked, CFCG. What does this mean? Not only was it only one day since Lu Shu created the artifact last time. But this time, he didn't even use an hour to forge it. A divine weapon. This efficiency, not to mention the Tai Ching ancestor, even the God Lord would cry when he saw it. What level of forging is it? Is it so exaggerated? Luo Shui was shocked, but the thunder calamity at this moment was already over. It fell down and hit the outside of the secret realm hard. This secret realm was connected to Luo Shui's mind, and when it was hit, Luo Shui would be injured. She felt her whole body sinking, and she suddenly felt helpless. He dared to think more, and quickly mobilized all his mind to protect the secret realm and resist the thunder tribulation. Boom! 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 The thunder and tribulation continued to strike. Although Luo Shui is a true god, he is still far away from the last time he resisted the thunder tribulation. But it was only one day apart. It was still too much for her to do so frequently. Luo Shui felt bitter, not because he really wanted to help Lu Shu fight against the thunder tribulation, but because he was building an artifact in his own secret realm. No matter what, this thunder disaster will all fall into the secret realm. Unless Luo Shui doesn't want this secret realm. But, when the secret realm completely collapses, Luo Shui's mind connected to the secret realm will be irreversibly damaged. It will even affect her future breakthroughs. A high divine realm will have a great impact. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. So, Luo Shui had to help Lu Shu fight against the thunder tribulation. It is precisely because of this that Lu Shu can do this forge artifacts in comfort, without having to worry about anything else happening. Now, in front of Lu Shu, there was a sea blue crown suspended. Yes, this is the second artifact he built. Sea Dragon's Crown. Category, Weapon. Level, Myth. Attributes, Mental Power 10,000, Mental Resistance 2250, Divine Magic Power 1000, Explosive Damage 500, Divine Ignorance 20, Spiritual Puncture. Skill, One Thought of All Things. Explanation, this crown has the aura of a sea dragon and has a strong spiritual increase. Wearing this crown, one becomes the Lord of the Sea Dragon, roaming the sea, omnipotent, and all spirits surrender. What a good thing. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. The function of this artifact is mainly to increase mental power. As long as you wear it, there is basically no particularly high threshold. In other words, it is different from the Zhuxian sword. Hai Long, even a junior divine tree master can wear the crown. As long as the spiritual power is unlocked. Of course, the increase in basic attributes is not very high. 10,000 points of spiritual power is equivalent to the level from E level to SSS level. For the current Lu Shu, 10,000 points of mental power is roughly equivalent to a 15 increase. There is indeed a blessing of basic attributes, but compared with other artifacts, this blessing is not big. But the point is it's not mental power, but other attributes. Ignore divinity. This puncture has the same attribute, but it ignores 20 of the opponent's divinity, causing damage. There are even 500 points of explosive damage if you use the Zhuxian sword. Wait for the explosive level artifact. When this attack falls on Lu Shu, 20 plus 5 times the explosive damage, that's almost full damage. It's so powerful. Chapter 771. In addition, Hai Long's crown also has an extremely heaven-defying skill, one thought to create all things. This skill can use pure mental power to forcefully control all things. Generally speaking, if you want to control other items with mental power, you must add illusions and other means. Only then can the opponent be successfully controlled. However, Hai Long's crown active skill is extremely domineering. Directly use the purest and most powerful mental power to control the opponent down. Coupled with the blessing of the artifact itself, it would be even more powerful, Yes, after creating this kind of artifact, I can compare with the gods in terms of spiritual power. Lu Shu smiled. His spiritual power was originally much stronger than other divine tree masters. With the blessing of the divine weapon, it would not be inferior to the top spiritual tree masters at all. It is conceivable that Lu Shu has now not simply reached the level of a god in one aspect, but in many aspects, he has been constantly approaching the level of the divine realm in the upper world. Thank you Lu Shu. If it hadn't been for this girl who held this disciple recruitment conference, then I wouldn't have been able to collect such a massive amount of resources so easily, or even create 2 artifacts. TSK, this messenger from the God realm came to the Grey realm and brought me a lot of benefits. Lu Shu couldn't help but laugh. But, I wonder how Lu Shu would be grateful when he saw that he had achieved such a rich harvest. Now. Lu Shu had already witnessed Lu Shu creating Hai Long's crown, and watched the entire process without missing a beat. After a while, Lu Shu couldn't help but show a shocked expression and murmur to himself. I didn't expect that this guy's blacksmithing skills could be so powerful. Not only did he create 2 artifacts in succession, but the grade of the latter artifact also seemed to be very high. Hai Long's crown should be a spiritual artifact, and it cannot be forged by ordinary divine blacksmiths. He is obviously just a person from the Grey world, so why can he master such exquisite forging skills? Could it be that he has discovered some opportunity in this world? At this moment, Lu Shu couldn't help but show a suspicious expression. After all, Lu Shu's talent in the fields of blacksmithing and technology is too powerful. When an ability appears, he may be able to use the power of God to let's explain it with abilities like trees. However, the emergence of 2 such top abilities, and this level of forging, let alone placed in the Grey world, even for the current Lu Shu, it is not possible what a small temptation. It is already comparable to the inheritance of the top forging gods in the divine domain. Not to mention Lu Shu, even the higher level gods of the Tgthegood sect would feel extremely valued if they saw such forging techniques. Lu Shu's eyes had begun to show thoughts. Her original idea was to let Lu Shu successfully become her disciple, but if the other party already has such a powerful ability, I'm afraid this matter is not as good as she imagined. Good luck. For Lu Shu, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. Looking down from the perspective of a god, all the sacred tree masters are like crazy, vying to worship Lu Shu. Shu's sect. So, of course, she took it for granted that as long as she was willing to accept a sacred tree master, the other party would have absolutely no reason to refuse. But what if it was Lu Shu? Such a powerful technology, such a powerful forging technique, even Lu Shu coveted this, and could not impart such good things to the other party. What would Lu Shu think? At this moment, Lu Shu's thoughts changed slightly. Her eyes froze slightly, and she said, if such geniuses cannot be used by our Tgthegood sect, they will be sent to the lower realm. I hope this guy doesn't know what's good, and he will obediently join the Tgthegood sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude and attacking a mortal. No, he is no longer a mortal. He can create artifacts and can be regarded as an equal god. By then, I hope this guy can understand things better. After Lu Shu finished building Hai Long's crown, he continued to open the system's information panel and planned to go to the next location. But, before that, there are still very important things that have not been completed. That is to explore this Giga Cliff. I sensed a strong aura that drew me there. That is the aura related to enlightenment. Divine enlightenment. It's interesting. Lu Shu rushed directly towards the aura from Giga Cliff. Soon. In front of him, a huge cliff appeared. It's filled with the aura of the gods. Lu Shu saw where Lu Shu appeared through the crystal, and showed a surprised expression. He was actually able to find Wudao Cliff. This is the inheritance place of Jiutian sect. Chapter 772. Lu Shu was quite surprised. Because Wudao Cliff will not be recorded in the information database of the Ruins Guard. Lu Shu was really surprised that Lu Shu could find the location of Wudao Cliff so quickly. Only outstanding people with a strong understanding of the Tao, or extremely talented geniuses in this regard, can find the breadth of the Tao and find the location of the Cliff of Enlightenment. Lu Shu has already shown extremely top attainments and talents in blacksmithing and science fiction. Could it be said that even the enlightenment of the Jiutian sect has such a terrifying talent for the 170 side? This idea may even seem a bit unbelievable to Lu Shu. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and secretly said, Fortunately, I came to the lower world and realized that this place is so hidden and has so many terrifying geniuses. First, there was a guy who was suspected to be the chosen one and got the key to the mirage. Immediately afterwards, another mortal appeared, but he was able to create artifacts, understand the technology of the kingdom of God, and find the path to the Tao at the Cliff of Enlightenment. However, it is actually a bit too early to make a judgment so early. The Wudao Cliff contains the inheritance of my Jiutian sect. If you are not a Taoist genius, it will be difficult to gain insights, let alone practice the inner methods. Let's wait and see whether this guy can get started before making any plans. Lu Shu secretly said in his heart. At this time, Lu Shu had already crossed the cliff of Giga Cliff, following the breath of the wind, all the way down. Here is an altar. It is a completely closed place. Only sunlight can pour down through the mouth of the great abyss at the top, imprinting the surrounding murals like a gilded glow, illuminating the patterns on it. Lu Shu immediately turned his attention to the surrounding murals, very quickly. He immediately recognized that these murals were actually the gods' cultivation methods. There are many things in it that are similar to the three purities Kung Fu and the like. It is a technique that is enough to cultivate to the realm of true immortals. If I guessed correctly, this skill should correspond to the inherited skill of the Jiutian sect where Lu Shu belongs, right? Although Lu Shu is in the lower realm, because of his wide knowledge, he has already had relationships with many beings in the divine realm. With his extraordinary eyes, he naturally saw the message on the mural at a glance. It's a pity, I have already practiced the Taiqing sect's techniques, and the Jiutian sect's techniques are a bit difficult to integrate into. If you practice too many techniques, it will inevitably become confusing and it will be difficult to reach a higher state. Wait, but since these two mental methods have similarities, can they be integrated into each other and create a new method? Lu Shu couldn't help but have this extremely bold idea emerge in his mind. If Lu Shu knew about this idea, I'm afraid he would be shocked. Not to mention Lu Shu, even the high-level gods in the divine domain, such as the 9 heavens goddess beings of this level, if they knew Lu Shu's thoughts, would think that this mortal does not know the heights of the world, and is no different from crazy, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Although Taiqing Kung Fu is similar to the skills of the Jiutian goddesses sect are indeed quite consistent at the level of mental skills. But it is extremely difficult to fuse the skills between the two. Even the ancestors and the god kings dare not do it casually. It's not just a question of whether you have this ability, but if you combine two different techniques, it will definitely violate the rules of the divine realm, resulting in the practice of techniques that are neither fish nor fowl, making it difficult to use them in the divine realm, find the category it belongs to. Therefore, all the gods have a basic consensus, that is, they will not fuse the mental methods of other schools casually. But Lu Shu obviously had no such concerns. He is not from the god realm. If he has this understanding and ability, he can integrate the techniques of two different schools. For him, the natural improvement will be great. Of course I did it directly. The next second, Lu Shu sat cross-legged on the enlightenment cliff and began to understand. At the same time, Lu Shu also looked at Lu Shu with interest. I don't know what level this guy can reach. She had vague expectations for Lu Shu in her heart, and had a hunch that the other party would bring her unexpected surprises. After all, being able to come to the Cliff of Enlightenment and having such attainments in blacksmithing and 5.0 technology, then the understanding of the realm of Tao enlightenment should not be much worse, right? Of course, enlightenment also takes time. Although the murals on Wudao Cliff record the skills of the Jiutian sect, it is still not that simple to get started. You waited for a day to pass. Lu Shu sat cross-legged on the same spot, still without any change. At this time, Lu Shu breathed out easily. Fortunately, this mortal's qualifications are not as exaggerated as imagined. It doesn't take a day to get started. Chapter 773. If you can get started in one day, your qualifications are simply too exaggerated. However, in Lu Shu's eyes, this was actually not bad. It took her about 7 days to get started. In the Jyotian sect, his qualifications are probably around average. But it has not yet reached the upper level. Although, the Jyotian sect's techniques are not that easy to get started with. But if you are just getting started, the difficulty is not that high compared to Mahayana. After all, it's just an introduction. Historically, there were many geniuses in the Jyotian sect who were able to penetrate the mind of the disciples within 3 days. The most powerful genius completed the entry in 1 day. Later, this genius became the goddess of the Jyotian sect, the goddess of the 9 heavens. It was also the master who took in Lu Shu. Since Lu Shu could not succeed in understanding the situation in 1 day, Lu Shu would be a little relieved. Otherwise, if a monster of this level is allowed to return to the Jyotian sect, even the master may not be able to accommodate it. Even if it can be accommodated, it will not be Lu Shu's turn to teach this way, but it will be snatched away by himself. Originally, Lu Shu was a simple-minded girl, but since she came to the world of the sacred tree and learned about the disputes among the sacred tree masters, it was an eye-opener. See what is called human heart. So, the Lu Shu of today is different from the Lu Shu of the past. He will no longer be the same as before. He is completely a silly boy who only knows how to follow his mission. Instead, you will think about your position, think about the pros and cons, and then think about how you can truly fully accumulate the resources on hand to truly improve yourself. The east side of the ruins. Xian Monk and others were passing by this place. At this moment, the white-haired boy looked towards the sky. He suddenly discovered that on the east side of the ruins, there seemed to be a divine light rising directly into the sky. Yes, that was actually the light that burst out when Lu Shu created the artifact. Before, this light also appeared in the ruins, but before others could rush over, Lu Shu had already left. The latecomers naturally missed everything and found nothing. But what was unexpected was, this dazzling light curtain actually appeared again. And it is more dazzling than ever before. This vision immediately attracted the attention of Xian Monk and others. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The white-haired boy's eyes lit up and said, "Look, look, that light contains terrifying energy. Does it mean that some treasure has been born nearby?" The blue-haired girl said. He frowned, "But, aren't we looking for the ruin guard? This light, shouldn't we explore it?" The white-haired boy rolled his eyes and said, "Your layout is too small, isn't it? Let's look for it. What is the goal of the ruins guard? It is not to find nearby treasures, but since there are exotic treasures in this ruins, and the light in them is not worse than that of the ruins guards, then do you want to go there? Silly goose. You." The blue-haired girl felt angry when she heard that the other party was hurting her again, and said coldly, "Humph, after you pass by, you will find a big trouble lying across the front of the treasure. I hope this big trouble can be solved with some help. Please solve it directly. Don't beep here all the time, annoying this girl to death. I suggest that we continue looking for the ruins guards. Why would we go to a place like that? Everyone is too lazy to pay attention to these two people. They have been arguing for more than a day or two anyway, and no one will pay attention to the opinions raised when they are angry. Those are just a bunch of angry words. Whoever listens to it will be serious. They are fools. Let these two silly children go and make trouble on their own." Xian Monk's eyes moved slightly and said, "Since a strange treasure has been born, and according to what I have seen, this place is relatively close to the East China Sea ruins. We happened to rush over from the west side of the ruins, and this place may also be the place where the ruins guards passed by. 703 inch. In my opinion, we should go in directly, not only to look for the ruins guards, but also to see if there are any treasures inside, which may bring us a different turn." Agree. I have to say that Xian Monk's right to speak is still very important. As long as he says so, other people in the team will rarely raise objections. After all, many people can still survive now. In fact, it is not the same as Xian Monk. The monk's ability has a lot to do with it. It is precisely because of this that Xian Monk can gain everyone's trust. If you don't hug the big boss tightly and are abandoned, he will be like grass and may die very quickly. Okay, in that case, let's go there together. Don't send messages or forums yet, let's find out what's ahead and then make a decision. In the current ruins, the opponent may not only be the monsters in the ruins, but also the sacred tree masters. Xian Monk said in a deep voice. Chapter 774. What Xian Monk said actually makes sense, after all. Since the Ruins Guard may have been sent by the goddess to help players overcome the hidden boss in this instance, many sacred tree masters have begun to look for this boss. This is normal. Anyone who sees a good thing will subconsciously think that it belongs to them, and they will less consider whether they are qualified to get it. What's more, it is speculated that the Ruined Guard that can kill Hailong is probably a prop sent by the goddess, specially prepared for the sacred tree master. There will be more people who want to find the Ruined Guard. Where there are divine tree masters, there are rivers and lakes. Wherever there are rivers and lakes, there are disputes. Countless deeds in the Grey World prove that as long as the sacred tree masters begin to fight against each other, overt and covert fights and various conspiracies and tricks are absolutely inevitable. Xian Monk and others, as the largest action team in this ruins, will naturally be targeted by many people. At this stage, the problem they have to face is not only finding the ruins guards, but also being wary of other sacred tree masters. Let's move forward now. Go to the direction corresponding to the Baoguang pair. Don't upload this matter anywhere, because it will expose our whereabouts and be targeted by other sacred tree masters. Do you understand? Xian Xing said in a solemn tone. Especially when he said this, his eyes subconsciously looked at the war reporters paddling in the water. Ahem, we know, we will definitely pay attention to this matter. The war reporters smiled awkwardly. They also knew that this matter was not trivial and could not be disclosed casually. They could only secretly say it was a pity. Originally, they had prepared several materials and planned to post them to the forum to harvest another wave of traffic. But now it seems that if you want to go to that place, this information is confidential and cannot be leaked out casually. Otherwise, you may die. Although war reporters love reporting, they can still distinguish right from wrong and what is more important. You can carry it clearly. From then on, Xian Monk's team began to rush towards the ruins. Moreover, they did not alert anyone else during this operation. Only Xian Monk, the white-haired boy, the blue-haired boy and others 10 people moved forward in the direction of the ruins. At the same time, although Xian Monk and others did not release any information related to Woodau Cliff, but many divine tree masters had noticed that a divine light suddenly lit up in the direction of Woodau Cliff. They immediately took a screenshot of this picture and sent it to the world's public screens and forums. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. There is no way, after all, not everyone has the same good tactics as Xian Monk literacy. As soon as it was sent, people all over the world knew that there was such a place in the ruins, and there might be treasures. Of course, the attention was instantly captured. Now, everyone in the entire divine tree world is discussing this matter. This boss actually discovered that there was a divine light coming out of the ruins. Looking at this location, the terrain is very dangerous. I wonder if there are any warriors out there who would be willing to go and investigate to see if there is anything good. This light gave me a very shocking feeling. There must be some huge treasure hidden in it. I feel like this is a great time to go explore. Oh. How you said that. The logic and reason of the analysis are also very simple. Now that there are many sacred tree masters who are tracking down the ruins guards, Wuxia has no worries about the divine light. The sooner you get there, the more likely you are to get the treasure as soon as possible. If it drags on, when more sacred tree masters come, not only will they have to face the monsters in the ruins. It is very likely that we will also face threats and pressure from other sacred tree masters. Naturally, the sooner we capture this treasure, the easier it will be to win this ruins. After saying this, the other sacred tree masters also reacted and felt quite recognized. Nowadays, many sacred tree masters are tracing the whereabouts of the ruins guards. Doesn't it mean that the sooner you go to this place where the precious light shines, the easier it will be to get the items you want? My dear fellow, what you say makes sense. Remain. That's right. If the treasure can be obtained, the strength will definitely undergo an unimaginable qualitative change, Wang Zhao Zhao. At that time, if we come back to find the ruins guards, wouldn't it be more effective with half the effort? Upstairs, your analysis makes sense. Look for the divine light treasure first and then the ruins. This is extremely reasonable. But I have a question, can't we capture the ruins guard first and then find the location of the treasure? I'm afraid you don't understand this. Since everyone can control the ruins guard, it means that if you get the ruins guard, it may not be completely yours, and it may be snatched away by others. The ruins guard is so conspicuous, but it may still be a prop that cannot be put away. Your position will be discovered by others from the first-person perspective. At that time, it may cause trouble. Chapter 775. After hearing this dear friend's analysis, other sacred tree masters here also felt that it was very reasonable. The ruins guard is a machine that everyone can control, but not necessarily once you get it, it belongs to the divine tree master. After all, this may just be a prop in the copy, and you may not be able to obtain the right to use it. Because, this ruins guard is not necessarily an ownerless thing. If the Divine Tree Master wants to completely occupy the right to use an item, the best way is to imprint it on the treasure with a spiritual imprint. Then, it can be recycled into the system at any time. In this way, even if other Sacred Tree Masters kill this Sacred Tree Master, they will not be able to pull out the items in the system from the opponent's dead body. Therefore, there are very few cases of murder and treasure grabbing among the Sacred Tree Masters. Because, if you kill someone, the treasure may not be yours. If the Shen 307 Tree Master wants to completely take over the Ruins Guard as his own, he must leave his own spiritual imprint on it. However, all treasures have one thing in common. There can only be one spiritual imprint. There can't be two kinds, otherwise two people would own this item at the same time. Of course that is not true. Therefore, if other Sacred Tree Masters want to completely take possession of the treasure, they must erase the original spiritual imprint and then add a new one. But who was the original owner of the Ruin Guard? That is a goddess. Not to mention whether your mental power can reach this level, even if it is wiped out for you, would you dare? Other Sacred Tree Masters also caught this keen question. Since the movements of this Ruin Guard have been captured so many times in the ruins, then, it is very possible that the Ruin Guard actually has an owner, through the goddess. Take control and kill everyone. Even if the Sacred Tree Master obtains the Ruins Guard, he may not be able to include it in the system. What belongs to the goddess still belongs to the goddess. The price-performance ratio is not very high if captured, and there is also the risk of being hunted and followed by other Sacred Tree Masters. Not a good deal at all. On the contrary, this mysterious light, although I don't know what kind of treasure it is, it looks very high-end. Maybe it's a prop that can directly improve your strength. Or, is it an item like the ancient powerful technique? After practicing, can you become very strong? If it were this type of prop, it would be much easier to use than the Ruin Guard. No matter how powerful the Ruins Guard is, after all, it is just a foreign object, and once it is damaged, it cannot be repaired without the corresponding technological level. And if it is other props, even weapons such as magic weapons, they can be a real increase in the strength of the Sacred Tree Master. Compared with the increase of a Ruin Guard, it is naturally much larger. After learning the news, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Many Sacred Tree Masters are actually not stupid. They know how to weigh the pros and cons. After knowing where the Divine Light was, he immediately gave up his original action and quickly explored towards the place of the light. How could they not know what the guards of the ruins, CFFJ, are? Not to mention, not even the shadow of the Ruins Guard has been found, and there are endless risks in dealing with this guy. It's better to settle for the next best thing and choose the direction in which the Divine Light shines. Maybe you can get something better. Now. Many Divine Tree Masters rush towards the direction of the Divine Light. But what they may not have expected is that when many people have the same idea, the difficulty will naturally become different. Now. Lu Shu was sitting cross-legged on the cliff of enlightenment. In his mind, he was constantly conceiving all kinds of ideas. How can we integrate the two different methods? Deduction. Use unlimited deduction fruits. Continuously deduce. Jiang Qin closed his eyes and was thinking of various plans in his mind. Each plan had a preliminary prototype in his mind, but was quickly rejected. Although the calculation ability of the infinite deduction fruit is extremely powerful, it is still too difficult to calculate for such techniques that exceed his realm and his own scope. Fortunately, Lu Shu had already practiced the corresponding skills, and now he was blessed with many artifacts. In terms of personality, he could barely count. It just takes a lot of time. During this period, Lu Shu had no idea that the outside world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Many Sacred Tree Masters were rushing in this direction. Of course, even if he knew, Lu Shu had an indifferent attitude. At this moment, Lu Shu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Correct. All avenues lead to the ultimate road. As long as we find that path and then restore it step by step, wouldn't we be able to find out the essential method of cultivation? This idea is extremely bold. In the words of the gods, wishful thinking. It is impossible for others. But what Lu Shu has is the infinite deduction fruit. He has all possibilities. For others say, it is impossible, but it is different for Lu Shu. Chapter 776. Give it a try. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. Based on his deduction, he had a vague feeling that this direction may be effective. Even if he cannot succeed in one step, but he can still accumulate experience for the future. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Still afraid of failure? What's the point of talking about success? The next second, Lu Shu began to run the infinite deduction fruit. In his mind, the essence of the two techniques continued to emerge. Then, afterimages continued to emerge in his mind, heading towards the ultimate end. Time seemed to pass by so unconsciously. Suddenly, a divine light rose into the sky. It seemed to carry endless Taoist charm. This change suddenly shocked Luo Shui. She was so shocked that she jumped up from her seat instantly. She no longer used the crystal ball to observe the situation of the ruins, but teleported directly to the direction of Lu Shu. Because Luo Shui sensed an ultimate avenue, and unexpectedly born from Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, the other divine tree masters also arrived at the place where the Wudao cliff was. Suddenly, they saw a shocking light right in front of them, like the sun, in front of them. The entire enlightenment cliff lit up. All the divine tree masters were immediately shocked. They immediately realized that there must be some incredible treasure appearing inside. Logically speaking, after the treasure was born, other divine tree masters should conceal all this information and don't tell others casually. Otherwise, the more this news spreads, the more people come to compete, and the situation will be even more unfavorable. But some war reporters seem to have the same idea as normal people. The idea is incompatible. No matter what the situation is, it must be recorded first and posted on the forum and the world's public screens. It seems that after publishing this information, they are also as awesome as this information. Now, the entire divine tree world is paying attention to the forum. And some tidbits about the ruins. At this moment, another post appeared, occupying the first place in the hot search. Shock. A strange light reappears deep in the ruins. When this news was released, there was no need for redundant rendering, and many sacred tree masters immediately clicked on it. Snap, very fast. Anyway, as long as it's information related to the ruins, people who click on it now can get as many as they want. There is no shortage of this traffic at all. Now, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. The sacred tree masters came to the forum one after another, clicked on this post and took a look. As expected. A dazzling light shone deep into the ruins, as bright as a star. Even the brightest starry sky on the sacred tree island cannot compare with this dazzling light. Just like ants competing with the bright moon. At this moment, a group of sacred tree masters immediately started discussing enthusiastically on the world's public screen. Oh my god, look at this post, there is such a heaven-defying light appearing from the enlightenment cliff. Another bright light. Is this treasure so awesome? It can also light up twice in a row. Do you understand? There may even be two treasures appearing in this valley at the same time. Damn it, there are two treasures, wouldn't it be easier to get one of them? Even among sacred tree masters, if they want to compete with others, they can also divide their divisions. You grab this one, and I grab the other one. Damn it, isn't it better than a bunch of people trying to grab the ruins guard? Moreover, if you can get one treasure in advance, you might be able to snatch the second treasure along the way. The benefits are not proportional, okay? When you say that, I want to grab this treasure. Yes, since there are such good places, who would be interested in ruins guarding? That thing is so difficult. If it is hit by artillery fire, wouldn't it be fatal in an instant? Maybe the treasure in the enlightenment cliff will be easier to obtain. The sacred tree masters all already have a common understanding. Of course, to get the treasure from Wudao Cliff. The ruins guard was originally a favorite among everyone, but now no one is willing to get it. When the other sacred tree masters saw this, they quickly exclaimed. They didn't even see the shadow of the ruins guard. As a result, another treasure location was discovered by someone else first. Moreover, this treasure location contains two treasures. Then if we continue to pursue the ruins guards, wouldn't we lose a lot of money? No, no. I want to fight for this treasure too. The other sacred tree masters have all experienced resource disputes in the Grey World. It can be said that their eyes will light up when they see treasures. Basically, has a natural sense of smell for treasures. At this moment, they had all given up their original strategy and started chasing towards the Wudao Cliff together at an unimaginable speed. Some of the sacred tree masters who had already rushed to Wudao Cliff were overjoyed when they saw that they had such a good opportunity. But then, a piece of nightmarish news came. This piece of information was actually released out of the factory. Chapter 777. When they learned that the information was released, their hearts almost collapsed. Because, I clearly have such an excellent opportunity, it is simply the right time, right place and right people. There is no reason to give this opportunity to others. Therefore, all the sacred tree masters here hope that this news will not be leaked. But these war reporters seem determined to confront them. This Baoguang has just appeared in this world, and it has made a big fuss all over the world. Of course I feel extremely unhappy. Although they can't guarantee that they can get these precious 910s-100. However, there is always a 1% chance, right? But now, all the sacred tree masters have been summoned. How low does the probability drop? 1,000th? In this case, the hope is extremely slim. Some sacred tree masters even found out the war reporter directly through the location of the video in a fit of rage. Then, Mayday, what a cruel choice. He actually killed the war reporter. After doing all this, I even posted a special post. Stop sending me these random posts. Someone will let me see these posts again. When this post was published, it immediately received a lot of clicks. There is also a memory video inside. It was the scene when the war reporter was shot to death. When this post was published. However, it did not have the expected effect. There were a lot of accusations and curses under the post. It was as if the person who was killed was not a war reporter, but their own mother. Damn it, this person can't afford it. It's none of your business if someone posts other people's posts. He probably felt that the war correspondent's intelligence had called other competitors over, and he was completely anxious, so he had murderous intentions. No way, the other sacred tree masters will be killed by you just for reporting the situation here. What the hell kind of logic is this? With such a useless mentality, I guess even if there is only one competitor, he will not be able to obtain the treasure. That's right, a useless person who is afraid of competition and looks down on people's kindness is not worthy of the final victory. Real masters think that they disdain to do this kind of behavior, and compete directly if they have the ability. Killing a weak tree master who has no intention of competing in the first place and only intends to report silently, what kind of hero is he? Almost all the curses below came from the film. Dense than the dark clouds. After all, the sacred tree masters who couldn't make it to the ruins this time could only wait in the forum to read the reports from frontline reporters. But if war reporters are really killed, who will record the latest fun news for them? Naturally, it caused public outrage. What's more, it has been the tradition of emperors since ancient times not to kill remonstrating officials, to read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Every era needs recorders. And the person who killed the recorder was absolutely domineering and was intolerable to the world. No one with normal intelligence would approve of such behavior. Of course there was a lot of criticism. Seeing that his post actually attracted so many trolls. The tree master was also angered and sneered, what? I'm stronger than him, why don't I just kill him? He reported his, I killed mine, what does it care about you? You bunch of bastards who don't dare to come to the ruins can only scream in the sacred tree island. If you come to this ruins, I will crush you all to ashes. It can be seen that this sacred tree master is really anxious. He actually started to quarrel with the scholars, and he looked like everyone in the world was drunk and I was sober. At this moment, a message from a sacred tree master appeared below, reply. Well, you should be called Jiaotian, right? Don't let me see you in the world of the sacred tree. As long as you come out of this ruins, I will hunt you down. If you have the ability, you can hide in the sacred tree island for the rest of your life. After this post was published, it was extraordinary that it received an extremely large number of likes. All of them were supportive. Sister Yu is actually going to take action, that person is probably dead. It turns out that his name is Jiao Tian, and he is indeed a bit unruly. I can still get some information here. When the time comes, kill him and add me. Me too. These replies attracted the attention of other sacred tree masters one after another. 1-6 Someone was attracted by the popularity and asked curiously. Who is this Sister Yu, and why does she know Jiaotian's name, and according to her, she actually knows Jiaotian's location. In the reply, someone smiled mysteriously and replied, you don't know this. Sister Yu has the ability of magical calculations. She can know part of the information about the sacred tree master. Her intelligence ability is extraordinary. Is it really that magical? Many sacred tree masters are extremely surprised by this. What kind of method can they directly know the personal information of a sacred tree master across thousands of miles? It's so mysterious. Chapter 778. You probably don't understand this. This is a unique method of Qingji Pavilion. It is certainly not difficult to find information about these sacred tree masters. However, based on the principle of peace and respect, we will not steal other people's privacy if nothing happens. But this person killed a war reporter and tried to affect the harmony and tranquility of the sacred tree world. Then I'm sorry, Qingji Pavilion will also come out to take care of it. A sacred tree master with the ID name Shinhe Wanxin spoke on the world's public screen. As soon as these words came out, the sacred tree masters present could not help but feel greatly shocked. There is such a method. Can you directly find information about other sacred tree masters? These methods are too terrible, right? Many divine tree masters felt inexplicable awe at this. No one wants their 25-year-old privacy to be leaked out like this. However, Tianji Pavilion has such special means. It seems that it does not require the use of any intelligence network. It can obtain the information of other sacred tree masters just by relying on its own ability. Personal information. Isn't this too scary? However, some of the sacred tree masters question, wait a minute, but we don't know the ID of this sacred tree master. Is it Jiaotian? Isn't it a little bit so rash to judge that Tianji Pavilion's intelligence network is correct? Is it too early? At this time, everyone also came to their senses. Maybe, in fact, Tianji Pavilion didn't predict correctly, but just blindly reported a piece of information to the public screen. Maybe he's just trying to fool people. But at this moment, the divine tree master with the ID Shinhe Wanxin posted a post on the world's public screen. It was a screenshot of Jiaotian's private message to apologize. Jiaotian, brother, let's discuss something carefully. It's not good for you to leak my information like this. Jiaotian, besides, we have no enmity, so why are you targeting me like this? Jiaotian, how about we make peace with each other like this? When the information about these screenshots was published, everyone was shocked. Is he really Jiaotian? Moreover, through the private message panel, the divine tree master can open the other party's personal interface. You can see his current state and appearance. It is exactly the same person as the memory video on the world's public screen. At this time, everyone believed that this person was really unruly. Damn it, Tianji Pavilion's ability is actually real. Is it really possible to calculate Tianji like this, to read exciting novels, go to Feilun Novel Network? In fact, it is still possible. The mysterious master of Muyu Pavilion, Muyu Tingfeng, had such an ability. This Tianjizi has such miraculous abilities. Why didn't he create Tianji Pavilion earlier? Why take advantage of it now? This is a normal thing. Not all sacred tree masters are as awesome as Muyu Tingfeng. They can get top-notch fruits right from the start. Some sacred tree fruits are born with heaven-defying abilities. It may take until the sacred tree grows to the later stage. In other words, it is possible that this Tianjizi's ability is similar to that of Pavilion Master Mu, but he does not possess it at the beginning, but awakens it later, and then uses his intelligence ability to build Tianji Pavilion? Yes, I guess that's what it looks like. At this moment, after some discussion, the sacred tree masters roughly guessed what Tianji Pavilion is. First of all, this Tianjizi's ability should be similar to that of Muyu Tingfeng, and he is full of intelligence. Secondly, Tianji Pavilion can only be said to be a rising star, but their guild is indeed short of people, so they took advantage of this opportunity and immediately came out to show off. Not only did they package their guild as extremely mysterious, but they also had a sense of fighting for the righteousness. The look of devotion. By attacking a small character who is scolded by everyone in the divine tree world, and then creating momentum for his guild. Anyone with a good eye can basically see what is going on. But I have to say that this method is indeed useful, and many people who don't know why will fall into this trap. 717 After all, the first image is still very important. If Tianji Pavilion wants to develop, of course it needs to recruit some new people. Those veterans are naturally not their first priority. First of all, since Tianji Pavilion can have so many connections and start to agitate for this incident, it means that their guild has been developing in secret for some time and has recruited core personnel. Such a guild will not be particularly short of experts if it has core members. If it recruits more experts and has more core members, wouldn't it mean that the profits of their guild will be divided? Therefore, Tianji Pavilion wants workers. Not a master. Secondly, if you recruit strong people, it will definitely require a lot of resources. Tianji Pavilion is now in the early to mid-stage of development, and there are not so many resources to support big bosses. If you want to cooperate with more big guys, that will happen later. So, that's why this scene happened. Chapter 779. Lu Shu was sitting cross-legged in the center of Enlightenment Cliff. The technique he had constructed in his mind had been completely formed. The next second, with a slight movement of Lu Shu's thoughts, the avenue that originally belonged to Taichin Kung Fu suddenly caused various Dao patterns to surge on the Wudao cliff. The mysterious aura turned into runes all over the sky, evoking the Taoist rhyme. Every Dao rhyme seems so natural, as if it leads directly to the origin of the Dao. Now. Luo Shui turned into a stream of light and came directly above the Wudao cliff. When she sensed this Taoist charm, she felt extremely shocked. This is not only the avenue of Taichin, but also integrated with the avenue of Jiutian sect? How can it be? This kind of Taoist rhyme is simply impossible for a mortal to possess. The understanding of Tao is actually deeper than my understanding. Luo Shui's pupils shrank and she murmured to herself in a low voice. The way she looked at Lu Shu was no different from looking at a monster. The Tao Yin around her had reached the point of being completely natural, even if it was a high-ranking god in the divine domain, may not be able to reach this level. What about Luo Shui? He is just a second-level true god. Only when he reaches the level of fourth-level true god can he be called a medium god. High-level gods must reach at least the level of seventh-level true god or above. Qualification. By how many levels has Lu Shu's Tao understanding surpassed that of Luo Shui? Accept him as his disciple. With his own qualifications, does he really have this qualification? At this moment, Luo Shui was shocked and doubtful, but even more his mind was filled with questions. Under what circumstances could this mortal be able to understand the two ultimate avenues and integrate them perfectly? The first possibility is that Lu Shu is actually not possible at all. A mortal may be a god king from the lower realm, traveling in this mortal world, and happen to come to the secret realm of Luo Shui. The second possibility is that Lu Shu is a genius that is rare to encounter throughout the ages, and he has found it before the opportunity of Taiching Avenue was able to arouse the enlightenment of Tao in Wu Dao Cliff, and then after observing the exercises in the murals, they merged with Taiching Avenue to open up another road to the perfect avenue. No matter what it is, the possibilities are not trivial. The former, Luo Shui can't afford to offend him at all. The latter, Luo Shui is not qualified to accept him as a disciple. Even if he can stay in the upper world, he will be respected by the nine heavens goddess. After all, in the god's domain, if we want to talk about qualifications and seniority, the realm of enlightenment of the Tao is the foundation. The realm of gods can be easily piled up as long as the resources are sufficient. But only the enlightenment of the Tao is endless and requires extremely strong talent. If gods with average qualifications can spend their entire lives unable to comprehend the ultimate perfection of the Tao, those who can reach this level are fully qualified to be crowned God King, and can rule a party in the god's domain, on an equal footing with high-ranking gods such as the Nine Heavens Goddess. She is a second-level true god. Are you qualified to accept such a genius as a disciple? This is completely wishful thinking. Moreover, the attitude of God's realm towards mortals has always been relatively conservative. After all, these mortals are not born and raised in God's realm, and they may not have a sense of belonging to God's realm. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. To put it bluntly, they are outsiders. But if outsiders master the power that can subvert the divine realm, they may pose a threat to the divine realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, a certain bird came from the mortal world. The monkey that jumped out of the tree has proven this. Therefore, Luo Shui's attitude towards Lu Shu is to be more cautious. Otherwise, even if Lu Shu is brought back, this mortal will not be able to point her out. With some guidance, a higher-ranking god will naturally take over. Then, the series of plans Luo Shui constructed before will be completely ruined. Luo Shui's heart can be said to be suffering from a huge sense of gap. Originally, she also thought that if she wanted to accept a mortal as her apprentice, wouldn't that be something simple and easy that could be accomplished with just one thought? But in fact, she was wrong. And she was so wrong. Such qualifications, even if a mortal is brought back to the upper world, it will definitely attract the attention of other gods. Furthermore, Lu Shu's understanding of Tao has already surpassed Luo Shui's. If he returned to the upper world and ranked according to seniority, Luo Shui would call Lu Shu his senior. How can I accept disciple Yuan? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Luo Shui's eyes, but it quickly subsided, Qian's, and said secretly. This mortal holds a huge secret. Even if he is not brought back to the upper realm, he must first find out where his secrets come from. For example, the technology that can analyze the ruins of the kingdom of God, and the Tai Ching method. What's even more incredible is that this mortal can perfectly integrate the techniques of Tai Ching and Jiutian sects. This is definitely not something that a simple mortal can do. We must find out his secret. By the way, if you can successfully recruit a disciple, it shouldn't be difficult to ask him to reveal all the secrets in the name of Master. Chapter 780. Soon, a new idea appeared in Luo Shui's mind. Suppose that Lu Shu is actually the second possibility, that is, he is actually just a mortal, but he got an extraordinary opportunity in the lower world. That's why you can have such a transcendent understanding of the Tao, and even integrate the techniques of the Jiutian school and the Tai Ching school to create a new ultimate Tao. So, Lu Shu has a huge opportunity, but as a mortal, his intelligence is limited after all. You may not know that you have so many benefits. It can even attract the attention of gods. That's why I came to participate in my apprenticeship conference. From this point of view, maybe we can take advantage of the intelligence gap that the other party doesn't know about and successfully recruit a disciple. Then use the name of the master to let this apprentice tell all the secrets about him. After all, he is a god. From the perspective of a god, what does the mere chance of a mortal mean? It's just master's order. As a mortal disciple, you should not have any choice to disobey your master. When the time comes, Lu Shu will look at the situation and take these secrets into his own hands. Then, it depends on the situation. Don't look at killing Lu Shu. If a genius with this kind of qualification reaches God's realm in the future, his upper limit will be many times higher than his own. If one day, he discovers these things, and then turns around and causes trouble for himself, that will also be very dangerous. So, the most conservative approach is actually to get the secret from Lu Shu, and then deal with the other party in the name of God. This is the safest option. Buzz. At this moment, the endless Taoist rhyme surrounded Lu Shu. The figure that sets off his kaisai looks like a real god descending to earth. Lu Shu stared at the treasure in front of him, with complicated expressions in his eyes. Even her, a true god, would feel jealous of the other party's state of understanding of the Tao. That was the enlightenment of Tao that Lu Shu dreamed of. It was a talent that she knew she would never be able to achieve in her lifetime. However, these things actually appeared one by one in a mortal, even a mortal she wanted to take on as her disciple. Want to keep your mind as calm as still water? With Lu Shu's Taoism, it wouldn't be too far off. So, it's decided. There was a chill in Lu Shu's eyes. She had already made a choice in her heart. The next second, Lu Shu's figure came slightly closer. She wanted to feel more carefully, this road leading to the ultimate, what level can this fusion of Jiutian and Tai Ching, two different factions of martial arts, achieve? But as soon as Lu Shu's figure approached, the terrifying Tao aura immediately bounced her figure back. Lu Shu's figure instantly it flew upside down for a while, as if it was mounted on the mountain, and bounced out like a ball. At this moment, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. The eyes of this god were filled with shock. Look. How can it be? I can't even get close to this avenue. As long as you get a little closer, let alone enlightenment, you will be bounced back by the avenue. How could his Tao perception be so strong? At this moment, Lu Shu's heart was completely unbalanced. She never expected that even Jiang Chen's Tao aura could directly push her away. A god, at the level of Tao enlightenment, is not as good as a mortal. It's better to commit suicide. Lu Shu's eyes were full of shock and anger. It was hard to imagine that this thing could happen to him, an immortal. Doesn't that mean that as a god, he has understood after so many years of cultivating the Tao, is the result even different from that of a mortal? After so many years of cultivation, is it like learning from a dog? That's why Lu Shu appears so frightened and angry. The Tao shown by Lu Shu, this realization has completely overwhelmed the gods. This is even beyond Lu Shu's cognitive scope. In her mind, shouldn't the gods be superior? The so-called mortals should be at their own mercy. But now, the positions between the two were completely reversed. It was as if Lu Shu was the real superior. Boom! At this moment, a shocking sound suddenly exploded from the depths of Enlightenment Cliff. Lu Shu soars into the sky, and his whole body is condensed with endless Tao patterns, looking mysterious and unpredictable. The huge and domineering body of the ruins guard standing next to him cannot help but be covered by Lu Shu's light. At this moment, it's as if Lu Shu is the real god. And the ruins guard standing around him are like the attendants of the gods, never leaving, protecting him. Yes, now mine has almost reached the realm of true immortality. And I can now bear the divine power. Already considered a god. But the only pity is that he has not yet been certified as a god, and his skills have not completely broken through to the level of a true immortal. He can barely be regarded as a false god. Lu Shu estimated in his heart. Chapter 781. Concentrate the breath on your body, at this moment. Lu Shu has reached the realm of false gods. If one can obtain the divine status, or in other words, survive the real disaster, the state of the skill will be directly raised to a higher level. In this way, Lu Shu can become a true immortal. But now he obviously has no intention of doing this. Since knowing the existence of Lu Shu understood in his heart that the gap between the gods and the divine domain is also extremely huge. Among them, the one that most affects the ability of gods is naturally the Godhead. With a high level of Godhead, you can become a higher level god in the future. Even levels like God King. In the god's domain, it is also a giant. My current identity is extremely sensitive, and the items in the grey world will not improve me very much. If you still want to achieve greater improvement, then you must get rid of the existence of the divine realm. In this way, if I were just a low-level god walking in the divine realm, I might encounter many gods targeting me. Therefore, I need to have a higher godhead and reach the realm of a god king. Then, even if these gods want to target me, they must consider whether they have this qualification. Lu Shu secretly thought in his heart. From now on, what he needs to do is to find a high-level godhead. Then, make corresponding preparations for ascending to the divine realm in the future. Look, there seems to be something amazing happening there. OMG. There is such a thing happening. Record that right away. When the war reporters saw the light on the horizon, they were immediately shocked and realized that something extremely important was happening here. They turned into streams of light and flew away. Among them, some of the weaker war reporters gritted their teeth and followed. Although Jia Aotian showed up before and actually killed a war reporter in an attempt to scare away other war reporters. However, since the people from Tianji Pavilion came out to give a warning, they scared away those who wanted to do bad things. So, these war reporters also mustered up the courage to move forward in the direction of the precious light. Damn it, look, the treasure seems to be really born. Is this the scene over there at the ruins? Yes, that's the situation over there, and looking at the light curtain, it seems like a strange treasure is really going to be born. I don't know what kind of treasure this is that can shine with such dazzling light. Is this a gift from the goddess? Damn it, I'm so envious of the divine tree masters in these deep ruins dungeons. If they can obtain the goddess's treasure, they will definitely take off. They will definitely have at least demigod level abilities. Upstairs, didn't you say before that you were lucky that you didn't enter this ruins instance? It was not only dangerous, but also useless and terribly deceiving. Hey, I was just joking. Snort. At this moment, everyone in the divine tree world also watched the ruins shine through the frontline reports of war reporters. They all showed shocked expressions. They lived in the grey world and had never seen such a dazzling light in their lives. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. It was like a miracle, right after. The accounts of war correspondents instantly attracted everyone's attention. As long as you post a video related to the ruins, your number of followers will explode immediately. Every second, at least hundreds of people click to follow. It can be said that the attention has exploded. Everyone is waiting for the war reporters to publish information deep in the ruins. Even though they were thousands of miles away, eating melons in their own sacred tree island, they still wanted to know, what would the gods' treasures look like? At this moment, the sacred tree master who rushed at the front jumped to the deepest part of the enlightenment cliff. However, he was surprised to find that there were no treasures here, and there were inscrutable murals all around. But when Ding Qin looked carefully, he saw a figure appearing here. Man in black. The sacred tree master looked at the man in black, feeling that he looked familiar for some reason. Wait, I think I've seen each other somewhere. But where exactly? So strange, why can't I remember it? Suddenly, the sacred tree master turned his eyes and discovered the ruins guard standing next to him. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. How could the ruined guard he had been tracking down appear in this place? Moreover, this man in black, all the information is connected together. That day, the sacred tree master finally remembered who the man in black was. Isn't this the unlucky guy who was sealed by the ruins guards before? However, this unlucky guy is standing next to the ruins guard, standing in the very center of this treasure. Who would think that he is really the unlucky guy? In an instant, the sacred tree master felt chilled all over. If he were to board the ruins guard and deal with me, I would definitely die. At this moment, the sacred tree master suddenly felt a murderous intention in his heart. He wanted to kill the man in black. Get it all. Chapter 782. Kill him. At this moment, this sacred tree master has only one thought in his mind. As long as he can kill this man in black, before the other party returns to his ruins guard, if he can succeed. Then, not only can he have the ruins guard, he was able to possess the treasure of this place. He judged that the man in black in front of him must have obtained the treasure of this place. Otherwise, there would be nothing here except the murals. So, as long as he can kill the opponent, then 053, the treasures and the ruins guards can be obtained. Just when the man in black was about to kill him, suddenly, a figure flew over. She is actually a goddess. The sacred tree master was shocked. He never expected that the goddess would come here at such a critical moment. That's not right. Generally speaking, if the goddess holds a meeting to recruit disciples, she should not interfere with the ruins casually. Ah! Why do you appear in this place now? just when the sacred tree master was stunned. Behind him, figures one after another came here. Xian Monk, the white-haired boy, the war reporter, a group of people noticed that there was a strange light here. Born. They rushed here immediately. I have to say that the movements of the sacred tree master were very fast. After just hesitating for a second, the situation had completely changed. There were at least dozens more figures in the venue population. Under the gaze of everyone, it will be much more difficult to attack the man in black. What's more, there is also a top master, Xian Monk here. Even at this time, he can kill Jiang Dust, but there is absolutely no time to rush to sit in the position of the ruins guard. Even if there is a small chance, it is already late now. What happened? The goddess actually appeared in this place. Oh my god, you are a goddess, why are you here? At this moment, the sacred tree masters who came here were all shocked. They never expected that this was a place where treasure should have appeared, but a goddess actually appeared. At this moment, the white-haired boy's eyes fell on Lu Shu's body. Suddenly seemed like he had seen a ghost, and he shouted. Damn it, it's you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else was shocked by what the white-haired boy shouted. They all turned their heads and looked at Jiang Chen. The next second, read Baoshang novel, just go to Feilu Novel Network. Some of the sacred tree masters seemed to remember something and exclaimed, isn't this the sacred tree master you mentioned who was sealed by the ruins guard? The blue-haired girl pointed at the ruins guard and said weakly, look, is this the ruins guard we are looking for? Everyone immediately looked towards where the spam-haired girl was pointing. Good guy. Such a big robot is crossing here. No one even noticed it. Their eyes fell on the goddess and the man in black. Passing by after being reminded like this, they noticed that the ruin guard they were looking for appeared in this place. Everyone was a little confused. The man in black, the ruin guard, and the goddess who were sealed by the ruin guard all appeared in the same place. This shouldn't be. Is this the place where the treasure was born? Why does it seem like the finale of the ruins dungeon is about to begin? The war reporters immediately realized that what was in front of them was big news. Without any thought, they directly recorded the entire scene in front of them. All are made into memory videos and posted to the forum of the Divine Tree World. In the entire Divine Tree World, most people are staring at the forum. Just then, everyone discovered that all the war reporters had released a bombshell news. When he opened it, he saw that the man in black who had been sealed by the ruins guards before, as well as the ruins guards and the goddess, all appeared on the screen. The shock it brought directly shocked the entire Sacred Tree World. Wait, didn't someone say that this man in black was sealed? Why did he come out again now? Who said it was sealed? It's funny, if others say seal it, then seal it. I thought this statement was nonsense at the time. It was obviously the man in black who had gained control over the ruins guard. It turns out it's not a seal, that picture is a combination of armors. God's armor fusion. It seems that what Tianji Pavilion said is indeed correct. This ruin guard can be controlled, and the person who controls it is the man in black. 2-9. Oh my god, it turns out that someone from the ruins guard has already arrived first. This man in black appears here, and it seems he wants to seize the treasure here. Not only that, according to a war reporter, the man in black and the goddess appeared together, and they were both latecomers. Is there a possibility that the treasure here has been obtained by the man in black? This possibility is very high. After all, this guy can control the ruins guard and grab the treasure. Isn't that a strange thing? But what I am more curious about is why does the goddess appear in this place? Chapter 783. After being reminded like this, the other sacred tree masters also reacted. Goddess, why do you appear in this place? Everyone was extremely curious. Private messages from war correspondents have been bombarded with questions. But now not a single message has been sent back. Just because, far away at the site of the ruins, an even more explosive piece of information has been presented to the eyes of the divine tree masters present. Enlightenment Cliff. Everyone gathered here, everyone's eyes fell on the goddess. For a moment, the tense atmosphere disappeared without a trace. Everyone is here to compete for the goddess's treasure. However, no one expected that the goddess would be at the scene. Then who dares to do anything casually? 25. Isn't it disrespectful to the goddess? Just when everyone was guessing why the goddess appeared here, Luo Shui suddenly turned to look at Lu Shu and said, you are very qualified and can become the disciple of a god. As soon as he said this, everyone present almost opened their eyes and looked at the man in black in disbelief. Wait, according to the goddess's wishes, has this man in black been chosen as his disciple? In this case, the identity of this man in black is an ordinary sacred tree master, just like everyone here, he is here to participate in the disciple recruitment conference. However, not only did the opponent get the ruins guard, but he was also chosen as a disciple by the goddess. Everyone has been deceived. Everyone feels that the exploration of the ruins has only reached the midterm stage, and the real highlight is the treasure hunt later on. However, the goddess turned back and appointed Lu Shu as her disciple. So what are the others doing here? Is it necessary to continue? At this moment, the war reporters suddenly realized that the news in front of them was uploaded to the forum of the Divine Tree World. It was going to explode every minute. They immediately captured all the scenes in the video and posted them on the forum. In just a few seconds, the number of views has reached tens of millions. One can imagine how many Divine Tree Masters are paying attention to everything that happens here. Hurry up and enter the forum, or reporters have updated the latest reports from the front line. This news is so exciting. If you haven't clicked in to check it out, please go in quickly. It's been updated. So fast. You bunch of beasts. It's only been a second, and it's already had tens of millions of views. Are you living in the system? To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Hahaha, this time the goddess held a meeting to recruit disciples. All the sacred tree masters stopped visiting the forum, they all stayed in the forum, waiting for the update of the drama, and they were all useless. Wasted. Many sacred tree masters clicked on the video. Originally they thought it was the scene of the treasure being born. Result. The next second, I heard the message from the goddess that she wanted to accept a disciple. His eyes suddenly widened and he stared at the scene in the video in disbelief. It's hard to believe this is all true. What's even more unbelievable to them is, the goddess actually directly appointed the man in black as her apprentice. Oh my god, it turns out that the goddess came here to recruit disciples. We all thought that the Ruin Guard was a strategy tool. It turned out that if we gained control of the Ruin Guard, could we be accepted as a disciple by the goddess? Is this requirement a bit too low? But it's normal to think about it this way. None of the sacred tree masters here can be beaten in front of the Ruins Guards. And they have also taken control of the Ruins Guards. Maybe this is the test question given by the goddess, but no one knows it. Wow! Then this divine tree master must be so lucky to be accepted as a disciple by the goddess. The rhythm of taking off in minutes. I also long to be accepted as a disciple by the goddess. In this way, I will definitely be able to recruit a lot of horses in the grey world, and then add a lot of disciples to the goddess. Upstairs, if the goddess finds out that you have accepted a lot of trash as your apprentice, the goddess will definitely beat you to death. 617 Fortunately, you didn't become the disciple of the goddess. Oh no, with your IQ, if you can become the disciple of the goddess, that would be a ghost. At this moment, many people in the Divine Tree World looked at Lu Shu, who was dressed in black in the video, with expressions of envy. It should be a very honorable thing to be accepted as a disciple by a goddess, right? Alas, starting from today, a big daddy may appear in the grey world. The disciples of the goddess, the messengers of the gods, the geniuses of heaven. From now on, the resources of the grey world will have another top boss to share a share of the pie with them. Xian Sang and others also looked at Lu Shu with envy. They knew that starting from today, this man in black was about to rise. From being sealed by the Relic Guard, to resolving the misunderstanding, controlling the Relic Guard, and then being accepted as a disciple by the goddess, this experience should be like a dream for this boss, right? However, the man in black just said lightly, "Sorry, I refuse." Chapter 784. I reject. Seemingly such a simple sentence, however, in the eyes of other sacred tree masters present, it seemed to set off a storm. Everyone looked at the man in black, and for a moment, they suspected that their ears were "Didn't you hear wrongly? Did this divine tree master reject the goddess's invitation to become a disciple? Are they crazy, or is this sacred tree master crazy?" When Luo Shui heard this answer, she couldn't help but be stunned. She thought about it. There are thousands of possibilities, but they are all after Lu Shu accepted the apprenticeship, how to get the secrets out of him one by one. But he never expected that the other party directly rejected his invitation to become a disciple. This is something that Luo Shui had never thought of. Repeat your words again. Luo Shui's eyes froze slightly, and he exuded an extremely terrifying sense of pressure. The next second, all the sacred tree masters present felt the aura of imminent death. It seemed that as long as the goddess had a slight thought, everyone will be instantly killed by it. Xian Monk and others are also frightened. They never expected that this sacred tree master had lost his mind and gone crazy today, or had taken the wrong medicine. He actually dared to confront the goddess. Is this true? Don't you think the rhythm of life is not long enough? However, the brain circuit of war reporters seems to be a little different from other people. What they are thinking is not that the goddess is angry, will she kill all the sacred tree masters in a rage. I never thought that if Lu Shu said these words, their own lives would be in danger. Seeing the scene that happened in front of them, the war reporters only felt that there was another heaven in front of them. Big news. It's all traffic. The next second. The war reporter immediately made all the scenes in front of him into a memory video and uploaded it to the forum of the Divine Tree Master again. Suddenly, it caused an uproar. When all the sacred tree masters were guarding the forum and saw the memory video being released, everyone was dumbfounded. Just because they heard the man in black's choice. I reject. What? Did I hear it correctly? Almost the same thought came to everyone's mind. None of them expected that the man in black's choice was to reject Luo Shui's invitation to become a disciple. This was absolutely unexpected. What happened? All of this exceeded everyone's expectations. The world's public screen went silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, all the barrage erupted like a torrent and tsunami. They all scrolled out of the screen. Oh my God, this Divine Tree Master's mind is broken, right? What did he just say to reject the goddess's invitation? I have never seen such an outrageous person or such an outrageous thing in my life. Wait, look, there seems to be something wrong with the goddess's expression. She is trying to kill herself, to read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. He doesn't think this joke is funny. Crazy, simply crazy. It is the dream of all sacred tree masters to be accepted by a goddess, but he chose to refuse. Who does he think he is? Is he a god? Can he refuse the invitation of the god? You think, could he be too excited and suddenly say the wrong thing? Yes, I guess you were too excited, so you went crazy, right? While the sacred tree masters were having a heated discussion, Luo Shui's cold voice echoed at the bottom of the enlightenment cliff again. Can you repeat this sentence again? The terrifying coercion scared the other sacred tree masters to their feet and they all fell to the ground. They didn't even have the courage to stand up. Only a few sacred tree masters were still able to move. Xian Monk restrained his heart feeling fear, he quickly walked to Lu Shu's side, looked at him, then at the goddess, and said kindly. Ahaha, goddess, this is all a misunderstanding. This man must have been so excited that he suddenly said the wrong thing. Faced with the goddess's invitation to become a disciple, of course he agreed. What choice did he have to refuse? It was just because I was too excited that I accidentally said the opposite of what I said. Luo Shui's expression softened slightly when he heard these words, then he looked at Lu Shu and said. Is that so? Lu Shu looked calm, folded his arms, and looked at everything around him with interest. Then he said slowly and calmly, I have already said it to Zhao, I refuse. You are not worthy of being accepted as my disciple. But the things in the secret realm are pretty good, so I accepted the sergeant. As soon as these words came out, Xianxing felt that he was stupid. Not only that, the sacred tree masters here all felt that they were stupid. Either this person is crazy, or they are crazy, or the whole world they are all crazy. He said these words to the supreme goddess of the grey world. Does he know what he is about to face? Luo Shui's eyes turned completely cold. Just when she was about to say something, Lu Shui the tree smiled and said, your Taoism is not as high as mine, how about this, how about I accept you as my disciple? Chapter 785. As soon as Lu Shu finished speaking, everyone couldn't help being dumbfounded. Xian Monk and others are finally sure, this sacred tree master has gone crazy. And, there is no cure for the madness. He told the goddess about accepting a disciple, and also said that the other party's moral conduct was not as high as his own. How much wine did he drink to say such nonsense? The war correspondent immediately published this sentence instantly. Now, none of them want to edit. As long as there is any scene at the scene, send it to me immediately. Anyway, no matter what the title is, as long as war reporters are present, countless people will click in. Now the competition is not about whose title is better, but whose hand speed is faster. Oh no, the brain speed must be fast too. As long as you can publish the video as quickly as possible, you can get more clicks. Even less than a second passed. What Lu Shu said has been circulated on the Divine Tree Masters forum. Open the forum. 387 opens the video. Watch the screen. Click finish. Open the forum again. At this moment, all the sacred tree masters are completely dumbfounded. They all started discussing it below. Brothers, you can be sure now that this divine tree master did not say anything wrong, he just refused the goddess to accept a disciple. Not only did he reject the goddess's invitation, but he also pointed at her nose in front of the goddess and said that the other party's conduct was not as good as his own. I thought this sacred tree master was a genius, but but I didn't expect that he turned out to be a madman. Really? There is a fine line between madness and genius. I originally thought this sentence was complete nonsense, but I didn't expect it to be true. Alas, such a good divine tree master turned out to be so crazy. What a pity. Woodout Cliff, the scene of the incident. All the sacred tree masters sighed secretly when they saw this scene. Gone. Hopeless. This sacred tree master is probably completely crazy. If he can say this, it means that this guy is a life-threatening type. I don't know if it's because the other person is stupid or because he has some serious illness. During this exploration of the ruins guard, this sacred tree master seemed to be the chosen one. Not only did he gain control of the ruins guard, but he also got the treasure of the Cliff of Enlightenment. Not only that, the goddess already valued the other party's talent, flew over directly, and actively invited Lu Shu to be her disciple. But, the other party not only rejected the invitation, but also directly wanted to accept the goddess as his apprentice. This person is definitely a particularly crazy type. But what is unexpected is that such a madman can still live to this day, and can still obtain so many treasures and be recognized by the goddess. This is something that no normal person here would have expected. They felt that if they were Lu Shu, they would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of life, and the entire grey world would be in his hands. It's a pity, this opportunity, just two different words, rejection and agree, actually completely changed the destiny of the sacred tree master's life. Such an unpredictable fate makes people feel very sad. To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. But at this moment, the goddess suddenly fell silent and stayed. The chill emanating from his whole body has receded. She was not stupid, she had already sensed that the mortal in front of her was not as simple as she imagined. After a pause, the goddess said in a deep voice, "Yes, my moral conduct is indeed not as high as yours. However, as a god in the sky, I am still a true god, and a second-level true god. It should be reasonable to accept you as my disciple." Being a goddess when he said these words, all the sacred tree masters present were completely shocked. Xian Sang and others couldn't help but rub their ears. Looking at the goddess, her eyes are like a ghost. Wait. Even the goddess admits that her moral conduct is not as high as this mortal's. What is going on now? Is this lunatic crazy, or are they crazy, or is the goddess crazy, or is the whole world crazy? The war reporter's eyes moved and they uploaded this sentence to their forum again. What? Did the goddess actually admit with her own words that this mortal's moral conduct was higher than hers? Upstairs, there should be no April Fool's Day in the grey world. Why have you become so humorous? What a ghost on April Fool's Day. This sentence is true, you can find out by yourself by going to the forum, the goddess said it herself. What? Real or fake? The goddess herself admits that mortals are better than her. Is this crazy? I took a look and it was indeed true. This was admitted by the goddess herself. Is this video real? It can't be fake, right? It's true, several war correspondent videos look like this. Damn it, who is crazy? Could it be that the goddess also went crazy? Could it be that the skill of this sacred tree master would cause everyone within the range to collectively fall into mental confusion and turn into madmen? Children, do you have a lot of question marks? I have it too, so I'm a kid too. I'm dizzy. Who can tell me what's going on? Chapter 786. The entire divine tree world felt that Lu Shu was dead. But what was unexpected was Luo Shui's attitude was an epic and confusing operation. He actually admitted that this mortal's conduct was higher than his own. This incident immediately caused explosive discussions on public screens around the world. Now, even the sacred tree masters who are not paying attention to this matter have been pulled over. Likewise, not only the ordinary low-level sacred tree masters, but also the middle-level, high-level, and even top guilds like Miyu Pavilion are paying attention to this matter. But Mu Tingfeng was just watching from the side this time. She had learned well and knew that things like divination would make her vomit blood every minute and she would not be able to get any effective information. Besides, do you know what is the use of this? She will not worship the goddess as her teacher. As the president of the top sacred tree world, she will not be willing to be inferior to others, even if this person is not a human, but a god. The truth that the strong believe in is so simple. At Woodout Cliff, everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. At this moment, Lu Shu shook his head and smiled. Aren't you ashamed to say this? Luo Shui frowned slightly and his voice became colder. Mortal, I advise you not to be ignorant of good and evil. As a god, it should be your honor to accept you as my disciple. Don't you think that if you get this little skill from here, you can be superior to ordinary people? Your realm is nothing more than a false god. Facing a second-level true god like me, even if you are of high moral character, you are not of sufficient stature, so you are no match for me. However, Lu Shu's words fell on the ears of other sacred tree masters, and they all set off a storm. This sacred tree master actually reached the realm of a false god. Even if he is a false god, but in terms of in the world of divine tree masters, he should be the top master. In a true sense, he is below the gods and above 10,000 people. At this moment, war reporters have posted this news to the forum. They can be sure that it is. This is definitely the most epic news. It will definitely cause a sensation in the entire sacred tree world. Here it comes, a new video is here. I want to see if this sacred tree master is dead. He shouldn't be dead, it's only been a few seconds, and the god seems to be showing weakness. I'm a little curious about what the gods will say next, and why this sacred tree master's Taoism is even higher than the gods. It's simply the most exciting moment. The next second, all the sacred tree masters clicked on the video in the forum, opened it and took a look, and then, an extremely exciting news, along with the scenes in the memory video, was known to the entire sacred tree world. That is, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Has this divine tree master actually reached the realm of a pseudo-god? At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. Oh my god, it turns out that this sacred tree master has reached the realm of a false god. This turned out to be a false god, which was beyond my expectation. If he really reaches the realm of false gods, then in the entire world of the sacred tree, no one should be his opponent, right? Judging from the current intelligence information, it seems that the entire sacred tree world has not yet given birth to a god-level sacred tree master. If he really reaches the realm of false gods as the goddess said, he should be among all the gods under the gods. Above the divine tree master. Doesn't that mean that the madman standing in front of us is actually the number one person in the world of the sacred tree? Oh my god, no wonder he dared to challenge the goddess head-on. She turned out to be a false god. Now I understand a little bit. If this divine tree master has really reached the realm of false gods, then he is only one step away from the realm of gods. Why should he worship a god as his teacher? In this way, he will still be among the gods. Down. Moreover, according to the goddess, this false god should only be in terms of personality and has not reached the level of the goddess, but the Taoism he understands is above that of the goddess. This means that this sacred tree master cannot learn anything from the goddess, and his status has become even lower. From a long-term perspective, it would indeed be a big loss to worship a goddess as your teacher. At this moment, after some discussion among the sacred tree masters, everyone somewhat understood this lunatic. But, everyone felt secretly sorry. If the other party is only in the realm of a false god, then there should be no comparison with the real god. What's more, based on the goddess's tone, it is said that she should still be a second-level true god. The first-level true god alone should be enough to defeat the false god. After all, there should still be a big gap between false gods and real gods. And Lu Shu is still a second-level true god, so she is definitely not the weakest true god, but a stronger true god. No matter how you look at it, the false gods have no chance of winning. Guan. Chapter 787. It's a pity that such a talented tree master has reached the level of a false god and is only one step away from becoming a real god. But today he will stop there because of this impulsive choice. I think this guy can actually pretend to agree first and condescend to the goddess subordinate. Anyway, the other party is a real god, and there is no harm in worshipping him as his teacher. Wait until you become stronger, then find a way to break away from the gods and develop independently. But unfortunately, what he did was too impulsive. He directly confronted the goddess and completely offended her. Moreover, with such an extreme statement of 1, 3, 3. Now it seems that the goddess has shown obvious murderous intent. This sacred tree master has reached the realm of a false god, but is about to fall. A little impatience will mess up a big plan. This incident reminds us that if we don't have the strength, we should try harder if we can, otherwise if we act impulsively, we may die without knowing how. It's really a pity. I finally reached the level of a false god. If I could return to the world of the sacred tree, I should be a top boss again, but now everything is too late. Everyone just felt sorry for this sacred tree master with unlimited potential. In their eyes, the real gods should still be invincible at the current stage of the divine tree master. And such a choice can only be said to be a bit stupid. There is obviously a better way. However, this sacred tree master chose the most extreme and meaningless one. If he doesn't die, then who should die? There are also some sacred tree masters who feel that the status and realm of this false god are simply wasted on such a fool. Might as well give it to a dog. True god. Lu Shu showed an interesting expression, looked at Lu Shu, and said lightly. The second-level true god is just a third-rate thing. Oh, right. By the way, you second-level true god who forced a breakthrough, don't jump in front of me. If it were the goddess of the 9 heavens who descended to earth, maybe I could pay attention to it for a while. But it's just a fool like you, so forget it. The moment Lu Shu finished saying this, Lu Shu burst out with an awe-inspiring murderous intention. This murderous intention really wanted to eradicate Lu Shu. She asked word by word, how did you know that the 9 heavens goddess, and how did you know that I had to break through to my realm by force? At this moment, Lu Shu was really angry. And it was the kind of anger that wanted to kill people. Because Lu Shu's words had touched upon her core secret. The other party even knew existences like the 9 heavens goddess. No matter what, this mortal cannot be an ordinary mortal. The video has been uploaded again. Shock. The Divine Tree Master actually angrily attacked the goddess. Look at the goddess's reaction. It seems that a sore spot has been touched. Oh my god, who is this Divine Tree Master? It seems that not only did he see through the secret of the goddess at a glance, but also, what on earth is the 9 heavens goddess he mentioned? To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. It sounds like he should be a higher level god, maybe the goddess's boss. It turns out that this goddess is not a real goddess, there is also the 9 heavens goddess above. This Divine Tree Master is definitely not a simple character. Since he dares to look down on the goddess, it means that this so-called god may not be as powerful as we think. If you think about it carefully, the second-level gods don't seem to be particularly powerful. Don't they usually have 9th-level gods? Maybe there are also 100 levels. Trivia, the realm in the novel will continue to improve. In the later stages, the gods may not even be as good as dogs. The truth is out there. From this point of view, the so-called second-level true god should not be very good, at least not comparable to the 9 heavens goddess. Then this goddess is not worthy of being called a real goddess. At this moment, the entire sacred tree world is ready to go down and eat melon. They finally realized, the identity of this sacred tree master was definitely not simple. He was able to see the secret of the goddess, and that the other party had just broken through, and even revealed the 9 heavens goddess. This is a top secret that has never appeared in the grey world from beginning to end. The truth about this world. Almost all the sacred tree masters have focused their attention on this. They realize that this was definitely a historic moment. Xian Sang and others stood at 5-8 with blank faces. Wait, what are these people talking about? Is it really something they can listen to? What kind of goddess of the 9 heavens, who just broke through to the gods, etc.? It feels like she is not on the same level as them. At this time, Lu Shu finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked in a cold voice, who are you, and why do you know so many things about the divine realm? Lu Shu shook his head and smiled, who am I? I'm just a human being. Just an insignificant mortal. It's just that you gods think that yourselves are too powerful. Ignore that mortals can also kill gods. Chapter 788. After Lu Shu finished saying these words, Lu Shu's expression suddenly changed. When other people heard this, they also had frightened expressions. Lu Shu suddenly showed a cold smile and said, since your will is to seek death, then don't blame me for being rude. The next second, he was about to take action, wanting to kill Lu Shu. Tsk, you finally stopped pretending and showed your true colors. Lu Shu shook his head and said with a smile, if you want to peep at the things on my body, then go ahead and pry at them. You still insist on accepting me as your disciple, do you think I am a fool? With a god like you, any item on my body can transform you. You accept me as your disciple because you just want to get my 25 secrets. Otherwise, if I refuse your apprenticeship, there won't be such a big reaction. Since I don't pretend anymore, I won't pretend either. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Lu Shu's body. All his cultivations and domains were unfolded. He was directly installed with Lu Shu. In an instant, the earth shook, and the whole world seemed to be about to collapse. It collapsed. Lu Shu withstood such a terrifying blow, which was beyond her expectation, and her body was immediately knocked away several meters away. Looking at Lu Shu, her eyes were full of fear. You are just a mortal, how could you have such terrifying power? Lu Shu smiled and said. Why, are you surprised? I have already told you that I can consider accepting you as my disciple. But it seems that the one who refuses to listen to the will should be you, right? Since your will is to seek death, then I won't be polite. Xian Sang and others were watching this scene from the side. They felt that their three views were completely shattered and they stood there in a daze. Is this real? Am I dreaming? This mortal actually has the power of a god. Did he beat the goddess away? Oh my god, this must be fake. How could there be a sacred tree master who has reached such terrifying strength? It turns out that this divine tree master has already surpassed our understanding and reached such a terrifying state. There are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the world. Xian Monk, the white-haired boy, and everyone else here completely did not expect that the situation would develop to this point. Lu Shu's confrontation with the goddess was not weak at all, and he directly suppressed the opponent. In the past, Xian Sang and others had no idea that this sacred tree master would have such terrifying energy. It could be said that it was completely beyond their expectations. The war reporters were stunned for a moment, and then they immediately reacted. Watch the exposure for cool novels, go to Falun Novel Network. This is huge news. It must be posted to the forum immediately. Ding! You uploaded a memory video. In the forum, everyone present saw the new video released and clicked on it without hesitation. They are now extremely curious about how far the field has developed. This disrespectful tree master said such outrageous things. Will he be killed by the goddess? Countless questions affect everyone's hearts. The sacred tree masters on the world's public screen began to discuss. I wonder if this sacred tree master has turned into a corpse. Probably. It feels like he won't live much longer. Look, it's a new memory video, the results are about to be revealed. New memory video? Everyone was slightly startled and clicked in immediately. However, in the picture, Lu Shu directly said that he wanted to kill the gods, which completely shocked all the sacred tree masters present. Isn't this guy too crazy? He actually wants to kill gods with a mortal body. I would like to call him the craziest person in the grey world. Damn it, killing gods with a mortal body. Although this sentence sounds very silly, I can't help but get excited. Although he knows that this is impossible, but this sacred tree master can say such words, no wonder he can stand in today's realm. This man is really a fierce man. Even though 787 was defeated and died in the battle between the gods, his spirit has defeated all the gods. Alas, it is really a pity that a legend of a generation is about to come to an end. The sacred tree masters present were completely inspired by these words. It was like a ray of dawn splitting through the chaos before dawn. Before Lu Shu said these words, everyone thought that if the messenger from the god's realm was in the grey world, he must be an invincible existence. At least, it seems to be the same now. The attitude of most sacred tree masters towards gods is no different from that of respectful slaves. Even some of the sacred tree masters seem to want to worship the goddess as their masters on the surface. In fact, they feel that even if they become slaves of the gods, it is a more glorious thing than the sacred tree masters. After all, no matter how powerful the divine tree master is, he is just a mortal. But he is a real god. Both are not on the same level, so how can there be any comparability? Chapter 789. However, now Lu Shu shouted these words from his soul, slaying gods with a mortal body, which completely shocked the entire sacred tree world. Everyone couldn't help but feel deafened and couldn't help but stand up and stare at this majestic figure. They had never thought that the divine tree master could be so powerful before. Is this the top divine tree master? Even if it costs his life, he must prove that the gods are not invincible. Although his battle this time was destined to end in failure, looking at the entire sacred tree world, he was the only person qualified to fight against the goddess. This is not without brains, but with faith and courage. In tears. Learn from the spirit of this sacred tree master. However, at this moment, a new memory video was released again. When everyone opened the screen and took a look, they were stunned. In the picture, there was no scene of Lu Shu being instantly killed by the goddess. Instead, it was a head-on confrontation. But what is even more unimaginable is, the person who stepped back was not Lu Shu, but the goddess. When everyone saw this scene, they turned to stone like statues. Oh my god, brothers, please open the latest memory video and take a look. It seems that this sacred tree master has defeated a god. Upstairs, you must have been completely dizzy and hallucinating, otherwise you wouldn't have imagined such an impossible thing. I don't even dare to open the latest memory video. I'm afraid that after opening it, I will find that this legend has fallen and my Taoist heart will collapse. If you haven't opened it, open it quickly and take a look. The warrior didn't lose. He was stronger than we thought and defeated the goddess. Fraud. You must be lying to me. The more I say this, the less I will open it. This is true. Everyone thought this scene was incredible. Even though many sacred tree masters say this, there are still many people who still cannot believe it. However, when they all opened the war correspondence video and looked for answers, that shocking scene seemed to have broken the shackles of the sacred tree world and appeared directly in everyone's field of vision. That's right. Lu Shu really defeated the goddess with one move. When this scene appeared in the world of the divine tree, it was like everyone was witnessing a milestone in history. For the first time in the entire divine tree world, they found an existence that could fight against the gods. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Because they can't imagine this scene at all. It was a sight like a miracle. After a while, the entire divine tree world let out a deafening roar. OMG! He really repels the goddess. I announce that the first god in the history of the sacred tree world is officially born. That is the divine tree master who can defeat gods, and he is also the most powerful person among all of us humans. Who thinks that our god was sealed by the ruins guards at the beginning? To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Hahaha, the person who said this sentence may have his whole face swollen. Wow, God, I was wrong, I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions, I didn't say anything. Who would have thought that the real god would appear at the goddess's disciple recruitment meeting? This person is here to ruin the scene. Damn it, the goddess probably didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. It turns out that our sacred tree master also hides such a terrifying master. Those top guilds nowadays are nothing compared to this master. At this moment, all the sacred tree masters as witnesses were shocked when they saw the birth of this scene. They didn't expect at all. Lu Shu actually defeated the goddess. This already means that he is a god-level tree master in the true sense. Although I don't know if there are other masters in the Grey World, from now on, Lu Shu is the only divine tree master who has been observed to be able to repel the gods. All the top bosses of the guild couldn't help but feel trembling in their hearts when they saw this scene. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable fear towards a strong man of this level. After working hard for so many years, they were finally able to establish a top-notch divine tree master guild in the Grey World. It's like having rights above 10,000 people. But, seeing such top players, these big guys all feel that their own strength, even if added to the entire guild, seems to be nothing in the eyes of others, Noah Zhao's. If, let's say, a master like Lung, really wants to participate in the pattern of the divine tree world, then, they will face the cards of this level of masters every time they meet. Although I know such masters, there is no need to fight against them for the time being, and no one knows the identity of these masters, who they are. However, like a sword of Damocles, suspended above everyone's head. These guild bosses were sitting in very high positions, and they felt even more uneasy when they saw monsters of this level. Anyway, today, all the divine tree masters have witnessed history. The messenger of the divine domain who is called the Invincible was repelled by the divine tree master. Chapter 790. However, let's not be too happy. In this memory video, the goddess was only knocked back, but the winner did not seem to be directly determined. Yes, maybe this big boss just used some method to beat the goddess with a poke. We can't be happy too early. The gap between divine tree masters and gods is still worth facing. As you say, the big guys can defeat the gods, but they have nothing to do with ordinary tree masters like us. It's difficult for me to defeat anyone in Qiuqiu, but the boss is already fighting enemies at the level of Tianli. I beg you for follow-up. War reporters must survive this battle and bring us wonderful videos. Yes. What if these war reporters are affected by the aftermath and killed instantly? It seems that we must consider such a serious issue. I immediately went to inform these war reporters that they must pay attention to their own safety and not to be beaten by others. Suddenly a shock wave came over and I found that I was dead. I was still waiting for an update. Upstairs, you are really not a human being. Others are worried about their lives. You don't care at all. You only care about seeing updates. I also support this and urge me to get one more. Good guys, you are all a bunch of inhumane guys. Other sacred tree masters couldn't help but feel speechless. The war reporters who co-authored it are using their lives to record the scenes on the front line for you. Is this how you push for updates? It's so inhuman. However, there are also some kind-hearted sacred tree masters who sent some talismans to these sacred tree masters through the transaction interface. For protection. Well, although the defensive power of these talismans can resist god-level attacks, even if it is only the power of the aftermath, it is far from enough, as crisp as a piece of paper. However, these talismans are still heartfelt after all, and they also move the war reporters. You can continue to use your life to record what happened to the ruins. At Woodao Cliff, the stage on the field has entered a fever pitch. All the sacred tree masters are paying attention to everything happening here. Xian Monk and others retreated to a safer place, opened the defensive barrier, and hid far away. Almost all of them have retreated to the top of Woodau Cliff, overlooking the battle below. Anyway, the Divine Tree Master's eyesight is extraordinary and he can see the battle clearly from a distance. The most important thing is to save his life first. Now. The other Sacred Tree Masters could not help but move closer to Xian Monk. They now feel that there is nothing to fight over in this ruins. Not to mention, the treasures here have been acquired by a god-level Sacred Tree Master, and the goddess has already broken up with this big boss. No matter how you look at it, the goddess may not have a good impression of the Divine Tree Master. If they could leave here alive, that would be a blessing. Still want treasure? To read cool novels, go to Lu Novel Network. What about idiots talking about dreams? At this moment, the blue-haired girl asked, do you think this Divine Tree Master can really defeat the goddess? In my opinion, that's too difficult. The white-haired boy snorted coldly. Don't forget, the goddess was knocked back by the big guy. Isn't it too early for you to make this judgment? The blue-haired girl rolled her eyes and said. So, you are a brainless guy. The white-haired boy shrugged helplessly, and then explained seriously. Not to mention, this is the secret realm of the goddess. If you fight with others here, you are on someone else's chassis. Furthermore, the attack just now was too sudden, and the goddess obviously did not show her true strength. In order to repel the goddess, the big boss obviously used all his strength to attack. But even so, it didn't hurt the goddess, it just knocked her opponent away. When the goddess takes advantage of this place and enters a fighting state, I am afraid that this battle will become a one-sided situation. This analysis of the white-haired boy was actually recognized by many people around him. Xian Monk nodded and said, well, what he said makes sense, although we can now see that the Divine Tree Master does have a fight with the gods. Strength, but it is only the strength of one battle and cannot defeat the opponent. The goddess also said just now that this big boss is actually only in the realm of a false god, and the other party did not deny it, which shows that it is indeed true. The goddess is a second-level true god. Even if this Divine Tree Master has some hidden cards, she can only reach the level of a first-level true god at most. If the battle continues for a long time, it will actually be quite disadvantageous for the Divine Tree Master. Although the strength is not as good as the opponent, the current surrounding environment is still the chassis of the goddess. From this point of view, if this battle continues, there is a high probability that the goddess will win. Not only Xian Monk's analysis, but also several more powerful Divine Tree Masters nearby can make the same judgment. They basically all think it will be too difficult for Lu Shu to defeat the goddess. Chapter 791. I didn't expect you to be able to understand the laws of this level. Your talent is truly evil. Luo Shui raised her head slightly. Now she has completely changed her original idea and values Lu Shu. With your talent, if you can return to God's realm with me, you will definitely have a great opportunity. Now I can give you a chance to become your teacher. Otherwise, there will be consequences at your own risk. The next second, Luo Shui's body was like a volcano erupting, and surging power suddenly surged out. It was as if at that moment, she stepped into the mortal world with endless power, and all living beings surrendered to it. A powerful sense of pressure instantly covered the entire sky was covered. Under the sky, billions of living beings were trembling for this. Xian Monk and others all felt a terrifying and extremely oppressive feeling, spreading like a tide dash. Their faces sank slightly. This was a pressure that even the memory video could not replicate. It was as if at that moment, Luo Shui only needed one thought to destroy the world. Naturally, war reporters will not forget to broadcast this scene in a timely manner. At their speed, almost every second, a memory video is successfully uploaded to the forum. The Divine Tree Master's current brain speed and hand speed are quite astonishing. Not long after the video was released, I clicked on it instantly. It's no different than watching a live broadcast. The chat on the world public screen is also very lively. Oh my god, is this the power of gods? It feels like it is too difficult for this big boss to defeat such an opponent. Is this the true power of gods? Alas, it seems that we still have to face the gap between Divine Tree Masters and gods. It's over. The power of this blow seems to be much stronger than that of the big guy. If I guessed correctly, the boss used at least 90 of his power to repel the goddess. However, the goddess was able to block it easily. Now, the boss could only use his trump card to have a chance to backhand. However, the power of the goddess is obviously more than that. If the trump card is used up so quickly, the opponent will soon find a way to deal with it. By then, due to the gap in strength, it will directly fall into a dead situation. Woohoo, boss, my boss. Although the move he used to repel the goddess was enough to destroy a top guild of Divine Tree Masters, the possibility of defeating the goddess was still too low. Just when the Divine Tree Masters were having a heated discussion, and they all were not very optimistic about Lu Shu. However, when Lu Shu faced this blow, his expression showed no emotion. Instead, he shook his head and said, "Is this your strength? It seems that you have been promoted to the second level true god, and the improvement is not very big." Everyone couldn't help but feel ashamed when they heard this sentence. Isn't this kind of attack powerful? What kind of attack does it take to be powerful? Besides, you should block this move first before talking about it. You are talking big words so quickly. Isn't that too slow to die? To read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Luo Shui's eyes turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Since you insist on seeking death, then die." The next second, Luo Shui's body bloomed with an extremely powerful divine power. The aftermath of the light was a trace of power that directly shook Xian Monk's magic circle and began to tremble violently. Divinity. This is the power of God that belongs to God. Hiss, is this the real God? It's simply too powerful. Xian Monk couldn't help but say. The other Divine Tree Masters also had similar expressions. They all felt the arrogance of the gods towards the mortal world from this terrifying divine power. Any a Divine Tree Master, even if he touches the divinity head-on, he is afraid that he will be killed instantly. Everyone here is extremely frightened by this. However, there is a special species that is immune to the power of divinity. You guessed it right. That was the war reporter. When they saw this divine power, they immediately knew that this was another explosive scene. Without even thinking about it, they made a memory video and uploaded it to the forum. Suddenly, all the Sacred Tree Masters witnessed at the picture in front of me. It's unbelievable. Is this the true power of God? Divinity is the most advanced attribute currently found in the Grey World. When dealing with any monster, it can be killed with divinity without any attribute restraint. In other words, divinity transcends all attributes and controls all things. Even if a Divine Tree Master gets a little bit of divine power, he can deal with most of the dungeon monsters. Other Divine Tree Masters are also difficult to deal with. Not to mention the divine power of a god, that is the complete divine power. That's right, as long as this divinity breaks out, almost no Divine Tree Master can resist it. Is there any hope for this boss? How should I put it? The boss must be divine, otherwise he wouldn't be called a false god, but his divine attributes are probably not comparable to Luo Shui's. Yes, the goddess is a second-level true god. Even the first-level true god's power may not be as good as hers, right? Evening. Chapter 792. All the Sacred Tree Masters don't think highly of Lu Shu. After all, everyone in the Grey World has basically seen the power of divinity. It is an extremely terrifying power that can restrain all attributes in the world, and is no different from being invincible. At this stage, in the world of the Divine Tree, there are already many big bosses who have mastered the power of divinity. Naturally, they are well aware of how powerful this power is. However, as Divine Tree Masters, although they can obtain divine power, it is only a small amount. It can be regarded as the inheritance left by the gods on the earth. 503. However, the enemy Lu Shu is facing now is Luo Shui, a second-level true god from the god realm. The divinity she possesses is naturally not comparable to any Divine Tree Master. No. To be precise, she has, all the Divine Tree Masters in the entire Grey World combined are not sure whether they are the opponent of this god. So, everyone is not very optimistic about Lu Shu, and this is also the reason. After all, in the Grey World no one can obtain such a huge divinity, and any method of obtaining divinity is extremely difficult. Anyway, let's read on. Yes, I believe the boss can come up with other coping methods. Although divinity cannot defeat gods, as Divine Tree Masters, we have participated in battles in the Grey World all year round and have extremely powerful combat skills. Those aloof gods who usually kill any opponents they don't like are no different from killing ants. They may not have such powerful fighting methods. If the boss can use fighting methods to reverse the situation, there may be hope. Although I know this possibility is really small, I still hope that a miracle will happen. At this stage, the Sacred Tree Masters couldn't help but place new hopes on Lu Shu. Most of the Divine Tree Masters support Lu Shu, not the goddess. Because everyone has seen the attitude of the goddess. As long as you dare to disobey the other party's wishes and refuse to accept a disciple, then you will have to die to apologize. With such a domineering attitude, in fact, he did not really regard the Sacred Tree Master as his disciple at all. The reason why he accepted him as a disciple was probably because he wanted to be a free hand. Just now, Lu Shu had clearly pointed out that Luo Shui wanted to covet what he had. Originally, no one was willing to believe this statement. They thought that they were gods after all, so what did they covet from you, a mortal? But now it seems that everyone is wrong. Lu Shu possesses a power that even the gods are afraid of. If Luo Shui doesn't covet this kind of thing, anything he says will be a lie. Moreover, Luo Shui himself admitted that he wanted Lu Shu to reveal all his secrets. One can only imagine this guy's motives. Combined with the previous sacred tree masters, when they were operating in the ruins, not only did they not get anything, but they also had to risk their lives. No matter how stupid the sacred tree masters were, they knew that they could not get out of the ruins. Luo Shui got what he wanted. What's more, when the messengers from the divine realm come to the mortal world, they always treat their divine tree masters with a feeling of superiority. This feeling, no one has ever really raised a weapon head-on and successfully resisted. To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. However, Lu Shu stood up. With his proud posture, he defeated Luo Shui, proving that the divine tree master and the gods can still fight. At this moment, everyone placed themselves on Lu Shu's body. Because they are also divine tree masters. What they want to see is not that gods rule humans, but that humans can defeat life with their own strength. Of course, the hearts of the sacred tree masters are pinned on Lu Shu. The vast power of heaven fills the sky directly above Webnovel Cliff. A storm of destruction swept across the earth. That is the anger from the gods. An ancient sword that illuminated the world slowly slashed from the void, and then fell into Luo Shui's hands. Luo Shui ruthless sword. This sword once posed a huge threat to Lu Shu and could destroy everything. It was also the most terrifying sword that Lu Shu had ever faced. The ruthless sword came out, and the world suddenly became dark. Even the whole earth couldn't help but tremble. Xian Monk's face turned pale and he said, "Let's retreat immediately." The high-ranking sacred tree master of the ancient Buddha guild immediately sensed the terrifying aura on Luo Shui's body and the terrifying sword in her hand. As long as this sword cuts out, even if there is a slight aftermath, 5-3 will annihilate Xian Monk and others. Even the protective formation cannot block this powerful force. Therefore, they must retreat further away to avoid being affected. But at this moment, a terrifying vortex suddenly erupted around Luo Shui, freezing everything around him in this picture with extremely powerful absorption power. It's like the void is blocked and everything is frozen. Xian Monk and others were still conscious and wanted to escape immediately, but they found that they had lost control of their bodies. They could only watch helplessly as a terrifying torrent of energy slowly condensed around them. Chapter 793. At this critical moment, suddenly, chains of gods came across the air and swept towards Luo Shui. This is... Luo Shui's expression suddenly changed. She immediately wanted to take back all her divine power and fly away from here. However, Lu Shu's movements were faster than Luo Shui's expectations. God's Lock. Under Lu Shu's control, the chains bloomed with gilded luster and spread all over the void in an instant. The area was immediately sealed off. It seems that this is not the secret realm of Luo Shui, but the secret realm of Lu Shu. Everything is now under Lu Shu's control. Buzzing. The divinity that originally permeated 25 places in the air was instantly sealed the moment it touched the God's Lock. That terrifying divinity disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems as if these divinities can be completely annihilated by Tiesua at any time. It's close to restraint over attributes. Luo Shui's expression suddenly changed, her movement slowed down a little, focusing on the divinity of Luo Shui's ruthless sword, which was now completely blocked. That was a full-strength sword using almost one-third of her own personality. The purpose, of course, is to capture Lu Shu as quickly as possible. But I didn't expect, the other party actually possesses the Lock of God. This kind of artifact is a weapon specially designed to deal with gods. When faced with ordinary mortal monsters, the God's chain is just a bit tougher in quality. But the difference is that the Lock of God is specially used to lock divinity. If we say, divinity can restrain all things, then, the Lock of God is specifically designed to restrain divinity. The higher the divinity, the higher the restraint effect. Luo Shui's sword was completely sealed by the divine lock, which was equivalent to a direct loss of one-third of his strength. Because that sword always used one-third of her divinity to slash out, but now it is sealed by the divine lock. This part of the energy can no longer be used in this battle. Unless Luo Shui can kill Lu Shu, seize the refining authority of the divine lock, and touch the seal. If not, she will permanently lose one-third of her divinity, and her status will be nothing like an ordinary first-order true god. There's a difference. But no matter what, in this battle, Luo Shui lost one-third of his divinity, and was destined to lose a good card. The odds of winning have also been reduced a lot. Luo Shui's figure took several steps back. Now, The look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Shu was no longer frightened, but instead became extremely deep. After a while, Luo Shui slowly opened his mouth and said, "No wonder I asked why such a remarkable person appeared in this mortal world. It turns out that this person is you. To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. It's ridiculous, I actually want to accept you as my disciple. Now it seems that Master said that you are the biggest enemy of Tiangong, which is indeed true." At this time, Luo Shui had already judged Lu Shu's identity through the divine lock. Thinking of the previous scene, she felt ridiculous. Since Lu Shu had entered the boundary of the divine realm, reached this level, and defeated herself. That naturally means that the other party already has a status that is no less than that of a god. Knowing the relevant information is a matter of course. But what Luo Shui didn't expect was Lu Shu's progress was so fast. In such a short period of time, not only did he master such a powerful level of technology, which confused Luo Shui, he also had an incredible understanding, integrating Taichin Kung Fu and Jiutian Kung Fu together. The most important thing is, because Lu Shu entered Wudao Cliff and understood the exercises on the mural. Of course he knew what the Jiutian sex exercises were like. In this way, as long as he targeted it a little, it would be easy to deal with. Luo Shui. She really miscalculated once. She never expected that the true identity of the man in black was Lu Shu. She thought that by virtue of her promotion to the status of the second-level true god, she would be able to recognize him at a glance as long as he appeared in front of her. But Luo Shui found that he still underestimated this mortal. Not only was he able to enter the secret realm and hide his identity, 123 was unable to sense his true aura, he also merged the two top divine realm schools of Taichin and Jiutian into one. Such a talent, let alone in Luo Shui's eyes, would still be shocked even if the Nine Heavens goddess came in person. Luo Shui's eyes suddenly showed a murderous intention. This person must not stay. Even if you pay the price with your life, you have to find a way to keep this person here. Xian Monk and others were lying on the ground, their backs already soaked with cold sweat. After a long time, the white-haired boy reluctantly got up from the ground, stared at the sky, and suddenly said in shock, "Look, what is that?" At this moment, everyone raised their heads and saw iron chains like divine weapons suspended in the sky, stretching across the sky. The whole body of Luo Shui was sealed off. Xian Monk froze on the spot. Then he slowly said, "That big guy, actually completely resisted the gods' attack." Chapter 794. When this scene appeared in front of all the sacred tree masters, it was like the most shocking scene. When everyone saw this scene, it was as if they were in a dream, completely unimaginable. They thought that Luo Shui's attack had exceeded the limits of human beings and was beyond the power of any divine tree master. Even though it is a memory video, the terrifying attack power that permeates the entire void seems to be able to annihilate everything. All the sacred tree masters thought through the memory video and imagined that they were Lu Shu standing on the field. When they saw this scene, they almost felt despair in their hearts. That was a terrifying attack that could be resisted without any means of comeback. Even if you exhaust all your luck, you won't be able to survive an attack of this level. Not to mention, this is still the secret realm of Luo Shui. The void is blocked and you cannot teleport back to your own sacred tree island. As long as you are within the secret realm, it is the territory of the goddess. No matter how you evade, the only result is death. However, the scene before us exceeded everyone's expectations. I saw the iron rope across the sky, blocking Luo Shui. It seems that at this moment, the god is not Luo Shui standing in the sky, but Lu Shu controlling the iron rope. He is like a cold ruler, holding an iron rope to seal everything. Even God is nothing more than an insignificant obstacle in front of him. At this moment, the world's public screen went through a brief period of silence, and started scrolling like crazy. Did I read that correctly? Did the skills released by the boss actually block the attack power of the goddess's level? Does anyone know what this skill is called? It's so shocking. The chains that filled the sky were not only extremely shocking, but also looked like a magnificent painting. It turns out that divine tree masters can also possess the power of gods. Oh my god, this big guy has locked the goddess. Such a terrifying attack power cannot have any effect on her. Mom, is this the top divine tree master? Why does it seem a little different from me? They are also sacred tree masters. Why do some people have reached such a terrifying state and can even suppress gods? I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought that no divine tree master could deal with this messenger from the divine realm. It turns out that the masters are among the people. No, the master has already gone to the goddess's disciple recruitment meeting, and smashed the opponent's sign in their place. Who is still bragging about the coming of gods now? Sorry, our sacred tree masters are the most powerful. Even if it is a god, then we can kill the god. I hope I can reach the height of this big boss in this life, so that even if I die, I will have no regrets. Nowadays, all the sacred tree masters believe that under the gods, they are all ants. No matter how powerful the divine tree master is, if he faces an enemy at the level of a god, there is no possibility of defeating him. Even though they have witnessed Lu Shu repelling the goddess, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Falun Novel Network. However, they still don't feel that the divine tree master can truly defeat the opponent when facing the gods. After all, repelling and defeating are still different concepts. The former can only show that the divine tree master has the capital to fight with the gods. Simply put, it means that he can defeat the opponent in 2 moves. But if you want to defeat him, that is impossible. Just like a child who has mastered the skills of blocking and has a chance to avoid an adult's punch, but when it comes to the arm wrestling stage, it is a one-sided crushing. However, everything that Lu Shu presented now directly subverted the imagination of all the sacred tree masters. The sky-wide attacks were almost a sign that the goddess would use her strongest method. Any divine tree master can see that, the skill Luo Shui unleashed on Lu Shu didn't hold back at all. It was the ultimate move she had prepared. The goal, of course, is to completely annihilate Lu Shu. Not leaving any trouble behind, giving the opponent a chance to make a comeback. However, Lu Shu summoned the divine lock and directly sealed Luo Shui's move completely before it was released. This is not a simple trick. You know, if you can seal the opponent's attack, it must be a more powerful existence. It is definitely not a simple trick, it can be compared. But at this moment, Lu Shu sealed Luo Shui's attack firmly in the iron rope, Xian Li Hao. Even judging from Luo Shui's expression, it seemed extremely ugly. Wait, did you notice what the goddess said? What she said to the big boss was, "It turned out to be you." Could it be that the goddess and this big boss had some issues with each other a long time ago? Moreover, the goddess seems to have mentioned that this big boss is the chosen one. What is going on? At this time, there is a barrage on the world's public screen that is particularly dazzling. Many sacred tree masters calmed down and reviewed the video again, and they all discovered this doubt. Could it be that Lu Shu and Luo Shui have known each other for a long time? What does it mean to be the chosen one? What is happening? Chapter 795. All kinds of doubts linger in everyone's minds, but they cannot be answered. They can't imagine what kind of power can make even the gods unable to resist the divine tree master. But now, the goddess actually calls Lu Shu the chosen one. Is there anything different between him and other normal divine tree masters? Son of Destiny, what is that? Can it be eaten? Are you kidding me upstairs? God damn, the Son of Destiny can eat it. Let me correct the 2 people above. They are not talking about the Son of Destiny, but the Son of Chosen One. Oops, don't they all mean the same thing? Just understand what it is and don't take it so seriously. I don't know what it means exactly, but it sounds like it's awesome. Wait, don't you think that the Chosen Son 470 sounds like the name of a middle school online novel? But this name came from the mouth of the goddess. You stand in front of the goddess and tell her to try the Chosen One. Sorry, I was wrong. At this moment, all the sacred tree masters were extremely curious. What on earth was the chosen son that Luo Shui mentioned? Everyone is waiting for the memory video that follows, and many sacred tree masters are already searching everywhere for information about Lu Shu. And, what on earth is the legendary chosen one? Almost the entire sacred tree guild in the Grey Realm uses a powerful intelligence network to collect information everywhere. The focus is also on the people in Muyu Pavilion. After all, that pavilion master claims to be able to calculate everything. So, can I get relevant news through my own abilities? And, the Tianji Pavilion that has popped up recently is somewhat similar to the Muyu Pavilion. You can get a lot of information. Especially that Tianjizi, these guilds, which possess most of the secret information of the Grey Realm, have become the targets of monitoring by the Divine Tree Masters. However, if Muyu Tingfeng knew about these things, she would only make a faint taunt behind her back. It's not like planning can be done without any restrictions. If you want to know the relevant information about the gods, you need to at least only with the personality of a god can we accommodate the risks of planning. From the beginning of the Grey World game to this stage, Muyu Tingfeng has vomited blood for a certain guy. She knew that if she dared to have any thoughts about something of the level of a god, she would be struck by lightning in a minute. Well, that is to say, Muyu Tingfeng doesn't want to know about this matter, and she doesn't want to know. She doesn't know anything. Any hope of getting any information from Muyu Pavilion is just a fantasy. To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Hey, wasn't there a guild called Tianji Pavilion before? Why don't you tell me what the chosen son is? That's right, that Tgthegood seems to be very powerful and knows everything. Why don't you come out and say a few words now? Come on, let me see how powerful your Tgthegood pavilion is, and whether you even know the secrets of the gods. After a while, there was indeed a lot of news about Tgthegood pavilion on the world public screen. After all, Tgthegood pavilion came out to show off before, and now it is very popular. On the contrary, there are almost no people in Miyu pavilion, so naturally they will not get the attention of the public. When I saw someone claiming to know everything, it was by Xiaotong from the Grey World, so I asked him a few questions. However, the people in Tgthegood pavilion naturally have no way of knowing the news about the gods. No one came out to speak for a long time, which greatly dampened their arrogance. Suddenly, these guys immediately continued to set the pace on the public screen. Yo, I thought that the Divine Tree Master of Tgthegood pavilion knew everything. Now that there is a big boss of this level, why can't he say a word? He also said that he knew everything. Now it seems that this Tgthegood pavilion is just fooling Meng Xian. In fact, he has no real ability. However, he is still good at turning around and playing tricks. That's right, you said you knew everything, but now you're like a mute and no one calls out. Gongping has brought such a few rhythms. Only a few sacred tree masters stood up to oppose it. But most people remained silent. They were all happy to see Tgthegood pavilion's arrogance suppressed. They were just eating melons anyway, and had no plans to join this guild. They just stood by and watched the show, watching the fire from a distance. No matter how strong the fire was, it would not burn them. What was the need? Worried? At this moment, Tgthegood actually appeared on the public screen and said, I love spicy crayfish, I am an S-level divine tree master, and I belong to the Wuya guild. Luo Bing, Ice Toad guild. Stella, Godzilla guild. Hong Yan has the bird sacred tree. His combat ability is to summon birds to attack opponents. His strength is around A. His skills are. Each piece of information was broadcast to the public screen by Tgthegood, like a public execution. Chapter 796. When all the familiar IDs were sent to the world public screen, the Divine Tree Masters present suddenly fell silent. Not many people dare to continue to face Tgthegood Pavilion. Just because all their secrets were revealed. The greatest reliance of the Divine Tree Master is to rely on his own fighting ability to defeat his opponents in an unexpected way. Sometimes, relying on the correct Divine Tree method, even the A Divine Tree Master kills the S-Class Divine Tree Master offside, which is something that often happens in the Grey World. Therefore, the greatest reliance of the Sacred Tree Masters is actually their secrets. However, these secrets were sent directly to the public screen like cabbage, and the whole world knew about it. For these unknown Divine Tree Masters, generally no one would pay attention to them. Even in normal times. Even if these Sacred Tree Masters directly reported their information directly, no one would give them a second glance on the public screen. But what is the situation now? Since Tgthegood has attracted everyone's attention is focused here, and they naturally notice the information on the public screen. Looking at it this way, you find that all your information has been told by others without any changes. Don't you feel angry? Some relatively weak Sacred Tree Masters, once they see this ability, they will die in a matter of seconds. Not to mention that some of the Sacred Tree Masters are members of other guilds. But at this moment, their information was also spoken out like this. Suddenly, these Sacred Tree Masters no longer dare to provoke Tgthegood Pavilion. This kind of approach can be said to have completely frightened the group of people who wanted to establish Tgthegood Pavilion. If you are rude to Tgthegood Pavilion again, then this information will be known to everyone in the world. Even if most of the Sacred Tree Masters have no interest in this trivial intelligence information, there will always be guild members who will collect this information. Ordinary people are not afraid of knowing this information, but what they are afraid of are those guilds with stronger intelligence, which is equivalent to owning your database. As long as others want it, there is a way to spend money and buy all this information. From now on, walking in the Grey World without any secrets. This is actually a very dangerous thing. It's like having a disease that will never get better, it can occur at any time, and the mortality rate is extremely high. At this time, Tgthegood spoke on the public screen. Although the strength of our Tgthegood Pavilion is indeed not as strong as everyone imagines, the power of the gods is not something that a Divine Tree Master of my level can covet. But your origins and little secrets, to me, are the same as having no secrets at all. To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Gee, there seem to be some guild bosses among them. Do they want to suppress us or target us? Forget it, I don't know what intentions you have in buying these people and shouting on the public screen. However, we at Tianji Pavilion can say here that anyone who wants to deal with us is an enemy and will definitely not end well. But if you want to be our partner, Tianji Pavilion is eager to welcome it. Let's make it bigger and stronger in the Grey World together. Hearing Tianji Pavilion's speech, many guilds with relatively average strength were moved. But they also know that Tianji Pavilion is acting very mysterious now and may not be friends with small guilds like them. So after thinking about it, they might as well forget it. However, some of the more powerful guilds actually have thoughts of making friends with Tianji. After all, such a number one person actually knows everything. If a cooperative relationship can be reached, it will be equivalent to unlocking a powerful intelligence network. But of course it's not that easy. Naturally, the guild has no reason to take you for no reason. And such a guild that knows most of the information is actually dangerous to most guilds. For example, in Muyu Pavilion, everyone knows that the master of the pavilion is clever, but few people can be related to Muyu Pavilion, except for their guild members. The current Muyu Pavilion is equivalent to a relatively mysterious and closed group, and rarely appears in the Grey World. It is somewhat similar to the Tianzong. But now Tianji Pavilion, in order to take advantage of the opportunity, has made such a public statement. In any case, the current pattern of the Grey World has undergone huge changes due to the addition of Tianji Pavilion. When many sacred tree masters are fighting, they have to consider whether the opponent is someone from Tianji Pavilion, or whether they have a close relationship with Tianji Pavilion. An enemy who controls a large amount of intelligence is quite terrifying. Because intelligence itself is an extremely powerful weapon, and it can be used for transactions. Even if the person with the information can't kill you, they can still use the information in their hands to exchange for someone who can deal with you. If you are against such an enemy, you will inevitably have a chill down your spine and a feeling as if there is a sword hanging over your head, ready to cut you down at any time. Chapter 797. And, these rhythmic guys are obviously not good people either. He even colluded with some guilds. There are several names, and at first glance they are all familiar guilds, and the ingredients are simply unclear. It's hard to say what the purpose is for targeting Tianji Pavilion. Although Tianji Pavilion is currently in the limelight, at least they haven't done anything harmful. They also listed out the list of harmful elements. However, there are a few guilds that seem to be very bad, and they were already notorious in the world of the sacred tree. Now, after these identity information 030s have been revealed, each one of them looks like a mute. They are afraid. After all, these guilds do nothing good on weekdays, and yet they have encountered such a mysterious Tianji Pavilion, which knows everything about the Grey World. Of course they are afraid, and of course they don't want such a guild to rise up. But it is a pity that Grey World speaks with its strength. Tianji Pavilion is powerful enough to even know their information. Now, no guild dares to provoke them. Maybe, if someone announces all your inside information, but you still don't know what level of enemy your opponent is, you will naturally be afraid and intimidated. At this stage, the sacred tree masters who were able to survive were all very life-saving. Those who were brainless and those who were looking for death died at the beginning of the game. Although these people don't have very good intentions, at least they won't do anything too mindless and risk their lives. Suddenly, many unidentified guys on the public screen have now retreated and did not dare to speak out. After this scene, everyone was sure that there really was something in Tianji Pavilion. It was impossible for them to order so many sacred tree masters to act with them. It is even less likely that there are several guilds that are at the top of the rankings. If their information is really faked and their information is found out, of course I can come forward to testify. But no, even if we take a step back, if Tianji Pavilion really has the qualifications to collude with so many powerful guilds, then they themselves must be even more powerful. Otherwise, what qualifications do they have for these guilds to cooperate? Therefore, not only did everyone not have the slightest contempt for Tianji Pavilion, but they looked at it more favorably than before. At the same time, the world's public screen has lost these unknown species with mixed identities, and has become much more harmonious and quiet than before. Now, Lu Shu stood on the field, staring at Luo Shui floating in front of him. Yes, it's me. Lu Shu smiled softly and responded directly to Luo Shui's question. He did not deny the matter. Instead, he chose to admit it openly. Judging from the information collected so far, the entire Grey World at present, there is only Luo Shui as a divine messenger, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Lu Shu's current strength is completely enough to kill Luo Shui. So, why should he hide his identity? As long as there is with enough strength, any skills are useless. Strength is the absolute king. Strong enough, no matter what choice you make, there will be no problems. This is the world of the strong. At this moment, Luo Shui abandoned the ruthless sword and came directly to kill Lu Shu at the fastest speed. This time, she used palm skills. The Zhoutian faction is proficient in 18 kinds of martial arts. Although Luo Shui practiced, she is a swordsman, but it does not mean that she does not have any attainments in other fields. Bone transformation palm technique is another martial art that Luo Shui is good at. This martial art is extremely sinister. As long as it is hit by a palm, all the Taoism all over the body will dissipate. It seems that the name is not very powerful, as if it is a skill of a Jianhu sect and has nothing to do with gods. However, in the upper world, the characteristics of all skills are not that simple, and the name is just a title. The specific ability still depends on who uses it, how to use it, and what amazing abilities it has when used. The scene of Luo Shui's sneak attack was also recorded in the memory video and posted directly to the forum of the entire Divine Tree world. Suddenly, all the Sacred Tree Masters were completely shocked by Luo Shui's amazing move. Damn it, why is this goddess so ignorant of martial ethics? She even engages in sneak attacks. That's right, the opponent is just a Divine Tree Master. Even if he has reached the realm of pseudo-god, there should be no comparison with the second-level true god, right 1-8. Even to deal with a mortal, you have to use such despicable methods. With all due respect, there is not much in this kind of god that can be called a god. Whoever wants to support the goddess should do so. Anyway, I support the boss. Come on, boss, kill the gods. Please become the first god eater of the Divine Tree Master. Yes, I hope the boss can become the first god of war in the Grey World. I have long been dissatisfied with these gods. They usually act like they are showing off, but at critical moments, they engage in sneak attacks. They don't even have the nerve to do so. It's shameless. Chapter 798. At this moment, many people in the Divine Tree world felt extremely shameful towards Luo Shui's behavior. No matter what, Luo Shui should be a god. In the minds of everyone, he has a very high standard. However, now there is a time like this when a sneak attack is made. It's really not a very glorious thing. The Sacred Tree Master who originally still had some respect for Luo Shui can't help but feel contempt and disgust for it now. Everyone comes from ordinary people, so naturally they can't understand that the gods are so arrogant, and they can't understand that the gods have such great strength, but in order to win, just to deal with a mortal, they actually use such despicable methods. It's simply shameful. Yes, support the boss and hope to defeat this so-called god. What about God? This is just a copy of the Grey World, a boss. There are no gods in this world. Gods are all forged concepts. We are all players in this game. If there are gods in the world, they are just relatively powerful bosses. Maybe our power is still very weak now, but one day in the future, as time goes by and our levels continue to rise, there will eventually be someone who can kill gods. That day. At that time, the gods will no longer be gods, but just a new type of dungeon boss. I hope that a true Godslayer can appear in the world of the God Tree and bring new hope to our humanity. Xian Sang and others are now extremely nervous. They were at the scene and were the first participants to witness this epic scene. Now, this group of people stared intently at what was happening on the field, wanting to know what would happen next. Damn it, this god is so despicable. 1 second he was still talking, and the next second he directly launched a sneak attack on our boss. Who is your boss? You are so shameless. Oops, this just means that I support this big guy, and it doesn't say that the big guy is my player. Ah no, I am the big guy's idol, his little fanboy. No, I am the big guy's dog. You've had enough. Damn, although this god is very shameless, her speed is really fast. I wonder if the boss can react. What a speed. Anyway, I definitely can't dodge this move. I feel like the boss is in danger. I hope the boss can be fine. Xian Monk's team established a small group, and the chats between them were basically conducted in their minds through the system of the Divine Tree Master. Although it seemed like there was a lot of content, in fact, the information exchange was completed in an instant. But in such a short moment, the goddess's attack was about to fall on Lu Shu. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at this scene, wanting to know what would happen next. At this moment, Lu Shu's face just showed a dismissive smile. TSK, no wonder you went from a first-level true god to a second-level true god, and your improvement in strength was not very strong. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. You know, you don't have a strong heart. Therefore, even if you receive a gift from the goddess in your family, a person who does not have a strong heart can never be called a strong person. You are my defeated general, and you will always be my defeated general. No matter what method you use to challenge me, there is only one outcome: lose. The next second, extremely powerful Taoism emerged from Lu Shu's body. The Zhuxian sword and other artifacts turned into streams of light, spreading around his body. The Taichin Kung Fu was integrated with the Jiutian school, and the state reached was comparable to that of a half-step true immortal. The realms merged and erupted with an extremely powerful light. At that moment, the aura on Lu Shu's body reached an extremely terrifying state. It was as if he had the power to kill gods. How can it be? Luo Shui's expression suddenly changed. She sensed that Lu Shu's body contained power that she could not understand. That was completely beyond Luo Shui's 867 cognitive scope, and it was not a power that an ordinary human being should be able to possess. Run. This is the only thought left in Luo Shui's mind. If she doesn't run, then she will probably die here without any suspense. Luo Shui's thoughts are different now from before. Since being defeated by Lu Shu, and came into contact with the world of sacred trees, she possessed and learned many mortal thoughts. That's why, she found a way to accept Lu Shu as a disciple. The purpose was of course not to teach the skills, but to improve her status, can have a higher position in the heavenly palace. But this also means that Luo Shui is no longer pure, and has descended from a god to a mortal world, perhaps in just such a thought. The next second, that ray of light flashed past. Luo Shui's body suddenly froze on the spot, his pupils contracted slightly. It ended, so. She finally looked up reluctantly, and then turned into a curtain of light that filled the sky and disappeared. Chapter 799. It's over. Xian Sang and others looked at everything in front of them with disbelief, and their mouths were wide open. Not to mention them, even the war reporters were standing there in a daze, speechless. Even the video was released they have all forgotten. In my mind, there is only the scene of Lu Shu slaying the god. At that moment, everything seemed to be frozen, and only a majestic body stood in front of everyone. Lu Shu. The first thing that can be observed in the world of divine trees. He is also the only divine tree master who has truly killed a god and is a second-level god. Before that, gods were invincible to most of the divine tree masters. Invincible and mysterious. Test. But now, this myth has been completely broken. They are witnessing history. And this figure who created history is now standing not far from him. It is difficult to image, what kind of person is Xian Sang and others now. Such a mood, but even the calmest person in the world can't be calm when facing this scene. He really won. The white-haired boy took a deep breath and knelt on the ground. His pale face was filled with disbelief. Everyone then woke up from a dream and reacted. They all took a deep breath and felt chills all over. I feel goosebumps all over my body. Before this, who could have imagined that a sacred tree master could really kill gods? No one would think highly of Lu Shu. But now, the god has disappeared, and is still standing the person there is that mortal. He raised the god-slaying sword and stood in the sky, with an proud posture, and even no movement on his face. It was as if killing such an incredible god was just a scene for him. Warm-up exercise. It's almost the same feeling as killing zombies for the first time in the city of the living dead at the beginning of Grey World. At this moment, the war correspondent's brain almost didn't realize it. When they came to their senses, private messages were all it has exploded. At this moment, all the people in the divine tree world are waiting for news. But no war reporter has sent back the news. Everyone is curious. What happened there? Hey, why hasn't the news come back yet? It's been a minute since I've seen a memory video and I'm feeling pretty lonely right now. To read exciting novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Upstairs, you are indeed extremely lonely, and it has been 5 minutes now. Show me the memory video, if there is no more pictures I will die. Why didn't all the war reporters send back the footage? What happened? This couldn't it be that the goddess struck too hard and the area of damage was too wide, and swept all our war reporters into it? It's really not impossible. Otherwise, why hasn't any war reporter sent us pictures from the front lines so far? Oh my god. I hope they are really okay. If they don't let me, I won't have any videos to watch. This outrageous statement, do you want them to be safe just to watch the video? It's so cold-blooded. Exactly what I thought. TSK, these heartless guys. Does anyone know what the situation is now? Is there anyone alive over there at the ruins? Please let me know. Don't worry, I have a friend who is a war correspondent. I sent him a private message, but he didn't reply, but it didn't show that they were dead. Oh, that's good, as long as they are not dead. Although they may only have one head left, they should be able to send memory videos. Who are these people? They only have one head and you have to watch the memory video. They are simply devils. At this moment, many sacred tree masters are actually very concerned about whether the lives of war reporters are safe and whether they are still alive. After all, if there is any information deep in the ruins now, they can only rely on war reporters to bring the latest news to everyone. But for a long time, there was no movement at all on the forum. At the beginning, it was only 1 minute, but now almost 10 minutes have passed. War reporters can't even post a single post. This is completely incomparable with their previous speed of 1 post per second. Many people are worried about whether something went wrong with the war correspondent and whether he died. However, the world of the sacred tree has a very special function, the friend function. As long as you are a friend of the other party, if you send a private message, you can check the other party's status. If the sacred tree master is dead, then sending a message will not succeed, but a prompt similar to this will pop up: the other party is dead and cannot accept the message. War correspondents also had connections. With such high popularity, they will naturally add a lot of friends. These are the sources of intelligence. Friends of war correspondents tried to send private messages and found that the message was sent successfully. Doesn't that mean that the other party is not dead? Chapter 800. Since he's not dead, he should still be able to reply. In fact, what I worry about is that although they are dead, will they be affected by terrible injuries and lose their intelligence or thinking ability, and their brains will become waste and cannot be used? It seems that this goddess is not a powerful ancient god, so she shouldn't have such a killing skill. Just wait patiently and see. With my keen mind, I can feel that there will be new memory videos in the future, and updates will not be discontinued so permanently. Blessings to war correspondents. Hope they can send the next memory video safely. At this moment, everyone in the divine tree world is sincerely blessing the war correspondent. At this moment, the war reporters who were still in shock at Woodhouse Cliff also woke up one after another. I saw the explosion of private messages on the list, and there are many enthusiastic netizens in the forum who are concerned about their life safety. At this moment, the war correspondents were moved 177 in their hearts. For the first time, they felt that the cause they were engaged in had such value. It was simply surprising and exciting. Then, I immediately felt an extremely strong professional spirit, and immediately packaged this piece of content into a memory video, and quickly uploaded it to the public screen of the Divine Tree world, so that everyone could understand what happened here. War reporters don't even need to organize and edit, they just need to reproduce everything that happened here. Everyone's perspective is different, but what is certain is that everyone will watch these memory videos, because it is not enough for the sacred tree masters to watch one video. They must refer to information from multiple sources in order to have more accurate information. Therefore, war reporters don't need to be greedy for speed. They only need to reproduce all the processes in great detail and send them as videos to get a lot of clicks. Soon, the reporters from the battlefield, CFE, completed the production of the video, and they immediately sent it. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of them. Ding, you uploaded a memory video. All the sacred tree masters in the entire sacred tree world were waiting anxiously. But at this moment, a reminder suddenly appeared in everyone's ears, and it was as if they were listening to fairy music. All the sacred tree masters immediately became excited, their eyes lit up, and they showed extremely excited expressions. Everyone started frantically posting on the world's public screens. Damn it! Damn it! Finally come! I finally waited for you, but luckily I didn't give up. Hurry up and click in, I can't wait to see how the battle will turn out. The fight probably won't end so quickly. This scene must be very exciting. I don't know what stage the fight between the goddess and the boss has reached. This battle will probably go from one end of the secret realm to the other, and we may not be able to watch it all. Wait, I saw that the goddess was beaten to death by the boss. Children, do you have a lot of question marks? To read exciting novels, go to Webnovel Network. Don't tease me, you actually said that the goddess was beaten to death by the boss. If you don't believe it, you can click it yourself. This new memory video has been released. It's not like you don't have eyes. Just kidding. I must go and see it. When all the sacred tree masters heard the news, they felt dizzy. Although they had a lot of illusions about the outcome, they didn't expect that it was already over. And it turned out that Lu Shu had already eliminated the goddess in a very short period of time. Various factors make it difficult for everyone to believe it. I even wonder if this is a joke the guys made on themselves. So, I immediately clicked on the memory video to see what happened. After a while, most of the sacred tree masters have watched the memory video and know what exactly happened. At this moment, the shock in their hearts was no less than that of Xian Monk and others at that time. They all felt incredible. They all had exaggerated expressions on their faces, as if they were dreaming. Oh my god, the boss actually took care of the goddess. What is this last move called? I don't seem to understand. Upstairs, if you can understand, you won't be fighting our water group here, but you will be facing the goddess. Too exaggerated. He actually won the battle. These are the top bosses in the world of the sacred tree, please accept my worship. When I go back, I must build a temple specifically to worship and admire the big man's face. So cool. This is the God Killer. From now on, I declare that the age of gods has ended in this game, and from now on it will be the age of divine tree masters. We divine tree masters no longer have to fear the gods, nor do we need to completely surrender to the gods, because it has been proven that we divine tree masters have enough strength to grow to the point where we can fight with the gods. The rest is just a matter of time. Chapter 801. At this moment, the sacred tree masters in the Grey World are extremely excited because of this. Although it was hard for them to believe that the scene in front of them was indeed real, but the goddess had disappeared. This is the information brought back by war reporters using memory videos. At the same time, there was also a turmoil in the Grey World. Many top guilds are extremely curious about who this big boss is, who is so fierce and can kill gods with a mortal body. They have never seen such a fierce man appear in the Grey World before. Many big guys have made guesses, but in my impression, there seems to be no one with information that can correspond to Lu Shu. After killing the gods, the Grey Realm did not make any announcement. It seemed that because the God Realm and the Grey Realm were not in the same system, there was no broadcast. Everyone is extremely curious, who is the God Eater? It is impossible for such a powerful existence to be unknown on the list, right? Even several top guilds have joined together to search for information. However, no matter how they exchanged the information in their hands, they could not match up with such a strong man. Many big names in the sacred tree world are a little confused now. It is impossible that they have never heard of such a powerful sacred tree master, and he just appeared out of thin air, right? Who is it? Even if I searched the entire sacred tree world, I couldn't get any information about the other party. At this time, some people doubted whether Muyu Pavilion and Tianji Pavilion knew the information. Or is there no relationship between the two? But, the bosses tried all kinds of tests and used various spies, but they were unable to get any information from Muyu Pavilion and Tianji Pavilion. It can only mean that these two guilds that focus on intelligence do not know the relevant news at all. Muyu Pavilion has many informants from other guilds. Muyu Tingfeng also knows that important information will basically not be in the guild. It said in the chat screen, but even so, there are still some gossips that can be known by other guilds. Then, the only possibility left is to stay here in Tianji Pavilion. Could it be the sacred tree master of Tianji Pavilion? But from this point of view, it is unlikely, because Tianji Pavilion took advantage of this disciple recruitment conference and made a high-profile appearance, clearly wanting to attract a wave of attention. If this big boss is really from Tianji Pavilion, then there is no need for them to come out and seek the limelight, and there is no need to recruit people. As long as there is such a big boss, there is no need for any publicity at all. Other big tree masters will also rush to join this guild. A god-level powerhouse may break the balance of the divine tree master at any time. If it is really Tianji Pavilion, then there is absolutely no need for people like them to come out and publicize it in a high profile. It's even a superfluous thing. Just say that the big boss is theirs, and countless people will immediately cut off their heads and kneel down to enter the Tianji Pavilion. As for Muyu Pavilion, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. In fact, Muyu Tingfeng is not that mysterious. She has also worked with the masters of the Divine Tree Master in the past. Everyone knows that Pavilion Master Mu is a woman, and the man in black is obviously a man, and his gender doesn't match, let alone someone from Muyu Pavilion. Dark Knight, Ancient Buddha Guild, Xingqian Pavilion, none of the top guilds seem to have such a number one person who could stand up to this big boss. Could it be that he is a hidden master from Tianzong? However, judging from the extent of the opponent's attacks, it doesn't quite resemble the Tianzong's fighting method. I have never seen it before, but I really like the Xinjia's method. Therefore, the speculation about Lu Shu's identity suddenly became the hottest topic in the entire sacred tree world. You guys think, who is this god-killing boss? It's impossible for him to have never been on the rankings, right? Anyway, he shouldn't be the president of any guild. Yes, as long as it is a guild that we are familiar with, we can basically find corresponding characters, but none of them are so powerful. Humph, if these Dogecoin guilds they were talking about really had such a big boss, they would have become so arrogant and lawless. No, to be precise, they are already a bit lawless now. Well, a boss of this level should not be from a guild, at least not from the guild we are familiar with. Who could it be? Does anyone know the answer? I'm really curious. Do you think will he be the top one on the list? What? Are you talking about the tree-plumping man who has never fallen to the top of the list and is invincible in the world? Could it really be him? If you think about it carefully, this is actually not impossible, because we have very little information about the top people on the list, and there is also very little information about these peerless experts. Does this mean that there is a top person on the list of peerless experts? When you say that, it seems really possible. Is the boss who kills gods a tree lover? Second. Chapter 802. This speculation shocked the big bosses of the major tree masters. If this is really the case, it would be too scary. Has the number one on the list already reached this level? However, this is just a guess. The tree-pulling man himself did not come out to confirm this. Maybe some big boss who has been hiding his strength and not killing the list actually made a move and was exposed by the public. It is also possible. But no matter what, everyone has discovered the terrifying potential that the Divine Tree Master can achieve. At this moment, the grey world is also caught in a turmoil. It is no longer as silent as before. It gives people the feeling that something is happening everywhere. Enlightenment Cliff. Xian Monk and others stood there, as if admiring a myth. After a moment, the blue-haired girl suddenly said excitedly, this is the first God-eater in the grey world. Should we go get an autograph from him? The white-haired boy rolled his eyes. Said, if you want to go there, then go there. Anyway, I don't want to be hacked to death by him. Coward. The blue-haired girl made a face. Timid. If you come into contact with a being of this level, I think you will die, right? Forget it, you have no brain anyway. If you want to go, go quickly. If you lose your head then, there will be no loss anyway. After all, you have no brain to begin with. The white-haired boy mocked with a smile. Snort. Then I will go there and see what you do. The blue-haired boy put his hands on his hips and walked directly in the direction of Lu Shu as if he was angry. Everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that this blue-haired girl was so fierce and actually dared to go to him. After all, that is a monster that can kill the goddess. Although everyone is a divine tree master, they will still feel scared when they see such an existence with an absolute level of power. As long as Lu Shu has a thought, everyone here will die. Naturally, I didn't dare to provoke such a terrifying character. So, the blue-haired girl did this, which made everyone feel nervous, worried that she would make an ignorant move, offend Lu Shu, and harm everyone. It's gone. However, just when others were about to stop it, they didn't expect the blue-haired girl to move so fast, and she had already arrived at Lu Shu's side. Hello, boss. I'm your fan, can I get an autograph? Well, if it doesn't work, then I won't bother the boss. The blue-haired girl said in an adoring tone. Of course, when she said this, she also knew her own propriety and spoke specifically behind Lu Shu, because, to read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The blue-haired girl was worried that she had seen the other person. If his appearance reveals some information, will he be killed or silenced? But after all, we have come through such a dangerous grey world, so it doesn't matter if we take another risk. All in all, the blue-haired girl just wanted to piss off the boy. Of course, she didn't want to contact Lu Shu without any logic. As soon as she came, she found that this young man was really poisonous today. He was not optimistic about anything, and it seemed that anything would happen against his expectations. Secondly, I am so weak, but if I can get an autograph from this big guy, my worth will definitely double. Just such a signature can completely enable the blue-haired girl to possess a huge treasure. Countless people will ask for this signature, and even join a good guild at all costs. At that time, the blue-haired girl can rely on the signature of the tree taker to ask for a resource position from the big guild, and the contract is completely negotiable. There is also a little thought in the contract to avoid beating the workers. But Lu Shu turned his head and glanced at the blue-haired girl. The other party took a few steps back and suddenly felt nervous. What a handsome man! The blue-haired girl secretly said in her heart. This was the first time she saw Lu Shu's face, and it looked so good-looking. Of course, Lu Shu didn't use any camouflage skills, but in fact, he didn't look like much in the grey world. Personal acquaintance, after all, I used to use a large army of pets to operate, and rarely exposed myself to others. So, even if he is exposed, others will not know what he looks like. At this time, Lu Shu calmly he smiled and said, it's interesting. No one in the grey world has ever asked me for an autograph. Then can you give it to me? When the blue-haired girl heard what he said 1-6, she was immediately excited. It felt like something was going on. But Lu Shu just shook his head and said, sign it, forget it, I'm just a nobody. This speech was so modest that the blue-haired girl didn't even know what to say. But she knew what the other party meant, and obviously didn't want to give the signature, which was a secret pity. However, the blue-haired girl didn't expect that yes. Lu Shu smiled and said, however, since I rejected your signature, I can give you some other gifts. The next second, a bright light appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 803. Then, a legendary weapon suddenly appeared in front of the blue-haired girl. This is. The blue-haired girl was suddenly shocked. She could tell at a glance that the weapon that appeared in front of her was of extraordinary quality. Lu Shu said calmly, since your ability is magic, then I will give you a legendary magic weapon. Although I can't give you an autograph, since you are the first person I asked for an autograph, I naturally want to keep a little souvenir. This magic book is of no use to me. I don't really want to sell it. There's nothing I can exchange for it. Just think of it as a signature left for you. When Lu Shu finished saying this, the blue-haired girl was still stunned. The next second, this magic book automatically concluded a contract with the blue-haired girl. Lu Shu directly cancelled the equipment in the system it was bound and became an ownerless thing. And the legendary weapon was automatically matched to the blue-haired girl, so naturally the contract was concluded. The moment the system was concluded, the panel of the magic book suddenly appeared in front of the blue-haired girl. She couldn't help but be surprised. This is actually a legendary magic book. Boss, this thing of yours is too valuable. How virtuous and capable am I? However, before the blue-haired girl could finish speaking, Lu Shu tore the void directly and left here. Before leaving, Lu Shu said lightly, I give it to you for no special reason. It's just because the inventory in the equipment list is full. I just took stock. Then, he left directly. The blue-haired girl was left standing there in shock, taking a moment to react and quickly thanked him. At this time, she turned around again, the eyes of others looking at the blue-haired girl were suddenly different. Full of admiration. And, deep jealousy. Especially that young man, his intestines are almost turning green at this moment. If I had known earlier, I would have taken the initiative to contact that big guy. You can actually get a magic book as a reward. Moreover, it seems to be a very high-grade magic book. I heard it has reached the legendary grade. You know, the legendary level, you must at least clear the legendary level copy to have a chance. If you don't have SSS level, don't even think about clearing this kind of dungeon. So, the blue-haired girl got such a good treasure directly this time, which can be said to make everyone else here feel coveted. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilun Novel Network. However, no one dared to do anything to the blue-haired girl. Although it is a crime to harbor a treasure, this treasure was given by a god-level boss. If someone killed her directly and then took away the treasure, it would be completely disrespectful to the god-level boss. At that time, there will be no need for the big boss to take action at all, other sacred tree masters will take the initiative to kill him in order to please the big boss. So, almost none of the divine tree masters here dared to attack the blue-haired girl, just because he and the god-level boss had increased their favorability a little bit. But just this little bit is enough to make most of the sacred tree masters have to put a stop to it if they want to attack this blue-haired girl. You have to consider that there is still a little bit of friendship between the person and the god-level boss behind his back. Although this small amount of friendship is not enough to let the blue-haired girl do whatever she wants in the grey world. However, this person still can't move without any reason. Who knows whether this will offend the gods? Boss, you've brought yourself to death. As long as you dare to touch the blue-haired girl, it will become a treasure used by others in the grey world to please Lu Shu. Just like Tang monk's meat, everyone wants to bite it off. These are the rules of the divine tree world. It's cruel, but this is reality. As long as you are strong enough or have a backer behind you, others will not dare to touch you. In this world, strength is the hardest pass. This scene was also recorded by war reporters and sent directly to their own forums. After all, this is any information related to a god-level boss, even a word he says has huge value. War reporters don't care so much. As long as there is news of any value, they will directly 673 send it to their own forums. Suddenly, the situation here also caused a burst of discussion in the sacred tree world. Hey, what do you think should happen next? What else can happen? God's body is already cold. Everyone should disperse. Yes, since it was the boss who slaughtered the gods, there shouldn't be much content next. Everyone, go to bed early and have a good night. Even if there is any content later, it should be casually published by war reporters. There is nothing interesting to read. Even if they publish content, I will not pay attention to it. But just after this public screen appeared, to everyone's surprise, the war reporters collectively released a new video. It is related to the god-level boss. Suddenly, the sacred tree masters who were about to go to bed woke up one by one. They wished they could transform into hand-speed monsters who had been single for 30 years and clicked directly. Chapter 804. Damn it, every one of you said that this follow-up is nothing interesting, but you ordered it faster than anyone else. If you have any information, of course click on it. It doesn't cost any money anyway, just read it first and then talk. Good guy. It turned out to be an interaction between a god-level boss and a war reporter. It seems like this girl is from the Xian Monk team. Hiss, in other words, there are still people in Xian Monk's team who can chat with the god-level boss. Quickly see what they were talking about, or they said they were already fighting. It's actually related to a god-level boss. I want to see. I want to see. The sacred tree masters in the Grey World seem to have been given a shot of blood at this moment, and they all clicked on the memory video. Now, Lu Shu has become the god in the eyes of all the sacred tree masters in the Grey World. Being able to truly defeat the messenger of the god realm, this is already a completely god-level powerhouse. In the world of the divine tree master, where the jungle prevails, there is already such a rule: as long as you are the boss and your strength is strong enough, no matter what you do, you will get everyone's attention. Even if this matter has nothing to do with the audience, many people will still choose to watch it because they want to join in the fun. Ever since, even such a small chat video can set off a storm. Everyone was eager to get in as soon as possible, just like Joy Fan, they were extremely anxious. At this moment, everyone saw a little girl running up to the god-level boss for an autograph stupidly. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but laugh. They all laughed at each other on the public screen. Hahaha, this little girl is so funny, she actually went to talk to this god-level boss. Judging from her appearance, she must be a very ordinary sacred tree master. Who gave her the courage to talk to the god-level boss? It looks like this girl wants to get an autograph. Oh, it turns out she is a little fangirl. She must have seen that the god-level boss is so powerful that he can even kill the goddess, so Toru became a crazy fan, right? I can understand this feeling. After all, when seeing idols, people will get very excited and lose their minds. TSK, if this big boss is more cruel and worried that this guy will see the big boss's appearance and kill people, then it will be fun. Yes, this little girl is really ignorant. Most of the well-known sacred tree masters at present attach great importance to their secrets, and this big boss has never appeared in the sacred tree world before, and now this little girl is so close. Doesn't that threaten the boss's privacy? There is a saying, and this is indeed the truth. At this moment, the blue-haired girl had arrived in front of Lu Shu. Everyone was shocked, and they were all curious about what would happen next. However, what everyone didn't expect was, this blue-haired girl was so pure that she went straight to ask for an autograph. Not even a slight bend. But soon, he was rejected by Lu Shu. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. This scene was also expected by everyone. Damn it, this little girl is really not very smart. None of her bosses have ever appeared in the world of the sacred tree. She is obviously a master at hiding information. This girl went directly to ask her name and her IQ. What a pure thing to do. I'm curious about how such a guy survives in the Grey World. One for curiosity. Wait, something else seems to happen next. Although the boss refused to sign, he actually agreed to give away an item. When I saw the big boss rejecting it, I had already turned off the screen. I didn't expect there would be a follow-up. Damn it, the boss actually gave me a legendary item as a gift. What the hell? Ah, it turns out to be a legendary magic weapon. I'm so jealous of being a magician. As an SSS-level sacred tree master, I still don't have a legendary weapon. This big guy casually gave this little girl a legendary weapon, and it was also a magic book. Looking at the grade, I guess it is still the best legendary weapon. Super weapon, what kind of treatment is this? Oh my god, this girl can't be the illegitimate daughter of the boss who has been lost for many years in the world of the sacred tree. Otherwise, how could she be so virtuous and capable of getting such a good thing? At this moment, the divine, Li-does, tree masters present were completely shocked. They never expected. This little girl went to get an autograph. Although she didn't get Lu Shu's autograph, she actually got a legendary weapon. Moreover, a weapon of this level was given to him casually. Chinese cabbage doesn't even get this treatment. Even the stones on the roadside are not thrown to others casually, right? At this moment, Lu Shu's light words echoed in the ears of everyone in the world of the sacred tree. Sorry, my warehouse is full. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood what Lu Shu's real intention was in giving away the legendary weapons. Chapter 805. Oh my god, it turns out that the boss gave away a legendary weapon for no other reason than because the inventory was full. Other people's garbage seems a little different from my garbage. Oh my god, I searched for a piece of firewood in the grey world, and I couldn't bear to throw it away. After all, they were all treasures, and they gave away all the legendary weapons backhandedly. Damn it, what kind of boss is this? He has so many weapons that he can't even accommodate legendary weapons. This is definitely an epic giant. Boss, I also want to get an autograph. Upstairs, you seem to have said before that the tree master who asked the boss for an autograph was a fool. What, now you want to be a fool too? This is a legendary weapon that was obtained for nothing. Anyone who doesn't use it is a fool. Well, I guess there are quite a few fools. Look at Xian Monk's team, except for the blue-haired girl, no one else seems to have had any contact with the god-level boss. Nonsense, as long as a normal person sees such a powerful sacred tree master, he will definitely walk around. Who is as big-hearted as this guy? But what I didn't expect was that this big guy turned out to be a good guy. Although he didn't give me an autograph, he just gave me a legendary weapon for free. This guy is so kind. TSK, 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 this is the pattern of the top divine tree masters. They give away legendary weapons to everyone they meet. I am afraid that wherever the boss appears now, there will be a place for free prostitution of legendary weapons. At this moment, the divine tree masters in the grey world were all extremely surprised by this result. They had guessed a lot about what might happen if they came into contact with Lu Shu, but none of them expected that they would actually get a legendary weapon from Lu Shu. Moreover, the reason is so unbelievable. It turned out that he just disliked the fact that there were too many weapons in the warehouse and was tired of them, so he gave them away. If that's the case, wouldn't all the sacred tree masters who saw Lu Shu want to go over and say hello? At this moment, many people in Xian Monk's team also reacted. They all ran up and wanted to take a photo with Lu Shu. Especially the white-haired boy. Ever since he saw his nemesis and said a few words to his god-level boss, he actually got a legendary weapon. That jealousy is like crazy. He rushed towards Lu Shu in a hurry, as if he saw the treasure that was about to be opened. The other sacred tree masters also reacted, following the white-haired boy's footsteps and wanting to rush towards Lu Shu. But at this moment, Lu Shu's figure flashed and disappeared directly. By the time the sacred tree masters here arrived, they had already discovered that Lu Shu was missing. They couldn't help being disappointed and beating their chests. Obviously, just by saying a word in the past, you can get a legendary weapon. Legendary. Is that the equipment that many sacred tree masters dream of obtaining? To read exciting novels, go to Lu Novel Network. He was obtained by others so casually, all of a sudden. An extreme feeling of regret filled everyone's hearts. I wish I could go back in time, CF, 10 minutes ago. I have to rush in front of the blue-haired girl to say a word to the boss. But it's too late to say anything now. The boss has left, the opportunity has been missed, and it will never come back. Everyone here couldn't help but feel regretful, at the same time. The implementation here was also recorded as a memory video and uploaded to the forum of the Divine Tree World. When the Sacred Tree Masters saw several videos uploaded by war reporters, they all had the same instinctive reaction and clicked on them directly. Start watching videos instantly. Not willing to let go of any detail. If viewers are willing to watch the video, they are just joining in the fun. But naturally there are also big bosses from big guilds who want to analyze Lu Shu by memorizing the information in the video. Any information is part of the guild's strength. So, this free information is simply useless to their guild. Suddenly, there were a lot of rolling barges on the public screen of the world. These bastards all rushed towards my boss. Damn it, I regret not going to this secret realm. As long as I can get to the back, I will have a chance to have close contact with the boss. Look, these hateful guys are all rushing towards our boss. But the boss seemed to ignore them and left directly. TSK, it seems that legendary items are not that easy to get. The boss just gives them based on his mood. It's normal. The boss just wants to clear out the warehouse. It's not like NPCs who give gifts to people when they see them. Do you really expect that as long as you talk to the boss, people will give you legendary gifts? Maybe a slap will send you to the west. Alas, it's such a pity, but it shows that this boss is probably a good person and is willing to give things to others. At least he is a good person. Why are you being issued a good guy card now? Chapter 806. No matter what, this turmoil with the Divine Tree Master is finally over. This conference for the goddess to recruit disciples actually ended with the death of the goddess. It can be said to be beyond everyone's imagination. At the same time, God is an invincible existence in the grey world. This stereotype also disappeared completely when Lu Shu killed Luo Shui. But the storm didn't stop there. On the contrary, in the god's domain, there is another storm taking place. The Nine Heavens goddess opened her eyes slightly. A powerful killing intent suddenly appeared on her body. Who is it that killed my beloved disciple in the lower world? The voice of the Nine Heavens goddess was extremely cold, echoing in the sky, causing countless terrifying whirlpools to come roaring in. Originally, she was in seclusion, but what she didn't expect was that a soul-inducing fire candle actually went out. This one, the soul-guiding candle, originally lit up in the soul-inducing hall. The soul-inducing hall is the sole place of the Jyotian faction. All members of the Jyotian faction, no matter who they are, each status has an exclusive soul-inducing candle, which is enshrined in the soul-inducing hall. Use spiritual power as attraction. But now, the soul-inducing fire candle belonging to Lu Shu has been extinguished. The Nine Heavens goddess couldn't help but feel shocked. You know, she just gave Lu Shu something good not long ago, so she should be promoted to the second-level true god. Generally speaking, if you have reached the strength of the second-level true god, there is no danger in walking in the grey world. No matter what kind of monster it is impossible to threaten Lu Shu, the second-level true god. Then, the only possibility is that he was killed by some special humans. The goddess of the Nine Heavens knows better than anyone else what is the reason why Lu Shu went to the lower realm this time. Suspected to be the chosen one. One, the core of the mirage left behind by the one emperor of the past. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Webnovel network. This ship is the key to the heavenly palace, and no god would want this key to fall into the hands of others. If you can get it back, it will be a very good achievement for Tiangong. Recently, the divine domain has been turbulent, and all the gods are making preparations for the grand ceremony. At that time, the Emperor of Heaven will reappear in the sight of the gods after hundreds of years. This is an extremely grand banquet. If you can offer the core of the mirage on such an important occasion, you will definitely gain the respect of the Emperor of Heaven. In this way, the status of the entire Jyotian faction in the Tiangong can be improved. Wishful thinking was naturally a good one, but what Jyotian goddess never expected was Lu Shu actually died. As a second-level true god, he died in the lower realm. How can it be? Who killed my beloved disciple? The group of monsters and beasts in the grey world cannot pose any threat to Lu Shu at all. According to my estimation of time, the catastrophe has not come yet. If the catastrophe really comes, then Lu Shu can also directly use the teleportation talisman to return here. Unless something happened that caused Lu Shu to die directly without being able to use the talisman. Probably fighting humans. After all, it is impossible for those beasts in the grey world to interrupt the teleportation talisman presented by me. Only humans are possible. Is he the chosen one? The goddess of the Nine Heavens suddenly realized that this matter is not trivial. Chapter 807. If the chosen son who killed Lu Shu has developed to god-level strength, then if he stays, it will definitely be a huge disaster. At that time, there may be another terrifying existence that threatens the heavenly palace. Lu Shu's death is no longer as simple as a matter of the 9-4-2-3 Heaven faction. I'm afraid he has to contact several other powerful people. A hint of chill flashed through the eyes of the Nine Heavens goddess. The next second, her figure escaped and disappeared from the place. The Sacred Tree Island is a place of harmony and tranquility. Pikachu, Samsara Fox and other little guys looked at the grilled fish in front of them eagerly. After getting the mirage, another clone of Lu Shu went to the Sea of God again and started fishing continuously. I have to say that as the days go by, the harvest is getting richer and richer. These plump fish meats are placed on the dining table, and combined with the sauce made from various spiritual herbs, the taste is as good as heaven. At this moment, Lu Shu also returned to the Sacred Tree Island, and shared a wave of food with these little guys. TSK, the harvest this time is really rich. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly, and Lu Shu's body quickly appeared in front of him. This is the body of a god. Every tooth, joint, or skin is comparable to the top material for weapon refining. It has reached Lu Shu's body. In the realm of water, the body is already close to that of a god, with unlimited potential waiting to be discovered. Not only that, the space ring in Lu Shu's hands has been refined by Lu Shu, and all the treasures in it belong to him. 10,000 divine crystals. I already have the skills of the Jyotian faction. To read exciting novels, go to Webnovel network. There are also various miraculous elixirs and spiritual herbs. If they can be extracted, more god-level spiritual herbs can be added to the Divine Tree Island. Lu Shu opened Lu Shu's ring and immersed himself in it. He felt that there were a large number of treasures inside. It was so dazzling that one could hardly count them. Among them, the Divine Realm Crystal was an extremely powerful crystal stone, if used to build a city wall, it would be indestructible. Then, Lu Shu decomposed all 5,000 divine crystals among them and used them to build the city wall. A dazzling white light came from the edge of the island. The horizon suddenly rises. The next second, the extremely majestic city wall stretches across the island, guarding this territory like a giant. The god-level city wall can already resist the invasion of most monsters, unless it is a god-level enemies, or have powerful divinity, otherwise even the outermost city will not be able to break through, and will be blocked directly. It can be said that, the current invasion of the Grey World is no longer able to threaten Lu Shu. What follows? At this stage, you only need to quickly improve your own strength, and you will be completely for to deal with all threats you may encounter next. Very good, I came to the world of the sacred tree, and after so much time, I finally gained extraordinary and powerful strength. Now that I have a lot of resources in my hands, I can develop the island first. Lu Shu smiled. There are so many treasures obtained from Luo Shui. There are still a lot of things that haven't been put to use yet. Chapter 808. Next, Lu Shu remembered that he had received a lot of divine power from Luo Shui. This kind of divine power may be able to increase the cultivation level of the divine beasts on the island and increase the concentration of their bloodline. By the way, if I want to continue to improve my mythical beast in a later stage, the amount of divine energy it needs to absorb is getting higher and higher. The absorption of ordinary items is simply not enough. In the past, the spiritual herbs grown on the island could be greatly improved after the mythical beasts swallowed them. But since reaching the level of 7th level and above, the effectiveness of these spiritual herbs has been minimal, and more advanced materials must be used to upgrade. The 25 divine powers I obtained from Luo Shui can be used to enhance the attributes of the divine beasts. Thinking of this, Lu Shu was extremely happy and called over the mythical beasts such as Wudong Phoenix, Golden Dragon Koi, and Enlightenment Crane. These mythical beasts used to be very arrogant, but since Lu Shu's realm has improved faster and faster, getting higher and higher, they were all in awe of this master. After hearing the call, they ran over without hesitation, blinking the curious Kazlan's big eyes, with doubts in his eyes, not understanding what Lu Shu was going to do next. What are you going to do? Then, Lu Shu gave the few divine powers he got from Luo Shui directly to the divine beast and said, "This is for you. After swallowing it, it should help your blood return to its ancestors." The divine beasts immediately ran over excitedly. They sensed that this divine energy contained the energy they needed, and they all happily thanked Lu Shu. We are all family members, there is no need to be polite. Lu Shu smiled, but he would not have said that before saying this. After all, these divine beasts are so edible that they have never been polite to him. Obviously, it is because the energy contained in divine energy is very powerful. It helps the bloodline of the mythical beasts return to their ancestors. After absorption, it will probably have amazing effects. So, the attitude of these mythical beasts has changed from usual and has become so polite. Well, I didn't expect this group of animals to be so wild. The guy knows how to be polite. I thought he never understood it. But now it seems that he just didn't give enough. He's not satisfied. Now, this satisfied look seems to mean that Sailor Luo, the divine power in it, is a good thing for the mythical beasts. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Ba. 3 times 5 divided by 2. Before long, the mythical beasts they swallowed all the food. Several prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu. Wudong Phoenix swallowed divine energy and gained 100,000 evolution points. The Golden Dragon Koi swallowed the divine energy and gained 100,000 evolution points. The Enlightened Crane swallowed 253 divine powers and gained 100,000 evolution points. Buzz. When these divine beasts swallowed the divine energy, a burst of bright light suddenly erupted from their bodies, and their bloodline further returned to their ancestors, revealing a more powerful divinity. Is this a further return to the ancestors of the bloodline? Lu Shu was extremely surprised. At this moment, the body of the Golden Dragon Koi began to transform, evolving into a human form and turning into a handsome young man. He was the first to become a human being. Although he is still in the form of a young man, he is obviously with spirituality. Other mythical beasts have also been transformed. Chapter 809. The next second, a dreamlike aura appeared on all the divine beasts. After a while, Wu Tongfeng transformed into a little Lolita wearing a red robe. Although she is in the form of a Lolita, she exudes an aura that is inaccessible to living beings, as if she is a high-ranking god, exuding nobility. Those red phoenix eyes and a little flame mark between the eyebrows, seem to be the young form of the Empress. If an ordinary sacred tree master stood here, he could feel that the Wudong Phoenix could bring him a powerful sense of pressure. It was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. In addition, the Enlightenment Crane transformed into an old man, wearing a white robe and looking like an immortal. His right hand holds a whisk, as graceful as an immortal. There was a calm look in his eyes, as if he could break through the world of mortals. After swallowing the divine energy, other divine beasts also transformed into human forms. Yes, all of them have reached the 8th level. Logically speaking, when a divine beast reaches the 9th level, it should have reached the pinnacle of evolution. If you want to continue to transform, it will no longer be as simple as evolution, but no different from overcoming a tribulation and becoming an immortal. If I break through the 9th level, then all my divine beasts should have God-level abilities. Lu Shu glanced at his own divine beasts and sensed them with his mind perception. He found that the blood contained in these divine beasts seemed to be more powerful than those in the Luo Shui's secret realm. After thinking for a moment, in his mind, the reasons gradually emerged. Although the level of my mythical beast was indeed not that high at the beginning. But if we talk about the purity of bloodline, then my divine beast is definitely far higher than Luo Shui, the first-order true god. Oh no, to be precise, it is the second-order god who was forcibly promoted, much higher. If these mythical beasts were placed in the real divine domain, they should have a good status. They would never be treated as other people's pets like these subspecies of mythical beasts with incomplete bloodline. Just place it casually in the secret cave, just like raising fish. Now it seems that my divine beast still has high divine value. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Lu Shu thought for a moment. Anyway, he has unlimited deductions, and because his strength has improved, he has killed gods and his authority has also increased. He only needs to think a little, you can get the relevant answers. At this moment, the golden dragon Koi came to Lu Shu and said, I recently sensed that there is a divine power that is about to descend into the mortal world. My bloodline is being attracted by this power. Maybe, the world will soon undergo huge changes. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly, and he immediately guessed that this divine power should come from the Tiangong where Luo Shui is. His eyes moved slightly, and he said, if there really is a so-called chosen one, who can threaten security in God's domain, Wang Zhao Zhao, then, Luo Shui should come from this. But this is just the beginning. Now, I have killed Luo Shui, which is equivalent to opening up a new era. Those gods who are so high above find that there are invincible gods who fall to the mortal world, they will definitely cause a storm. At that time, the grey world may cause chaos again. I'm afraid, the era of gods is about to restart again. Chapter 810. Dharma God Relics. Xiao Chang'an and others finally came out of the copy. At this moment, they swept through this prosperous commercial district, almost without stopping for a moment. I feel that the strength of this ruins is extremely powerful, and it may have the inheritance of the Dharma God. So, the members of the Akatsuki organization didn't dare to rest for a moment and kept getting stronger. Clean up dungeons, acquire magic knowledge, further study, gain insights, and then break through to the current state. Now, the core members of the Akatsuki organization have reached a state of being infinitely close to the gods. To reach the true 123rd god, you still need to obtain the certification of godhead. This is not that easy. After finally defeating all the enemies, at this moment, everyone's strength has also reached a bottleneck period. Everyone left the commercial area and came to the outer area, where they set up a camp and planned to reward themselves. During the recent period, because Lu Shu was in a happy mood, he also received a lot of benefits from the guild. That's enough for a big meal. Just in time, a celebration banquet was prepared for the members of the Akatsuki organization who were fighting in the ruins of the God of Law. After everyone arrived at the peripheral, Phi, area, they gathered around the camp and celebrated together for successfully capturing part of the Dharma God's ruins. Everyone's strength was also able to reach a very strong level. At this moment, Anna opened the panel of the Divine Tree Master, and then noticed the information related to the goddess, and quickly greeted her friends. Come and see, the disciple recruitment meeting some time ago ended with the death of the goddess. So exciting. Xiao Chang'an, Lang Zijian and other members were stunned when they heard this shocking news. In fact, they had heard a little about this information. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. But with the other leisurely sacred tree masters are different. They are in such a dangerous dungeon and have no intention of paying attention to the information in the forum. All their attention is put on dealing with the dungeon monsters and getting stronger. So, come out of the dungeon, okay? It was easy to be able to draw attention, and after paying attention to this information, everyone in the Xiao organization got this relatively delayed information. Bai Yu's eyes moved slightly and said, I saw this memory video, and it turned out to be a mysterious tree master, fighting with the gods of the grey world. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was greatly surprised. Wait, shouldn't this be the goddess's disciple recruitment meeting? Why are their divine tree masters fighting with the goddess? Everyone was extremely curious about this and immediately opened the eye, visited the forum of Divine Tree Master and watched all the videos recorded by war reporters. Wow! This sacred tree master is so powerful, he can actually cause a bloody storm in the territory of the goddess. So strong. The world of the sacred tree is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. First there was your president, and then there was such a master who killed the gods. This sentence of killing gods in the sky with a mortal body is so cool. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the goddess was coveting the ability of this sacred tree master, so she started the battle. It seems that this apprenticeship conference was originally a scam. Think about it, how could the gods in the sky really care about the creatures on the earth? Everyone started discussing one after another. Xiao Chang'an's eyes were deep, and he seemed to notice something, and said, "Have you noticed that this person acts a bit like our president?" Chapter 811. Hearing Xiao Chang'an say this, everyone immediately reacted. Especially the members of the Akatsuki organization. They have all seen Lu Shu's shot. So, I can't say that I remember these moves 100, but I have a certain impression. Looking at it now, it seems that there are indeed some moves that give them a familiar feeling. Anna's eyes widened and she stammered, "That is, actually, is this God Slayer our president?" Xiao Chang'an nodded, with a serious expression. "I have a deep memory of the president's moves, and he has also used these chains. Moreover, these realms of time, space, and reincarnation seem to be owned by the president. Even if there are so many masters in the divine tree world, it is impossible to think that they have the same skills and have reached such a top level. Unless he's a member of the guild and has swallowed the fruit of the president, or the president himself. But if the other party is a member of the guild, it can only mean that he has also reached this level under the promotion of the president. This can only show that the strength of the president is even more terrifying. However, I haven't seen such a powerful person in the guild, except for the president. The other members have more or less information, and they can't match the number with the people in the video. So, if you guessed correctly, there is a high probability that this man in black will be our president." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Shao organization was shocked. Through the content of the video, they have a deeper understanding of the strength of the president. Not only did they sigh with emotion. Su Qing said in disbelief, "No wonder our president is not particularly interested in the things in the ruins of the law god. His strength can kill the second-order true gods, and the things left behind by this ruins are probably only first-order true gods at most." If you read the violent novel, go to the Falun Novel Network. The prodigal's son crossed his sword and said, "Ha ha ha, this is like our president. It is impossible to have people in this world who see the benefits but are indifferent, even if it is the divine tree master. If there is such a performance, it can only mean that these benefits are not touching people's hearts, or rather, our president already has these benefits, so naturally he will not be interested in this." Anna sighed, but because of this, the president is really strong. He is so open-minded with his own strength, not pretending, let alone having other plans, but because of his strength and level, he can truly transcend the world, which is the most admirable and unattainable place. The other members of the wizard gang also showed expressions of disbelief. In other words, the characters in this video are really your president. What kind of organization guild are you? All of them are big guys, and the president can even slaughter gods. It's too awesome, it's unbelievable. This praise made everyone who knew the organization a little embarrassed. Xiao Chang'an explained, "I'm just guessing, but I've watched the president's shots a few times, so I feel that the character in this video is very likely to be him." The wizard helped everyone laugh and said, "You big guys don't need to be modest, we all know your strength, there is no need to show off the pill specifically." Chapter 812. If it were someone else who advocated his president like this, most of the others would not believe it. But there is no way. The terrifying strength shown by the core members of the Shao organization during this period is seen by everyone present. For them, his strength is enough to hold up any signboard in the divine tree world. There is no need for 617 to advocate this god-slaughtering man in black. It is likely to be their president. Not to mention, the wizarding gang has also discovered a very critical problem. That is, even these guild members don't know a lot about their mysterious president, so there are so many speculations. The curiosity of the other divine tree masters present was also aroused. Does this president really have the strength to slaughter the gods? Is that the man in black who slaughtered the gods? Actually, I think this possibility is still there. After all, the strength shown by the president before makes me feel very hypocritical. Although I haven't been able to reach the god strength stage, in my opinion, I'm already very close to a god. At least, Now the divine tree master who dares to call himself a demigod, standing in front of our leader, is definitely not qualified to be his enemy. If he dares to make a move, every minute will kill him in seconds. This shows that the strength shown by our president before has reached the level of a pseudo-god. But what I didn't expect was that it turned out that our president didn't show complete strength, and he may have reached the realm of a pseudo-god in other aspects. However, when the strength fully bursts out, he can even kill the gods. Yes, the opponents we encountered before were not worthy of our president to show such cultivation and strength, but now that I think about it, it turned out that our president suppressed his own strength, and he would have the realm of a pseudo-god if he shot casually. If he really made a move, even if it was a second-order true god, he would only be killed. Xiao Chang'an looked excited. The more he analyzed, the brighter his eyes became, and he felt that the identity of this man in black was very likely to be their president. As soon as these words came out, the other members of the Xiao organization couldn't help but gasp. Anna was shocked. So my guild is so outrageous, but it seems normal to think about it. After all, it will grow in my mind, and it is no different from the gods. Read the violent novel, go to the Webnovel network. The prodigal son's sword looked at the sword in his hand, was silent for a moment, and muttered, "Oh, this is terrible. If I just rely on the kendo attainments in my hand, I don't know if the year of the monkey Ma you can catch up with the president. What a hair." Su Qin walked to the side of the prodigal son's sword, patted the other party's shoulder, and comforted, "Don't be so pessimistic. You behave well in the guild, be a few more characters, and sweeten your mouth. The president will give you a hair, and then you will be able to catch up with the president's hair." 5-3 You porridge open. The prodigal sword snorted, took a few steps back, and turned his head to ignore the man. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, everyone put away that pride and complacency. Although their current strength may be very strong in this grey realm, there is still a broader space waiting for them. Chapter 813. Xiao Chang'an looked at the grey sky, stared at this ruins of the Dharma god full of endless opportunities and dreams, and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. I originally thought that after this action, we would absorb a lot of Fazhen knowledge and get infinitely close to the realm of Fazhen, and maybe the distance between us and the president would be able to get close again. But I didn't expect that the realm of the original president was so unfathomable that he was already able to kill the second-order true god, and we didn't even have the realm strength of the pseudo-god. What's more, the second-order true god doesn't seem to be the apex of this world yet. Since there is a second-order true god, then of course there are third-order, fourth-order, fifth-order, and sixth-order. Even 100 steps are 18 possible. Even the president doesn't dare to say that he is completely invincible. Then we must be humble in our hearts. There is endless room for growth waiting for us to explore, and in the face of the grey world, we must have a cautious attitude, otherwise we may die if we are not careful, especially in the face of the inheritance of the gods. We must be very careful. Judging from the experience of the goddess this time, the president's attitude also directly shows that God is definitely not our friend, but our enemy. God will not treat the divine tree master as a partner. Even if there is really a meaning of closeness, it must have other plans. There is no point in pinning your hopes on others. Only when your own strength is really strong, can you take charge of the grey world. This may also be the fact that the president did not directly let us gain strong strength immediately, but gave the coordinates of these ruins, so that we can grow by exploring and farming dungeons. These enhancements in strength are the most real. Maybe. This is the good intentions of our president. Xiao Chang'an seemed to understand something very crucial. The other members of the Xiao organization, after hearing this, also expressed their approval. They all nodded. Su Qin said, "Well, the president is really a good person. It's better to teach people to fish than to teach people to fish." Anna smiled. "It seems that the president really wants us to become stronger, and we must work hard." The prodigal's sword suddenly had a dream in his heart, and roared. "Grow stronger for the rise of the Xiao organization." Everyone was speechless and couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy, suddenly, I came to such a secondary school, which made everyone a little uncomfortable. Read violent novels, just go to Webnovel network. Besides, can you see the occasion? Dark Knight and Yuxuanji glanced at each other, and they couldn't help but gasp. It turns out that the tree bearer has reached such a state. It's horrible. This is the gold content of the first place in the grey world. Hehe, now that I think about it, our other divine tree masters are still thinking of competing with the tree cultivators for the first place. Not even qualified. 600. There is only one tree man in the grey world, and the future is all twilight rain and wind, and the gap is not a little bit. The tree man is now in the realm of a god, and he can also mass-produce the ranking boss, but compared to the other guilds, it is really nothing. Dark Knight and Yuxuanji also put away the attitude of the guild leader. If you compare the guild leader to an emperor. So. The tree man is the god given by the king. Located above the sovereign. As the presidents of Dark Knight and Yuxuanji, as well as the bigwigs who used to be in charge of the divine tree world, they know how terrifying the tree people are. That's definitely not a realm that mortals can reach. Chapter 814. Alas, it turns out that the tree man is so powerful, it is beyond our expectations. Dark Knight recalled all the previous experiences, and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. When he was in charge of the Dark Knight Guild and ranked among the top 3 guilds in the Grey Realm, it seemed that the members of the guild had a conflict with the Tree Lifter. At that time, the Dark Knight Alliance was extremely domineering, and he felt that he was the first in the world. Even if he was a tree man who had won the first place, Dark Knight was confident to grab this place. But now, I didn't expect that my own people have become members of other people's guilds, and they don't have any power to resist. Thinking back to everything, the thoughts in the hearts of the Dark Knight and the Fish Mystery are actually similar. When the tree pullers obtained high resources in the early stage, they did not form a guild, but directly challenged the most difficult dungeon. I remember at that time, as long as there was a broadcast of the first kill, it was basically the tree man who didn't run. So, in fact, the progress of the tree man strategy is ahead of all of us. If we hadn't formed a guild at that time, but had used our own strength to challenge the most difficult dungeons as quickly as possible, and explored the Grey Realm and leveled up as quickly as possible, then maybe the current level might be higher. After all, higher-level dungeons often mean resources that lower-level dungeons can't match, and the progress of rolling snowballs is completely different. It can only be said that forming a guild is the right path, but it may not be without drawbacks. When you need to devote a lot of attention to developing the guild, it will slow down your own growth progress. And the choice of the tree bearer is completely different. He chose to invest all his resources in himself first, and then form a guild when he reached a certain bottleneck and had reached the realm above everyone, and he didn't have to worry about developing it himself, just screening out the best core members. The most powerful thing about this demon contract is that you first use your own strength to convince the other party, and then use the means of co-optation later to give benefits. It's the equivalent of a slap in the face to a piece of candy. It's completely different from the way traditional guilds recruit talents and then draw cakes to pay salaries. Therefore, the divine tree masters who joined the Tree People Guild thought that their future had bleaked and became slaves of others. But in fact, he has become a more advanced worker and has a brighter future. Read the violent novel, go to the Falun Novel Network. Under this psychological contrast, the divine tree master, who knows the benefits of the Shao organization, will be more dedicated to his life, and there will be less conflicts of interest and intrigue in the traditional guild. It is worthy of being a tree man. This kind of means simply admires us. Dark Knight and Yu Xuanji thought of everything about the Shao organization, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The way the Akatsuki organization develops is completely different from other guilds. The members of the King of the Lord are all defeated from the island war. I don't have the heart to resist the tree man. What's more, after the island war was directly fought, he knew more about these people, and there were less miscellaneous people, and it might be that people from other guilds joined here and became mixed. Moreover, if the island war is lost, the demon contract is signed directly, and the other party has no intention of betraying. That's why such a clean guild has been created. Chapter 815. To be honest, Dark Knight and Yu Xuanji never thought that the guild could still develop like this. Their traditional thinking is to pull people in the Divine Tree Master Forum, and then publicize and give benefits. But this way, completely beyond their comprehension, is simply incredible. However, the Shao organization, which has developed in this way, is much better than other guilds, and you can rest assured that you can develop the core members of the organization. However, the Dark Knight and the Fish Mystery think about it carefully. I also feel that this kind of guild's development model is not something that others can imitate casually. To achieve the strength of the tree man. No. To be precise, it must reach at least 1/3 of the strength of 273, which should be enough, right? Because you have to defeat all the opponents in the island war, the members who are forced to join this guild are convinced. Secondly, you must also have huge resources. After all, there is nothing to say about the guild benefits of the Shao organization. This kind of guild benefits are clearly placed here, and any divine tree master will call this kind of guild when they see it. It is simply heaven. Compared to other guilds, it's too good to draw a pie or something. However, could an ordinary divine tree master have such strength, and could he take out so many resources for welfare? Even if there is no such anti-heaven fruit as a reward, but just to co-opt people's hearts and convince people with welfare, it is not something that ordinary divine tree master dares to bear. Even if it is the current resources of Dark Knight, it is not possible to say that the guild that can support the Shao organization can develop like this. Even if he gave the best resources. Because, the Dark Knight weighed his own fruit, and it seemed that it was far from the fruit of the tree man. After swallowing the fruit, these subordinates will only think about how to use this power to develop themselves strong. But it is difficult to achieve the same shocking effect as the tree man, so that all the guild members feel that they can eat such a fruit. It is simply incredible, like a miracle, Bifk. So, Lu Shu's way of developing Xiao Zhao's organization, although his thinking is very special and the effect is very good, but ordinary divine tree masters really can't play it. After thinking about this, Dark Knight and Yu Xuanji's hearts were relieved, and they didn't regret that they didn't choose this way of development. Because they were not only fledgling at the beginning of the year, even with the current resources, they couldn't do what Lu Shu did. I can only sigh that the tree man is worthy of being the first person in the grey world, and in any aspect is not comparable to other divine tree masters. The bonfire banquet will soon be over. Read the violent novel, go to the Falun Novel Network. Everyone enjoyed the cooking skills of the leader of the Ikebanxio organization, had a hearty meal, and then looked at the back of the Dharma God ruins. Xiao Chang'an said in a deep voice, everyone should also know how big the gap between us and the president is. In order to keep up with the pace of the Xiao organization, you must become stronger, so there is not much time to rest. Anna, Baiyu, and the others all nodded in agreement. The prodigal son said with a smile, we have explored 4 libraries, and now only the center of the ruins remains. The library in the holy city has not yet been explored. Next. The eyes of Xiao organization and the others are that holy city. Chapter 816. Brothers, our next goal is the Sea of Stars ahead. As long as we attack the holy city ahead, our strength will be improved like never before. Well, along the way, you are all good at strength. As teammates, we are all in the eyes. This is enough to show that the city in front of the strategy is of extraordinary significance to us, and we can quickly improve our strength. Although we are still a long way from the president, this road has opened this magnificent door for us. We just need to continue to move forward towards this road, and after all, there will be something to gain. Xiao Chang'an looked at the holy city in front of him, and suddenly exerted the temperament of a leader, and shouted loudly. Captain, when did you become so sick? The prodigal's son blinked his eyes and looked at Xiao Chang'an, who was unusual, and felt a little surprised. Heh, didn't I learn from you? Xiao Chang'an sneered. Well, that's the right smell. Let's be honest. After learning that the big guy who slaughtered the gods might be the president of their Xiao organization, all of them were aroused by a sense of struggle. Struggle. Go for it. The presidents have reached such a high level, and they care for them very much. As members of the guild, what qualifications do they have? After this banquet, of course, it is time to go to the most difficult ruins of the Law God. Around the bonfire, everyone cleaned up the banquet and prepared to leave. Baiyu came to Dunbu's front and said politely. Senior, how is your research now? While everyone was having fun, only Dum didn't take part much. First, he is older, and playing with these young children seems a little disobedient. Second, on the way to explore the ruins of the Dharma God before, I passed by those libraries, and I got a lot of gains. Dum had a new understanding, of course, stepping up every minute and every second to study. Hee, of course there is nothing wrong with the old man's opinion, it's all up to you. If you read a violent novel, go to Falun Novel Network. Besides, magic is just something that can be realized by meditation, and it's the same everywhere you meditate. So, since you are ready to leave, the old man will go forward with you. Dunbu said with a smile, without the slightest scruple. Of course. Everyone discussed the leader of the Xiao organization, and with Dunbu's spiritual power, they naturally heard this conversation. To be honest, it wasn't surprising to him that the president of the Xiao organization had reached such a state. If you say, this president really has such a strong strength and can create so many strong people in batches, so it is not surprising that the strength realm has reached this level, but it is a reasonable thing. Among all the people present, Dum was the closest to the real Dharma God. So, he knew more about the power of God than anyone in the room, and he knew better how terrible this mysterious president was. And directly in front of that holy city, there seemed to be a good magical aura that attracted them. There is the supreme magic avenue there. Dum was also very interested in this. He doesn't have to get the power inside, but as a magician, he will be curious about everything. So, as for what kind of power is contained in that holy city, Dunbu will naturally be very curious. Chapter 817. That's when. All the members of the Grey Realm have received a message. Please pay attention to all the Divine Tree Masters. There are only 7 days left until the time of the Grey Realm invasion. The Divine Tree Master who is still staying in the Grey Realm, return to the Divine Tree Island as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Familiar hints reappeared. Xiao Chang'an and the others are preparing to send out the 790 hair towards the depths of the Dharma God ruins. As a result, I saw this prompt. The prodigal son sword said speechlessly, "Alas, I still want to go to the holy city and improve my strength, but now it seems that I can only rush to the rankings first." Of course, now that he said this, the members of the Shao organization would no longer refute it. Because last time, the members of the Shao organization were all on the list. Of course, I won't worry about any suspense on the list again. And when they go to the ruins of the God of Law this time, they will definitely attract very strong monsters to come, and they don't need to worry about whether the points will not be able to go up because of the lack of area to explore. I also have to worry about whether the strength of the monsters in their base will be too strong. But fortunately, Xiao Chang'an and the others have not encountered a god-level enemy in the real sense, so naturally there is no such thing as pulling a god-level monster. And after this period of training, the strength of all of them has reached the half-step Dharma God, and even infinitely close to the realm of the Dharma God, so naturally they will not be afraid to face monsters below the realm of the Dharma God. So, this time, the members of the Shao organization are aiming to be at the top of the rankings. Now, as a member of the Shao organization, it would be too embarrassing if you couldn't make the list. Xiao Chang'an stared at the holy city in the distance, his footsteps also stopped, turned his head to look at his teammates behind him, and said, "Now that the Grey Realm invasion is coming, let's end this exploration first. We'll wait until we're ready for this Grey Realm invasion before we can face the challenges ahead. At that time, I believe that I can see you who are more powerful. If you read a violent novel, you will go to Feilu Novel Network." Good. The other members nodded, and they all agreed. There was a sparkle in their eyes. During this period of time, through the experience of the Dharma God ruins, their strength has been greatly improved, and now they are preparing to find a platform to prove their strength. Therefore, seeing the invasion of the Grey Realm coming this time, the members of the Shao organization were actually quite excited. Finally, there's a whetstone to see what kind of realm they've reached. Naturally, there's nothing better than a whetstone for the Grey invasion. And there is also a leaderboard for the entire Divine Tree world. Take this opportunity to see how they are different from other Divine Tree masters. You can also see, what kind of terrifying realm has the legendary tree man reached. The prodigal son sword sighed with emotion. "Count the days, we have also been exercising around here for a long time. 5-9 didn't expect that the next Grey Realm invasion has already come." Su Qing smiled. "I don't know, this time, our president will bring in new members through island warfare." Xiao Chang'an said, "The current core members of the Shao organization have developed, and in the future, only the masters and the president will be interested, and the members below have not actually developed much." Chapter 818. I have to say that Xiao Chang'an's analysis is actually very reasonable. Because now the core members of the Shao organization have developed. And the other members have also improved their strength one after another, and they can have a place in the Divine Tree world. It is actually not very practical to spend more resources and promote new members from a very poor level to the same level as Bai Yu and the others. After all, Bai Yu, Xiao Chang'an and others did not simply rely on the fruits given by Lu Shu to reach this level. In the Dharma God ruins, with their own efforts, they have grown to a very high level of realm. It's all quite hard won. Therefore, even if Na 18 joins new members, it should be the same as the next few batches, most of them will become bastards in the guild. When the time comes, the benefits will not be enough. The members who will be recruited in the future should be top figures like Dark Knight and Yu Xuanji. After entering the Shao organization, he can quickly transform into a backbone and act with Xiao Chang'an and others. This group of people should be the new members that the president of the future Shao organization will focus on absorbing in the Divine Tree Island War. As for that part of the strength is more ordinary. At present, it will not be of much help to the organization. Actually, this idea is indeed true. Then, Lu Shu's idea was just to see if he could form a guild that didn't require him to worry too much about it. Now the results of the experiment have been successful. So, there is no need to absorb too many members, but to move towards the right path, step by step and steadily, and do things that are beneficial to the guild, which is the most correct. Anyway, the Grey Realm invasion is coming. At this stage, it seems that no one has been able to stay in the Grey Realm and come back alive when the Grey Realm invades. Speaking of which, this grey mist is really evil enough. I don't know what will happen here when the grey fog sweeps through the entire Grey Realm, and everyone will die. If you read a violent novel, go to Feilu Novel Network. Not even a single witness. I don't know if our president knows these things. The prodigal son sword sighed. When everyone was said this, they seemed to react. Yes, we don't know, but maybe it will be clear. Maybe with the level that the current president has reached, he may be able to know anything. If you have a chance in the future, you must ask the president to see what he thinks of this matter. The members of the Shao organization, after such a discussion, have also noticed this matter. I have to say that this is actually a big step forward for the members of the 197 Shao organization. Because they have begun to focus on some of the basic kernel problems of the Grey World. Being able to think about these things shows that their current experience has reached a certain level, and they have the awareness to explore the deeper reasons for things. Even if this consciousness has just been born. But for the Divine Tree Masters, this kind of consciousness is very important, because it is related to the origin doctrine after the Grey Realm. The ultimate path of all Divine Tree Masters must lead here. Alright. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get ready. Fight the Grey Realm Invasion. Shao Chang'an Road. Chapter 819. Subsequently, Shao Chang'an left a teleportation array in place. When the Grey Invasion is over, you can go back to where you are. Do it all. The members of the Shao organization left this place one after another with the light of teleportation. Start preparing for the next Grey World invasion. Meanwhile, Lu Shu actually returned to the island. To be precise, he stayed on the island all the time. After killing the goddess, he is now in the limelight, and I am afraid that there are people everywhere in the Grey World who are moving their intelligence news. Of course, Lu Shu is not afraid of leaking his personal information now, no one is his opponent anyway. The key is that after Luo Shui was killed by himself, he really had too many items on his body that were good for the Divine Tree Island. After tossing it like this, when everything is done again, isn't the hint of the Grey World invasion coming? I don't know what kind of cuties will be in the invasion of the Grey Realm this time, ready to attack my island. Lu Shu smiled in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid of the Grey Realm invasion now. Unless it is the entire divine domain, send the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to kill it, Lu Shu feels that he is not afraid. After all, with his current strength, it can only be said that he has reached a very high level, which is enough to laugh at the heroes. At this moment, Lu Qian suddenly popped up a prompt. Ding! Your divine tree's current evolution points are enough to upgrade to a primary divine tree. Do you want to upgrade? This hint, for the current Lu Shu, can be said to be like listening to Xianla's ears for the time being. His last growth point has reached 7 million. To grow into a primary god tree, you need 2 million growth points. After such a long time of hard work. Finally, Lu Shu's divine tree has crossed the stage of the sacred tree, and has truly reached the level of the divine tree. Although it is only a beginner divine tree, this progress is already very fast. Moreover, after reaching the level of the divine tree, it will inevitably bring about qualitative change. Lu Shu is looking forward to what kind of changes will be brought about after the upgrade of the divine tree next. His mind moved slightly, and he immediately chose yes. Next second, if you read a violent novel, go to Feilu Novel Network. The entire divine tree erupted in a burst of bright and dazzling light. At that moment, Lu Shu's divine tree immediately grew into a giant tree that directly crossed the heavens and the earth. It's like connecting the sky and the land. Became the pillar of heaven. All the plants around the sacred tree have been blessed and have begun to grow luxuriantly. Now, if it is a subspecies spirit tree, if it is planted directly, it will not need to wait at all, and the fruit will be condensed. With the current level of Lu Shu, the spiritual power perceives it, and finds that his divine tree personality is directly promoted to the level of a god, with a majestic divinity. It's really shocking. Other mythological relics, after the transformation of the divine tree, also bloomed with light and connected with the divine tree. This moment, the island of Lu Shu is shrouded in the brilliance of divinity, dazzling and dazzling. Finally, it's time to wait. At this moment, Zhao Nuo's, Lu Shu's mood is also excited. A panel popped up in front of him. Sacred Tree. Stage, Elementary Divine Tree. Sunlight, 10,010 day, 100, 1x100. Aura, 10,040 day, 100, 4x100. Products, Divine Power Fruit, Divine Domain Exercise Fruit Donkey Fruit. Growth Point, 2,201, 4x 120,140 day. Next stage, Intermediate Divine Tree, 10 million growth points. Chapter 820. Now, Lu Shu's divine tree has reached a very high level. It should be said that it is leading the entire divine tree world. I don't know what kind of accidents and surprises the god-level divine tree can bring to me. Lu Shu's heart was full of anticipation. Divine Power Fruit. This is definitely a god-level fruit. Swallow it, it must work very well. But how good it is, we have to see how effective it is when it is swallowed. There are still 7 days left until the end of the production cycle. 167 that is. Lu Shu only needs to wait for about 7 days before the next Grey Realm invasion arrives, and he can directly obtain this fruit. Strengthen yourself. Although the current Grey Realm invasion can no longer pose any huge threat to Lu Shu, after the ability is improved, he will have more confidence in himself. For the next 7 days. The strength of all kinds of pets has also been improved. Right now, most of the pets have reached the level of the sage, and can summon a realm, with a strong Biad effect. But to reach the stage of Lu Shu, these pets have not received good resources for the time being, so the speed is relatively slow. Open the guild panel. It's getting lively. Due to the imminent invasion of the Grey Realm, most of the members have already returned to their islands. The days suddenly became leisurely and boring. At this time, the group chat is very active: read the violent novel, go to the Webnovel network. Everyone ran to the public screen, discussing the recent situation. The recent invasion of the Grey World, I don't know which big guys can be on the list. Haha, of course there is a share of Uncle Ben. Wow. There are a lot of strong people in this guild, the Night Boss and the Fish Mystery Boss, they are all here. There are other bigwigs, the last list has reached a very high level, this time I don't know what level and stage I can reach. I feel like I've entered a very awesome guild, many people on the leaderboard are here, I never knew that there was such a powerful guild in the Divine Tree world before, but now it's really an eye-opener. That's right, I thought that the Divine Tree world, these so-called top guilds, already had a lot of big guys, but after coming to the Shao organization, I found that half of the rankings were actually this unknown guild, which really surprised me. The main reason is that our guild is relatively low-key, and our president is not the kind of person who likes to show off, so naturally he is not so famous in the Divine Tree world, and everyone doesn't know that so many big guys belong to our guild. The other grassroots members of the Shao organization couldn't help but feel very surprised when they saw that there were so many bigwigs in the guild. Meantime, the sense of belonging to the Shao organization is even stronger. Because, there are many familiar bigwigs in the organization, which will naturally make the members in it have more trust in this guild. This is the benefit of cultivating a big guy on the list. For newcomers, the best way to get to know the members of a guild is to see the members inside, which turn out to be the most famous tasks on the leaderboard. In addition, the most organizational benefits have also become more. Lu Shu's craftsmanship is speechless. Food is also one of the exclusive benefits of the Shao organization. Chapter 821. Speaking of which, the president has been giving out a lot of benefits recently, so it won't be a good thing. TSK, what a good thing, I understand everything, I won't say it. Prodigal Sword Boss, you seem to know something inside, is there really something? Ahem, we are not sure about this matter, but all in all, there must be something good about the president giving out benefits so often. Wow. I am getting more and more curious when you say that. If you don't want to say it, then don't arouse people's curiosity, now you don't continue halfway through the words, and you're angry. At this moment, the curiosity of everyone in the Shao organization was aroused, and they were curious about what was going on, what happened. As for this matter, of course, Shao Chang'an, Bai Yu and others all guessed it. Killing the gods, of course. But in fact, the guess is not right or wrong. Lu Shu was also fine at this time, looking at the screen in the guild. When he saw the message sent by Shao Chang'an and others, he couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that these guys are still sharp-hearted, and they have already guessed that I am the God Eater." Of course, as for whether this group of people guessed that they were tree people, then there is no way to know. But with Lu Shu's current realm, he can also feel that there should be some bigwigs in the Shao organization who can guess their identities. But they were sensible and did not choose to speak out. Lu Shu will not be afraid that his identity will really be exposed, anyway, they are all from the same guild and have a confidentiality contract. But he was not interested in revealing his identity directly. Let the members guess for themselves. The answers that you can find on your own are the most interesting. That's when 2 prompts suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. Ding! You have obtained the Divine Power Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the Divine Domain Exercise Fruit X1. The Divine Tree suddenly erupted with a burst of brilliant light. 2 golden fruits, growing. Divine Power Fruit, read violent novels, go to Webnovel network. Divine Domain Exercise Fruit. 2 different fruits, both growing. Lu Shu's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked these fruits. And then they planted it in the land. Don't forget. There is also the talent of spring revival that can be used. Although the fruit is indeed ripe, you should not rush to eat it immediately, but choose to maximize the benefits. After the Divine Tree has reached the level of the Junior Divine Tree, You only need to plant the fruit, and in less than a second, the subspecies spirit tree will rise from the ground. Meanwhile, the fruits above are all ripe. Ding! Your divine power fruit tree has reached its production cycle, divine power fruit 100. Ding! Your divine domain exercise fruit tree has reached its production cycle, divine power fruit 100. Looking at the top of the subspecies spirit tree, it is full of fruits. Lu Shu couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. The talent of spring recovery is really useful. If there is no such talent, then I'm afraid that the Shao organization will not be so easy to develop, and I will not be so easy to reach the point where I am today. Now, the divine power of the divine tree has reached a very majestic level, which is enough for the subspecies spirit tree to skip the production stage and directly produce these fruits. Tut tut, it's actually a divine power fruit. I feel that this fruit is very unusual. Chapter 822. Harness the power of incomparably powerful psychic perception. In less than a second, Lu Shu was already able to perceive that the divine power fruit was not an ordinary fruit. It's the same as the name of this fruit. The fruit of divine power is the fruit of divinity. But this kind of divinity is incomparably pure. Compared to the divinity on Luo Shui's body, it is not allowed at all. In the divine tree world, all the skills related to divinity are currently 100, whether it is ability, equipment, or any attribute related to divinity. Almost all of them are obtained within the Grey Realm. Never. I have never heard of any divine tree master who can rely on the divine tree he planted to directly obtain the ability of divinity. If there really is such a god-rebellious divine tree master, then the second place will not be the turn of the mysterious pavilion master of the Dusk Rain Pavilion. However, now, Lu Shu's divine tree has reached this level. It can produce fruits related to divinity. This, if it spreads, will definitely create another history of the divine tree world again. Hehe, this divine fruit is quite interesting. It actually contains such majestic divine power. I feel like if I swallow it, then I should be able to get a breakthrough, right? Lu Shu said secretly in his heart. That's when he swallowed the fruit of divine power. Soon, a majestic divinity suddenly penetrated the whole body, moisturizing the internal organs. Lu Shu felt as if some kind of wonderful change had taken place in his body. It's like a complete sublimation. The whole person, as if he had ascended to the immortal, fell into an ethereal state, which was extremely wonderful. It's so moisturizing. Lu Shu was bathed in the empowerment of divinity, and he couldn't help but feel extremely refreshed. If you read a violent novel, go to Falun Novel Network. It is as if the cells in the whole body have undergone a baptism and transformation, and have become completely different from mortals. This moment, Lu Shu's front kept popping up one prompt after another. You have swallowed the fruit of divinity. Divine power 9999. Divine power 10,086. Divine power 23,333. The terrifying divine power directly became part of Lu Shu's ability. Moreover, this divine power is still fused with different abilities such as Dao patterns and realms, and it has become more powerful. It's like trading stocks. Everyone puts all the stocks in one basket and makes a fortune and becomes stronger together. Lu Shu suddenly felt that his strength was growing rapidly, and his divine power made every ability sublimated and transformed, and he was able to burst out with abilities that were completely different from before. My current Dao pattern and realm, after fusing this divine power, have improved their attributes. Each realm, now when it is used alone, is completely capable of dealing with the strength of a first-order true god. It's equivalent to becoming a god by the word. Although I have entered the realm of the true god before, my material foundation has not kept up. Even if I have enough Dao perception, I must have enough energy to support 3-2 to use this power and completely transform into the person of a true god. But now, after swallowing the divine power fruit, each of these realms has a godhead. I have a total of 9 different godheads in my body now, and each godhead has the power of a first-order god. When the 9 godheads are fused together, the ability to burst out will be even more powerful. Chapter 823. Now, Lu Shu is full of strong self-confidence in himself. This is because of the improvement of strength, and the guarantee brought to yourself. It can be said that the current Lu Shu, even if he doesn't use any artifact, doesn't use the power of the world's origin. With these fields alone, it is enough to have the power to fight with Luo Shui. Not to mention, now with the blessing of various foreign objects such as artifacts, Lu Shu's strength will only become stronger. After all, the previous Lu Shu was not even as powerful as a god, and he was naturally tied up when he fought. If it weren't for the divine lock which limited Luo Shui's divinity, he wouldn't have been so easy. 18 He could defeat Luo Shui with divine power. But now, Lu Shu also has divine powers. After swallowing the divine fruit, although the divine essence in his body has not yet reached the terrifying level of Lu Shu. However, this divine power is like a pass, which can directly make Lu Shu's artifact further burst out with stronger strength. Don't say it's Lu Shu. Even if it is 10 Lu Shu combined, I am afraid that it is not enough for Lu Shu to fight now. This is the transformation of one's own life level after the improvement of divine power. It is no longer among ordinary beings. Reaching such a realm, he can already turn his hands and evolve supernatural powers, with terrifying lethality. By the way, these little guys seem to be able to swallow the divine fruit too. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Think about it. These little guys haven't had the ability to improve their bloodline for a long time. But this idea, Lu Shu still put it behind. After all, after the current divine power fruit was swallowed by himself, the number was completely insufficient to distribute to these little guys. And after Lu Shu swallowed a few divine fruits again, the divinity of this fruit had almost been absorbed. After reaching the same level, the power that the divine fruit can exert is not so powerful. The promotion of Lu Shu is not as obvious as the first one. The main thing is that these little guys on the Divine Tree Island, there are too many of them, and such a little divine fruit is not enough at all. If you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel Network. It seems like we'll have to wait until next time. When the fruit of divinity is produced again, it will be possible to see if it is enough. That's right. The fruit of divinity has been produced. Then, inside my system panel, there should be another production thing. Lu Shu patted his head, and then thought of a very critical question. His mind immediately moved slightly. Soon, an interface suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu, which was particularly dazzling. Sacred Tree. Stage, Elementary Divine Tree. Sunlight, 10,010 day, 100, 1x100. Aura, 10,040 day, 100, 4x100. Product, Shinli Fruit 800 Real x3, Wood Buddha Fruit. Growth Point, 202-0140-201, 4x120,140 day. Next stage, Intermediate Divine Tree, 10 million growth points. See this panel. Lu Shu also knew what the next product would be from the product column. By the time of the Divine Tree, the interval between each product had been shortened to a week. Other words, by next week, Lu Shu will be able to harvest 3 divine power fruits. Compared to the first production of 1 divine power fruit, 3 divine power fruits, that's a lot. And another fruit is also included. Chapter 824. That's right. This fruit is the fruit of the divine domain exercises. As the name suggests, if you swallow the fruit of the divine domain exercises, the effect should be that you can obtain a divine domain exercises. But what exactly is the exercise? That's a bit of a clue. Give it a try. Lu Shu's gaze moved slightly, and then he threw this divine domain exercise fruit to the innermost. Savor it. I have to say that the taste of the fruit of the divine domain exercises is like heaven and earth, which is difficult to describe. It's definitely not something that can be tasted in the world. The taste of the ingredients alone is enough to outstand. It seems that there is no need for any cooking, just to enjoy the most original fruit taste, which is enough to conquer the taste buds of most people. It tastes so good. Lu Shu closed his eyes, revealing a look of enjoyment and intoxication. Next second, in his mind, there was an extra exercise. Tai Ching Sword Technique. In Lu Shu's sea of knowledge, there were suddenly lines of golden words one after another. These fonts are like swimming dragons, as if they contain the meaning of a dragon's sword. The pen of this font alone contains a good meaning of kendo. It's like being connected to the ultimate avenue. It is enough to see. The power to be able to make this cheats is definitely not a simple character. The way of the sword, the way of the 10,000. This powerful calligraphy can be integrated with the way of the sword. If you look directly at the font, you will feel a tingling sensation in your eyes. It's as if a sword is coming towards his eyes. Of course, Lu Shu himself also has a good kendo attainment, so he can look directly at this cheat. Somewhat similar to a threshold. Only when you reach the threshold can you observe this cheat. If you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel Network. Otherwise, if the Tao is not enough, forcibly learning is just looking for death. In the kendo font, the sword intent contained in it is the threshold that forces those who can't learn to be high. It acts as a protective mechanism. Prevent people who are not qualified from forcibly learning the contents of the sword technique, which will lead to the occurrence of demons. But Lu Shu's own attainments in the way of the sword are already high enough. Flip through this sword trick. Except for the beginning, there will be a little uncomfortable feeling, but soon immerse yourself and comprehend the sword intent contained in the font. Just the first realization, there is a good harvest. Lu Shu suddenly felt as if he was conceived in a world composed of swordsmanship. The sword intent that filled the sky seemed to lead straight to the supreme avenue, to break through the sky. It's worthy of the exercises of the divine domain, it's really powerful. Lu Shu closed his eyes, recalled this insight, and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. This sword technique, even for the current self, can play a very good role in improving the Tao. Therefore, you only need to carefully comprehend, if you can follow the sword technique, you can cultivate to an extremely high level. What about Li Li's? Maybe his kendo attainments can also reach the realm of gods. Luo Shui's ruthless sword required a great price to launch an extreme attack. But if Lu Shu can cultivate the Taiching sword technique to an extremely high level, similar to Luo Shui's ruthless sword, for him, it is just something that Ping A can do. Yes, it seems that I have to take a closer look at this sword trick next. Lu Shu said secretly in his heart. Chapter 825. Next. There are still 99 divine domain exercise fruits, which I haven't swallowed yet. Is it possible that every time you swallow one, you can get the divine domain exercises? Will there be a different technique from the Taiching sword technique? Lu Shu couldn't help but have a guess in his heart. But as for whether this is the case or not, in fact, the verification method is also very simple. That is, after eating a divine domain exercise fruit again, you will know what is going on. As the saying goes, practice makes sense. Anyway, with so many divine domain exercise fruits in his hand, it doesn't seem to be a particularly unacceptable thing to consume such 240 to conduct experiments. Soon. Lu Shu put the next divine domain exercise fruit in his mouth. Chew again and swallow into your belly. However, there are no extra exercises. The exercises that come to mind are still Taiching sword technique. It turns out that the exercises and fruits cultivated by the subspecies spirit tree are all of the same origin. Only the fruit of the exercises produced by the divine tree is a blind box, but after planting, the exercises that can be opened are the same. This is also because the subspecies spirit tree is different from the extreme of the divine tree. The interior of the sacred tree contains the power of divinity, and the fruits produced have infinite possibilities. However, the subspecies spirit tree is a complete replica and does not have infinite possibilities. So, the fruits of the divine domain exercises that are produced are all the same, and there will be no changes. Lu Shu couldn't help but feel a little pity in his heart. So, the remaining divine domain exercise fruits didn't have much effect on themselves. In other words, after Lu Shu eats it, the cheats he gets are the same, and there is no need for this at all. I feel that this extra divine domain exercise fruit has not improved me much. Since there are more of these fruits, it is good to give them to the members of the guild as a resource. Read violent novels, go to Falun Novel Network. Now the core members of the organization are all very loyal. If their strength is improved, it is actually indirectly equivalent to their own strength being improved. The development of the Shao organization is also a sure profit for the current Lu Shu. Those guys, it seems like they've been doing a lot lately. I have gained a lot in the ruins of the law god, and I have become a quasi-god level. They only need to be pushed by something again, and then they can make their strength reach the true god level realm. Well, anyway, my current strength has long surpassed that of an ordinary god. In the current divine tree world, there should also be some god-level powerhouses in batches. Lu Shu said secretly in his heart. Subsequently, he opened the chat panel and called over the dozen or so core members. Then, as usual, he opened the trading panel and teleported more than a dozen divine power fruits and divine domain exercise fruits. Now, the members of the Akatsuki organization are eagerly discussing the invasion of the Grey Realm on their sacred tree island. That's when, in front of Xiao Chang'an and the others, a prompt popped up. Ding! Shao Organization President invites you to trade. When you see this line of subtitles, the core members were shocked and knew that there were benefits coming again. Chapter 826. Now, all the core members of the Shao Organization have received an invitation from a core group. This group. At present, only Xiao Chang'an, Baiyu, Prodigal Sword and other core members who have entered the ruins of the Law God. It also includes the Dark Knight and the Fish Mystery that went past together and fought side by side. Ding! The Divine Tree Master you invited, Baiyu, joined the chat group. Ding! The Divine Tree Master you invited, Xiao Chang'an, joined the chat group. Ding! The Divine Tree Master you invited, the Prodigal Sun Sword, has joined the chat group. Ding! The Divine Tree Master you invited, Dark Knight, joined the chat group. Ding! The Divine Tree Master you invited, Yuxuanji, joined the chat group. The core members of the Shao organization, the moment they joined this group, they all had wonderful expressions on their faces. None of them expected. I actually joined an exclusive group. It seems that this group is only exclusive to their core members, and the other members do not have this qualification. For Xiao Chang'an and others, it was naturally extremely honorable to be able to join the small group of the president of the Shao organization. Because this is a place where members with core qualifications can join. It also shows that they have been approved by the president. Hahaha, I didn't expect the president to create such a small group, so wouldn't we be able to communicate unhindered here? The prodigal son sword was excited, and he was the first to jump out and speak. Well, it's surprising that the president has set up a small group, and exclusive perks. Anna saw an invitation to a trading panel pop up in front of her, and her heart immediately moved. The president is so good to us that he even gave us benefits. Xiao Chang'an came out and said, if you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel network. That's when Lu Shu also came out to speak. Well, your strength has reached a relatively strong stage, and the Akaki organization is, due to its relatively loose and free mechanism. The other members who joined in just let them choose to complete some tasks. Although I screened them, the people were still quite messy, and some people didn't know what they thought specifically. Even if there is a restriction of the demon contract, but now that the Divine Tree Master has many means, no one knows if he can bypass the restrictions of the contract and leak the situation of the Shao organization. So, I created such a small group to make it easier for you to communicate. As for whether others can join in, I will continue to evaluate them. This approach has also been recognized by the core members present. Truly. They know a lot of things, and sometimes they want to discuss them together, but it's inconvenient to say these things on the public screen. In large groups, the members are more restrained, and they either turn a blind eye to some information they know, or they all mention a few words very vaguely, but they don't say much. Therefore, Lu Shu also knew that this group of core members needed a place. Otherwise, it is not conducive to the members of the guild to make do with the notifications all the time. Such a small group was specially built to facilitate direct communication with this group of core members. Now, the core members of the Shao organization have all received the transaction invitation sent by Lu Shu. Chapter 827. Wow, it looks like the president is going to give us benefits again. The president is so good to us. After eating the fruit of the president, then you must serve the organization wholeheartedly. The core members of this group suddenly felt like little tigers waiting to be fed, and they couldn't wait for the fruit. Okay, you guys have already eaten my 96-0 and less fruits, and you are still so outside. Lu Shu scolded with a smile, and then sent all the fruits over. Next second. Almost neatly in a second. All the core members of the Shao organization have accepted the trading interface. Now, everyone has already obtained the Divine Power Fruit and the Divine Domain Exercise Fruit. Through the information displayed above the interface, you can see the name of the fruit. But what exactly it will do, it is not known. Xiao Chang'an, President, have you reached the level of the Divine Tree, this Divine Power Fruit, could it be related to divinity? Prodigal son, my God, the President has already reached the realm of gods. By you, he is worthy of being the most powerful president in the world, and he has reached this level. Anna, wow, wow, wow. It turned out to be a fruit of divine power, can you really become a god if you eat it? President of the Shao organization, okay, I'm not as powerful as you blow, this divine power fruit can only make your divinity grow, but it can't become a god immediately. Whether or not you can become a god depends on your own creation. Xiao Chang'an, I see. Su Qin, this is just the president's humble statement. And lo, I've already eaten it, what is this godhead, I seem to have really become a god. The prodigal son. By you, is it really fake? Can you really become an immortal by eating the fruit of the president? And lo, it's true, I seem to have been certified by the Godhead, but what I have condensed is the Godhead of the Thunder system. And lo sent a memory video. Everyone was moved, and immediately opened the memory video. That's right. The content in the video is exactly what has happened to Enlo. In the midst of an island full of dreams, if you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel network. Enlo was bathed in extremely powerful thunder light. These thunder rays actually fused with the brilliance of divinity, bursting out with a light that no one here could imagine. At that moment, Enli's head had an extra mark like a thunder god, and it became majestic. Unimaginable. Such a powerful sense of coercion would be revealed from a girl's face. I see. After Lu Shu opened the memory video, he finished reading the content inside, revealing a look of sudden realization. Lu had previously received a legacy from a thunder god messenger from the divine domain. At that time, the lower limit of 3-7 was to be able to get the Thor realm. However, after merging with the divine power fruit, the potential of Thor's legacy has been completely unleashed. Now, Lu has been certified by the Godhead, and it is precisely because Lu Shu asked her to attack the Thor inheritance before, and everything she got was obtained. What everyone didn't expect was, Lu will actually become the second divine tree master to become a god in the Shao organization. Chapter 828. Wow, I didn't expect Lu to become a god. Congratulations to the second divine tree master who has become a god in our Shao organization. Miss Anil Immortal, let's con, what kind of ability have you awakened after you reached the realm of gods? Everyone in the Shao organization immediately became excited, and hurriedly greeted and said. Okay, don't be a fairy lady, I have goosebumps when I hear it. Lu scolded angrily. Subsequently, start experimenting with the effects of your skills. Thundered. 18 The thunder in the sky became a field, bombarding the opponent at will. After Lu found that every thunder light of his life contained the breath of divinity, it seemed to be as powerful as the thunder tribulation. Straight down the. This effect is almost like catastrophic damage. Ding. Lu uploaded a memory video. The members of the Shao organization immediately saw that Lu had uploaded a file of a memory video and posted it to the group. Hurriedly opened it and checked. The terrifying image of Lu releasing the thunder light appeared in front of the members of the Shao organization. Suddenly, all the members of the Shao organization couldn't help but feel touched by this terrifying thunder. Shao Chang'an was taken aback and said, My god, Turtle, is this the power of the gods? It is simply too powerful, and it is not comparable to normal damage at all. The prodigal son sword once again made an emotional voice, ah. Su Qing wore monocles and tried to analyze the information on it, but the final result couldn't help but make her sigh. Alas, the attack power of Miss Anil Immortal is really terrifying, my monocle can't analyze any effective information at all, this is beyond my detection range, I'm afraid that all the monsters known in the divine tree world can't block Li's full force now. Bai Yu also echoed, well, my white eyes can't see what kind of terrifying level this attack has reached, it seems that my bloodline talent needs to be further evolved to keep up with the level of the bigwigs in the group. Seeing that the members of the Shao organization had made such an analysis and evaluation, Lu felt a little embarrassed, and then said. Don't brag nonsense, isn't this just a little bigger, are you killing me, where is it so powerful? The prodigal son sword couldn't help but complain, do you call this a little bit bigger? Bai Yu said, I don't know what level Lu has reached now, is it a first-order true god? Lu pondered for a moment, and then said with a wry smile 600 I just sense that my current strength is stronger than before, but I don't know exactly what level I have reached. At this moment, the members of the Shao organization collectively looked at Lu Shu. That is, the president of the Shao organization. Among the people present, except for Lu Shu, only Lu had reached the level of a god. Therefore, it must be right to ask the president of the Shao organization. Lu Shu also saw that everyone was very interested in this matter. He smiled softly and said, unexpectedly, your progress has exceeded my expectations, and it's time for you to know some information. Chapter 829. When Lu Shu finished saying this, the members of the Shao organization suddenly felt shocked in their hearts, and they had a premonition that there was some amazing information, and it was about to be revealed from the mouth of this big guy again. I'm looking forward to it, I don't know what information the president is going to reveal. It should be a deeper message from the Grey Realm. Our level, now that the piece has reached the level of God, the information revealed by the president must have something to do with God, right? I'm looking forward to it, what kind of information will it be? At this moment, almost all the members of the Shao organization had the same thoughts in their hearts, all guessing what kind of information they would hear later. Lu Shu paused, and was not ambiguous, and directly told the information he knew. With Li's current strength, although he has reached the god-level strength of all the people in the divine tree world, the corresponding realm should be a pseudo-god. In this world, in addition to the Grey Realm, there is also the divine domain. But there is not only one place in the divine domain, it is divided into the kingdom of God and the heavenly palace. Based on the information I have so far, the kingdom of God and the heavenly palace don't seem to be very friendly, and the messenger of the divine domain who appeared in the video before is a god from the heavenly palace, who generally uses the great Tao inheritance to comprehend the supreme Tao in order to break through to the realm of the immortal God. At present, in order to become a true first-order true god, there are two different paths, one of which can be completed from the true god to the realm of false gods. The first method is to perceive the supreme Tao, as long as you reach the level of enlightenment, break through the limits of the exercises, and ascend to the immortal, you can become a first-order true god. The second method is the corresponding lineage, which has been certified by the Godhead. These inheritances can be the fruits of the divine tree master, or they can be the inheritance that you have found in the grey realm, left by the gods. But these ways do not make you a true god, and you are still one step away from the true god. To cross these two paths, it is not so simple, and it takes great chance and relying on one's own strength to obtain the certification of Godhead. When the members of the Shao organization heard the news, they couldn't help but be shocked. It turns out that outside the grey realm, there is such a thing as the divine domain. Of course. They also felt that there should be heaven and earth beyond the grey world, but it was the first time they heard such a specific statement, and they couldn't help but feel shocked. At the same time, the members of the Shao organization are becoming more and more in awe of this mysterious president. Because, if you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel Network. Not only did he know the origin of the divine domain, but he could even judge the identity of the previous Lu Shu. Dark Knight and Yu Xuanji glanced at each other, and became more and more affirmative of the point of view of the person who slaughtered the gods, that is, the tree man. That is, the mysterious president of the Shao organization. Perhaps, there is a third way. But this method has not been proven, so you can also listen to it. Lu Shu smiled mysteriously and said. At this time, the members of the Shao organization immediately cheered up. They wondered if the first two methods were so difficult, but was there a third way? Next, Lu Shu spoke. This method, that is, to find the way to the divine domain, and then attack the divine domain, there should be a high probability that you can get the way to become a god. Chapter 830. As soon as this statement came out, the members of the entire Shao organization all showed a look of sudden realization. That's the way it is. In fact, even if Lu Shu didn't say it, the members of the Shao organization could think of this way. The reason is simple. In the eyes of their divine tree master, everything in the grey realm can be attacked, whether it is the abyss, the ruins, the underworld, the special space, the peculiarity. Even if it's a god's domain, it's just another form of copy. Since there is a strategy, there are goals for the raiders. Then there will be something produced. The more advanced the dungeon, the stronger the items and treasures produced. Since you have come to this god-level copy of the divine domain, the props you get are naturally god-level pulls. Containing the method of becoming a god, it is not a strange thing in 037. But, although it is simple to say, everyone does not know how to lead to the divine domain. Moreover, being able to go to a place like the divine domain already means that they have reached the level of a god. This third path, while almost certainly a means of becoming a god, happens to be the most difficult. There is not even a way, let alone how to achieve it. However, at this moment, Lu Zai released an astonishing message. TSK, but I have a key to the divine domain. Bia. As soon as this statement came out, the members of the Shao organization were stunned. Xiao Chang'an, my god, has the president already obtained the key to the divine domain? Su Qing, in other words, has the president actually been to the divine domain? If you read a violent novel, you can go to Webnovel Network. Prodigal Sword, Mom, I'm afraid that the entire grey realm only has the key to the divine domain in the hands of the president, right? And look, it's worthy of being the president, it's really powerful. This news, like a thunderbolt, instantly slammed into the brains of the members of the Shao organization. They never expected it. The president of his own family has reached such a terrifying state that he even has the key to the divine domain. It's beyond everyone's comprehension. Dark Knight and Yu Xuanji glanced at each other, and they also saw an incredible color from each other's expressions. Of course, they didn't expect that the number one tree cultivator had already reached such a level. No wonder the tree man can be so powerful to such a terrifying realm. It turns out that he has even obtained the key to the god realm. That goddess descended to earth, shouldn't it be related to this guy? According to the information I received, when the goddess came down to earth, she said that she wanted to find a lost item in the nether. This is probably related to the key to the god's domain. Moreover, combined with what the goddess said, she said at the time that it was you, which means that the goddess and the tree man already knew each other, and it is likely that there was a dispute because of this key. At this moment, the brains of Dark Knight and Yu Xuanji were extremely meticulous, and through these fragmented information, they immediately judged that there was almost a 100 chance that the tree man was the god slayer. Dark Knight and Yu Xuanji couldn't help but gasp. They finally knew now why the tree man could kill the gods. He is already a god-level powerhouse. Have the key to the realm of the gods. Isn't this like having a plug-in? And at this moment, Dark Knight and Yu Xuanji also realized a very critical problem. The god-level reward of the number one list, is it? Chapter 831. Knight and Fish Mystery are not fools. They immediately associated with the reward of the number 1 list. God-level rewards. This is an exclusive reward for the number 1 list. As early as when the Divine Tree Master faced the first Grey Realm invasion, this kind of reward would only fall into the hands of the tree cultivator. Until now, the number 1 is still a tree man. Combined with the current situation, in Lu Shu's hand, there is even a key to the God domain. Could this also have something to do with the God-level award incentive? If that's the case, then the reward for the number 1 is also too strong. It's not at the same level as the rewards of other rankings. It can be said that as long as you have the number 1, you have almost everything. It's as if it was born to create a god that belongs to the world of the sacred tree. Is this the reason why the tree people continue to dominate the first place? President, have you been to the divine domain? At this moment, Anlu asked directly. This baby has always been relatively simple and has no scheming. So, when you encounter a curious question, it's just that stable. If it were someone else, I would consider whether it involved the secret of the president, so I wouldn't ask casually. But sometimes, simple people can be rewarded with sincerity. Nope. Although I have the key to the divine domain, with my strength, I can't completely open it. At the moment, I can only go to the spatial coordinates that are very close to the divine domain, which is called the subdivine domain. But the real realm of the gods is that I haven't been there. Lu Shu replied directly and simply. As soon as this statement came out, the members of the Shao organization also suddenly realized. It turns out that the president has never been to the divine domain, and it seems that it is not easy to reach this place. Well, that's the end of the chatter, and you should also see what this fruit can bring you. Lu Shu chuckled softly and interrupted the topic. At this time, the members of the Shao organization reacted. That's right, and Lu swallowed the fruit of divine power and immediately got the power of Thor. So, if you read a violent novel, go to Feilu Novel Network. What kind of creation can they obtain by swallowing the fruit of divinity? Now, the white moon sits on the top of the mountain of the sacred tree island. The dark clouds around him gradually became thicker. A bloody invasion of the grey world is about to be staged. Is this the fruit of the divine power that the president gave me? Bai Yu held a golden fruit in her hand and muttered to herself. What others don't know is, as long as it is located on the island, the white eyes of the white moon have evolved into the eyes of reincarnation. The ability to break everything has become even stronger. Almost in their own island, the essence of everything will be presented under these eyes. At this moment, Bai Yu's pupils were flooded with a trace of grey ripples. Next second, she began to parse the fruit in her hand. However, Bai Yu suddenly felt a tingling sensation in her gaze, and immediately closed her eyes. After a moment, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "Is this the level of reaching the god level? Sure enough, it's not something I can covet. The power contained in it is beyond my cognition. Even the power of the reincarnation I can't detect what kind of secret this fruit contains." Who? Bai Yu took a deep breath and didn't delve into it anymore. Then, she began to swallow the divine power fruit. Evening. Chapter 832. The moment when the fruit of divinity is swallowed. Bai Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she sensed that her entire blood seemed to have undergone a huge change. The whole body seems to erupt like a volcano, the cells begin to metamorphose wildly, and a mysterious and indescribable power continues to emerge, like a god, which can dominate everything. Is this the power of the gods? 400, Force Fruit, it really seems to have given me divine power, it is simply too powerful. Bai Yu felt the changes in herself, and she was now sure that her basic attributes had reached a point where they exploded. Even if you don't use any skill blessings, with Bai Yu's current tabula rasa just on the attributes, it is enough to rage most of the monsters in the Grey Realm. After all, judging from the data intelligence of the Grey Realm now, the most powerful abyss monster has an attribute of about 100,000 points. But Bai Yu can be sure that now his attributes can definitely kill 100,000 attribute monsters. Without relying on any skills, without relying on any prop blessings, it is not a problem for the current white moon to tear apart the abyss monster, not to mention how strong it is. What's more, she could clearly feel that the blessings that the divine power fruit brought to her were far more than that. All of his own abilities, with the blessing of the fruit of divine power, have been transformed. Wait, my eyes. Bai Yu seemed to feel something. Next second, the whites of her eyes suddenly changed, and she became the eye of reincarnation. In that pupil, it seems to contain the power of the gods, and one or two thunder lights are occasionally reflected, mysterious and unpredictable, as if it contains the power of the heavenly Tao. The unspeakable power of the law spread from Bai Yu's body. I seem to have reached god-level strength. Bai Yu took a deep breath in her heart. She knew that her eyes were actually very powerful. If you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel network. This kind of power was not so obvious in the Grey Realm, but as long as she was in the realm of her divine tree island, the power of her eyes was completely released, and the power of the bloodline surged wildly, and her eyes were almost like the vision of God, watching everything, dominating everything, and possessing terrifying power that was difficult to guess. However, the moment she swallowed the divine power fruit, Baiyu felt as if everything had become different from before. Her eyes are no longer limited by the extent of the island. Even if you leave the island and come to the outside of the Grey Realm, you can still release the eye of reincarnation, the eye that contains the power of the gods. Moreover, not only that, but the strength of the reincarnated eye has also become even stronger than before because of the devouring of the divine power fruit. Until this time. It's as if all the power of the eye of reincarnation has just been brought into play. Baiyu couldn't help but take a deep breath and said secretly in her heart. Is this the fruit that the president gave me? It is really too powerful, and it does not live up to the name of divine power at all. No wonder the president said that the effect of each of us eating two fruits is different, and it all depends on a chance. The fruit of divine power can stimulate the potential of divinity in our abilities, and we can be completely transformed. But it also requires that the ability itself has reached a certain level, and you can use this opportunity to directly achieve a breakthrough by leaps and bounds. It's not too cool. Chapter 833. At this moment, Baiyu's mood can be described as extremely excited. She has awakened the eye of reincarnation, and she can feel that she can now launch a god-level attack. Even in the face of the Lu Shu in the video, there are several skills that can have the power to fight. Although it has not yet reached the true god level, the huge increase brought by the eye of reincarnation has given Baiyu the foundation to fight against god-level powerhouses. But now Baiyu suddenly had an idea. Do you want to post your situation to the group? Baiyu has never been a person who likes to show off, but now that the atmosphere in the Shao organization is 18, there seems to be nothing special to hide, and everyone is already familiar with each other. Naturally, we have to analyze each other's situation. Anyway, they are all acquaintances, and it doesn't matter what information is exposed. Thinking of this, Baiyu's mind moved slightly, and then opened the chat group, and then sent out her current situation. At this moment, the members of the Shao Organization Guild were also eagerly discussing, and everyone else had also eaten the fruit of divine power. That's when everyone found out that Baiyu sent a message over. Baiyu, it is worthy of the fruit given by the president, and I have also unlocked the ability of the god level. As soon as these words came out, the members of the Shao Organization Guild were all surprised, and they all looked at what Baiyu said, and they all felt a burst of surprise. Lu, Sister Baiyu has also awakened her god level ability. Prodigal son, why did I swallow the fruit of divine power? It seems that I didn't get the ability of the sword god. Is it really not good to do kendo? Su Qing, Baiyu can awaken god level ability, that's a matter of course, after all, there is already a good child. Dark Knight, I really envy you, all of them are big guys. Yu Xuanji, this is really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger, and if you eat the fruit, you will become a god, which is too strong. Different people have different effects on swallowing the fruit of divine power. Although Xiao Chang'an, Prodigal Sword and others swallowed the same divine power fruit, they failed to get their wish and awaken their god-level abilities. This is also because god-level abilities also have types and priorities. If you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel network. If the ability is not quite the right match with the god level, then after eating the god power fruit, the increase obtained is not so high, at least it will not be said that the god level ability is so outrageous. But the bloodline pupil that Baiyu possesses looks like it has an extraordinary origin, and it is definitely a top-notch pupil technique. This kind of talent, when the training level has already reached a certain level, swallowing the divine power fruit given by Lu Shu again, it will naturally be transformed and take off directly. Subsequently, Baiyu released the video 887 and activated the ability of the reincarnation eye. Suddenly, this side of the world was completely dominated by the white moon, and the life and death of others were manipulated at will. This is even more of a godlike ability, placed in the entire Grey Realm. It is difficult to find a few opponents. When you've watched the video, the members of the Shao Organization Guild were shocked. Oh my god, is this the power of god-level abilities? It's terrifying, it's too strong. I'm so envious, I also want to unlock such an awesome ability. When will I be able to get my wish? We know that the organization is really getting stronger and stronger, and all of them are immortal. Chapter 834. All the members of the Shao Organization Guild were extremely proud of this, because there were more and more immortals in their own guild. All of them are god-level powerhouses. And as a member of the Shao Organization Guild, of course, they also have the same sense of group honor. Of course, I'm very proud of that. However, while there is a sense of honor, there will also be pressure. In such a powerful guild, he naturally can't drop the chain, and his strength must keep up with the pace of a big army. So, in addition to the sense of honor, the members of the Shao Organization Guild also have a strong sense of responsibility, the responsibility to become stronger. You can't live up to the guild's expectations. Every one of the people here is so strong, if you get to the back, you will be embarrassed. Therefore, the members of the Shao Organization Guild were all motivated, and they were completely motivated by Lu and Baiyu, who had already stepped into the god level. However, meanwhile, after Baiyu's ability was improved, not only the Shao Organization, but also a guild also fell into a burst of ecstasy. At this time, the Fengyun Guild. I'm really not long out Yin suddenly found that among the shared abilities in the guild, there was an extra ability of reincarnation eyes, and he was shocked for a moment, and then his heart moved slightly, planning to try what kind of skill this is. At present, this dragon brother is very idle, so he began to try various panel skills in the guild. Although the Fengyun Guild has been very low-key recently, because their guilds can share the abilities of each other's members, even if they are no longer publicized, the Divine Tree Master who wants to join the Fengyun Guild is still one after another, and the queue has to be queued for a long time, and if the qualifications are not enough, the guild does not have to do it. Almost every day, new members join the guild. The core members of the Fengyun Guild are all busy people, busy raiding various Abyss Relic dungeons. I finally waited for the invasion of the Grey World, and finally had the mind to relax, which was of course to see what new abilities appeared in the panel. Are all members of a guild. Everyone's ability is shared, and yours is mine, so familiarizing yourself with your ability will of course help improve your ability to fight. This is a very obvious truth, and it should be easy to understand. Brother Long was on his island at this time, and began to frantically try out the updated abilities in the panel. Reincarnated Eye, this ability has never appeared in the panel, which immediately aroused Brother Long's curiosity and attention. His mind moved slightly, and he released his spiritual power, intending to open the Reincarnation Eye. If you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel Network. However, the next second, Brother Long felt that his spiritual power was rapidly depleting. What's going on? Brother Long couldn't help but be shocked, but at this moment, his vision changed dramatically. The ability to control a god suddenly appeared in him. He was completely shocked by this feeling, Li knows. It's as if he's an omnipotent god. With just one thought, you can change the landscape of mountains and rivers, and control the life and death of wind, rain, thunder and lightning and mortals. Who? In less than a second, Brother Long already felt that his spiritual power had been completely depleted, lying on the ground, like a hungry, dehydrated wild dog, directly unable to move. After a while, Brother Long finally recovered, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. Chapter 835. Oh my god, what kind of ability is this? It's so terrifying, it's too awesome. When did our guild come to such a fierce general with such ability? Could it be that there is a god and Buddha sneaking in the guild? Brother Long was about to be stupid by this ability, he was frantically recalling in his brain, but he couldn't remember which immortal in the guild could use such a terrifying ability, it was beyond his own cognition, terrifying. After a while, he seemed to realize something very important, and hurriedly opened the chat interface. Chose the 497 avatar of Fengyun. This matter, you must notify the president as quickly as possible, otherwise this kind of ability, ordinary Divine Tree Master must not try rashly. If the level is not enough, then this terrifying consumption alone will make ordinary Divine Tree Master die directly due to mental exhaustion. Brother Long took a deep breath, this matter is very crucial, it is a matter of human life. Because this skill is so powerful, even if it is yourself, you can't hold on for a second. This skill is not available to everyone in the guild. Therefore, the situation must be told immediately, and then let him make some decisions. The chat interface is opened. I'm really not long out Yin, President, are you there, President, something is wrong. Fengyun, when are you not a big deal? I'm really not long out Yin, that's the case, when I was checking the new skill just now, I found that there is an incomparably ungodly skill in our panel, called the Reincarnation Eye, you go and try it. Fengyun, okay, wait a minute. About 10 minutes passed. Fengyun, I'll let you have a leg, what the hell is this skill, it's too perverted, isn't it, why didn't you let me know sooner, I'm done with this skill, and I'm running out of people. I'm really not long out Yin, President, this is what you told me to fart quickly, and get straight to the point, so in order to be more direct, I'll let you try it yourself, so that it is more intuitive, is there any problem? Fengyun, what you said is really reasonable, I have never seen you so reasonable, why don't you die? Read the violent novel, go to Webnovel Network. I'm really not long out Yin, okay, President, what do you think of this ability, isn't it extremely cool? Fengyun, cool guy, when did our guild come in with such an immortal, this is too terrifying. This skill must not be used casually, it is too dangerous. If someone can master this skill, maybe they can kill me. Must be blocked. In this guild, skills have the right to release. It can be divided into level 1, level 2, and level 3 skills. Only after the members of the guild have passed the assessment and the level is sufficient, can they open the authority of the next skill level. It is also to prevent some divine tree masters who are not of sufficient level from releasing skills that exceed their own abilities, and they will die violently every minute. This mechanism can also enable the Fengyun Guild to screen out core members. It is conducive to encouraging reasonable competition within the country. Lest the people who join here become salted fish one by one, and they only know the ability to release their accomplices, but they don't know how to be motivated. Chapter 836. The skills in the Fengyun Guild can be set with the highest permission. In that case, except for the chairman himself, no one can release this skill ability. Soon, Fengyun immediately set the permission of this skill to the most advanced. Taboo skill permissions. At this point, it can be considered safer. But here comes the doubts. Who brought such powerful skills? You say, who the hell has entered our guild and has such terrifying skills? Fengyun asked Brother Long in the chat group. I seem to already know the answer. Brother Long paused, and then said in a deep voice. Damn, you didn't say it earlier. Fengyun was shocked. I just looked through the list of skills to guess the answer. Brother Long took a deep breath and replied. Don't sell it, let's talk about it. Fengyun looked expectant. He was already very curious about who had brought such fierce skills to the guild. Moments later. In Brother Long's chat box, a message came back. President, can you look at the skill list, who has fewer skills? Fengyun frowned and said, our guild also has people in and out of the guild for a while, if you lack skills, it's very common, does this mean anything? Brother Long explained, it's not the skills of ordinary guild members, you look at the skills panel of core guild members. Being reminded like this, Fengyun seemed to realize something, and hurriedly opened the guild panel to check. Sure enough, it seems that there really is someone whose skill panel is missing. Take a closer look. What about the white eyes of the white moon? Fengyun asked with a puzzled face. Why is this girl's white eyes gone? Read the violent novel, go to the Falun Novel Network. Wait a minute. The Eye of Reincarnation? Could it be? Brother Long took a deep breath. Now, you should have guessed what's going on, right? Damn. Fengyun couldn't help but burst into a foul mouth. What has Sister Baiyu been doing lately? Why has she awakened such a powerful skill? This is too fierce. He never expected that this skill was not given by someone else. It's a super evolution of the core members. Awaken a powerful skill. Brother Long smiled bitterly. We don't know what Sister Baiyu went to do after she started working alone. Didn't she have some very powerful skills some time ago and joined our guild? Now that you think about it, will it have something to do with Sister Baiyu? Fengyun fell into a brief silence. That's right. Some time ago, there were constantly powerful skills that entered the list of guilds. But I don't know whose these skills are, and I thought that the guild had sneaked in some bigwigs who were hiding their strength. However, now it seems that 9 times out of 10, these skills were brought by Baiyu. The list of White Eye's skills is gone. In its place, there is the Eye of Rebirth. This suggests that it is very likely that the White Eye has evolved into the Eye of Reincarnation. When a divine tree master reaches a higher level, it becomes much easier to acquire other types of powerful skills. Therefore, since Baiyu can have such a terrifying skill, it is likely that other skills are also brought by her. Alas, I really don't know what Sister Baiyu has been doing recently. I didn't expect her to reach such a terrifying level. Brother Long sighed in his heart. Chapter 837. At this moment, Fengyun's heart was also shocked. He never thought that this person would be Baiyu. Brother Long asked, President, do you think we should ask Sister Baiyu, why did she become so fierce all of a sudden? I feel that you can't beat her, President. The corners of Fengyun's mouth twitched slightly, although this sentence sounded a little embarrassing, but it seemed to be really like this. I wanted to refute it, but I couldn't find any suitable reason. I can't beat Sister Baiyu, isn't that a normal thing? Fengyun was silent for a moment, and suddenly replied with a curse. But then I thought about it. Ask Baiyu, this kind of thing involving people's privacy is a little bit bad, right? Fengyun said, Sister Baiyu is also fighting for her career at present, and the abilities she has gained can benefit our guild, and she has not quit our guild, which is already a very good thing. So, yes, let's leave it alone. Phew, okay. Brother Long nodded, feeling that it was okay to do this. For the important people around you, isn't support the end? Why do you do so much other things? Okay, the Grey Realm invasion is almost starting, hurry up and prepare and kill. Fengyun Road. At this time, Brother Long saw that the dark clouds in the sky were getting denser and denser, and the thunder in the sky was getting bigger and bigger, so he realized that the invasion of the Grey Realm was indeed coming, and he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart and hurriedly made preparations. At this moment, Lu Shu was sitting on the Divine Tree Island, looking at the dark clouds in the sky, which were getting denser and denser. If other people's sky is dark and depressing, then the sky of Lu Shu Island seems to be about to change. That's when a wind of death suddenly enveloped him. Monsters of the underworld. Lu Shu smiled slightly. He didn't expect that the breath of the underworld would find him first. Since reaching the god level, Lu Shu has sensed these ugly creatures in the underworld, and has been looking for his own breath, but he is limited by the limitations of the interface, and he can't make a move on himself. But by the time the Grey Realm invaded, it seemed that the monsters had found their way to this place and began to hold a large-scale invasion. One by one, the soldiers of the underworld exuding the aura of death, holding spears in their hands, turned into a Yin wind and attacked. Their attributes, all of which are above 30,000 points, are monsters that should not be underestimated even if they are placed in the Grey Realm. At least, many nightmare-level abyssal bosses are not as strong as their attributes, and the underworld is immune to all attacks. In other words, only the means of divine attack can restrain these underworld creatures. I didn't expect that the enemies I faced had already evolved to this level. Lu Shu sighed from the bottom of his heart. He really didn't expect that the enemy he was facing, from which ugly 5-8 abyss monsters, had now become the existence of the underworld. And the underworld, in Lu Shu's heart, is completely no less than the existence of the divine domain, and every monster in it can only be defeated by divine attacks. However, the attack of divinity happens to have a very strong restraint effect on the creatures of the underworld. If you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel Network. For ordinary divine tree masters, the threat of the creatures of the underworld is the same as that of the divine domain, but for Lu Shu, it is different. Chapter 838. This Grey invasion is about to begin. Please divine tree master, protect your island and don't be attacked by the creatures of the Grey Realm. I wish you all good luck. With the sound of the radio echoing throughout the divine tree world, all the divine tree masters had heard this news that was so familiar that they couldn't be more familiar. Everyone was in high spirits and ready to face this extraordinary test. Now, the barrage in the world public screen is even more crazy to brush up 18. The invasion of the Grey World is about to begin. It's the most exciting drama of the year again. Oops, it's been such a long time. I don't know how many times the Grey Realm invasion has happened. Why are you still so excited? Shouldn't everyone be calm? For the bigwigs, the invasion of the Grey World is a toy that brushes points and tests their position in the leaderboard. But for rookies like us, it's good to be able to survive. I remember the last time I saw a lot of powerful newcomers, such as Prodigal Sword and Xiao Chang'an. Their sprint scores were very high. I don't know what level they will reach this time. It is estimated that the last time it was just good luck. The competition in the ranking is so fierce, and only the legendary tree man can always be at the top of the list. As for the news of this list, I really don't know it. Moreover, except for the tree man, the positions of the other divine tree masters are not all changing every day, and none of them are stable. That's not necessarily Xiao Chang'an and Prodigal Sun Sword, these dark horse newcomers. The sprint quota is getting higher and higher. But it's strange to say, they have all reached such a high position on the list. Why is there still no intelligence about them in our well-informed Grey World? War correspondents, horseboys, gossip forum community, what about your people? Come and find other people's information. Ha ha ha, forget it, these goods will only find some gimmicks to promote a wave. If you really want to talk about hard power, there is no one, and you still expect them to bring some genuine information. Even if you go to the Night Alliance, you have a much greater chance than this. If you read a violent novel, you can go to Webnovel Network. At this moment, all the people on the public screen of the Divine Tree world began to talk about it. About this list battle. There is no doubt that the Tree Man can occupy the first position on the list again. However, regarding the ranking of Xiao Chang'an, Prodigal Sword and others, it is true that controversy has begun. There are 840 people who think that they are the dark horses of the last year, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger than before, so they have a great chance to sprint to the list again. But there are also some people who think that this group of people may just be lucky, so they are lucky enough to sprint to such a high position on the list. You must know that the top 10 on the list have changed except for those few nail households, and even the Twilight Reign has lost the position of the second oldest in 10,000 years, and only the legendary undefeated Tree Man can always occupy the top spot. As for the others, you can burn high incense if you can go up, and you have to maintain the top 10 position. It's too difficult, too Raleigh. Chapter 839. The countless histories of the Grey World have proved that the competition for the list is extremely fierce, and you may go up today, and you will be replaced immediately tomorrow. It looks like there's a chance for everyone. But everyone who can be killed is a master among masters, a top powerhouse among the top powerhouses. The competition is cruel and fierce. Unimaginable. Is it finally starting? Lu Shu stared at the sky in the distance. He already felt a bloody breath that was about to permeate this place. This breath of the underworld, Lu Shu is really too familiar. He still remembered that the general guarding the gate of the underworld was the enemy he could not defeat for the first time. If the breath of the underworld tracks down to your island. So. It's a real battle. In the next second, the inky river began to envelop the entire island, and gusts of wind swept from all sides of the island, as if it was about to be submerged in an instant. But most of the breath, just when it reached the edge of the island, was instantly blocked. Before that, Lu Shu had already built the most magnificent city wall with god-level ore, which was enough to resist thousands of troops. It's a wall of divine power. Even if it is an enemy of the underworld, it can be successfully blocked. It's worthy of a god-level city wall. Even the monsters in the underworld with more than 50,000 attributes can successfully resist it. Next, directly use the divine power cannon, and you can kill all these monsters. Lu Shu smiled in his heart, and was extremely satisfied with the city defense capability of his island. Even the enemies of the underworld can be successfully blocked. That's it. The defense power of the island is completely different from before. Read the Violent novel, go to the Falun novel network. Divine cannon, ready to fire. As soon as Lu Shu's mind moved, the huge divine power cannon suddenly fired a dazzling laser and bombarded it into the distance. The divine power cannon contains the power of divinity, which is directly upgraded by Lu Shu with the extra divine ore. As the level of his exploration resources increases, the island's city defenses continue to grow. Rumble. Thundered. The light of the fire directly illuminated the night sky of the entire island of the sacred tree. All the monsters who rushed to the island one after another, like hungry wolves, wanted to eat the island, and died directly into a large area. Those creatures of the underworld have almost immortality and immunity to everything, but in the face of divine attacks, it seems that the vulnerable primary monsters are all killed by mowing the grass in pieces. Lu Shu smiled in his heart, feeling happy about this. If it was an ordinary Grey Realm monster, he would not be able to get great satisfaction from it. But if these monsters are from the underworld that has not yet been completely conquered by itself. This sense of accomplishment is almost completely different in comparison. It means that Lu Shu already has a relatively strong ability, enough to face the enemy from the underworld, Wang Li Hao, which is naturally a good thing. But then, there was a sudden loud bang in the sky, and a huge figure descended directly to the center of the island like a killing god. This monster has a form similar to the void, and it actually directly crosses the void and enters the inner privacy of the island. A demigod-level monster. Lu Shu's gaze moved slightly. This is only the first day of the Grey Realm invasion. A demigod-level monster has appeared. Chapter 840. Generally speaking, the Grey Realm invasion will not come until the last day, when the real big head comes. But on the first day, it was just the level of brushing monsters, and there were such high-level monsters coming. It seems that this invasion of the Grey World is not good, and the difficulty is not as simple as imagined. In that case, let's fight. Lu Shu laughed. Next second. Countless monsters from the underworld have descended on the center of the island. At the same time, the heavenly locks turned into silver filaments flying in the sky, entwining all the monsters in this large area. Thundered. Boom 390 rumble. Accompanied by the bombardment of the divine cannon. These underworld void monsters have directly suffered a tragic death. Although they were demigod-level monsters, Lu Shu's strength was too strong now, so strong that even a second-order true god like Luo Shui could be dealt with at will. In his strength realm, the demigod-level monster is like a monster that can mow the grass without a peerless in his eyes. Highlight a random killing. Meanwhile, the value of the panel in front of Lu Shu is also constantly popping up the value of kills. You killed the Void Ghost, and the points will increase by 10 million. You killed Bayab, the Void Ghost, and the points are increased by 10 million. When Lu Shu saw the big number popping up in front of him, he felt a burst of joy in his heart, as if he had drunk a bowl of ergotu after a meal, and his whole body began to burn. Just killing a void ghost can increase your points by 10 million. Every minute is hundreds of millions of rhythms. It seems that this time my points in the Grey Realm invasion ranking can be improved. Lu Shu took a deep breath. Before. His points are locked in around 1 billion. This is placed in the Grey Realm, and it is already a number that other Divine Tree Masters may not be able to reach in their lifetime. Extremely exaggerated. And Lu Shu is also known as the little fairy of the Grey World. I don't know how he got to this realm, it's terrifying. However, now Lu Shu only needs to kill a void ghost to get 10 million points. That's already a tenth of 10 goal. It can be said that. It's hard to believe that there are so many void ghosts nearby, just kill them, and the points have already exceeded 1 billion. This is only the first day of the Grey Realm invasion. Subsequent. If you can continue to kill, it is unimaginable that Lu Shu's points will reach such a terrifying realm. I'm afraid that if the scores pop up at that time, they will be the kind that this group of people in the Grey World can't imagine. You can't see the end of this string of numbers at a glance. Not to mention how scary it is. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Shu's heart was full of joy, and he directly started the mode of indiscriminate killing. Although he knows that the first place this time is his own, as a peak powerhouse, surpassing himself is the greatest sense of achievement. Since it is a record created by one's own hands, it should be broken by oneself from beginning to end. Not to mention, Lu Shu actually knows very well in his heart that he has to keep getting stronger and stronger, and now he can keep the first place. Because, the Akatsuki organization guild he created already has the ability to go on an expedition in the Grey Realm to a certain extent. And you can take down copies that no other Divine Tree Master can take. So, if you don't work hard, you may be surpassed by the members of the guild. Lu Shu knew the gold content of the first god-level reward, of course he had to fight for it. Chapter 841. After a day of fighting. The entire island of the sacred tree was almost killed, and the corpses of the wreckage of various monsters were everywhere. Light is the void spirit. Lu Shu has already killed no less than 100. That's already 1 billion points. In addition, all kinds of monsters from the underworld have been killed here, but the strength of these monsters themselves is relatively weak, and they cannot break through the outermost god-level barrier defense line. It can only be bombarded indiscriminately by the divine power cannon. Until now, the points have been as much as 5 billion. Lu Shu looked at this long series of numbers, and they had already reached the record of his last 3-day record. And it's just the first day. Unimaginable. There are only a few more monsters coming here in the next 2 days. At that time, what kind of terrifying big number will your points come to? Pick up. Woohoo. After the first day of the Grey Realm invasion, the group of little guys hiding behind the sacred tree began to scream excitedly again. After so many battles. The little ones such as Pikachu and Reincarnation Fox also know when to fight, when to win, and when to rest. The first day of the Grey invasion ends. As is customary, it's a great meal. Today the battle ended early. I'll get you some fairy dew jelly jujube chicken. With fish oil, it should work very well. Lu Shu said with a smile, if you read a violent novel, go to Feilu Novel Network. The little guys such as Reincarnation Fox and Pikachu were immediately excited when they heard that there was such a good thing. They know there's something good to eat next. Every time after the Grey Realm invasion is over, you can eat such a delicious human delicacy, which can only be said to be a must. There's nothing more delicious than enjoying it after defeating an enemy. If there is, it's 2 delicious servings. Wait until you're done eating. It was still early, and this time Lu Shu had too much time to end the battle. After all, he only needed to kill the void ghost that had teleported to the island. As for the monsters outside, after all of them come out, just put a skill at random, and all of them are dead. Monsters below the demigod level, for the current Lu Shu, are not his opponents at all, and they can be destroyed at will. While there's nothing going on right now, Lu Shu actually has the habit of visiting forums. After all, he originally had a clone, staying on the island, neither cultivating nor having anything else to do, just staring at the forum of the Divine Tree World all day long, watching news, reading gossip, and inquiring about all kinds of gossip. So, don't look at Lu Shu all the time brushing copies, but he actually knows a lot about all kinds of intelligence news in the Grey World. Most of the loot that he got from the Grey Realm before was of little value to the current Lu Shu, and was basically used in exchange for intelligence. Therefore, Lu Shu actually has the habit of peeping and probing for intelligence, but it's not very obvious, and no one knows about it. At this moment, he opened the chat panel of his guild, and immediately saw Xiao Chang'an and several other core members, all of whom sighed that after eating the fruit of divine power, the ability was simply too easy to use. Especially Anil and Hakagetsu. They are one of the few girls in the Xiao organization, but their strength has reached the god level. I've uploaded the video of the battle to the small group. Chapter 842. I saw the video in the middle of the. With the eye of reincarnation, Baiyu swept over directly with a glance. All the creatures in the vicinity died at once. These monsters, originally in the ruins of the Law God, posed a great threat to Xiao Chang'an and the others. However, after arriving at the island of Baiyue, he turned out to be like an ant, and a glance at 737 can determine life and death. Immediately, the entire guild members were shocked by this. Xiao Chang'an, has our Baiyu grown to this stage? That is a magic god sacrifice that even Dengbu's predecessors have to feel extremely tricky. This level of monsters, when they were in the ruins of the Law God, chased and killed the entire library. Fortunately, we ran relatively fast and came out of it, otherwise an enemy of this level, at least, would have to waste a big move that we all gathered to defeat it. Prodigal Sun's sword, Sister Baiyue is really strong. Is this the power of god-level skills, that unbeatable sacrifice? Just like that, I was killed. I love it. Baiyu, okay, you all of you, don't always praise me like this. I don't know if I'm really floating. An enemy of this level is able to be dealt with so easily because it is suppressed by the power of various laws in my Divine Tree Island. But if you get to the Grey Realm, it's not that simple. Su Qin, Sister Baiyue is still too modest. Unlike that prodigal sword, she is so vegetable, and she is so crazy all day long. The prodigal son. Prodigal son, get rid of this ant. Where did I provoke you? Do you think I am a dish? I still think you are a dumpling skin. Su Qin, ah. You dare to call me ant. I'm not done with you. Ignore the above two people swiping and pinching each other. Anyway, in the guild of the Shao organization, this is already a cliché. The others naturally followed the conversation along with the previous topic. And lo, it's worthy of Sister Baiyue, the ability of this eye seems to be much stronger than my thunder and lightning. Ding! Unlo uploaded a memory video. When I opened it, I saw that the thunder in the sky instantly killed all the monsters on the island, and the terrifying power was like a catastrophe. All the monsters in front of this thunder light, they don't even have the ability to resist, and they are all killed in seconds. Read the violent novel, go to the Webnovel network. This shocking range-type skill fell in the eyes of everyone in the Shao organization. Even if they were so well informed, they were already accustomed to all kinds of powerful and strange skills in the Grey Realm. In the Divine Tree world, I saw such a powerful existence as Lu Shu, and I saw the deeper part of the Grey Realm, the vast and boundless space, and the divine domain that may still be being taught. Rao was like this. Seeing the skills released by Enlu and Baiyu, any member of the audience felt that this attack was extremely powerful. Even if 1/6 is related to the original domination of the entire forum, the messenger from the divine domain, Luo Shui. The attack created is 1/2 pound and 2 with this. This means that as long as the members of the Akatsuki organization stay on their Divine Tree Island, they will almost have the ability to fight the gods. In the Grey Realm, it is definitely a top-level combat power. And there will be more and more such characters in the future. Chapter 843. It's okay. It seems that Enlu and Baiyu's abilities, if they are on their own island, even if they face an opponent of Luo Shui's level, they will not fall into disadvantage. In any island raid battle, in fact, it is not the key to whether you can defeat the opponent. As long as you wait until 3 days have passed, all the monsters that are still in the island will die. Even if it's a god, it should be the same. Speaking of which, the Divine Tree world is really an incredible existence. When the Grey Realm catastrophe descended and began to invade, all the living beings wanted to capture the island of the Divine Tree Master. Why the hell is that? Lu Shu's eyes sank for 18 and said secretly in his heart. First of all, it is naturally very good that the Shao organization can appear god-level powerhouses like Enlu and Baiyu. It means that the guild is now in the strength stage of development, and it does not need to help itself, and it has the ability to fight against the top combat units in the Grey World. In the future, the exploration can be a little bolder and open up more in-depth information, so that the guild members of the Shao organization can explore the distant future. Of course, Lu Shu had reached heights that no other Divine Tree Master had reached, and he began to frequently think about the more profound and unfathomable issues of the Grey Realm. For example, the Grey Origin Theory and the like. I usually visit these forums and express my opinions anonymously. Of course, the vast majority of the Divine Tree Masters expressed disdain for these speculations, believing that this should be the shrunken turtle party staying in the Divine Tree Island, so boring to explore these meaningless questions. What are serious people doing? They are all trying to become stronger, to make a career, to make money, to plant trees. Who's going to do all this fake and empty stuff? There is little information, but in general, it is relatively good to be able to absorb everyone's opinions. It helps Lu Shu to think more about this aspect. Of course. There will be no results in the short term. If you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel network. After all, even the Grey Realm Lu Shu had not been thoroughly explored, and the Divine Kingdom and Heavenly Palace in the Divine Domain were completely like a blank sheet of paper, without a specific concept. Just kill the Luo Shui, and it should be the next step to form a bond with the powerhouses of the Nine Heavens sect. But Lu Shu didn't think it was a bad thing, but felt that it was a good thing. He is an enemy of the Nine Heavens faction of the Divine Domain, and it seems that he has a very powerful opponent, but this just shows that his strength has become even stronger than before. Only the strong who continue to grow stronger will continue to face greater difficulties in the future, constantly break through themselves, and complete the sublimation and purification of the body, mind and soul, so that they can finally stand at the peak of this world. The 080 people who are unwilling to take risks and accept the test are only weak after all, and can only stay where they are. Now that my guild has developed, let's wait for the invasion of the Grey Realm the next day. Lu Shu took a deep breath and said in his heart. The long night passed. But the clouds did not completely dissipate. The real storm has just begun. As the second day of the Grey Realm invasion struck, the grey fog on the sea around the island became even thicker than before. The dead aura shrouded all directions, as if the real powerhouse had just arrived here. That's when. At the end of the grey mist, black shadows holding death scythes appeared directly on the island. Chapter 844. These figures all exude an incomparably powerful aura. Straddling from the end of the island's grey world. The upper limit of the whole body is full of a chilling aura. That's a monster from the lower realms. Although the strength is also demigod level, there is already a gap between the monsters at the demigod level. This kind of monster is infinitely close to the realm that can threaten the pseudo-god, and the dead chi wrapped around their bodies is close to the realm of the realm. Any attack that falls on this dead body will completely erode all the energy. It's like a very powerful barrier that can evade everything. Even when the divine power cannon bombarded this group of monsters, the effect was relatively limited. So, this monster is very tricky. At the same time, a monster panel also popped up in front of Lu Shu. Gatekeeper of the Netherworld. Species, Underworld monsters. Danger factor, pseudo-god level. Force, 107,300. Speed, 105,250. Defense, 104,420. Skills, Dark Engulf, Law of Death, Death Scythe, Death Judgment, Darkness Descends, Never Daylight. Description, they are the men who guard the gates of the Netherworld, and have the laws that govern life and death. Beware of their scythes, which are untouchable, but those who touch them are reduced to dry bones. Listening to this description, it seems to be very powerful. Lu Shu smiled, but he didn't care about it. Truly. This kind of monster has reached a very high level, and even the attack of the divine power cannon will be diluted by this law. But now Lu Shu is completely different from the past, and has become extremely powerful. Ever since he cultivated the Tai Ching exercises, and then fused them with the exercises of the Nine Heavens goddess. His Tao deeds alone are not something that ordinary first-order true gods can resist. Just ask, a strong person of this level can still crush a few pseudo-god level monsters. It's nothing more than killing, and it takes a little effort. If you read a violent novel, go to Falun Novel Network. A mysterious law emerged around Lu Shu's body, a crystal sapling, appearing in the void, as if containing endless vitality. But this vitality seemed to be the deadliest thing to the gatekeeper of the Netherworld. All the monsters affected by this branch fell into a tragic death without exception. Directly turn into a burst of grey fog and dissipate away. You killed the Nether Gatekeeper, and the points will increase by 50 million. You killed the Nether Gatekeeper, and the points will be increased by 50 million. Very good, it seems that my understanding of the meaning of the law has deepened again. Lu Shu noticed that his attack methods were more clever than before, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The true avenue, that is above the divinity. After all, divinity is just the beginning, and it is still a very vague concept, but only when you truly reach the ultimate path can you cultivate to the realm above God. And after King Qian's, Lu Shu fused the Tai Ching exercises and the Nine Heavens exercises, the perception of that Tao Xing directly surpassed that of ordinary gods, and it was naturally as easy as it was to kill such monsters. Dozens of Netherworld gatekeepers who came to Lu Shu Island were killed in seconds. Meanwhile, Lu Shu's points have also come to as much as 5 billion. TSK, my current score should be enough to win the first place. Lu Shu said secretly in his heart. Chapter 845. The next day's battle was over. Lu Shu followed the previous practice and directly gave the little ones on the Divine Tree Island a delicious meal. Of course, he now has so many ingredients, and the top food is already made casually. The little ones on the island eat with their stomachs bulging, but there is still a lot of food that they can't eat. As for these delicacies, Lu Shu naturally packed them all and put them directly in the Guild of the Shao organization. So that everyone can enjoy the blessing 627 benefits that only the Shao organization guild can enjoy. Suddenly, this group of people jumped out in an instant and praised Lu Shu's food. The president's craftsmanship is also too top-notch, no one can imagine how to make so many delicacies, and each method is different, and the ingredients used are even more diverse. I feel that the president is really a god, and only the legendary god can enjoy such food, right? Not to mention the divine domain, even if it is the Jade Emperor, then we must not respect our president, specially appointed as an exclusive chef, and give a god position or something to play. Moreover, after eating the food of the president, I feel that my strength has improved a lot. To be honest, if it weren't for the food of the president to help me quickly improve a wave of strength, I might not have been able to win this grey world invasion. Thank you, President. At this moment, the members of the guild began to thank one after another. Dark Knight and Fish Mystery have also joined the army to snatch welfare. Since enjoying the food cooked by Lu Shu himself, they all felt that the rest of the food in this world had become tasteless. Only Lu Shu's food is the best round. People often go from thrift to luxury, and from luxury to thrift. Since I tasted such delicious food, the rest of the food was like chaff in the mouth, and it was hard to eat. Originally, Dark Knight and Yuxuanji, Bibj, will also be afraid of their face as the leader of other guilds, and they can't pull their faces to compete with others for benefits. But now, if they can't eat the food made by Lu Shu again, then they will all die. No, you can't do without the food made by Lu Shu. Read the violent novel, just go to the Webnovel network. Losing Lu Shu's food, it's like the sky losing its color, what's the point of living? After some delicious food, everyone felt extremely satisfied, as if they had traveled to heaven and earth, and there was a feeling of fluttering like a fairy. That's when the small group was also active. Xiao Chang'an, it is worthy of the delicious food made by the president, and the whole person is comfortable to eat. Su Qin, write more about the president's hospitality. And lo, the food made by the president is really not tired of eating it no matter how many times you eat it. By you, it's really an honor in my life to join the Xiao organization. Prodigal son, isn't the White Moon girl still quitting the Fengyun Guild, and now you think that our Xiao organization is our home? By you, ahem, I am more inclined to communicate with gentlemen as light as water, but I am not as familiar with you as you are. And lo, hey, it's still a good atmosphere in our guild, not only have friends, but also a lot of delicious food, it feels like a big home. Lu Shu saw the chat of these people, and the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked. This is also the scene he wanted to see when he founded the Xiao organization. Chapter 846. There's nothing more worry-free than a good guild atmosphere. And the members of the guild can get along with each other like friends, which is naturally what Lu Shu likes to see. That's when the prodigal son sword said with a sad face, alas, these guys in the ruins are really getting more and more difficult to kill, and most of the monsters pulled by the Grey Realm this time are those hateful guys. Su Qin, yes, although I swallowed the divine power fruit of the president, I feel that it is still a little difficult to defend. Dark Knight, after all, the scope of our exploration of the Dharma God ruins has reached about 60%, and we have encountered some difficult monsters along the way, and we may be pulled into this Grey Realm invasion. Xiao Chang'an, fortunately, we swallowed the president's divine power fruit, although we didn't awaken the god-level skills like the Baiyue girl and Enlu girl, but after the attributes of the divine power were greatly improved, it was a little easier to deal with this group of monsters. Su Qin, tomorrow is the last day of this Grey Realm invasion, and it always feels like there will be a storm waiting for us. Lu Shu looked at the chat of the members of the Xiao organization, but showed a thoughtful expression. Truly, judging from the progress of the Xiao organization's current exploration of the ruins of the Law God, if it is an invasion of the Grey Realm, it should pull out a very outrageous monster. Of course, most of the monsters in the ruins of the god are still at the level of demigods. There are only a very few mechanics that pose a threat to god-level powerhouses. But these remnants are generally civilizations with the ruins of the Law Gods, and they rarely say that they involve monsters or the like. And the mechanic doesn't follow into the island. So, for the time being, you can rest assured. But Lu Shu felt that the overall strength of the Xiao organization must also be improved. Especially for this group of core members, we still need to give enough resources. Although, these exercises may be a little too advanced for them. But at their level, exposure to such things is not necessarily completely unfavorable to them. The divine domain exercises that I have fused may be able to be passed on to this group of core members, and they must possess the most standard god-level strength as soon as possible in order to keep up with my progress and explore the deeper things of these ruins more riskily. Lu Shu said secretly in his heart. In fact, he originally set up this task, and he didn't expect Xiao Chang'an and others to complete it so quickly. When necessary, contact yourself and just quit. If you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel network. The main reason is to let this group of core members first familiarize themselves with the more difficult tasks of the Grey Realm and observe their reactions. But to Lu Shu's surprise, the members of the Akatsuki organization are making rapid progress. None of them will stay back from their feet. This really exceeded Lu Shu's expectations. In this case, it should be reasonable to give more rewards appropriately, as the president of the Shao organization. Guys, open the trading panel, and I'll give you something. Lu Shu sent words on the chat panel in the small group. As soon as this statement came out, the hearts of the other members were shocked. As long as Lu Shu said this, they already knew what was going on next. The things that are given away will not be ordinary knives. Chapter 847. Hahaha, sure enough, he is worthy of our president. It seems that there are good things in his hands again. I don't know what kind of good things the president will give us this time. I'm looking forward to it. It seems that our overall strength is going to become stronger again this time, which is of course a happy thing. Yay! The members of the Shao organization were all as excited as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. 267. Like a chicken pecking rice, he opened the trading panel. I can't wait for the reward from the president. At first, everyone was a little embarrassed, but now the goal of all the members is to fight for the organization. People have come to think of this as a big family. Naturally, it is not so obvious. And being able to receive a reward from the president means that they have been recognized by the other party. This is of course a matter of pride for the members of the Shao organization. Even Dark Knight and Fish Mystery opened the trading panel as quickly as possible. Well, let's be honest, these two guys are getting less and less of a chairperson and see themselves as members of the Akatsuki organization. I have to say, the cohesion of this guild is so strong. As long as everyone has carried out tasks together, it is a good companion in life and death. That's when, on the opposite side of the trading panel, there is a book. Something like a cheats for exercises. The members of the Shao organization immediately clicked on it and took a look. I found that there were no notes in it. There aren't any information panels either. It shows that this item should be created by the chairman of the Shao organization himself. The type is exercise. Everyone's hearts moved slightly. It turns out that the president gave us a secret book like the Law of Cultivation. It's the same as a magic book or something. However, what is the origin of this exercise? Could it be the practice that the president is practicing now? Read the violent novel, go to the Falun Novel Network. I feel like I've touched the core secret of the guild. The members of the Shao organization were all in a daze, and they realized that although this exercise was self-made, there was no remark. But it is probably the most important ability of the president. Get this exercise. It symbolizes that they have all become the core members of the Akatsuki organization. Because this exercise, unlike any fruit, is likely to contain the abilities and passwords of the leader of the Shao organization. This shocked and surprised the members of the Shao organization. They never expected that they would get such a reward. Hey, it's actually a secret book of exercises, then I must practice hard. Is it a magic book? It doesn't look like it. Magic books generally have magical powers, but this book gives me the feeling that it is very much like going back to basics. It seems to be full of awkward Chinese, and it's a little hard to understand. The members of the Shao organization hurriedly opened the book, but it was all 2-3 paragraphs of ancient texts, and when they read it, it made people feel obscure. Scumbags like Enlu and prodigal son Jian, when they saw the content of the exercises, they were all blinded and stared dryly. I don't know what I should do next. Lu Shu opened his mouth and said, if you have any doubts, you can directly read the words above. Chapter 848. The members of the Shao organization couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It's too simple, isn't it? Just read it over and over again. All of you here have graduated from 9 years of compulsory education, and there is no problem in reading and writing. Since it was the president's words, there was naturally a deep meaning in them. At that moment, he sat down on his god's domain island and began to read the scriptures on it. That's when they all felt their spiritual power, as if they were completely connected with the scriptures in this exercise. At that moment, a supreme avenue of meaning suddenly flowed in my heart, like an initiation. All the members of the organization were amazed. 180,000 points. They all sighed. Wow! This feeling is so refreshing, it feels like my soul has undergone a magnificent baptism. That's right, this is what it feels like to read. No wonder everyone says that there is a golden house in the book, and sure enough, reading can make me strong. You're stupid, it's because our president has injected great power into the exercises, and it's our president who is awesome. This feels like you're absorbing god-level ores. Well, I haven't absorbed it, but that's how it feels. At this moment, the members of the Shao organization all felt a terrifying change in their strength. All the Dao rhymes are starting to grow like crazy. At this stage, all of you here have your own domains and laws. In fact, every field and law corresponds to the rhyme. But other professions do not have such a clear perception as Lu Shu. Because most of their abilities actually come from directly swallowing the fruits produced by the divine tree, they have obtained relevant skill information. But what sets Lu Shu apart from others is he has a lot of Tao perceptions in him, and he doesn't rely entirely on the fruit. If you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel network. It's that you have a real way to cultivate, to perceive, and to kill more powerful monsters. In this way, Lu Shu has a very high level of understanding at the level of perception. Almost standing at the top of this world. So, the exercises created by Lu Shu, after fusing his own perceptions, almost had the effect of reducing the dimension of other divine tree masters. Even being able to understand such a little bit of skin is of great help to them. The members of the Akatsuki organization read it for a while. Everyone found that they had a huge harvest. Hahaha, I actually found that my strength has improved a lot. Thank you for this exercise given to me by the president. My current strength is very close to the level of a pseudo-god. The 707 exercises that the president gave me have actually made the Thunder realm evolve, and now the Thunder Tribulation is afraid that even that goddess can be hacked to death. What the hell is going on? I feel that my reincarnation I has become a lot stronger than before, which is not to say that I can have a higher multiplier when I release skills, but simply because I understand the release of skills, I have risen more than one level, so it has also brought significant changes to actual combat. A faint voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone, I'm sorry. I've become a sword god in the next. Ding. Prodigal Sword uploaded a video. Chapter 849. I saw, in the video screen. Above the head of the prodigal son, a huge sword is suspended. At the same time, the aura on his body also became stronger. It was as if he could split the sky with a sword. Followed by. The prodigal son in the video laughed loudly. Hahaha, thank you for the exercises that the president taught me, and I finally comprehended the realm of the sword god. It turns out that there are so many incredible ways in this world, waiting for me to comprehend. It seems that the world I was exposed to before was still very small. Start, today. The sword god prodigal son's sword is online. The next second. Countless torrents of sword shadows surged around them. The prodigal son's sword was bathed in boundless and endless sword aura, and the vast thousands of miles of green clouds were scattered for it. This scene. The members of the Shao organization who watched the audience couldn't help but feel admiration. The prodigal sword has actually comprehended the realm of this layer of sword chi. Isn't this directly taking off? It's worthy of Brother Lang. I was still lamenting that I couldn't send it, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I would become the third big guy in our guild to become a god. Why are we all reading the president's book, but there is such a big gap between people? The members of the Shao organization couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course. They also know why. The prodigal sword was originally a complete kendo madman. As long as he understands the way of the sword, he can achieve a very outrageous realm. However, due to the ruins of the gods explored before, they are all related to magic. The relationship with kendo is not very large. Naturally, the prodigal sword was not very fast in terms of progress. But in fact, among all of them, the prodigal sword seems to be tiger-headed, but his understanding is the best in the audience. Don't forget. When Lu Shu first presented the sword god template fruit to the members of the Shao organization, the progress of the prodigal son's sword at that time was ahead of everyone. The strength of the understanding can be seen in general. The prodigal son's sword is also a very typical partial student. Except for the field of kendo, everything else is almost a mess. But this exercise book given by Lu Shu contains endless knowledge of the great Tao. If you read a violent novel, go to Webnovel network. All avenues are basically connected in the end. Lu Shu can perfectly integrate the exercises of the Taichin sect and the Nine Heavens sect, and he is very inclusive. The exercises created are naturally all-encompassing and can carry all the ways. As such a basic avenue, it is not uncommon for kendo to be included. So, the reason why the prodigal son's sword was able to break through his realm to the level of the sword god by consulting Lu Shu's exercises was precisely because of this. Directly from these complex and all-encompassing Tao mantras, I realized my own sword path. He even achieved the personality of the sword god. This surprise exceeded Lu Mo Zhao's tree's expectations. The prodigal sword is worthy of being a madman in the way of the sword, and it seems that they have enough ability to break through the ruins of the law god. Lu Shu glanced at the core lineup of the members of the Shao organization. With the overall strength of the members of the Dawn organization, they can completely attack the core of the Law God ruins. You don't need your own help to complete the task perfectly. This is certainly a good thing. Chapter 850. But, in addition to the prodigal son's sword, the other members of the Shao organization were, after reading the exercises that Lu Shu had given them, have also used good insights. I feel that my strength in all aspects of the field has increased. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Ah. Yes, I really didn't expect the president to be able to help us so much. My current Dark Knight realm has become even more powerful than before, as if it can be done when night falls. The stars I smashed down are 127 stronger than before, and they can definitely kill the monsters on the island in an instant. The members of the Shao organization felt their strength and thanked them in the chat group. Lu Shu, of course, smiled and didn't bother to tell everyone too much. It's not that it's pretending to be cold, but in this case, there is not much point in talking more. Don't say too much when giving, this is the most in line with the image. Because what others know about you will continue to deepen from what you do. At this time, keeping silent is more able to maintain the image in the hearts of others than to explain and show off, bigf. That's when it happened. The third day of the Grey Invasion has finally arrived. At this moment, a storm struck every beloved island of the Divine Tree Master. Countless people have once again fallen into the challenge. That's when Lu Shu suddenly felt an incomparably powerful aura descending. Unlike the previous 2 days. It was an endless aura of the underworld, and it pounced directly. But now, it's just a breath of a knife. The only breath. Arrived here. It didn't take a few seconds. A black shadow appeared directly above the island of the sacred tree. It was as if he had ignored any barriers and restrictions of formations. If you read a violent novel, go to Falun Novel Network. Straight into the air. Lu Shu's face also showed a solemn expression, because he knew that the person who came was not good. To be able to directly cross so many mechanics and descend to the core of the island, the enemy is at least a god-level character. This is the first time that Lu Shu has faced a god-level enemy and come to his own island. Although I had the experience of facing Luo Shui last time, it was outside after all, so I wasn't so nervous. Deal. If you can't beat it, you can teleport back to your own island without any problems. But now, he is facing a god-level enemy who has begun to invade the Grey Realm. There is no way back. Such an enemy must be faced. But fortunately, the current Lu Shu is much stronger than at the beginning, and even Luo Shui can easily solve it. For Lu Shu, a god-level enemy is already in existence of the same level. Lu Shu's pupils contracted slightly, and he felt extremely surprised. He couldn't be more familiar with the figure of the Comer. Guan Yu. The general who once fought to a draw with Lu Shu in the underworld. At this time, he was holding the Qinglong glaive knife and standing here. He has a long Guangong beard. In his eyes, there was a hint of clarity. After a while, Guan Yu stared at the entire island and muttered to himself. There is still such a place. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him, Lu Shu. But the moment Guan Yu saw Lu Shu, he also showed a solemn look. Chapter 851. If you say, is there any monster in the Grey Realm who is most familiar with Lu Shu? That must be Guan Yu standing in front and holding the Qinglong Yenyue knife. After all, the monster who has never seen Lu Shu naturally does not need to say much. Of course he doesn't know Lu Shu, and he hasn't even seen his skills, so where does familiarity start? But the monsters who have seen Lu Shu are basically dead. So, Guan Yu is naturally the monster of the entire Grey World, who knows Lu Shu the most. Note that the monsters here do not include guild members of the Akatsuki organization. If you are precise, Xiao Chang'an, Bai Yu and the others should belong to the Divine Tree World, not the Grey Realm. His gaze returned to Guan Yu's body. He was carrying the Qinglong Yenyue knife on his back, looking at Lu Shu, as if he didn't expect the other party to really appear in this place, and couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that I would meet you in this place. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly. He noticed that there was something in Guan Yu's words. This place. The nature of this is the island of the sacred tree. But the other party specifically used a more solemn tone. In particular, the term, this place, is used to emphasize the particularity. It shows that in Guan Yu's eyes, the Divine Tree Island is a very unusual place, and he didn't expect to meet Lu Shu here. You know this place? Lu Shu seized the opportunity and immediately asked. Apparently. With Guan Yu's level, it is likely that he knows the relationship between the Grey Realm and the Divine Tree World. If you can know more information, you will definitely be able to improve your future actions and understanding of the Grey Realm by more than one level. Lu Shu naturally will not let go of such an excellent opportunity. Guan Yu regained his composure, and then looked at Lu Shu Dao. I know you're curious about all this. After all, for thousands of years, all traditions have been like this, passed on from generation to generation. But I'm sorry, in this form, I can't tell you more. If you are really the chosen one, then one day in the future, the truth of this world will definitely open up to you. But it's necessarily the result of your own exploration, not any one person. If you read a violent novel, go to Falun Novel Network. Hearing what Guan Yu said, Lu Shu fell silent for a moment. In fact, Lu Shu was not surprised by this result. On the contrary, it is very reasonable. The current Guan Yu is obviously not the same character as the Guan Yu 1,000 years ago. It is clear that he has incarnated as a part of the underworld. Since it has become a part, it is natural that it will be bound by something. And thousands of years ago, it has been shown that the current Guan Yu actually still retains the memory of 1,000 years ago. What does that mean generation after generation? Could it be? Lu Shu suddenly realized something. It is very likely that Guan Yu, Emperor of the Ages, and Cao Cao are all divine tree masters of the previous generation. Or, maybe it's not a divine tree master, but a special era. Once, like all of them, was a time traveler from the Blue Star. But alas! When this era has fallen, all the heroes who have been retained by the previous generation have been annihilated in the history of the Grey World. No one knows what the hell is going on. And Guan Yu, although he remembers everything, is bound by the rules of the underworld. Unable to reveal the truth to everyone. Lu Shu felt a great pity in his heart. Obviously the answer was right in front of him, but he couldn't get it.